Chapter 1. The Despicable Invaders. In the year 2497, within the Kuiper Belt of the Sirius System, a large interstellar mining transfer hub sat in a state of disarray. The core office, in stark contrast to the opulence of luxury starships, could only be described as rudimentary, cluttered with various tools and mineral samples strewn across the floor. The workspace featured 5 desks arranged in a circular formation. Li Shuai reclined in his executive chair, humming a tune while his fingers danced across the projection screen, calculating the day's mineral yields. After completing his calculations, he swiped the screen away with a flick of his hand. Alas, I've spent my entire fortune renting this decrepit vessel, lacking mining qualifications, and having to affiliate with another company, only to share 30% of the profits. With them, he lamented, taking a sip of tea. When on Earth will I accumulate enough funds to repay the loans for you four? As his words faded, a brawny figure from the corner, engaged in monitoring mineral samples, stood up. And what do you expect? This model was designed to cater to women. Why would you purchase us? You've jammed my head with a plethora of knowledge at you, essentially overloading my memory cells. The other 3 handsome bioengineered individuals, busy at their desks, raised their heads in unison, intrigued by the exchange. They were all creations purchased by Li Shuai. The muscular man monitoring the samples was named Li Egong. To his right, the one observing the mining operations outside, was Li Erxi. The second on his right was Li Sanfa, who appeared somewhat sullen while repairing a mechanical arm. Lastly, the ever-smiling and gentle Li Sucai completed the group. Since the 22nd century, humanity's foray into the cosmos had unveiled the pressing issue of manpower shortages as the scope of development expanded in response. The once taboo concept of bioengineered individuals emerged to address this deficiency. Initially intended to alleviate the lack of labor, the wealthier natural humans soon sought to indulge their desires through these bioengineered beings. Naturally, a market system evolved, eliminating the less desirable specimens, leaving behind only the most strikingly attractive individuals. Female bioengineered beings commanded a much higher price than their male counterparts, given the greater market demand, with some fetching multiple units in a single purchase. Li Egong continued his complaints. I can't help but wonder if your lack of charm has led to your purchasing of 4 males. Is your orientation in question? Li Shuai rolled his eyes. If I could afford women, would I buy you 4? You lot are practically a steal on the market point. 1 female secretary model bioengineered being could cost the same as 10 of you. You better watch your mouth. If I weren't restricted from harming natural humans, I would have taken you down by now, Li Egong retorted. Each bioengineered individual had a chip implanted in their brain with basic rules. Violating these rules would trigger a surge of electricity, obliterating their minds. Li Shuai's appearance was unremarkable, was somewhat handsome, yet could not compete with the striking looks of his bioengineered companions. However, his amiable and slightly comical demeanor fostered a pleasant rapport among them. Though loyalty was ingrained in their programming, the bonds of friendship they forged were undoubtedly fortuitous. Li Shuai treated them as equals, as brothers, unlike those who would destroy their bioengineered companions when they grew bored. Thus, when Li Egong boasted, Li Shuai merely chuckled, disregarding him as he swiveled his chair to gaze into the vastness of space. Before him lay a multitude of asteroids, some spanning hundreds of kilometers in diameter, others merely meters. Each asteroid held abundant mineral resources. In the distance, Sirius radiated a brilliant light, while nearby, the numerous unmanned mining vessels operated industriously, breaking apart asteroids and collecting the fragments to transport back to the transfer hub's refining area. He admired the cosmos. Contemplating his own insignificance, Li Shuai felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and his expression shifted. Erxi, check the outer shield sector. Is that mining ship malfunctioning? It stuck at the identification port. Unable to enter or exit, he instructed. Let me see, Li Erxi replied, pulling up the image that he observed a mining ship seemingly inoperative, halted at the identification port. After some checks, Li Erxi shrugged. It's been hacked. What? Before Li Shuai could fully express his astonishment, a flash of light erupted. The mining ship lodged at the identification port exploded, causing a malfunction in the surrounding force field shield. Li Shuai shot to his feet. Damn it! Who did this? Before he could finish, a red beam shot across the sector, striking the shield. The entire transfer hub trembled violently, nearly throwing him off balance. At that moment, Lee Erxey displayed the footage, revealing several small ships outside, each armed with inferior laser cannons. If only Li Shuai could afford a warship had he won, these petty vessels wouldn't stand a chance. Look at all those small ships, they must be space pirates. To encounter them in this vast galaxy is quite the coincidence. Wait, the communication lines are cut, we can't send a distress signal, Lee Erxey noted. How can you be so calm? Li Shuai exclaimed. Bewildered, he turned to the others. What are you all staring at? Run! Boom! The hub shook violently again. Li Erxey brought up another image. Oh no! The main engine has been hit, it seems quite damaged. Li Yigong could no longer contain himself, shouting, engage the engines and escape. Are we just waiting to die? Li Erxey replied. The main engine is compromised. The best option is to use the escape pod. Forcing a jump has a 40% chance of causing an explosion. Absolutely not. Li Shuai insisted, wide-eyed. I've invested my entire fortune here. If we take the escape pod and manage to flee, the banks, along with the rental company for this hub, will still come after me. Li Erxey shrugged. Then we'll do it your way. As he spoke, he made his way to the safety pod, manipulating the main control panel. The others hurriedly followed suit, sealing themselves inside. The entire chamber quaked violently once more. Outside, the transfer hub began to accelerate, and a spatial rift appeared ahead. Just as the hub entered the rift, a massive attack ship emerged thousands of kilometers behind, its colossal main cannon aimed squarely at Li Shuai's vessel. Inside the safety pod, Li Shuai watched in horror and fury as the scene unfolded. How could space pirates possess a large attack ship? And they're using a quantum cannon against Medhis is clearly an intention to eliminate witnesses. As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of the insignia on the attack ship. 16 directions, side-leaking sanitary napkin, that he cursed vehemently. What nonsense, space pirates. This is clearly the handiwork of the Neon Nation. Unable to secure the contracting rights, they resort to treachery. Damn little devils. Here I am, an innocent victim caught in the crossfire. As he voiced his outrage, the ship's main cannon fired, a dazzling beam striking the transfer hub. Yet by this time, the hub had completely entered the spatial rift. But in an alternate timeline, on January 1st, 1997, the south pole of Earth lay under a vast expanse of snow, with nothing but the biting blizzard surrounding it. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the sky 1,000 meters above the snowy expanse, and a colossal metallic disk, with a diameter of at least 5,000 meters, emerged from the crevice, billowing smoke as it swayed precariously. Inside the spacecraft, Li Shuai lay in the safety pod, his eyes tightly shut. At that moment, the calm voice of Lee Erxey resonated through the communicator. Emergency landing initiated, brace for impact. As if the sky could not provoke him into excitement. With a violent jolt, the transit module finally ceased its intense shaking. The hatch of the safety pod opened with a hiss, and 4 bioengineered individuals swiftly climbed out. Li Yigong issued rapid commands. I will inspect the main engine. Air, assess the damage to the entire module and repair it promptly. San, head to the weapons control room for vigilance. CC, attend to the boss. As soon as his words fell, all but Li Sihai dashed outside. Li Shuai slowly emerged from the safety pod, and as soon as he hit the ground, a handkerchief was offered to him. Turning to see Li Sihai, gently urging, spit it out, don't hold back. Li Shuai's face immediately grew stern. You underestimate me too much. You. Ugh. Chapter 2. The air here is remarkably clean. Li Shuai's lunch was expelled in a chaotic manner. Observing his boss retching violently, Li Sihai waved his hand to fan the air around them. After a considerable time, Li Shuai finally emptied his stomach and took the handkerchief from Li Sihai to wipe his mouth. If you had no issues, you should exercise more. You vomit every time we jump. Hearing Li Sihai's banter, Li Shuai rolled his eyes. The bioengineered individuals possessed naturally robust physiques, making it impossible to compare. After all, they were designed for interstellar travel. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his unsettled stomach, Li Shuai approached the main console of the spacecraft and summoned the external visuals. However, all he could see was a vast expanse of white. He pressed the communicator, and a projection panel appeared, displaying the images of Li Yigong and the others. San, what's the situation outside? Which planet are we on? It seems like a solid, low-temperature planet. Sanfa hesitated before responding with a furrowed brow. According to the coordinates, it appears to be our home planet, but... What? Li Shuai was taken aback, then turned to Li Erxi and asked, did you set the jump coordinates for Earth? Indeed, what's the matter? Li Erxi replied, still composed. What do you mean, what's the matter? Li Shuai exclaimed angrily. Do you have any idea how far it is back to Sirius? Fuel costs money, you know. At this moment, Li Yigong interjected, I support air on this if we don't return directly to our home planet. What will we do if those pirates catch up? Li Shuai paused, realizing the validity of his point. Given the circumstances, returning to the home planet was indeed the safest option. He glanced at the snowy landscape outside and sighed in relief. Yet, he soon detected another issue. But wait, where on earth is there still an ice field? That's what I was just about to say. Li Sanfa chimed in through the communicator. Moreover, it's not just the ice field, the air outside is remarkably clean, nothing like our home planet. Yet the star map coordinates indicate that this is the south pole of our home planet. This is utterly baffling. Li Shuai felt as if his worldview had been overturned at that moment. Li Erxi's voice came through. The cabin is intact, although this old ship is quite dated. It remains sturdy with no significant damage. It should be repaired swiftly. The main engine is in dire straits. It would be better to replace it than to attempt repairs, Li Yigong reported. Fortunately, the annihilation furnace is unharmed otherwise. It could have obliterated a significant portion of our home planet. Oh, and the anti-gravity device is damaged, but it can be repaired upon return. Or rather, why bother? It's over 20 years old, we might as well get a new one. Li Shuai lamented. Where would I find the funds for a new one? He then looked up at the ceiling. It seems that misfortune specifically seeks out the unfortunate. My already impoverished state has been further exacerbated. The others cast sympathetic glances at their unfortunate boss. At that moment, Li Sanfa swiped the screen and said, let me show you the visuals from 20 kilometers to the left. With that, he swiped again, revealing a group of animals huddling together against the cold wind. Upon seeing the creatures, Li Shuai's eyes widened in astonishment. Are those penguins? Weren't they extinct for over 300 years? Beside him, Li Sihai stroked his chin in contemplation. Perhaps we have returned to ancient times? Li Shuai turned to him. Are you suggesting? It seems so. Li Sanfa's voice emerged once more. I've detected several primitive satellites. I hacked one, and it appears to be a reconnaissance satellite. Let's see what it is observing. As the image shifted, several photographs of a port named Dalian appeared, one depicting an antique warship being towed back to port. Wait a minute, Li Shuai exclaimed, his jaw dropping in disbelief. This thing that I checked the data, it's a Type 052 destroyer of the Dragon Kingdom, heralded as the beginning of our naval strength, Li Sanfa informed them. The image then shifted again to a photograph of a city street. I hacked into the network. It appears this place is still at the tail end of the electrical era, transitioning towards the internet age. The new visuals displayed an ancient city filled with cultural relics, with various slogans painted on the walls. Li Shuai stared at the screen, dumbfounded, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. Wow, these vintage items would fetch a fortune on the antique market. A well-preserved piece could trade for a frigate. Li Sihai, who had been frowning, suddenly found himself amused. Could you possibly focus on something less absurd? Realizing his lapse, Li Shuai fell into a stupor, because he had spotted a slogan on the wall beside the street. Warm congratulations on the return of Jiang Island. While Li Shuai was still in shock, Li Erxi's voice came through again. It appears we indeed encountered an issue during our jump, likely due to a quantum cannon fired by the little devils. The jump channel is inherently in a quantum state. It is normal for interference to occur when struck by a quantum cannon. It's nothing to be alarmed about. To plunder more resources, experiments involving traversal through parallel timelines have been conducted annually. Worst case scenario, we may have jumped to a place from which we cannot return, with no knowledge of where we ended up. As it stands, the current time point should be January 1st, 1997, on our home planet. Yes, that's correct. 1997? Li Yigong exclaimed in shock. 500 years ago. At this, Li Shuai finally regained his composure, his expression electrified as he asked, does that mean we can't go back? Li Sanfa shook his head. Theoretically, that's correct. We lack the ability to actively traverse through parallel timelines. Even if we did, we wouldn't be able to set precise coordinates, and there's no guarantee of where we would end up. Ha ha ha. Li Shuai suddenly burst into laughter. Then, with delight, he exclaimed, "Does this mean I no longer have to repay my loans?" The others paused, then collectively rolled their eyes. Li Shuai, realizing his reaction was somewhat undignified, suppressed his laughter and feigned a cough, waving his hand grandly. "This time, it's finally my turn to shine." Hearing Li Shuai's boastful words, Li Erxi nodded in agreement, grinning. "Indeed, everything we possess could fetch an exorbitant price in this era. Just look at those metallic hydrogen alloys. Their value surpasses the combined wealth of the entire home planet in this time. Not to mention the other goods we have." As he spoke, he shifted his tone, gazing intently at Li Shuai through the chat screen, his expression grave. "Have you ever considered that, including the four of us, there are merely 5 individuals in total? The entire transit warehouse is equipped with only a few self-defense laser cannons, and those mining vessels are devoid of offensive weaponry. In other words, while you may appear affluent at present, the reality is that you are in a precarious situation." On the other side, Li Sanfa poured a bucket of cold water over the situation. "Agreed. Right now, you are akin to someone clutching 100 buns while barging into a refugee camp, armed only with a dagger, and those refugees possess the capacity to retaliate, even hurling stones at you. If you attempt to flaunt your bravado, you might find yourself dispatched by them before any discussion about the distribution of buns even commences. Not to mention infiltrating their nuclear arsenal or the nuclear button, which necessitates a mechanical key. Merely hacking their systems would be futile, at best rendering them incapable of use. Alternatively, we could utilize our current inventory, along with spare parts from the warehouse, to forge weapons and conquer the world." Li Shuai's expression darkened immediately. "No way. Those resources are our capital for returning to the stars. Using them to create weapons would be sheer extravagance." He lamented further, "If only I could command a starship. I would bellow that Earth is under my dominion, and anyone who defies me would be met with a barrage." Gongshi Fatsai rolled his eyes in response, clearly exasperated by Li Shuai's peculiar line of reasoning. A starship, after all, is an exceedingly rare vessel in the 25th century, with only 5 in existence worldwide. And even the formidable Dragon Nation has constructed merely 3. If one possessed a starship, could they truly be overpowered by a band of mediocre interstellar pirates? If such a vessel existed, one could flaunt their power in the 25th century. Why then revert to the ancient times? Li Shuai then inquired, "What do I have at my disposal to sell?" Li Erxi, while operating a robot to repair the warehouse, replied, "It wouldn't be worth a toss in the streets." Li Shuai interrupted, rolling his eyes. It suddenly dawned on him that this was not the 25th century, but rather the late 20th century, when gold still held significant value as a fundamental currency. In the future, gold would be worth less than dirt. Due to the traditional practices of the Dragon Nation, they sought to cultivate crops on any occupied planet, leading to a massive demand for Earth soil, consequently driving its price through the roof. The United Nations even issued decrees to protect this precious resource and restrict the Dragon Nation's soil extraction, lest they render Earth barren. By the late 22nd century, the arrival of substantial asteroid mining yielded trillions of tons of gold, diminishing its value even further. With the advent of room-temperature superconductors, gold's utility waned. Had it not been for the continuous decline in the price of metallic hydrogen, gold would have nearly lost its eligibility as a material in electronic components. By the 25th century, gold was regarded as less than worthless, even at a purity of 99.9. It was deemed inferior. Realizing that gold retained its value in this era, Li Shuai's eyes sparkled as he turned to Li Sika. "How much gold do we possess?" Li Sika blinked. "I'm not sure. It's all mixed in with the ore. We need to check the waste warehouse. If today's refuse hasn't been disposed of, it should still be there." Li Shuai, momentarily bewildered, quickly dashed towards the waste warehouse. The waste warehouse was a chamber approximately 100 meters in diameter, piled high with a mountain of ore. The conveyor above continued to dump more refuse below, just as a robot approached a control panel and entered a password. Preparing to pull the gate switch, a booming voice commanded, "Halt." The robot turned to see a figure rushing towards it. With a swift kick, Li Shuai attempted to strike the robot, only to find himself propelled backward. The robot remained unperturbed, tilting its head in confusion. Boss? Damn it. I forgot to wear the exoskeleton armor. Li Shuai scrambled to his feet, feeling utterly humiliated. When he glanced back, he noticed Li Sika gazing up at the sky, seemingly oblivious to the earlier commotion. Serve him right. Meanwhile, Li Yigong was merciless in his teasing. Li Shuai ignored him, addressing the robot. Stop the refuse disposal and extract the gold, silver, platinum, and other valuable components. Understood, boss. With that command, the ore was redirected for the extraction of precious metals relevant to this era. Although the artificial intelligence operated under electronic computing, it exhibited a high level of compliance. Quantum computing-based AI was banned due to its overwhelming capabilities. The electronic AI, despite its limitations of binary logic, would simply remember what it should and should not do. In contrast, quantum AI had too many thoughts. When instructed not to harm, it would respond, understood. Yet, a quantum AI might question, why can humans kill pigs? But pigs cannot harm humans? Is the value of life inclusive of all beings? The first generation of quantum AI was destroyed before its release. Following a chilling inquiry, if law is the lowest standard of morality, why can't humanity adhere to the highest moral standards or redefine them? This was terrifying. According to its subsequent logic, the vast majority of people on Earth were deserving of capital punishment, with only the virtuous allowed to live. Henceforth, all artificial intelligences were developed through electronic computing and were subsequently run on quantum computers with tightly controlled logic. Even then, numerous instances of rebellion arose. Li Shuai gazed at the reclaimed, or with a sense of profound sorrow. The ore collected over the past month remained, while all else had been discarded. Staring at the towering pile of refuse, he consoled himself. With the remaining gold, becoming a tycoon in this era should pose no problem. All right, let us head back. Li Sika reassured him. Once we possess the means to instill fear in this world, our resources will come to light. Li Shuai nudda. A smile returning to his face. It's not so bad. At least I don't have to struggle as a destitute entrepreneur in this world as I did in my original timeline. Upon returning to the control room, they discovered Li Yigong and the others had also returned. Li Shuai inquired, perplexed. All fixed? Fixed? Not all. Li Yigong retorted. We extinguished the fire, but that's beyond the repair capabilities of our current equipment. The annihilation furnace has been shut down. Since we don't need to leap, V1T requires such massive energy output. The fusion reactor is operational and sufficient. The robots are repairing the shell. I don't need to supervise, Li Erxi added. Everyone turned to Li Sanfa, who seemed momentarily dazed. Are we on alert for penguins? The group rolled their eyes. After a brief pause, Li Shuai declared, You four, head to the medical chamber. Huh? They exchanged puzzled glances. Li Yigong shrugged and was the first to turn and leave. The other three followed suit after a brief look at Li Shuai. Minutes later, they arrived at the medical chamber. Once the four of them were settled inside, Li Shuai released a hypnotic gas and activated the automated program for their genetic surgery, connecting to their brain chips to lift certain restrictions. Approximately 5 hours later, the medical chamber opened and the four bioengineered individuals awoke once more. After exchanging glances, astonishment flickered in their eyes. Just to clarify, Li Shuai began, I'm single, and my parents in the original timeline have my siblings to care for them, so you needn't worry about me. You all have no ties to hold you back. Then, let us accept the circumstances. As for me, I shall lift some genetic constraints from you four brothers, allowing you to live like natural humans. Li Yigong retracted his neck, expressing concern. Have you thought this through? This is illegal. However, he soon realized that they were in ancient times. Li Shuai continued. From now on, we shall make our mark in this timeline. I recall from history class that during this period, the Japanese and Americans were particularly brazen, even more so than in our timeline. Once the time is ripe, we shall assist our nation in vanquishing the Japanese and dismantling the Americans. Thus, the future of this era will be determined by us, the Dragon Nation. Unless the legendary Trisolarans truly appear, the entire galaxy shall belong to our Dragon Nation. But how shall we achieve this? Li Yigong inquired. Directly travel to the Dragon Nation and offer them technology and materials? Li Shuai shook his head and posed a question in return. What do you think is the most terrifying thing in this world? Li Yigong pondered for a moment, about to respond when Li Shuai interjected. Is it antimatter annihilation weapons? Li Yigong opened his mouth, only to see Li Shuai's serious expression as he shook his finger and answered his own question. No, it is the human heart. He emphasized this by tapping his chest. The four bioengineered brothers collectively rolled their eyes. This guy always finds a way to show off. It's unbelievable. Li Shuai then remarked, when you possess $10 and give 5 to a poor person, they will praise you as a good person. Yet, if you possess 10 billion and still only give 5 to a poor person, they will curse you. How dare you? With 10 billion, only give me 5. He continued. Then, they might devise a way to eliminate you and claim all 10 billion for themselves. Furthermore, if we were to approach them, claiming to possess a wealth of future technology, along with tons of superconducting materials and various rare elements from Earth, would they believe us? They would either think we are insane or treat us as aliens for dissection and study. There's a wise saying from our ancestors. One must be wary of others. Thus, we should prioritize discretion, just as the fourth brother suggested earlier. Once we have the power to intimidate the entire world, we can flaunt our prowess. The four bioengineered brothers exchanged yet another eye roll. 3 sentences without boasting. When the time comes, is there really a need to show off? Yet this jest holds truth. There is no need to confront the world head-on from the outset. Why rush? Clearly, following a steady path will soon lead them to the pinnacle of the world, rightfully guiding humanity into space, without the need to flaunt at the onset. The aliens in the movie Battleship serve as a prime example of what not to do. Chapter 4. Riding my beloved bicycle that afternoon in Jinghai City, Lianjiang Province. The air quality here is truly refreshing. At the port, Li Shuai, clad in a Zhongshan suit and sporting a pair of plain glasses, alighted and stretched his arms wide, inhaling deeply. He then unfurled a paper map in his hands and lamented, I cannot fathom what kind of parallel world this is. The names of other countries are accurate, yet the names of our provinces and cities in Longhua are all mismatched. With that, he carelessly tossed the map into a nearby trash bin. They had seamlessly infiltrated the navigation satellites of this era, transmitting location data directly to Li Shuai's glasses. The paper map was merely a novelty he had purchased from a crew member while aboard the ship. Projected screens were not feasible in public, so they had resorted to using these outdated glasses that had become relics of the past. Beside him, Li Erxi, who had accompanied him, glanced cautiously at the passers-by upon hearing Li Shuai's complaints. Noticing that no one was paying attention, he turned to Li Shuai and suggested, why not speak a little louder? Li Shuai shot him a sidelong glance, and what of it? They merely think I'm insane. Li Erxi fell silent, resignedly asking, what shall we do next? Shouldn't we find a place to rest? Em exhausted. Aren't you tired? I simply cannot comprehend why we had to land in Australia and then take a cargo ship. The bed was so precarious. I nearly fell off with every turn. We must return home in a lawful manner. Do you understand? At this, Li Shuai also felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Let's find a hotel first. Half an hour later, on the bicycle lane by the roadside, Li Shuai wobbled on a vintage bicycle, meandering slowly ahead. Cue the soundtrack of Ode to Joy. Behind him, Li Erxi was nearly in tears, struggling to carry a large suitcase, while also steadying Li Shuai's bicycle. In his excitement, Li Shuai asked, do you think those antique collectors will want to take my head for riding this bicycle? It was after they departed the dock that Li Shuai purchased the bicycle from a nearby shop, reveling in the joy of riding it. However, he was unfamiliar with the mechanics, as he had previously traveled in anti-gravity vehicles that were highly automated. No hands required, simply voice command sufficed. Bicycles were a different matter entirely. All the older models were encased in vacuum-sealed bulletproof glass, and any attempt to touch them would result in dire consequences. He had no inclination to construct his own. Whether they would want to take your head, I cannot say, but I know I want to take yours. Li Erxi gritted his teeth. Li Shuai was taken aback. Oh, aren't you the calm and collected one? How come you're having such a strong emotional reaction? Li Erxi rolled his eyes, but before he could respond, Li Shuai was already exclaiming, wow, a BMW 7 Series. I've only seen it in pictures. It's said to be the jewel of the automotive industry in this era. Inside the passing BMW, A burly man adorned with a large platinum chain caught sight of the two cyclists and smirked at their envious gazes. What a bunch of country bumpkins. Who wears Zhongshan suits these days? On the roadside, Li Erxi could no longer contain himself and abruptly released the bicycle seat. Hey, hey, hey! Clang! Li Shuai tumbled off. My bicycle. Seeing him attempt to regain his balance, Li Erxi rushed over to pull him up. Can you please stop being so reckless? These bicycles are everywhere. Let us quickly find a place to rest. Noticing Li Shuai's crestfallen expression, he reluctantly nodded. As he scanned the surroundings, he spotted a peculiar vehicle approaching, painted in green and making a sputtering noise. What kind of vehicle is that? Li Shuai bundaratalot, then pressed a small button on his glasses. Scan. Instantly, a series of information appeared on the lenses. A motorcycle, nicknamed 3 Bumps for passengers. Without hesitation, Li Shuai waved his hand to hail it. The motorcycle rattled to a stop beside them, and the driver promptly opened the door. Intriga. Li Shuai klimba tabuart. With Li Erxi following suit. Once seated, Li Shuai examined the interior with wide-eyed curiosity. Where to? The driver inquired, raising his voice. Li Shuai hesitated for a moment, but managed to respond. To your most expensive hotel. Upon hearing the northern accent, the driver broke into a knowing smile. A few minutes later, the motorcycle came to a stop at a destination. The driver glanced back, revealing a toothy grin, and called out, 50. Li Shuai produced a $100 bill and handed it over. No need for change. The driver appeared bewildered. After disembarking, Li Shuai and Li Erxi tilted their heads to examine the building ahead. Platinum Pavilion? Li Shuai chuckled. Has this sign been around for 500 years? A true establishment from past. Isn't this a club? Li Erxi frowned, then turned to the motorcycle driver. The driver was currently inspecting the bill under the sunlight. Excuse me, sir. Why are you bringing us to a club when we asked for a hotel? The driver, momentarily taken aback, replied nonchalantly. Isn't this the most expensive place? This is it. With that, he twisted the throttle and sped away, much faster than when he had arrived. All right, this is it. Li Shuai laughed. Let us secure a room for the night and see what the women of this era are like. With that, he strode towards the entrance of the Platinum Pavilion. Welcome. 2 elegantly dressed hostesses greeted, bowing in unison. Li Shuai paused, intrigued by their presence, and pressed the scanning button on his glasses again. They haven't undergone surgery. They're all natural? Quite impressive. Let's go, boss. Li Erxi urja, exasperata. Exhausted in body and mind, once they departed, one of the hostesses gushed, Wow, the one carrying the suitcase is so handsome. The other nodded in agreement. Indeed, a man like that, I'd gladly pay to spend a night with him. However, it seemed he was merely the sidekick of that rustic fellow, hauling around his suitcase. That rustic one must be the son of a mining tycoon from the north. He looks utterly out of place, just staring at my chest and backside. If he truly has money, being a bit rustic isn't a problem. Besides, he is not unattractive, just not as dashing as the one carrying the suitcase. Meanwhile, back with Li Shuai and Li Erxi. Upon entering the lobby, a composed man in a suit approached them. Welcome, esteemed guests. Li Shuai raised his hand to interrupt. You must be the manager. Please arrange 2 rooms for us. We're weary from our travels and wish to rest. We can discuss the rest after we've slept. The manager assessed Li Shuai and Li Erxi, noting their immaculate Zhongshan suits. In this era, those dressed thus were either officials or country folk. Officials would not swagger into the Platinum Pavilion, yet these 2 did not possess the demeanor of simpletons. After a moment's contemplation, the manager smiled, Certainly, gentlemen. Please follow me to the front desk for registration. Registration for a club? Li Shuai pondered, somewhat perplexed. The manager's expression momentarily faltered, only to be replaced by an even broader smile. We are indeed a legitimate establishment. It is only proper to register for overnight stays. Very well. Li Shuai and his companion approached the front desk, retrieving their identification cards. Such documents were quite simple to forge. A few strokes in the population registration system would yield utterly authentic information. As for their profiles, they had fabricated records indicating primary school graduation, presenting themselves as individuals who ventured abroad at the tender age of 15 or 16 to pursue their ambitions. Upon receiving the identification cards, the manager was momentarily taken aback. his mind racing with incredulity. Li Shui, Li Ershi. What peculiar names. Given their awareness of the establishment's nature, it was evident they were not mere country bumpkins stumbling through the wrong door. Perhaps they were here for an undercover investigation. Yet, such a covert operation was executed with such formality? A brief glance at the two revealed their youth. They were likely novices, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the environment. Such newcomers posed the greatest challenge, being obstinate and resistant to persuasion. It seemed that today's business operations would be adversely affected. Chapter 5. What is your status? Li Shui stepped into a luxurious VIP suite. His glasses scanned the surroundings, surprisingly revealing no surveillance cameras. Impressive. As he removed his Zhongshan suit, a shimmering garment beneath caught the light. After hanging his coat on a rack, he pressed a button on his belt, causing the dazzling attire to retract like liquid, ultimately unveiling a padded jacket. The southern part of the motherland is truly delightful. Even as the new year approaches, the chill is hardly noticeable, Li Shui remarked, before beginning to inspect the room's amenities. Surrounded by an array of antiques, he felt a wave of nostalgia. He approached everything with utmost caution, fearing he might damage these relics from a future world, of which photographs were a rare sight. What a marvel! An electronic display television, he exclaimed, gently brushing his hand across its surface. His gaze then shifted to the bedroom, which was closed off. Noticing the doorknob, he tilted his head, pondering. This surely cannot be voice-activated. With that, he pressed the scanning button on his glasses. It turned out a simple twist would suffice. With a soft click, he entered the bedroom, approached the bed, pressed down gently, and, elated, lay back entirely. Meanwhile, in the club's office, the manager approached the door, wearing a sycophantic smile as he waved at the camera above the doorframe. In an instant, the electronic lock clicked open, and the manager stepped inside. Within the office, a stout man with a round face and a small mustache was engaged in a phone call, gesturing for the manager to wait a moment. This hefty individual was none other than the one Li Shui had glimpsed in the back seat of the BMW. I assure you, everything will be arranged perfectly, he said into the phone. Rest assured, there won't be any issues. All right, take care. After hanging up, he cast a cold glance at the manager. What is it? He inquired, picking up a cigar from the desk. The manager, a bit anxious, replied, Boss, two unfamiliar young men have arrived from Handong. They seem to be from the system. Could they be here to investigate us? I've placed them in the VIP room. Should you greet them? The stout man paused mid-lighting his cigar, pondering from Handong. An undercover visit, sending inexperienced rookies with no bribe potential. Sounds like a directive from above. With that, he made his way to the door. Let's go take a look. Back with Li Shui, he lay on the bed, eyes closed, savoring the moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he rolled up his sleeves to press a button on his watch. In the next instant, holographic projections of Li Yigong and Li Sanfa materialized. Li Yigong appeared to be busy with something, glancing up at Li Shui while inquiring, Have you arrived? Yes, Li Shui nodded, propping himself up on the bed. What about you? Li Yigong responded, We've pinpointed the shipyard's location. They're SA Bay, 340 kilometers from our stronghold. Spacious, rarely traversed by ships or planes, quite secure. Unless they send a satellite overhead to surveil the port. Should we shoot it down if we detect a satellite? Li Shui shook his head. No need. Shooting it down would only alert them. It's merely an antique optical camera. We can set up a few holographic projectors to disguise it and let it record. He then turned to Li Sanfa, who remarked, We've also detected several mineral-rich areas nearby and dispatched mining ships, but those resources alone won't suffice. The rich mineral locations are under the scrutiny of research teams. If all else fails, we could use materials from our ship S-Hull. After all, we have vacant gymnasiums, zoos, and swimming pools gathering dust. Dismantling them could yield a few thousand-ton vessels. Li Shui rolled his eyes. A few ships are hardly intimidating. If you can't increase the quantity, they won't be frightened. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, we could fabricate a few cruise ships with these materials. After all, I can transport gold over to procure raw materials for construction at our stronghold. Lacking strength, we certainly cannot manufacture them domestically. We must secretly build a fleet at the stronghold. Hence, the stronghold must remain concealed, It's our golden goose and our burial fund, which cannot be jeopardized. Are we really considering constructing museums? Li Yigong asked, somewhat reluctant. Before Li Shuai could respond, Li Sanfa interjected, are you planning to build spaceships? You may possess the technology, but how will you source the various parts? Dismantle components from the existing hull? Li Shuai was about to nod in agreement when Li Sanfa abruptly changed his tone. Would you dare use parts from this old, battered ship? It has endured several attacks. Who knows what issues it might have? Moreover, given our current capabilities, you cannot produce a ship's annihilation furnace, nor a quantum engine. Without spatial leap capabilities, you'd be unable to escape even half of the Centaurus constellation. With that, both men were left speechless. Just as Li Shuai prepared to retort, the doorbell rang. Let us pause this discussion. Smiled and inquired, may I help you? The stout man returned the smile, humbly introducing himself. Hello, I am the owner here, Su Jiang. May I come in for a moment? Of course, Li Shuai smiled, stepping aside to welcome both men inside. However, as Su Jiang entered, he suddenly halted, turning to scrutinize Li Shuai. Li Shuai, bewildered by the gaze, asked, is something the matter? Su Jiang furrowed his brow. Why do you seem so familiar? Have we met somewhere? He lowered his head, deep in thought. Just as Li Shuai prepared to speak, Su Jiang abruptly looked up, bewildered, exclaiming, aren't you that country bumpkin I saw riding a bicycle by the roadside earlier? Li Shuai was taken aback. I indeed rode my bicycle here. Su Jiang's face morphed into one of frustration. He then turned and poked the manager on the head with his finger. Do you think my time is worthless? Apologies, boss. The manager cowered before Su Jiang, only to immediately glare at Li Shuai. I thought you were someone significant. Turns out you're just two bumpkins. Get out, get out. This is not a place for you. Before he could finish, Su Jiang kicked him down. I've told you countless times in the service industry, one must understand the importance of politeness. Turning back to Li Shuai, Su Jiang forced a smile. Brother, judging by your accent, you're also from the north. We're all here in the south seeking our fortunes. I want to make things difficult for you. Take your belongings and leave. My rooms are quite limited and must be reserved for individuals of status. Of course, payment is still required. I'm not particularly fond of your money, but I must uphold my rules. If these rules are broken, what has to stop anyone from entering, thus diminishing the establishment stature? Consider this a lesson. In the future, refrain from entering places beyond your means. Do you understand your status? Li Shuai Shukulat. He had intended to show off, yet found himself looked down upon by an ancient figure upon returning to this world of Longhua. Having paid, yet being turned away. What a black establishment. I'm quite curious. What status do you claim? He chuckled softly, pinching his nose, and then placed his hands on his hips, gazing around. Soon after, he turned to the manager and remarked with a smile, Ah, it seems that being new to Jinghai makes one speak to me, Su Jiang, in such a manner. At that moment, the sound of a door opening nearby caught his attention, revealing Li Erxi standing at the entrance, looking perplexed. Su Jiang leaned forward for a better look and found Li Erxi's appearance undeniably handsome, even for a man. The manager then interjected, Boss, they are together. Oh, Su Jiang nodded in realization. Look at this brother's looks. Words cannot express. He then turned to Li Shuai, hands clasped together, and implored, I beg you, could you please go out and gather some information for me, Su Jiang? Li Shuai wore a sincere expression. Su Jiang, upon hearing this, felt exasperated and remarked, how ungrateful. Seemingly uninterested in further conversation, he strode towards the exit, addressing the manager. We're all from the north. Don't go too hard on them. Just give them a good beating and toss them out. Understood, boss. Chapter 6. Assassination of Officials. Before Su Jiang had a chance to distance himself, the manager seized the intercom and shouted, 4th floor 888, sent up a few people. Li Shuai exchanged glances with Li Erxi, both bemused by the situation. Li Shuai called out to Su Jiang's retreating figure, Hey, you there, fatty? Su Jiang abruptly turned around and strode back, cursing under his breath, Am I fat? As he cursed, he swung a fist towards Li Shuai's face, only to have Li Shuai seize him by the neck, lifting him off the ground while Su Jiang flailed his legs in the air. It was a jest, for in the 25th century, natural humans underwent genetic optimization for interstellar travel, and their physical prowess was undeniably formidable. While he may not have matched the capabilities of bioengineered individuals, Li Shuai would undoubtedly be a world champion in any martial arts competition against these ancient beings. The manager stood in shock. A robust man weighing 140 pounds, effortlessly lifted. Li Shuai, still holding Su Jiang, chuckled. So, you throw a punch just because I called you fatty? At that moment, the fire door down the corridor swung open, and a throng of individuals clad in black surged forth. Li Shuai tilted his head to glance, then looked at Li Erxi, who shrugged, raising his hands in confusion. What are you staring at? Didn't I lift your restrictions? Go ahead. Realization dawned on Li Erxi. He could indeed take action against natural humans. Without hesitation, he strode towards a group of black-clad figures. Moments later, in the room, Li Shuai reclined on the sofa, curiously inspecting a red paper box in his hands. This was the pack of huazi that Su Jiang had offered him. He had only handed over one stick. Yet Li Shuai had taken the entire box. Su Jiang bore a fresh red mark around his neck, while over 20 of his subordinates knelt before Li Shuai, their faces bruised and battered. Li Erxi stood behind Li Shuai, observing his employer's fascination with the box. That's a pack of cigarettes, he remarked, exasperated. I know it, Zhonghua. The centuries-old red packaging, Li Shuai replied, opening the box and extracting a cigarette. He inhaled its scent and smiled at Su Jiang. Your cigarettes are delightful. The aroma is so natural. As he picked up the lighter from the table, he examined it before asking Su Jiang, how does this work? Su Jiang, momentarily taken aback, realized that this rustic fellow was not merely simple-minded. Let me help you light that, he said, hastily bending down to take the lighter from Li Shuai. With a flick, the flame ignited. Li Shuai, thrilled by the sight, snatched the lighter back, mimicking Su Jiang's earlier actions and igniting the cigarette. Leaning back on the sofa with his legs crossed, he exhaled smoke and inquired with keen interest, Are you part of the underworld? Su Jiang, lost in thoughts of vengeance, was startled by the question. Huh? He stammered. Li Shuai pressed on. The underworld operates without firearms, relying solely on sticks? Finally comprehending, Su Jiang chuckled sheepishly. What firearms? We're just trying to make a living. He then tentatively asked, May I inquire if you two are recently retired special forces? Where are you currently employed? Previously mercenaries. Just returned to the country. We're unfamiliar with the area and we're seeking a place to rest. That gentleman operating the motorcycle taxi brought us here, claiming it was the best and most expensive establishment. Listening to Li Shuai and observing his amicable demeanor, Su Jiang's eyes lit up. Since you have no place to go, why not join me? I guarantee you'll make a fortune. Su Jiang thought that recruiting these two would be far more effective than gathering 100 lackeys. The 10 who had come up earlier were swiftly subdued by the handsome one, and the subsequent dozen armed with steel pipes met a similar fate within minutes. He realized that possessing such talent would render him unassailable in the future. Just as he anticipated their agreement, Li Shuai chuckled. Join you? First, tell me your status. I need to ascertain whether associating with you will elevate my own standing. Su Jiang felt disheartened and lowered his head slightly, his expression revealing a twitch in his jaw, indicating his displeasure. Boss, his facial muscles are twitching. It seems he is defiant. Su Jiang looked up in astonishment at Li Erxi, who then quickly explained to Li Shuai. No, I'm not defiant. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. I will gather my men and return with the proper tools for retribution. Fine. I tire of wasting time here, Li Shuai said, leaning in. I wish to establish several companies in Jinghai. The processes are too time-consuming. Do you know any officials? Preferably those overseeing economic matters. Su Jiang Baoset, Aizing Li Su Wadi Li. He felt a sense of foreboding, suspecting this young man was laying a trap. He shook his head. No, I don't know any officials. Modesty, perhaps? Li Shuai said with a smile, poking at Su Jiang. He then abruptly shifted the conversation, without a background. How can you keep this establishment afloat? Why force me to resort to coercion? Su Jiang felt a chill run down his spine, fearing Li Shuai might strike him. Yet, he noticed the man simply adjusted his glasses. The chill deepened as he felt his hair stand on end. Zhao Didong, the newly appointed secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. You seem to have close ties with him. Naturally, Those of your ilk would seek connections within the judicial sector. In a world where information was limited and surveillance was not widespread, Li Shuai had sifted through Su Zhang's call records and identified several officials, with Zhao Lidong being the most frequently contacted. He also discovered the name of the new mayor of Jinghai, Zhang. As Su Zhang's body began to tremble, Li Shuai continued, "Do you know this Mayor Zhang?" Su Zhang hesitated, then replied quickly, "Of course, but our relationship is not deep. Could you introduce me?" Then Li Erxi interjected, "Why not seek out this Zhao Lidong?" "What for? Our affairs have no bearing on him. We must approach the relevant authority." After responding, Li Shuai turned back to Su Jiang. "Here's your chance. Take me to your mayor." Su Jiang was taken aback by the request, feeling as though he had just been confronted by a pair of descending tigers. Surely, they were not contemplating the assassination of the mayor. He had thought himself ruthless enough, only to find that these two were even more formidable. To assassinate the mayor, if embroiled in such a plot, even 10 executions would not suffice. Noticing Su Jiang's conflicted expression, Li Shuai grew impatient. "What's the matter? Unwilling?" Ha ha ha. Su Jiang chuckled awkwardly. "It's just that I'm not well acquainted with the mayor. Without an appointment, he may not see us." Li Shuai rolled his eyes. "You refuse a chance when it's offered? Fine, we'll find him ourselves." With that, he stood up and beckoned Li Erxi. Before leaving, he addressed Su Jiang. "You disrespected me, and I dealt with you. Now we're even, understood?" "Su Zhang not that vigodusin, absolutin." "Absolutely. Fair enough." Li Shuai smiled, complimenting him, before departing with Li Erxi. After watching Li Shuai and his companion depart, his expression instantly shifted to one of ferocity. Damn it! Before he could finish his thought, he noticed Li Shuai returning, prompting him to hastily clamp his mouth shut. He then observed Li Shuai remove the Zhongshan suit hanging on the coat rack by the door, donning it before leaving once more. Su Jiang stealthily approached the entrance, ensuring that the two had entered the stairwell, before frantically retrieving his phone. It was the legendary mobile phone of the era, the Ericsson flip phone. A moment later, the call connected. "Hello, leader, this is Xiao Jiang. Are you at the municipal party committee now? Oh dear, we have a major situation. Please dispatch police to the city government urgently. 2 mercenaries just came here to commit violence, taking down over 20 of my men with their bare hands. I nearly got choked to death myself. They are now heading towards the city government, claiming they are looking for Mayor Zhang. Yes, please arrange it quickly. It will be too late if we delay." "What? You wanted to keep this under wraps?" "This. All right, I understand." After uttering his final sentence, Su Jiang hung up the phone, then cursed under his breath. Damn, these people are like reincarnated foxes, turning mischief into grand opportunities. Chapter 7. A generous overture. A taxi drew up before the municipal committee compound. From its confines, Li Shuai and Li Erxi alighted. Li Shuai swept the edifice with his ocular device, whereupon a quantum computer nestled in the Antarctic, via wireless ingress, infiltrated the building's surveillance apparatus, pinpointing the mayor's office with alacrity. Suffice it to say, at Li Shuai's whim, the world's satellites would be at his disposal. As he prepared to enter, a sentry interdicted his path. "Greetings, whom do you seek?" Li Shuai appraised the guard, then responded with a genial smile, "I wish to see Mayor Zhang." "Do you have an appointment?" "Regrettably, no," Li Shuai chuckled. "However, you might contact the mayor's office and announce the arrival of an investor from afar. Mention that my initial investment will not fall short of 20 billion. The guard was taken aback, scrutinizing Li Shuai from head to toe. Could this fellow have absconded from a mental institution? Yet, the man's countenance was amiable, his attire impeccable, his demeanor courteous, and his effect stable. Perplexed, the guard requested Li Shuai's patience and retreated to the registry to place a call. Li Erxi, observing the guard on the phone, queried in a hushed tone, "Do you believe he will grant us entry?" Li Shuai clicked his tongue. "Presumably. History dictates that this epoch places great emphasis on development, and investors hold considerable allure for officials." Li Erxi nodded, then inquired with a hint of bewilderment, "Why not simply register the company with the Administrative Department for Industry and Commerce? Why seek an audience with an official first?" Li Shuai's expression faltered, and he rolled his eyes. "My oversight. I failed to impart this knowledge. Following the conventional route would delay the company's establishment by at least a month or two. Worse, if we were to displease someone, our application might languish at the bottom of a pile, unattended for half a year. I encountered this very predicament in the 25th century. Moreover, information disclosure is limited in this era, and the depths are even murkier. Furthermore, consider the contents of our application. Without a powerful official to expedite the process, approval is unlikely. As he spoke, the guard returned. Mayor Zhang extends an invitation for you to enter. Excellent. We shall proceed on our own. My gratitude. You are most welcome. Within the mayor's office, the secretary intoned respectfully, Sir, you are scheduled to attend the annual celebratory banquet of the Jiangong Group. Meeting with this out-of-town merchant might encroach upon your time. Mayor Zhang dismissed the concern. A few minutes' delay is inconsequential. The secretary ruminated, then cautioned. This individual speaks of 20 billion. Could he be a charlatan? The wealthiest magnates in our nation are but a handful. Even the top 10 combined might struggle to amass such a sum in liquid assets. A mere glance will reveal his true nature. Mayor Zhang chuckled. What harm is there in granting him 10 minutes? If he is mendacious, consider it a lesson purchased with 10 minutes. However, if he is voracious, it would be a boon for Jinghai. An investment of 20 billion could galvanize the economy. Surely, you comprehend? Indeed, I do. Knock, knock, knock. As the secretary prepared to elaborate, a rap at the door interrupted. The secretary and Mayor Zhang exchanged glances, and the secretary hastened to open the portal. Two handsome men, each approximately 8 meters tall and clad in Zhongshan suits, entered. The secretary fancied himself a match for the first man's comeliness, but the second. The secretary mused that the existence of male homosexuality was not without reason. He harbored profound envy. Greetings. Li Shuai initiated, then inquired, Is Mayor Zhang present? His peripheral vision had already discerned an occupant within the office. Mayor Zhang responded with a smile. Please come in. The secretary, recovering from his reverie, averted his gaze from Li Erxi's visage and gestured for them to enter. Thank you. Li Shuai and Li Erxi stepped inside. Mayor Zhang rose to his feet and strode towards the entrance. However, upon observing Li Shuai's youthful mien, he felt a pang of disappointment. Could such a callow youth truly command 20 billion in capital? Nonetheless, he extended his hand with a smile. Welcome. Li Shuai clasped his hand with equanimity, introducing himself. Greetings. Mayor Thang. I am Li Shuai. Mr. Li. Please be seated. Mayor Zhang gestured towards the sofa, then instructed his secretary, Xiao Zhou, prepare tea. Certainly. As the tea was being served, Li Shuai gestured towards Li Erxi, who retrieved a document from the large case he carried. Upon witnessing Li Erxi opening the case, Mayor Zhang initially suspected an attempt at bribery, and his countenance darkened. Fortunately, the contents proved to be a document, and his expression softened. Li Shuai received the document and addressed Mayor Zhang with a slight smile. Sir, I am mindful of your demanding schedule and shall dispense with formalities. Proceeding directly to the matter at hand. This is my investment plan for Jinghai over the coming years. Your perusal would be appreciated. With that, he presented the document. It was not out of ignorance of protocol, but he felt that a mere mayor did not warrant excessive deference. In the future, he would be contending with the likes of the Black Emperor and the dotard from the Eagle Nation. Jesting aside, a lack of gravitas would be unbecoming of an extraterrestrial. As expected, Mayor Zhang's countenance betrayed displeasure at Li Shuai's perceived lack of decorum. Nonetheless, he patiently accepted the document. Initially, he had not intended to scrutinize it closely, but upon turning to the initial page, he was stunned. He raised his head, his gaze fixed upon Li Shuai with astonishment. Semiconductors? He had anticipated another real estate developer, but instead encountered an investor in high-tech innovation. Li Shuai reached for the tea that had been prepared for him, removed the lid, and said, Please, peruse at your leisure. There's more to come. Mayor Zhang scrutinized Li Shuai anew, then continued to turn the pages, his silence growing with each one. The young man's future investment strategy encompassed the three major domains of new energy, new materials, and new technologies, leaving no stone unturned. He was prepared to engage in every field that the nation was striving to conquer. After a prolonged perusal, Mayor Zhang could not resist inquiring, Mr. Li, do you possess the technologies outlined in your plan? Li Shuai found the question amusing and spat the tea leaves he had inadvertently ingested back into his cup. Why would I embark on this endeavor without the requisite expertise? Mayor Zhang inhaled sharply, scrutinizing Li Shuai with renewed intensity. Could this individual be affiliated with a certain institute? Suppressing his speculation, he continued to pore over the plan. As he reached the final pages, where the scope of business for Li Shuai's technology company's registration application was detailed, he was utterly disconcerted. Mayor Zhang's eyes widened. Mr. Li, are you also planning to delve into nuclear energy, quantum physics, superconductors, and orbital space stations? Li Shuai knew that without a compelling explanation, the old man would likely withhold his cooperation. After some deliberation, he replied, "If the nation requires it, I shall pursue it. I have faith that my research team can overcome all technological barriers. Including these in advance obviates the need for subsequent alterations when the nation calls upon us. You understand? I trust." The phrase is not particularly popular nowadays. Most people might not discern much meaning from it. However, for someone like Mayor Zhang, the implications could be profound. He is now increasingly convinced that this young man before him has emerged with the mandate of certain enigmatic departments, independently fostering and invigorating grassroots scientific research capabilities. Observing that Mayor Zhang still appears suspicious and skeptical, Li Shuai sets down his teacup and, with a smile, remarks, "Leader, you might think I am boasting. So let us speak with facts. I can assure you that during your tenure, I will elevate Jinghai's GDP to 200 billion or even higher. This, too, is a grand gift I offer you." Hiss. This time, Mayor Zhang did not merely feel a chill run down his spine. He audibly gasped in astonishment. Chapter 8. Exposing your secrets at a glance, observing the astonished expression on Mayor Zhang's face. Li Shuai chuckled once more, of course. All of this hinges upon your unwavering support. Without it, I might find myself at a standstill in Jinghai. He reassured, "Rest assured. The operations of my company are entirely legal and compliant." As Li Shuai's confidence radiated, Mayor Zhang's gaze gradually shifted from shock to excitement. Naturally, his demeanor remained unchanged. Such a man excels in the art of expression management. At 53 years of age, freshly re-elected, with a track record of mediocrity, he anticipated a transition to a second-tier position in the next electoral cycle, merely settling for a deputy provincial retirement benefit. However, if this young man could indeed elevate Jinghai's GDP to 200 billion within his term, what an astonishing prospect. Last year, Jinghai's GDP barely exceeded 40 billion. Achieving 200 billion by the end of his tenure would assure him a promotion in the next election, allowing him to serve another term. While others present gifts of money or valuable items, this young man was essentially offering him a promising future. With this thought in mind, Mayor Zhang suddenly slapped his thigh and gave Li Shuai a thumbs up, proclaiming, "Excellent." Such ambition. Just as he was about to speak further, a powerful shout echoed from outside. "Everyone inside, do not move. You are surrounded. Put down your weapons immediately." The individuals inside were momentarily stunned. However, Mayor Zhang quickly discerned the situation. Rising and striding towards the window, pulling back the curtains, he was met with a sea of police officers below. Spotting the deputy director of the municipal police, and Chonglin, shouting through a megaphone, he erupted, "And Chonglin, what in the world are you doing?" Downstairs, and Chonglin was equally bewildered. Wasn't it reported that 2 mercenaries were attempting to assassinate Mayor Zhang and had successfully infiltrated the area? Before he could ponder further, Mayor Zhang retreated from the window. He then hastened to the door, flinging it open, only to find several officers standing at the entrance, their expressions blank as they brandished their weapons. Before Mayor Zhang could utter a word, they reacted, seizing him and pulling him outside. Meanwhile, several officers charged into the office, guns trained on Li Shuai, seated calmly on the sofa, and Li Erxi, who stood behind him. "Do not move. Raise your hands and interlock them behind your head." Li Erxi frowned, ready to retaliate, but Li Shuai gestured for him to hold back. Li Shuai reclined leisurely on the sofa, arms crossed over his knee, discreetly pressing a button on his watch. Beneath his coat, a nanoalloy protective suit enveloped him swiftly, while a transparent micro-force field shield encased his head. Though this protective gear was considered basic in the 25th century, it was more than sufficient to withstand anti-material rifles in this era. Thus, he remained unperturbed. Once adequately shielded, Li Shuai smiled. You may proceed. On the other side, after being pulled out, Mayor Zhang found himself surrounded by officers who escorted him away from the police crowd, whereupon a group of leaders approached him. Old Zhang, my Fang, are you all right? Finally regaining his composure, Mayor Zhang, incensed, stomped his foot. What on earth is happening here? A middle-aged man hurriedly explained. I was just outside when I heard reports that 2 mercenaries were here to assassinate you. So we immediately arranged for police forces to evacuate the municipal office building. Fortunately, you are unharmed. Mayor Zhang glared at the middle-aged man, his anger boiling. Who told you that? Just then, a loud crash echoed from the office. Mayor Zhang turned, only to witness a dozen officers rushing in. Stop! What are you doing? He exclaimed, quickly striding towards the entrance and grabbing an officer who attempted to push past him. Stand still. The officer snapped to attention. Mayor Zhang peered inside and was immediately taken aback, seeing several officers sprawled on the ground, unconscious. In the midst of them stood Li Erxi, composed and unruffled, while Li Shuai leisurely sipped water. The leaders who had initially supported Mayor Zhang approached, their expressions mirroring his shock at the scene unfolding in the office. Li Shuai then raised his gaze. Mayor Zhang, your welcoming ceremony is quite unique. Momentarily stunned, Mayor Zhang quickly regained his composure and smiled as he entered the room. Oh dear, I completely forgot about today's counterterrorism drill. The officers, upon encountering unfamiliar faces, must have assumed you were the exercise's adversaries. What a misunderstanding. He gestured to introduce Li Shuai, who graciously stood up in response. Mayor Zhang led Li Shuai out and instructed Secretary Zhou send a few officers to the hospital. Li Erxi interjected, no need. They merely sustained pressure point strikes and will regain consciousness after a few hours. The others present stared at Li Erxi, their eyes reflecting the words, expert. Li Shuai activated his scanning glasses, surveying the leaders in the room, their profiles materializing before him. Upon spotting a particular middle-aged man, he paused momentarily. This caught Mayor Zhang's attention, who then introduced Li Shuai to a bespectacled leader. Allow me to introduce our party, Secretary Wu. Li Shuai smiled, extending his hand. Hello, Secretary Wu, I am Li Shuai. Hello. Secretary Wu still appeared bewildered, unaware of the previous events. He had been working when 2 police officers burst in, warning him of assassins within the municipal office, startling him. However, upon entering Mayor Zhang's office, he was met with cordiality towards the young man. Had there been a death threat? It hardly seemed plausible. After their handshake, Secretary Wu tugged at Mayor Zhang's sleeve, signaling him discreetly. Mayor Zhang turned to Li Shuai with a smile. Excuse me for a moment, Mr. Li? Not at all. Please attend to your matters. As Mayor Zhang and Secretary Wu stepped aside to converse, Li Shuai's gaze returned to the middle-aged man he had previously scanned. With a smile, he approached. The middle-aged man wore a grim expression, and upon noticing Li Shuai's approach, he quickly donned a friendly smile. Upon nearing, Li Shuai fixed his gaze upon him and softly inquired, Zhao Li Dong, Secretary of the Jinghai Political and Legal Committee? Hearing his name called directly, Zhao Li Dong's expression darkened. How rude this young man was. Li Shuai leaned in closer, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Su Jiang, is he covering for you? Zhao Li Dong's hair stood on end, and his expression shifted to one of malice. Li Shuai, noticing the change, maintained a sincere demeanor. Truly, you possess remarkable skill. Among those present, you are the most avaricious. None can compare. For instance, Mayor Zhang has only received 2 baskets of oranges in all this time. This farce was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Su Jiang informed you? I discovered that you just spoke on the phone an hour ago. Additionally, your account in the Red Cross Nation has already been compromised by my associates. With a mere word from me, all the wealth you've amassed over the years through your corrupt practices will vanish. Zhao Lidong's expression transformed from one of menace to sheer panic. If it were merely an investigation into him, it might indicate that someone harbored a specific intention against him. However, the fact that they also scrutinized Mayor Wu suggests that this young man possesses an extraordinary background. To know that he had just spoken with Su Jiang indicates a level of surveillance reminiscent of the Ming dynasty's Jinyue. Zhao Lidong was on the verge of conceding when he caught sight of leaders Wu and Zhang approaching, prompting him to hastily fall silent. Li Shuai had also distanced himself, observing him with a smirk. "Oh dear, Mr. Li." As Secretary Wu approached, he extended his hand toward Li Shuai. Having listened to Mayor Zhang's account, he too speculated about the remarkable origins of this young man. "Secretary Wu," Li Shuai smiled as they briefly shook hands, but as he attempted to withdraw, Secretary Wu grasped his hand firmly, even patting the back of it with his left hand. "My sincerest apologies. We had intended to conduct a drill today, but it seems a major blunder has occurred. I hope it did not startle you." Li Shuai observed the myriad of wrinkles on his smiling face and inwardly rolled his eyes. Nevertheless, he replied, "Not at all. In fact, I am quite pleased to see that the public safety in Jinghai is so well maintained. It allows me to invest here with greater peace of mind." Secretary Wu was immediately elated, recognizing that this young man was both perceptive and personable. Chapter 9. Establishing a company the next day, Li Shuai awoke, clutching his head. The enthusiasm of Secretary Wu and his associates had been overwhelming. They insisted on treating him to dinner the previous evening, during which he was compelled to consume over 1 kilogram of Wuliangya liquor. After the meal, upon learning that Li Shuai had no fixed residence, they escorted him to a guest house. As soon as he sat up, he heard a knock at the door. Squinting through bleary eyes, he saw Li Erxi standing at the entrance. "Boss, you're awake?" Li Shuai, noticing the teasing grin on Li Erxi's face, merely pursed his lips and walked into the bathroom. He fumbled with the faucet, which took a while to produce water. Leaning against the bathroom door frame, Li Erxi chuckled. "Looks like I need to find you a maid." Just as Li Shuai placed his toothbrush in his mouth, he spun around upon hearing this remark. "Get lost." "All right." Li Erxi retreated, adding, "Hurry up and freshen up. People from the industry and commerce, customs, and tax departments are all here, waiting for you." "Huh?" Li Shuai quickly ran after him, toothbrush still in mouth. "When did they arrive?" Li Erxi rolled his eyes. "Take a look at the time. It's already 11 o'clock. They've been waiting for 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Li Shuai dashed back to the bathroom, gargled quickly, splashed water on his face, then grabbed his coat from the hanger and donned his scanning glasses. The previous evening, he had submitted all his application materials to Secretary Zhou, an aide to Mayor Zhang, who had assured him they would be delivered to the respective departments and processed by the next day. He had not anticipated such swift action. While Li Shuai did not consider these lower-level officials particularly significant, they had already waited for 2 hours. If he had still been asleep, it would not have mattered. But now that he was awake, keeping them waiting any longer would reflect poorly on his judgment. A few minutes later, the group entered a reception room in the guest house, where a number of people were already seated. Upon seeing Li Erxi enter, everyone rose to their feet. Li Shuai promptly extended his hand to the nearest official, exclaiming, "Ah, esteemed leaders, I sincerely apologize for the delay. I was dragged into a drinking session by his Secretary Wu and have only just woken up." No, we haven't been waiting long," the other officials quickly replied, shaking Li Shuai's hand in turn. Once seated, one of the officials pulled out a thick document folder from his briefcase and handed it to Li Shuai. "Mr. Li, here are the regulations for your companies. They have been officially registered." He then produced a comparatively thinner folder. "And here are the business licenses, organizational code certificates, and tax registration certificates for your companies." "Thank you very much," Li Shuai responded, smiling as he accepted the documents, which felt substantial in his hands. At that moment, another official spoke up. "Mr. Li, I represent the Customs Department. I am here to confirm the primary focus of your import-export trading company." His hands, resting on his lap, unconsciously clenched, revealing his nervousness. After all, this individual was under special consideration from 2 prominent figures in the city. It wasn't that he feared offending Li Shuai. Rather, he was anxious about the possibility of Li Shuai smuggling contraband through customs, which could lead to severe repercussions for many in his department. Though they reported directly to the General Administration of Customs and were not under local government jurisdiction. The influence of the 2 prominent figures was not something a minor official like him could disregard, while representatives from other departments included their superiors. Only he had come from customs, which raised questions. If matters were handled well, it would reflect positively on his superiors. If not, the blame would fall squarely on him. Li Shuai was momentarily taken aback by the question. At that moment, Li Erxi leaned in and whispered, "That's Pan Zheng from the Customs Inspection Division." "Oh, Chief Pan, greetings." Li Shuai smiled at the official. Pan Zheng awkwardly waved his hand. No, I'm just a clerk, not a chief. It's only a matter of time." Li Shuai complimenta. Then continued, "Initially, we plan to import a batch of gold. By the way, what is the current import duty rate on gold?" Pan Zheng quickly replied, "That depends on the situation. If it's jewelry weighing over 50 grams, it incurs a consumption tax." Mr. Li, with your scale of business, I assume you wouldn't only be buying a small quantity." Li Shuai nodded with a smile, encouraging Pan Zheng to elaborate. "If it's bulk imported refined gold, currently, there is no import duty." Li Shuai nodded again, reasoning that given the country's low gold reserves, they would be eager to encourage more gold imports rather than impose tariffs. "I have accumulated quite a bit of gold during my years abroad." As he spoke, he turned to Li Erxi. "How many tons do we have again?" Upon hearing tons, the officials around them were momentarily stunned. Li Erxi candidly responded, "Currently, approximately 1,000 tons." The room fell into a profound silence, with others momentarily forgetting to breathe. According to last year's report from the central bank, the national gold reserve was barely over 300 tons. However, Li Shuai frowned, expressing surprise. "Is that all? There's not much we can do. However, we have plenty of platinum. In those mines, we can extract about 500 tons of platinum and 7,000 tons of silver." The other officials furrowed their brows, perceiving Li Shuai and Li Erxi as high-level fraudsters, their facade of confidence too convincing. Even Pan Zheng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing their expressions closely. Yet, their calm demeanor left him no choice but to say, "If what you say is true, we can apply to higher authorities for your company to be exempt from customs duties on precious metals." Meanwhile, at the seaside of Sichuan, an Audi was parked on the embankment. A suited gentleman wearing glasses stood outside, seemingly admiring the distant sea view. Shortly after, a BMW approached and came to a halt nearby, from which a burly man emerged. It was Su Jiang. Upon spotting the suited man, Su Jiang greeted him with a smile. "Secretary Wang?" Secretary Wang glanced at Su Jiang, smiled, and stepped forward to conduct a quick search. After finishing, he stepped back. "The leader is waiting for you." "Thank you." Su Jiang clasped his hands in gratitude and approached his vehicle, opening the door and settling inside. Inside the car, Zhao Lidong stared out the window on the opposite side, his expression dark and brooding. He did not even acknowledge Su Jiang as he entered. Noticing Zhao Lidong's sullen demeanor, Su Yin felt perplexed and cautiously greeted, "Leader?" Zhao Lidong finally turned his face, coldly regarding Su Jiang. The latter felt bewildered by this gaze, but before he could inquire, Zhao Lidong instructed the driver, "Xiao Tang, step out for a smoke." "Understood, leader." Once the driver exited and closed the door, Zhao Lidong turned to Su Jiang, saying, "Su Jiang, you have put me in a precarious position." Su Jiang was even more confused. "What do you mean by that?" Chapter 10. Pretentiousness unbelieved. Zhao Lidong turned his head back, his gaze fixed ahead, his expression impassive. "I wish I could throw you into the sea right now." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's flattering smile instantly froze, though a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. However, he was no longer the young man he once was. Even he had to admit that since having his precious son, he had become considerably more timid. In the past, he would have dared to confront anyone, even the legendary Zhao Lichuan. Su Jiang rubbed his nose, composed his expression, and asked with a smile once more, "Leader, please don't keep me guessing. What have I done wrong? Please enlighten me." Zhao Lidong exhaled through his nostrils and turned back to face Su Jiang. "Those two individuals you mentioned yesterday, you said they were mercenaries planning to assassinate Mayor Zhang?" At this, Su Jiang perked up. "Have they been captured?" "Captured? Not a chance." Zhao Lidong seethed, spitting out words with venom. "They are big-time investors, coming to Jinghai with an investment of 200 billion. Mayor Zhang and Secretary Wu treated them like honored guests, without even verifying their identities. You expect me to mobilize the police force? Mercenaries? Please think with your brain. 200 billion? Su Jiang's eyes widened. In terms of net worth, it was hard to assess his own since much of it was tied to illicit enterprises. He did have 2 million in savings, but 200 billion. That equated to 10,000 Su Jiangs. Realizing this, he quickly responded, "So, did you mobilize the police yesterday?" Zhao Lidong rolled his eyes. "You have no idea. I've already offended them. This person has some connections and knows all about my dealings with you, even my foreign accounts." Su Jiang's expression shifted from shock to panic. His relationship with Zhao Lidong was straightforward. If he faced trouble, Zhao Lidong might not necessarily suffer. But if Zhao Lidong fell into trouble, he would certainly be doomed. Yet, being a major player in Jinghai's underworld, his fears soon turned into a sinister resolve. "Leader, leave this matter to me. I assure you they won't be able to speak a word. I have my own grudges against them, and I'll settle it all at once." Zhao Lidong finally revealed a hint of a smile, though his expression quickly turned serious again. "Those two are quite skilled. Even a dozen armed police couldn't subdue them. Are you confident?" "Ah, there's a saying, a visible arrow is easy to dodge, but a hidden dagger is hard to guard against." Su Jiang replied with confidence. Zhao Lidong finally smiled. "Just make sure it's done cleanly." As he spoke, he turned to gaze out the window again. Su Jiang understood the implication, said his goodbyes, and exited the vehicle. Outside the car, Su Jiang politely greeted Secretary Wang, who reciprocated with a smile and a wave. Then, Secretary Wang got into the front passenger seat. "Can we trust him to handle it?" Secretary Wang asked, glancing at the rearview mirror. Zhao Lidong chuckled. "Isn't that what we keep him around for? If he doesn't handle it well, we can always fabricate some charges against that Mr. Li. No matter how wealthy he is, a few years in prison will surely humble him." Secretary Wang nodded. "Understood." Meanwhile, in Li Shuai's vicinity, a group of cadres had thoroughly conveyed what needed to be said. However, their eyes no longer held the flattery they had when they first arrived. They now regarded Li Shuai as a fraud, with a few contemplating reporting back to Secretary Wu after returning. Li Shuai had initially offered to treat them to a meal, but everyone declined, clearly wanting to distance themselves from him, fearing that this fraud might drag them down if he were caught. Only one cadre from the construction bureau was reluctantly kept back by Li Shuai's insistence. At the dining table, Li Shuai eagerly poured wine for the cadre. "Director Zhao, let us have a toast." Zhao Xiangting repeatedly waved his hands. No, I have matters to attend to this afternoon with several meetings at the office." After restraining Li Shuai's hand, he added, "Li, if you have something to say, please be direct. I will help as much as I can." Seeing his lack of courtesy, Li Shuai put down his glass and scratched his cheek. He found it puzzling how quickly these people had changed their demeanor. They had practically worshipped him upon first meeting, yet now they acted as if he were a plague. Never mind, I won't be dealing with these minor bureaucrats for long. There is no need for deep connections. With that thought, Li Shuai candidly stated, "Director Zhao, my company has been registered, and I am considering funding the construction of my own office building. Are there any reliable construction companies in Jinghai you could recommend? Or should I proceed with a public tender through an agency?" Zhao Xiangting initially thought of recommending a company, but after consideration, he prudently replied, "In that case, just follow the public tender process. It will also save some costs. Rest assured, as long as the procedures are legitimate and compliant, we will expedite the process for you." Half an hour later, out of courtesy, Li Shuai escorted Zhao Xiangting to the guesthouse entrance. Watching the Volkswagen speed away, Li Shuai's expression darkened. They all have two-faced expressions, changing at a whim. Li Erxi shook his head. "Why bother with them? What is next? Of course, we need to find a house first. Are we going to live in a guest house forever?" Li Shuai skufa. "Let us go, take a taxi to the best property here, and buy a grand villa." For Li Shuai, money was not an issue. Upon arriving, they had over 200 million USD, which they had opened in an Australian account and converted entirely into Jiangdao currency, amounting to around 16 billion Jiangdao dollars. These dollars were guaranteed to be more genuine than those issued by the Eagle Federal Reserve, as they were all numbered with the upcoming issuance series. One could only imagine the expression on the Eagle Federal Reserve's face upon discovering that their own currency had become counterfeit in the market. Li Shuai eagerly anticipated that moment. Of the 16 billion, 6 billion was deposited in a HSBC account, while the remaining 10 billion was left for Li Sicai to manage in Jiangdao. By the way, in the original timelines next year, 1998, Southeast Asia faced a financial crisis. Li Shuai would never engage in unscrupulous dealings, but profiting from that bull market was certainly feasible. Additionally, there were business opportunities in Jiangdao that required Li Sicai's expansion efforts, such as establishing a security company to manage a fleet, which necessitated registration in Jiangdao as it would be impossible to handle domestically. With the imminent return of Jiangdao, those opportunistic individuals were busy amassing wealth. A bit of money would facilitate many endeavors. Chapter 11. Purchasing a home at the sales office of Yike Mingzhu Garden in Jinghai. Two saleswomen stood at the entrance, exchanging bored glances. The one on the left, wearing high heels, tapped her heels against the ground, producing a rhythmic sound. She appeared older, her makeup meticulously applied. In contrast, the younger one on the right resembled a recent high school graduate, fresh-faced and sporting visible blemishes. Despite her choice of flat shoes, she stood at the same height as her high-heeled counterpart. The older woman remarked, "The number of visitors is dwindling daily. My monthly base salary of over 100 yuan barely suffices." The younger woman hesitated to respond, fearing reprimand from their supervisor. The older woman continued her lament. "In the beginning, sales were thriving. Yet, every time we secure a client, we are assigned to serve tea, only to return to find the contract gone. Now, we are left with a few top-floor units to sell, which are virtually unsellable. It's utterly frustrating, Lu Mei." A sharp voice interrupted her grievance. Lu Mei turned to see manager Zhang approaching, lowering her head in acknowledgement. "What are you mumbling about?" Zhang reprimanded, her expression stern. Lu Mei, maintaining her gaze downward, pouted in silence. Zhang crossed her arms and scoffed, still harboring resentment. "If you can't withstand such minor setbacks, perhaps sales isn't your calling. It might be wise to consider a different profession." She glanced at the younger woman beside her, sneering. "Look at Xiao Xiao, so diligent. Unlike you, who aim too high yet achieve too little. You are clothes worth several times more than hers, and you dare complain about your salary?" Lu Mei's head shot up, her face flushed with indignation as she looked at Zhang. In response, Zhang cast a sidelong glance at her. "What are you staring at? I'm not the one stealing your clients." She then walked over to the younger woman, Zhou Xiaoxiao. With bright, innocent eyes, Zhou Xiaoxiao met Zhang's gaze. "Manager Zhang," she greeted. Zhang grunted, her tone softening considerably. As they say, experience is the best teacher. Learn from your mistakes. In sales, who hasn't had their clients snatched away by seasoned veterans? This job demands perseverance. It's a test of endurance. Once you establish a stable clientele, you'll find success. Keep at it. I'll remember that," Zhou Xiaoxiao replied, encouraged by Zhang's supportive pat on the shoulder. Just as she was about to leave, the sound of a vehicle outside caught their attention. "Clients are arriving. You two attend to them." Zhang intended to delegate the newcomers to her junior colleagues. But upon seeing who emerged from the vehicle, her eyes widened in surprise. The other two women shared her astonishment, exclaiming in unison. So handsome, what they beheld was none other than Li Erxi. As for Li Shuai, he was far from their focal point. They watched as Li Shuai stepped out, handing a 100 yuan bill to the elderly driver. The driver, eager to leave, revved the engine, but Li Erxi halted him. "Change, please. Yesterday, our boss was overcharged. And you expect to slip away today? You think you could take advantage of us?" The driver, realizing he was indeed the same one from the previous day, had initially been in high spirits, hoping to encounter another fortunate client. However, upon hearing Li Erxi demand change, he was rendered speechless. With no other option, he retrieved a small leather pouch from his waist and fished out a handful of coins. He handed Li Erxi a stack of loose bills along with several coins. In this day and age, 100 yuan truly was a significant amount. The distance from the guest house to the sales office was no more than 2 kilometers. Although Li Erxi was somewhat more reliable than Li Shuai, he too lacked a clear understanding of current prices. Without counting, Li Erxi stuffed the money into his pocket and shot the driver a glare. He straightened up to find Li Shuai already inside. Li Shuai strode confidently into the sales office, where the 3 women were fixated on the entrance. Without needing to turn around, he knew they were captivated by Li Erxi. "Damn, I'll need to limit my outings with these guys, otherwise I'll never find a girlfriend. After all, who would admire the foliage when the flowers are in bloom?" "Hey," Li Shuai called out, startling the 3 women. Turning, they heard him exclaim, "I'm here to buy a house." Zhang, equally irked, shot him a glare for interrupting her moment of admiration. She then whispered to the two newcomers, "You two handle this." She had been worried about a lack of practice for her juniors, and as for the striking man approaching, Zhang felt her parental duties had already fulfilled her interest. As she glanced back at Li Erxi, she turned to leave. At that moment, Li Erxi entered, drawing the two women's attention once more. "Sir, are you looking to purchase a home?" Lu Mei asked, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Li Erxi shook his head. "Our boss is buying." He naturally positioned himself beside Li Shuai, slightly behind him. The two women then redirected their attention to Li Shuai. Though he remained nonchalant, he couldn't help but assess the two women. Both were quite attractive, particularly the one with a fresh face. She appeared stunning even without makeup, and with some, she would undoubtedly be a beauty. Lu Mei, however, suddenly found Li Shuai less appealing and leaned towards Zhou Xiaoxiao, whispering, "You go talk to him, and remember to get that handsome guy's number for me." Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a rush of nervousness akin to infatuation, but before she could decline, Lu Mei gently nudged her. Ladies this way, please." They followed the fresh-faced young woman to the model area. Inside, several salespeople were quietly explaining details to their respective clients. Zhou Xiaoxiao, regaining her composure, skillfully began reciting the features of their property to Li Shuai and Li Erxi. However, before she could finish, Li Shuai interrupted. "No need to introduce the mid-rise. I want to buy a villa." "Huh?" Zhou Xiaoxiao momentarily froze. "I mean a villa," Li Shuai added with a roll of his eyes. "Oh, right." Zhou Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality and hurried towards the model of the villa, inadvertently leaving Li Shuai and Li Erxi behind. Li Shuai rolled his eyes again, about to follow when he caught a whiff of an overpowering fragrance. Turning, he saw a provocatively dressed young woman approach. "Hello, sir. Are you interested in purchasing a villa? I'm in charge of this section. Let me assist you." The young woman, clad in a strapless top during the winter, certainly had a striking figure. However, such attributes failed to impress Li Shuai, who was accustomed to the refined forms of 25th century bioengineered women. The scent from her perfume was unbearable. Just as he pressed his finger against his nose to speak, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Turning his head, he saw the girl who had awkwardly run away earlier briskly returning. As she approached, the lady who had been spraying perfume smiled and said, "Xiao Xiao, allow me to handle this gentleman for you. Please fetch us 2 cups of coffee." Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression, already one of urgency, grew even more frantic, akin to a child whose toy had been snatched away, on the verge of tears. "Sister Wang, no need," came a nasally voice. Li Shuai interjected, "Let this young lady, Xiao Xiao, discuss matters with me." Zhou Xiaoxiao's face brightened with joy, while Sister Wang's previously smug demeanor abruptly froze. Li Shuai then turned to her, covering his nose, and remarked, "No offense intended. It's just that I seem to be allergic to your fragrance." With that, he walked toward Zhou Xiaoxiao. Once they were at a distance, Sister Wang cursed under her breath, "Country bumpkin, this is imported perfume." A few minutes later, Li Shuai selected a 400-square-meter villa located in the center of the community. The price was quite reasonable at 2,000 per square meter, totaling 1.4 million, including renovations. Li Shuai, uninterested in haggling, simply handed Zhou Xiaoxiao his HSBC card. With a skeptical attitude, Zhou Xiaoxiao led him to the signing area and called over the manager who had assisted her earlier to prepare the contract, bringing along a POS machine. Once the contract was signed and the full payment of 1.4 million successfully processed, even Zhang Cuiping was momentarily taken aback. She had expected that these two, arriving in a 3-wheeled vehicle, would only be able to afford a small apartment, yet they had indeed purchased a villa outright. Zhou Xiaoxiao, however, was overjoyed. With a commission of 3%, she had just earned over 20,000. Truly, it was a case of not opening for half a year, but feasting for a year once one does. Seeing Zhou Xiaoxiao's delight, Zhang Cuiping approached her and whispered, "Don't forget to treat the client to a meal." "Yes, thank you, Sister Zhang." Li Shuai, intrigued, watched Zhang Cuiping. Although not particularly attractive, her character was commendable. He was aware that his company had just registered and required personnel, making a leader who valued nurturing newcomers a rare find. With this in mind, he addressed Zhang Cuiping, You are manager Zhang, correct? Zhang, Suaping, who had just patted Zhou Xiaoxiao's shoulder and was about to leave, looked back in curiosity upon hearing her name. Li Shuai continued, "Could you please give me your business card?" After a brief pause, she retrieved a card from her pocket and presented it to him with both hands. "Should you have any inquiries, Mr. Li, feel free to contact me anytime." She then shifted gears, smiling. "If you wish to acquire additional properties or have friends interested in this area, kindly refer them to Xiao Xiao." Feigning surprise, Li Shuai remarked, "Is it customary to refer clients to others?" Zhang, Suaping, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied with a smile, "It's important to give newcomers opportunities. I have plenty of clients, so I'm well taken care of." Observing her, Li Shuai thought, despite her lack of conventional beauty, her integrity was admirable. He smiled, waved the card in his hand, and tucked it into his Zhongshan suit pocket. "I shall not intrude further. Please continue your conversation." Zhang Suaping bid farewell and offered Zhou Xiaoxiao an encouraging glance before departing. Once she left, Li Shuai beckoned to Li Erxi. Leaning down, he whispered, "Recruit her. Whatever she earns here, offer her 5-fold or 10-fold. Understood." At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao approached them with an expectant expression, inviting Mr. Li. "May I treat you to a meal?" Li Shuai initially intended to decline, but reconsidered, realizing that having a free guide in an unfamiliar place could be beneficial. "Sure. Where can we find the best food?" Half an hour later, they hailed a taxi to a street that could only be described as dirty and chaotic. Observing the littered ground and the unpleasant odors carried by the breeze, Li Shuai frowned at Zhou Xiaoxiao. "Is this truly the place you claimed has the best food?" "Yes." Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Despite the disorder, the tastiest dishes are found in these local spots. The food at fancy hotels pales in comparison. Li Shuai rolled his eyes. "I believe you're simply trying to save money, aren't you? I helped you secure a significant sale. Must you be so frugal?" Zhou Xiaoxiao laughed sheepishly. "Next time, I promise to treat you to a lavish meal. But for now, please indulge me. I assure you will be satisfied." Inside the noodle shop, there were only a few tables, and, at this moment, only one table was occupied by 3 people, 2 men and a woman. The older, honest-looking man addressed the younger ones. "You could have given me a heads-up about your return. Just have a bowl of noodles for now. I'll prepare a proper meal for you tomorrow." The bespectacled young man scoffed. "Come on, you know we only love pig trotter noodles. Your other dishes can't compare?" The girl chimed in, "Exactly." The honest man merely smiled and affectionately ruffled the bespectacled boy's hair. "Pig trotter noodles are coming," the owner announced, placing 2 bowls of noodles on the table. Upon noticing there were only 2 bowls, the bespectacled boy turned to his brother. Sensing what he was about to say, the honest man chuckled. "There are leftovers from lunch at home. I'll manage with that. You eat." The bespectacled boy hesitated, but eventually grabbed his bowl and began slurping the noodles, while the girl quietly enjoyed her meal. At that moment, a bright voice rang out from the entrance. "Boss, 3 bowls of pig trotter noodles. Coming right up. Please take a seat." The 3 at the table instinctively turned their heads, and the 2 young men were immediately consumed by jealousy, while the girl stared in astonishment. The newcomers were none other than Li Shuai and his companions. Noticing the reactions from the other table, Li Shuai could only roll his eyes and mutter to Li Erxi, "Next time you go out, wear a mask." "Yes, boss." Li Shuai sighed at the straightforwardness of this boy. Looking back at the other table, his eyes lit up. That girl was so pure and lovely. Even without makeup, she was more attractive than Zhou Xiaoxiao beside him. However, Li Shuai's nose wrinkled as he caught a strong fishy odor. Merely voicing his curiosity, he had no idea that the bespectacled young man would take offense. Slamming his chopsticks on the table and glaring at Li Shuai, "What did you just say?" Chapter 13. Hiring a clumsy maid at the sound of a yell. Li Erxi furrowed his brows and stood up, coldly locking eyes with the bespectacled young man across from him. The seemingly honest man quickly reached out to pull his younger brother, Asheng. However, the one called Asheng shrugged off his brother's hand, pointing at Li Shuai. "Do you dare say that again?" Li Shuai looked bewildered. "What did I say? I merely caught a whiff of something fishy." The bespectacled man opened his mouth to retort, but his brother stood up, restraining him. "What is wrong with you?" He then turned to Li Shuai. "My apologies. The fishy smell you detected actually comes from me. I sell fish at the market." Li Shuai was even more confused, And so, what is wrong with selling fish? He then glanced at the bespectacled man, not allowed to speak. No, it's just that my brother is a bit too sensitive, the honest man chuckled, turning to firmly press his brother back onto the bench. Li Shuai, feeling exasperated, turned back and gestured for Li Erxi to sit down as well, sensing that these ancient folk seemed a bit peculiar. At another table, the bespectacled man still appeared agitated, his hand trembling slightly as he held his chopsticks. Just then, a shout came from outside, "Boss, 5 bowls of pig's trotter noodles." Coming right up. The people inside instinctively glanced towards the door, where 5 carefree individuals swaggered in. Upon spotting the 3 siblings at another table, the leader, a buzz-cut fellow, brightened. "Hey, Xiaolon, Xiao on break?" "Along." The honest brother stood up again, beaming in greeting. "Xiao Gu," the bespectacled man also acknowledged. Only the little sister continued to eat quietly, occasionally glancing at those around her, her gaze primarily fixed on Li Erxi. The newcomers settled at a table close to the 3 siblings. As soon as Along took his seat, the honest brother quickly pulled out cigarettes from his pocket, handing one to each person. Along then remarked, "Chong, it's time to pay this month's sanitation fee." "Oh, right." At that moment, the shopkeeper entered, carrying 2 bowls of pig's trotter noodles. As the shopkeeper approached Li Shuai's table, Along suddenly reached out, grabbing the shopkeeper's arm. "Give us ours first, I'm starving." The shopkeeper froze, unsure of how to respond. "Didn't you hear my brother say to give us ours first?" "Put it down," shouted a long-haired man beside Along, tapping the table with his fingers. The shopkeeper, seemingly intimidated, reluctantly placed the 2 bowls on their table. Before Li Shuai could say anything, Zhou Xiao stood up and exclaimed, "Hey, boss, we were here first." The shopkeeper was once again left speechless. Along glanced at Zhou Xiao, then reached over and snatched the 2 bowls from the shopkeeper's hands, placing them in front of himself. At that moment, Li Erxi stood up and strode over, directly taking the bowls away amidst the astonished gazes of the group. They were momentarily stunned, primarily due to Li Erxi's striking appearance, which evoked a sense of envy. Once they regained their composure, the long-haired man could no longer contain himself and shot up, ready to confront Li Erxi. "Hey!" Along pulled his brother back. "Let it go. Those 2 opposite us look unfamiliar and are dressed quite formally. It's unwise to act rashly without understanding the situation." As for Li Shuai's table, he had no desire to engage in such trivial disputes, as it seemed unnecessary to uphold any semblance of pride in front of these lowly individuals. Conceding was a far better option. Throughout his life, he had encountered many arrogant people, some even piloting mechs into others' homes at the slightest provocation. These petty ruffians hardly piqued his interest. However, as a servant, Li Erxi felt the weight of his master's dignity. Though Li Shuai could overlook this triviality, Li Erxi must uphold it. Once the bowls were placed on the table, Li Shuai took a sniff. To his surprise, it smelled delightful. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a bite of the pig's trotter. Li Shuai looked excitedly at Zhou Xiao. "This is really good. Isn't it? This noodle shop is the most authentic in the whole street. I come here often." Zhou Xiao replied proudly, pushing the bowl of noodles in front of Li Erxi, her eyes sparkling. "You eat first. Then I shan't hold back." Li Erxi smiled as he spoke, causing Zhou Xiao's face to flush crimson. She rested her chin on her hands, quietly watching him eat, feeling suddenly not hungry anymore. For his presence was a feast for the eyes. Li Shuai observed this scene, feeling inexplicably as if he had been force-fed a bowl of metaphorical dog food. Heartbroken, he decided to steer the conversation, slurping his noodles while asking Zhou Xiao, "Where's your hometown?" Zhou Xiao snapped back to reality from her daydream. "Oh, I'm from Hanxi." Li Shuai glanced up at the ceiling, recalling the province corresponding to Hanxi in his original timeline. Once he confirmed its location, he asked again, "Hanxi? That's quite far to come to Jinghai to make a living." He scrutinized Zhou Xiao again, continuing to slurp his noodles. "By your age, you must have just graduated from high school, right?" "I left school after middle school." Zhou Xiao pouted. "I have 3 younger siblings to support, and there's no money for me to attend high school." While they conversed, the shopkeeper's voice rang out again. "Noodles are here." 1 bowl was placed in front of Zhou Xiao, completing the order for their table. Zhou Xiaoxiao joyfully picked up her chopsticks to eat. Li Shuai then asked, "Have you been in sales since you started working? How much do you earn in a month now?" Zhou Xiaoxiao, munching on her noodles, lamented, "Don't even mention it. The factory I worked at closed down. I heard selling houses was lucrative, so I went with a sister from the factory to Mingzhu Garden, but after 6 months, not a single house sold. Now, I only get a base salary of 160 yuan a month. If you hadn't helped me with that deal, I would even have money to bring home for the new year." Li Shuai watched her cheeks puffed with food and thought that he could use someone to help him navigate this era. Why not recruit this naive girl as a little maid? With that in mind, he spoke up, "I just bought a house and need a maid. Would you be interested?" Zhou Xiaoxiao froze, suddenly realizing that the person before her seemed to be quite wealthy, casually discussing a house worth over $1 million. Her eyes turned wide with a hint of innocence. "How much will you pay a month?" Li Shuai chuckled. "How much do you want?" Zhou Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "Well, it should be at least 800. I'm quite good at cooking. Every year during the New Year's Eve dinner, I'm the one who. I'll give you 8,000. Upon hearing this figure, Zhou Xiaoxiao was momentarily bewildered. However, before she could process it, mocking voices erupted from his side. "Wow, 8,000 a month? TSK, what a rich person." Li Shuai turned to see it was Along and his group again. The long-haired man teased, "Hey brother, you got a maid now. How about a bodyguard? What do you think of me?" "Oh, don't even say if a maid costs 8,000. Our Xiao would need at least 80,000. 80,000? Not enough. Tiger Brother is the big boss of our old factory street. At least 100,000. Along laughed. "You'll be a loss then. It should be 1 million. As Li Shuai glanced over with a disdainful curl of his lip, he turned back to his noodles, choosing to disregard the foolishness around him. However, Li Erxi's consumption of noodles had come to an abrupt halt. Meanwhile, the raucous group continued their mockery, having seemingly deduced that Li Shuai was nothing more than a charlatan. "Have you heard of Boss Bai, the proprietor of the sand quarry in Xiaolon, so affluent that even his housekeeper earns a mere 500 a month? If word got out that he was offering 8,000, wouldn't they all flee?" They jeered. Such poverty-induced delusion. One might think his father is the wealthiest man in the nation. One dares to speak, and another dares to believe. Those from the countryside are so easily deceived, aren't they? Do we have a phone? Quickly call the authorities before that young girl is abducted. Yes, I have one." Li Shuai listened to their derision, shaking his head with a wry smile, reassuring Zhou Xiaoxiao to ignore them and continue enjoying her noodles. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Li Erxi raising his hand. In a swift moment, Li Shuai hastily lifted his bowl of noodles. Li Erxi abruptly stood, slamming his palm onto the table. Bang! The entire table disintegrated, startling Zhou Xiaoxiao, who widened her eyes, still holding a strand of noodle that she had yet to slurp down. Chapter 14. The righteous words of Gao Qiqiang. Gazing at the chaos strewn about, Li Erxi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that tables in this era would be so fragile. Li Shuai, meanwhile, cradled his bowl of noodles and rolled his eyes. These bioengineered individuals were akin to beasts. Even a 1 centimeter thick aluminum tabletop could be easily dented by a single slap, let alone a wooden table. Li Yigong possessed an innate strength, effortlessly carrying 200 or 300 pounds while remaining composed and unruffled. The tremendous noise startled the other patrons in the establishment, prompting the owner to enter, bewildered by the sight of the disassembled table. The 3 siblings sat dumbfounded, while Along and his crew were too frightened to utter a word. They had been watching the scene unfold at the table and were now trembling uncontrollably as the imposing figure who had shattered the table approached them. Li Erxi strode over to Along, who was seated, thus placing Li Erxi in a position of dominance. Along looked up, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, rendered speechless. His companions stared blankly, too intimidated to speak. Li Erxi coldly remarked, "Such a sharp tongue, aren't we?" Along swallowed hard, forcing a smile and preparing to speak, but Li Erxi continued, "You mock my boss. I ought to slap you. Yet I'm concerned I might inadvertently kill you. I find myself in quite a dilemma. What do you suggest? Perhaps you could say a few more words. Or should I simply temper my strength when I strike?" Along trembled in fear. At that moment, Li Shuai's voice rang out, "Erxi!" Everyone turned to see Li Shuai approaching, wiping his mouth with a napkin, followed closely by Zhou Xiaoxiao, who trailed behind him like a timid quail. She was hesitant to meet Li Erxi's gaze. While handsome, anyone capable of smashing a table with a single blow was not someone to be trifled with. She even suspected that Li Erxi might have violent tendencies. Li Shuai approached along, looking down at him with a smile, but before he could utter a word, his brow furrowed as he caught a whiff of a fishy odor. Turning, he noticed the honest older brother among the three siblings standing before him, grinning sheepishly. Sir, Xiao Long isn't a bad person. He just speaks too freely. Allow me to apologize on his behalf. He clasped his hands together, addressing Li Shuai. Please overlook the transgressions of us humble vendors. It would be beneath your dignity to hold it against us, wouldn't it? Li Shuai regarded the earnest man before him with curiosity. What is your name? The honest brother hesitated for a moment, then replied with a grin. My name is Gao Qiqiang. Gao Qiqiang? Li Shuai mulled over the name, then laughed. I noticed his attitude towards you was rather ungracious, yet you still defend him? We grew up together, Gao Qiqiang replied, still smiling, though the tremors in his legs betrayed his anxiety. Li Shuai playfully pointed at Gao Qiqiang. Very well. I shall grant you this favor. He then turned to the dazed Along. What is your name? Along clearly had not yet regained his senses. Li Shuai rolled his eyes. Forget it. I have no interest in knowing. Gao Qiqiang interjected. His name is Tang Xiaolong. Yes, I am Tang Xiaolong. He finally snapped back to reality, standing and bowing repeatedly to Li Shuai. I apologize for my loose tongue. I am truly sorry. Enough. Li Shuai halted his bowing, continuing, because of you, we had to cease our meal halfway through, so we will compensate for the table. As for the noodles, you shall pay. Is that acceptable? No. Tang Xiaolong waved his hands frantically. I will pay for the table too. That's only fair. Li Shuai waved him off and turned to procure 1,000 yuan bills, handing them to the equally stunned owner. The owner, upon seeing the money, was rendered even more bewildered. Others in the establishment shared the same confusion. Li Shuai, puzzled, asked, What? Is this insufficient? Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Xiaoxiao snatched the money from his hands. Why would we need so much? Do you think this is fine furniture? This rickety table, made of a few planks, isn't worth more than 200. She pulled out 200 yuan bills and handed them to the owner. No need for change. The owner finally regained his composure and eagerly accepted the cash. Li Shuai felt a tinge of embarrassment. History classes always made him drowsy, which was why he had opted for a technical field of study, leaving him utterly clueless about contemporary prices. Turning back, he scrutinized Gao Qiqiang again before addressing Zhou Xiaoxiao. From now on, purchase the fish for the household from him. Yes, boss. Zhou Xiaoxiao replied cheerfully. She was thrilled to have secured a job that paid 8,000 a month. Gao Qiqiang expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Li Shuai patted his arm with a smile before exiting, with Li Erxi and Zhou Xiaoxiao following closely behind. Once they departed, the remaining patrons exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Tang Xiaolong turned to Gao Qiqiang, saying, Chong. Thanks for that. Gao Qiqiang gasped for breath, waving his hand dismissively. Suddenly recalling something, he reached into his pocket and produced a wad of loose change, offering it to Tang Xiaolong. Here, for the sanitation fee. Tang Xiaolong pushed it away. Oh, there's no need for sanitation fees. You don't need to give anything in the future. Upon hearing this, Gao Qiqiang was initially inclined to insist, but upon glancing at his siblings, who were also watching, he thought of the many expenses at home and decided to save where he could. Thus, he smiled sheepishly. Well, thank you anyway. We should be thanking you, Brother Chong. Tang Xiaolong's younger brother, Tang Xiaohu, chimed in as he pulled Gao Qiqiang down to sit. You are our savior. At that moment, Gao Qiqiang's other brother, Tang Xiangxing, expressed his curiosity. Brother, how did you muster the courage to speak up just now? I could hardly bear to move in his presence. Gao Qiqiang rolled his eyes. We've grown up together. Should I just stand by and watch Xiao Long get slapped to death? Brother Chong is truly righteous. Indeed, I was nearly frightened into wetting myself. Tang Xiaolong's companions chimed in with their astonishment. Tang Xiaohu, still intrigued, asked, what do you think those two are? The handsome one looks like a bodyguard. But if he has such a formidable bodyguard, what sort of person could the other, more ordinary-looking one be? Tang Xiangxing adjusted his glasses. Do you think the biggest boss in Jinghai, or perhaps the highest-ranking official, would have such a bodyguard? It's simply impossible. Tang Xiaolong scoffed, then suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, his expression shifting to one of shock. Seeing that he understood, Tang Xiangxing nodded solemnly. This person's background may be far more profound than we can imagine. What? Tang Qilon gasped. You were just glaring at him. And, thankfully, they didn't retaliate. Tang Xiangxing smiled wryly. They didn't retaliate because they didn't regard us at all. He then cast a longing glance toward the door, murmuring the disparity in class. Chapter 15. He is most likely a fraud in the municipal government compound. Within the mayor's office, Mayor Zhang had nearly completed his day's work and returned to his office. After sipping the tea poured by Secretary Zhou, he exhaled deeply. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of last year's economic summary report for Jinghai City. Placed on his right, the meticulous statistics would not be available until after the new year. This document merely provided a rough estimate. Last year, 1996, Jinghai's GDP was projected to exceed 40 billion, though not by much, indicating a growth rate of approximately 5. Mayor Zhang sighed. With such results, anyone could take the reins. This growth was purely organic. To put it bluntly, whether he was the mayor or not, the outcome would remain unchanged. In the bureaucratic world, the adage no faults equate to merit prevailed, but he was different. He genuinely aspired to accomplish tangible benefits for the people. At this moment, he recalled Li Shuai and the promise he had made. With this thought, he rose and turned to gaze at the national map and the map of Jinghai City affixed to the wall behind his desk. Primarily, he focused on the Jinghai City map. He considered Li Shuai's ambition to establish over a dozen companies, one of which required port access. Leading his thoughts to the Shaoan district. Shaoan had been earmarked as a key development area following his tenure, yet its progress had been modest. Only one construction group managed to hold its ground, while the rest comprised small enterprises. One could say that attracting investment had borne little fruit. As for foreign investment, Mayor Zhang was hesitant, fearing it might jeopardize local businesses. Such scenarios were not uncommon. In some regions, leaders had aggressively invited foreign enterprises to boost GDP, resulting in the closure of numerous local factories and widespread unemployment. Those aging factories were already fraught with issues, and a slight additional burden could lead to their demise. Contemplating Li Shuai's companies, primarily high-tech firms, Mayor Zhang's expression brightened. High-tech companies were indeed advantageous. It would be easier to provide policy support. Just then, he sensed movement beside him and turned to see Secretary Zhou standing curiously nearby. Leader. Upon catching Mayor Zhang's gaze, Secretary Zhou greeted him. Mayor Zhang observed Secretary Zhou for a moment before smiling and returning his attention to the map of Shaoan. He then asked Xiao Guang, "How long have you been with me?" Secretary Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Typically, the leader addressed him as Xiao Zhou during work hours. Today, however, was different. Nevertheless, he quickly responded, "I was transferred to your side at the age of 27. It has been 5 years now." Mayor Zhang nodded, raised his hand, pointed at Shaoan, and drew a circle around the Bay Area, saying, "I intend to designate a high-tech development zone here. What do you think?" Secretary Zhou looked at the map, his mind racing. "Leader, we cannot be certain of Mr. Li's capabilities as he claims. Should we really offer such generous policies right away? Caution is commendable, but excessive caution borders on timidity." Mayor Zhang turned to Secretary Zhou, saying, "I, an old man, dare to take a gamble. Why are you, so young, still hesitant? Even if Li Shuai is exaggerating, establishing a technology development zone and attracting some tech companies with favorable policies would still be a wise choice. If you remain so timid, how can I trust you to operate independently?" "You are right," Secretary Zhou acknowledged, though his playful demeanor indicated a close rapport between them. Mayor Zhang rolled his eyes. "Once the Shaoan Technology Development Zone is established, you will head the office there." Secretary Zhou's face fell. "Are you trying to send me away?" Mayor Zhang narrowed his eyes. "Your father placed you here, and you think it's a cushy job? Serving me tea and water one tea lead to any accomplishments. After 5 years, your skills have hardly improved, though you certainly have gained some weight and become fairer." Secretary Zhou retreated slightly. "Well, I did get married and have children." So it's only natural to gain some weight. Just as Mayor Zhang was about to retort, a knock sounded at the door. Turning, he saw the director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce standing at the entrance, hand resting on the doorframe. "Oh, old Liu." "Leader." Director Liu hurriedly stepped inside. Mayor Zhang gestured for Secretary Zhou. "Give me a cup of tea." "Understood." Secretary Zhou approached the tea cabinet. Mayor Zhang invited Director Liu to sit on the sofa. "Is everything ready?" "It's all set." Director Liu responded, but he hesitated, appearing conflicted. "What is the matter?" Mayor Zhang inquired, growing slightly impatient. "If you have something to say, just say it." After weighing his words, Director Liu finally spoke, "Leader, about Li Shuai. I just have a feeling he is quite unreliable." Mayor Zhang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Just then, Secretary Zhou returned with tea and approached Director Liu. "Oh, Xiao Zhou." Director Liu, unbothered by the heat, reached out to take the cup. "Thank you." "Not at all." Once Secretary Zhou stood beside Mayor Zhang, Director Liu continued. "He talks a big game, really. Can you believe he claims to have amassed 1,000 tons of gold and 1,500 tons of platinum abroad?" Upon hearing this, Mayor Zhang's face twitched, struggling to maintain his composure, his expression a vivid portrayal of disbelief. "What on earth?" Secretary Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment. Director Liu glanced at Secretary Zhou, his eyes lighting up. "Exactly. I had the same reaction. It wasn't just me. Several other department heads had the same look." Mayor Zhang chuckled. "It seems I was indeed too impatient. Whenever someone mentions investment, I tend to believe them, leader." Secretary Zhou interjected. "I think we should take our time to discern the truth. If he truly is a fraud, he hasn't actually deceived us yet. He has only procured a few business licenses and wasted a bit of our time. But if what he claims is true, just imagine the implications of 1,000 tons of gold and 1,500 tons of platinum invested in Jinghai. Meanwhile, on Old Factory Street, at the corner by a van, a group of individuals with varying appearances huddled together, engaged in conversation, though their eyes frequently darted towards the street. A freckled giant turned to a short, wiry individual with curly hair, asking, "Brother Donkey, could I borrow your phone? It's been ages since I called home." Curly-haired Donkey swiftly turned, his expression fierce. "What do you mean, call home? I've told you countless times, no phone calls while we're on a mission. Are you looking for trouble? I'm just making a quick call. What is the harm? Shut it. Wait until we finish." At that moment, another person nearby inquired, "Crazy Donkey, if this mission goes well, how much money are we talking about?" The wiry Donkey shot him a cold glance. "Don't worry. You won't be shortchanged." He then turned back to the freckled giant. "Motzi, did you remember what those two looked like?" "Don't worry." Motzi rolled his eyes. "I can recognize the leader, and his lackey has a distinctive appearance. There's no way I'd mix them up." Crazy Donkey smirked. "True. You know, if we capture him and sell him to those female clients before he could finish." Someone else exclaimed, "Hey, they're coming." The group quickly turned to see three figures approaching from a distance, 2 men and a woman, one of the men strikingly handsome. Chapter 16. The Van Warrior. Li Erxi. Li Erxi, along with Li Shuai, ambled along, one of them munching on a package of stinky tofu, savoring each bite with delight. Li Shuai, having taken a bite of the deep-fried delicacy dipped in spicy sauce, mumbled, "I must admit, this fried stinky tofu grows more appetizing with every bite." Zhou Xiao, feeling quite triumphant, chimed in, "Just moments ago, someone claimed they'd rather be hit by a car than eat this." Li Shuai took another bite and exclaimed, "Ah, truly delicious." Even Li Erxi, known for his leisurely eating habits, was devouring the stinky tofu with enthusiasm. It was undeniably addictive. Suddenly, Li Erxi, raising a hand to stop Li Shuai, his gaze fixed ahead. In the distance, an unfamiliar vehicle was parked. "What is the matter?" Li Shuai inquired, "Pujlat." Li Erxi chewed slowly, squinting his eyes. "There's a murderous intent up ahead." Zhou Xiao, bemused, remarked, "You've been watching too much television. Haven't you?" "Yet." Li Shuai adopted a serious demeanor. "You see, when a person's focus is intensely honed, their brainwave activity heightens, transmitting distinct frequencies of brainwaves through various behaviors. For instance, someone may appear flamboyant without it being obvious, yet the air carries their overwhelming desire for intimacy. That, too, is a kind of brainwave. And murderous intent is merely another form of it. As he spoke, he adjusted his glasses. Li Erxi interjected, "No need to speculate. It's that plump vehicle ahead." "Plump vehicle?" Zhou Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow in confusion, glancing forward. She quickly fell silent upon realizing that's a van. Avon. Li Shui Pundarat. The name is quite apt. It does resemble a loaf of bread. We don't have such vehicles where I come from. Zhou Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, wondering what peculiarities these two possessed. Li Erxi then asked, "What now?" "What do you mean, what now?" "You go ahead," Li Shui replied with a smirk. Nodding, Li Erxi strode confidently towards the van. Zhou Xiaoxiao, feeling a hint of trepidation, stepped behind Li Shui. "What? Are there people out to get you?" "I have no idea. I just arrived here without offending anyone." As Li Shui pondered, he recalled, could it be Su Jiang and Zhao Lidong? Zhou Xiaoxiao's face paled. Su Jiang? He is the notorious crime lord of Jinghai. How did you cross paths with him? "I gave him and his goons a good beating yesterday," Li Shui shrugged, attempting to reassure her. "Relax. Such minor characters pose no real threat." Zhou Xiaoxiao was about to respond when she noticed Li Erxi had reached the side of the van, prompting her to silence herself. She resolved that if things turned awry, she would seize Li Shui and flee. Inside the van, Crazy Donkey and his accomplices were preparing their gear, each donned in gloves and a rolled-up hood. They proceeded to empty a canvas bag filled with rusty weapons, knives, hatchets, and steel pipes. After each had armed themselves, they pulled their hoods down, concealing their faces save for their noses, mouths, and eyes. Ready to act, Crazy Donkey stepped forward, but halted as he spotted someone standing at the side door, coldly observing them. The group froze, but upon recognizing Li Erxi's striking visage, they recalled he was one of their intended targets. Crazy Donkey lunged with his knife, only to have Li Erxi seize his wrist. A sharp crack echoed in the air. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoxiao watched intently. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the van. Li Erxi then dove inside, causing the van to shake violently as more screams ensued. With a loud crash, the rear window shattered and a hooded head popped out, limp and motionless. Moments later, the opposite door swung open, and a hooded man attempted to escape but was swiftly pulled back by a long hand clasping his collar. 2 seconds later, the van ceased its violent motion. Li Erxi emerged, shaking his hands. All sorted, Li Shui chuckled as he approached. Zhou Xiaoxiao hurried to follow. Upon reaching the van, they found 5 individuals crammed inside, their positions awkward and unnatural, suggesting dislocated limbs. Li Shui removed the hood from the nearest person, revealing a long, lanky figure with curly hair. "Wake him up," he instructed. Li Erxi obliged, pinching the individual's philtrum. "Wuxia!" Crazy Donkey stirred, wincing in pain as he clutched his right wrist, gasping for breath. Upon fully awakening, he was greeted by the sight of his intended victim standing before him. Recalling the moment he was knocked unconscious in the van, Crazy Donkey was taken aback, struggling to crawl backward, only to be seized by Li Shui. "Who sent you, Su Jiang? Or was it Zhao Lidong?" Crazy Donkey, panic-stricken, glanced between Li Shui and Li Erxi, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Noticing Crazy Donkey's right hand, Li Shui grasped his fingers and shook his wrist forcefully. "Ah!" Crazy Donkey screamed. Dislocated joints shouldn't be moved recklessly. Even if they are reset, they can become habitually dislocated, Li Shui whispered. He added, "Oh, habitual dislocation means it dislocates easily with minimal force." He shook it again, lightly tugging outward. Unable to endure the pain, Crazy Donkey blurted out, "It's Su Jiang. Su Jiang sent us." "Thank you," Li Shui released him. Straightening up, he turned to Zhou Xiaoxiao. "Have a phone? May I borrow it?" Though his glasses can make calls, doing so in front of others felt inappropriate, especially since Zhou Xiaoxiao was still a stranger. Snapping back to reality, Zhou Xiaoxiao, trembling, retrieved her phone from her pocket. Li Shui's earlier actions had frightened her. This innocent girl had only seen interrogations depicted in movies and had never encountered such scenes in reality. Taking the phone, Li Shui observed Zhou Xiaoxiao's quaking figure and remarked, "You might want to step back a bit. What is about to unfold isn't suitable for children." Zhou Xiaoxiao stood frozen in shock, casting a fearful glance at Li Shui before turning to flee. "You scared off your little caretaker. Li Erxi commented dryly. Li Shuai merely shrugged. Let her go. We can always find another. He then raised his hand to press a button on his watch. A moment later, a voice crackled in his ear. Boss, here is the information on one individual. Scan their account in the Red Cross country and donate it to a charity back home. Make sure it's a legitimate charity. Avoid those fraudulent ones. With that, Li Shuai tapped his glasses a few times, sending the previously scanned information on Zhao Lidong to Li Yigong in Antarctica. Received. Li Yigong replied cheerfully, done. They claim to be the world's safest Red Cross bank. Yet in these times, it's practically unguarded. All right, that's settled. Li Shuai concluded the communication. He then dialed the number displayed on his glasses. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before finally connecting. Hello. Zhao Lidong's deep voice resonated. Li Shuai smiled. Hello, Secretary Zhao. Who are you? Zhao Lidong inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. I am Li Shuai. A brief silence lingered before a cheerful voice responded. Oh, it's you, President Li. What brings you to call me today? How did you acquire my phone number? With a light chuckle, Li Shuai replied, I even know your bank account password overseas. Knowing your phone number is hardly a marvel. By the way, it appears your account is registered under your son's name. Your children are all studying abroad, correct? Another moment of silence ensued, followed by an unsettling query. What do you mean by that? I merely intend to issue a warning. Do not attempt any underhanded tactics with me. I can obliterate you in such games. Li Shuai remarked, and let me remind you, the ill-gotten gains you possess are entirely depleted. You should promptly send some living expenses to your children, lest they face starvation abroad. On the other end of the line, heavy breathing was heard, but it soon subsided, replaced by a cold chuckle. Are you attempting to intimidate me? At the Red Cross Bank, funds cannot be transferred without the account holder present. Why not call and verify? With that, Li Shuai abruptly ended the call. At this juncture, Li Erxi asked, what shall we do with these individuals? Li Shuai glanced at the trembling, curly-haired man, curling his lips disdainfully to be so inept yet aspire to be an assassin. Leave them a sum for medical expenses. Let us depart for home. Without hesitation, Li Shuai walked away, while Li Erxi rummaged through his pockets, producing a stack of 100 yuan bills along with the change he had retrieved from the elderly man earlier. He scratched his head, reflecting on his earlier heavy-handedness, and decided to give the entire amount to the mad donkey. This should suffice. I have no more to spare. The mad donkey, staring at the several thousand yuan in his hands, was left in a daze. When he looked up again, the handsome man had already departed. Peering out, he watched their retreating figures, tears streaming down his face. Such loyalty. Chapter 17. The generous donation. After walking a few dozen meters away from the van, Li Shuai halted his steps. He realized that merely eliminating Zhao Lidong's illicit funds would not guarantee his submission. In fact, the old scoundrel might harbor even greater resentment. Moreover, given that Zhao Lidong wielded influence over the public security and judicial systems, when Li Shuai's company eventually commenced operations, Zhao could easily fabricate slanderous accusations against him, leaving Li Shuai's reputation at his mercy. Although there was no need to fear him, the presence of a loathsome toad on one's path is still repugnant. It was imperative to instill a sense of trepidation in this old rascal, ensuring he dared not oppose Li Shuai. With this thought in mind, Li Shuai raised his left hand and tapped his multifunctional watch. The next moment, Li Yigong's voice resonated. Boss, keep a close eye on Zhao Lidong. Monitor all his communications, as well as the accounts of his children abroad. Any funds that enter those accounts should be swiftly transferred and donated. After ending the call, Li Shuai chuckled softly. Zhao Lidong's offspring, being the privileged offspring of officials, were likely a group of idle and inept individuals. Once their financial support was severed, it was doubtful they could survive more than a fortnight in the foreign land. Engaging in such actions did not weigh heavily on Li Shuai's conscience. After all, Zhao Lidong had mobilized law enforcement against him at the behest of Su Jiang. Since he was acting on Su Jiang's behalf, it was only fitting that Li Shuai issued a warning. However, he had not anticipated that these individuals, brimming with overconfidence, would resort to assassination attempts against him. It was time for them to comprehend what true power entailed. Li Shuai turned to Li Erxi and remarked, Su Jiang appears to be a slippery character. Dealing with him may yield little benefit. Given his connections to the underworld, we should employ a few shadowy tactics ourselves. Tonight, visit his residence and ascertain whether he has any children. If it's a daughter, proceed with caution. If it's a son, then in Su Jiang's presence. Teach him a lesson about manners. Understood. With that, the two continued walking, only to find themselves halted at a corner. Upon turning the corner, they were taken aback to see Zhou Xiaoxiao leaning against the wall, her head bowed, her hands seemingly trembling. She had overheard Li Shuai and Li Erxi's conversation, and in her eyes, Li Shuai appeared to embody the archetype of a villain from a film. Li Shuai, somewhat surprised, inquired, "You didn't escape?" Zhou Xiaoxiao bit her lip, summoning her courage to reach out, "My phone." Li Shuai paused momentarily before quickly retrieving the hefty flip phone from his pocket and handing it back to her. After receiving the phone, Zhou Xiaoxiao produced a set of keys from her bag, offering them to him. "These are the keys to your house." Taking the keys, Li Shuai fixed his gaze upon Zhou Xiaoxiao. "Is there anything else to disclose?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao was instantly terrified, her legs giving way as she collapsed onto the floor. Li Shuai looked bewildered. "What is going on?" Li Erxi rolled his eyes. "The way you speak would frighten anyone." He stepped forward to help Zhou Xiaoxiao up. Zhou Xiaoxiao trembled even more, fixating on Li Erxi's handsome face, thinking that it wouldn't be so bad to admire such beauty before her demise. Li Shuai, too, began to understand, his expression shifting dramatically. "Do you perceive us as the villains?" Zhou Xiaoxiao turned to him, her voice trembling with tears. "Aren't you? Goodness, it's you who's mistaken." Li Shuai retorted, "We merely employ villainous methods against villains. Can that indeed be classified as villainy? You've heard of Su Jiang, haven't you?" Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded. "Then do you know that the protective shield behind Su Jiang is Zhao Lidong?" Zhou Xiaoxiao shook her head, displaying her naivete. "Do you think a grand, corrupt official and a crime lord deserve punishment?" Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Li Shuai continued, "Currently, we cannot penalize them through legal means due to insufficient evidence. Even if I were to expose Zhao Lidong's accounts, it would only amount to a charge of unexplained wealth. However, I now possess the capability to utilize the funds Zhao Lidong embezzled for charitable endeavors. What do you say? Should we go after him?" "Absolutely." Zhou Xiaoxiao clenched her small fist and swung it fiercely, her face radiant with righteous fervor. Li Shuai posed a thought-provoking question now. "Su Jiang seeks to eliminate me, while I merely wish to issue him a warning. Do you still consider me a villain?" Zhou Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. That evening, at the orphanage in Jinghai City, the elderly director, Li Huoming, sat at his desk, meticulously calculating the month's expenditures. Once he finished, he opened the drawer and retrieved several bankbooks. As he flipped through them, a look of anxiety and uncertainty engulfed his aged yet kind face. The number of children at the orphanage was on the rise, and he wanted to provide them with nutritious meals. Yet, relying solely on the meager government funding was insufficient even to ensure the children were adequately fed and clothed. It was only January 21st, and funds had already run dry. Loans were no longer an option, and the orphanage was in debt to the tune of over 300,000 yuan. This month's interest was overdue, and the bank incessantly called to demand payment, threatening to freeze the orphanage's account and pursue legal action if the debt was not settled within 3 months. As for fundraising, he had been placing ads daily, but ever since he turned down a wealthy businessman's request to launder money, his donation box barely saw 200 yuan each month. The businessman's scheme had been straightforward. Donate to the orphanage, then instruct the director to purchase overpriced items from designated shops, all while providing invoices. The prices would be inflated tenfold, or even 100-fold, where the invoice would state a purchase quantity of 1,000, while only one item would be delivered. It was a clever ruse, allowing the businessman to gain a charitable reputation while ensuring a legitimate, taxable income. The elderly director, of course, would never engage in such illegal activities. Since that incident, no wealthy benefactor had come forth with donations, and now he could scarcely afford to pay for the advertisements seeking assistance. Sighing, the director removed his reading glasses, resting his hands on his forehead and massaging his temples. Just as he was grappling with these troubles, a plump woman burst through the door. "Uncle!" The director jumped, exasperated at your age. Still bursting in like that, Li Guilin clapped her thighs, her excitement palpable. Uncle, someone has donated to us. The director raised his head in surprise. Li Guilin hurried closer. The bank just called to inform me that someone has made a generous donation to our account. They also mentioned that our overdue loan, which was set to be forcibly deducted, has been granted leniency because this is our first instance of tardiness, and they understand our situation. They will allow us to repay it at the due date. Curious, the director asked, how much was donated? Seeing her gleeful expression, he sensed it must be a substantial amount. However, he maintained his composure. Let us keep it casual. How much? Li Guilin extended one finger. 10,000? Li Guilin shook her head. The director rolled his eyes. Only 1,000 then? With a mysterious smile, Li Guilin replied. Add 1,000 in the middle and read it again. 1,000 million. The director sprang to his feet in shock. 1 million. Thank goodness my blood pressure is high, but not dangerously so. Otherwise, I might have collapsed right here. Chapter 18. A Model of Generosity. Did anyone mention who made the donation? The old dean's expression was one of excitement, eager to learn the name of that benevolent individual. Li Guilin tilted her head and rolled her eyes, pondering for a moment. It seems to be Zhao Lidong. Zhao Lidong. The old dean nearly leapt from his seat. Are you certain it is Zhao Lidong? Oh, what is wrong? Li Guilin Rubia, Sumawat Boulderat. Do you know who Zhao Lidong is? The old dean's expression was almost tearful. He is the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee in our city. If he can donate 10 million, do you comprehend what that entails? Can we possibly acquire such funds? This money is as scorching as molten iron fresh from the furnace. Do you realize that? Though Li Guilin was straightforward, she was not foolish. The old dean's words left her momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the old dean paced back and forth, his demeanor more restless and lost than when he was lamenting the lack of funds. After a while, Li Guilin finally regained her composure and exclaimed, Good gracious! I never imagined our city's Secretary of Political and Legal Affairs had amassed such wealth. Uncle, what should we do now? Should we return the money? The old dean halted his pacing, offering a rueful smile. It's easy to say that, but we haven't clarified anything yet. What if this act was merely to handle evidence? Returning the funds could lead to charges of possessing unknown sources of wealth without even needing evidence. Wouldn't that be a grave offense? I've heard that Zhao Lidong has significant connections. Do not assume that once he is in trouble, it will be over. The repercussions we face could be harsher than his own. What should we do then? The old dean grimaced and continued to pace. Suddenly, he stopped, a glimmer of determination in his eyes, murmuring to himself, The soft fear the hard fear the reckless fear the desperate. We have no funds to sustain this orphanage. I am of an age where I have lived enough. Perhaps it is time to take bold risks, feigning ignorance just once. If it succeeds, we could secure a worry-free future for our children. He then turned to his chubby niece. Go to the television station, summon a group of reporters. We must commend Secretary Zhao Lidong for his generous act. At the same time, at Su Jiang's residence, the villa's door swung open, revealing a dark interior. Su Jiang, somewhat puzzled, began removing his leather shoes by the shoe cabinet while calling out, Lele, Lele? No response. Where has he wandered off to? After grumbling, he reached for the light switch, illuminating the living room instantly. He waddled in with his beer belly, intending to pour himself a glass of water in the kitchen, when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of someone on the sofa, prompting him to turn his head. Oh! Seeing that figure startled Su Jiang. Sitting on the sofa was none other than Li Erxi. Su, good day to you. Li Erxi's lips curled into a smile. This smile might cause other girls to faint, but to Su Jiang, it resembled the smile of death. He had dispatched a wild donkey to assassinate this duo, yet here they were, alive and well, which implied something significant. This person was formidable. Merely gazing at him from afar made Su Jiang feel his life was at risk. Ha. Su Jiang rubbed his hands together and cautiously approached. Mr. Li, when did you arrive? You could have informed me beforehand. I wouldn't want to neglect your presence. His words trailed off as Li Erxi sat there, his foot resting firmly on someone else's head. Upon closer inspection, that familiar nightgown. Lele. Su Jiang immediately rushed forward, but Li Erxi pressed down slightly with his foot, causing Su Lei, who was on the ground, to let out a wail. Hearing his son's cry, Su Jiang halted, his paternal instincts overwhelming him as he knelt, hands clasped, tears in his eyes, pleading with Li Erxi. "Mr. Li, every fault lies with me. Let us adhere to some decorum. Do not let my family suffer." Li Erxi smiled. "Su, you seem to have forgotten our agreement. Yesterday, we settled our matters, did we not? How could you send someone to kill my boss? Your son is equally rude and has a rather rebellious nature. He must be taught a lesson, lest he offend someone and meet a grim fate. Would you not agree?" Yes, I acknowledge my faults." Su Jiang wept profusely. "Desperate. I am at fault. I implore you to spare my son. I will do anything." Once the moment felt sufficient, Li Erxi lifted his foot from Su Lei. Crossing his legs, Su Jiang, disregarding his fear of Li Erxi, crawled towards Su Lei and embraced him. "Su Jiang, whom have you angered?" Su Lei, bloodied yet conscious, immediately began to critique his father. Seeing his son still addressing him normally relieved Su Jiang. As long as his mind was intact, it was a blessing. Just superficial wounds. Do not worry, I control my strength well. It will only hurt. Primarily, it serves to teach him a lesson. Su Jiang Gunpi, feeling an even greater dread towards Li Erxi. He then heard Li Erxi say softly, "We are aware that it was Zhao Lidong who sent you. He is still in the process of issuing warnings. My boss wishes only to conduct business peacefully and engage in research. Do not provoke him." As he spoke, Li Erxi leaned closer, locking eyes with Su Jiang. "Truly, do not believe you are impressive. To my boss, you are nothing. You at least have a group of enforcers. But Zhao Lidong? If we truly wished for his disappearance, it would be simpler than crushing an ant, ensuring there would be no trace left." Li Erxi then sincerely inquired, "Do you believe me?" I believe. Su Jiang not that vigo du sin. Seeing the warning's effect, Li Erxi smiled knowingly. "Very well. I shall take my leave, and I will escort your son to the hospital for some stitches and a tetanus shot." "Oh, very well, you take care." Once Li Erxi departed, Su Jiang finally exhaled, filled with trepidation as he clutched Su Lei. Su Lei then asked, "Who was that person? How did you offend such a powerful individual? He descended upon us like a storm. In his presence, I felt as small as a chick." Su Jiang rolled his eyes. "I told you before that there are many powerful people we cannot afford to provoke. You didn't believe me, did you? Oh, stop blabbering. I've already been injured. Take me to the hospital." "Right, to the hospital. Let us go." Meanwhile, at Zhao Lidong's residence, upon observing the modest 3-bedroom apartment and its simple decor, one might mistakenly believe it belonged to an honest official. However, this so-called honest official was in a state of utter disarray. In the afternoon, Li Shuai had called him, and he had dismissed it with a scoff. Yet, as he arrived home after work, he received a call from the son of an eagle, claiming that all the money on his card had vanished. Only then did Zhao Lidong hastily contact the bank in the Red Cross Nation, only to find that his funds had all been donated to a charitable organization. The most critical aspect was that the donation had been made in his name. At that moment, Zhao Lidong felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Charitable organizations often maintain deep connections with the media. If a swarm of reporters descended upon him tomorrow, inquiring about the origins of that money, this could be disastrous. Given the media's penchant for sensationalism, he could already envision the headlines. A certain cadre dedicates himself to charity, generously donating 10 million, exemplifying a model of generosity. Chapter 19. Both the yin and yang can play after much contemplation. Zhao Lidong could not devise a satisfactory solution, so he reluctantly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. After a few beeps, the call connected, and a deep voice resonated from the other end. Hello, brother. It's me." Zhao Lidong leaned against his forehead, appearing quite troubled. In truth, he would not have sought out his elder brother had the situation not escalated to an irretrievable point. The family's resources had all been allocated to his brother, and Zhao Lidong harbored a lingering resentment, having always felt overshadowed by the family's notion of his brother as the most exceptional among them. "I know it's you. What is the matter?" The voice on the line, while laced with concern, bore an unmistakable hint of indifference, indicating that this elder brother held little regard for his younger sibling. Zhao Lidong closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if enduring an inner turmoil. "Well, the situation is," he He elaborated on the matter at hand, recounting the details without fabricating any falsehoods, knowing that deceit would be futile. As soon as he finished, the voice on the other end chastised him sternly. Foolish. Zhao Lidong rolled his eyes. His brother continued, if he can crack the bank account password of the Red Cross country, it signifies that he possesses formidable technical prowess. To siphon funds from a bank without its knowledge is a feat that even the CIA might envy. If our Zhao family could secure such an ally, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Why would you not seek to win him over for our family, instead of pushing him to the opposing side? Enough. I understand. Zhao Lidong interrupted impatiently. This is precisely why I'm here seeking your counsel. I assent it. The voice on the other end seemed momentarily taken aback, as if growing more irate. I've told you time and again, if you desire wealth, don't pursue a political career, venture into business. Once you enter the system, do not fixate on trifles. Do you think our family lacks for food? If the old man finds out about this, he might end up in the hospital again. Zhao Lidong inhaled deeply, his expression shifting from impatience to anger. Could you perhaps choose a better time for your lectures? How about tomorrow or the day after? You can call then, and I will listen to your tirade to your hard-ass content. Meanwhile, below Zhao Lidong's apartment, Li Shuai was enveloped in a nano-protective suit, equipped with an optical camouflage device, rendering him nearly invisible as he approached Zhao Lidong's Audi. At this moment, he was undetectable to the human eye, and even dogs would struggle to perceive him. Utilizing infrared detectors or radar would prove futile, as the nanosuit could block infrared radiation and absorb electromagnetic waves emitted by radar, effectively making him invisible. This ensemble was a quintessential tool for clandestine activities in contemporary times. Of course, discerning readers would not be so easily deceived. They could see Li Shuai confidently striding towards Zhao Lidong's vehicle. He placed his finger over the keyhole, and the glove of his nanosuit extended to fit perfectly within, meticulously testing the mechanism. Simultaneously, he could hear the conversation between Zhao Lidong and his elder brother through his earpiece. Li Shuai chuckled softly. I never expected Zhao Lidong to be so rebellious at his age. The earpiece fell silent, leaving one to wonder if Zhao Lidong's brother was strategizing or merely fuming with frustration. After a considerable pause, the elder brother finally spoke again. Tomorrow, I will contact a friend overseas to assert that the funds were donated in your name, claiming he admires your integrity and wishes to help you accumulate some moral credit. The emphasis on moral credit carried a hint of sarcasm. Then the brother added, I will provide you with his number shortly. You should synchronize your story with him. Zhao Lidong's voice brightened in response. Great. As soon as he spoke, the earpiece emitted a series of beeping sounds. No thanks for the call. Li Shuai scufa, rolling his eyes at the lack of courtesy. Noticing that the car door remained locked, Li Shuai grew impatient, retracted his finger, and pressed against the gap of the door. This time, it opened swiftly, and with a satisfying click, he swung the door open, retrieved a miniature listening device, tucked it into the seat seam, and departed with flair. An hour later, Li Shuai returned to his villa. Upon entering, he discovered that Li Erxi had already returned, comfortably seated on the sofa, watching television. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen suggested that the young housekeeper was busy preparing a meal. You're back? Li Erxi turned to greet him. Li Shuai slipped off his shoes, donning a pair of slippers, as per the housekeeper's request. Approaching the sofa, he heard Li Erxi curiously inquire, if you're displeased with Zhao Lidong, I could eliminate him in an instant. Why go through the trouble of planting a listening device? Li Shuai shook his head, exhaling a sigh, and replied earnestly, resorting to assassination is utterly tasteless. If we cannot prevail over such a minor adversary, how can we hope to confront the world? Planting a listening device requires little effort. Once I possess evidence of his wrongdoings, he will be at my mercy. Who knows? He might even serve my interests in the future. Isn't that preferable to simply disposing of him? You must elevate your perspective. I am counting on you four to help me conquer this domain. If your vision remains so narrow, how can I trust you to stand on your own? While the initial part of his speech was tolerable, the latter statement prompted Li Erxi to roll his eyes in exasperation, choosing to ignore him completely. Li Shuai continued his diatribe. Moreover, aside from Su Jiang, who knows of our enmity with Zhao Lidong? There's also that little housekeeper and potentially others we are unaware of, such as Zhao Lidong's driver or secretary. Su Jiang and his ilk are expendable. Eliminating them poses no moral dilemma. However, the housekeeper is a different matter. Li Erxi nodded in agreement. That's true at that moment. Zhou Xiaoxiao emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of dishes. Dinner is ready, boss. Coming. Li Shuai dashed to the dining area, while Li Erxi entered the kitchen to assist with the meal. The spread was simple yet homely, 4 dishes and a soup. The vegetables and rice were sourced from a nearby supermarket, and the housekeeper had opted for a modest selection, stating that the supermarket was too expensive and suggesting a trip to the market tomorrow for better prices. Observing the meal, Li Shuai genuinely complimented. Not bad. I didn't expect you, being so scatterbrained, to cook so meticulously. Try it. You can praise me after tasting it. Zhou Xiaoxiao replied with a confident smile. Li Shuai laughed as he picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and savored it, his eyes lighting up. This is quite good. Of course. Zhou Xiaoxiao's nose lifted proudly. She then turned to Li Erxi, who was serving rice in the kitchen, and exclaimed, I want less rice. At that moment, Li Erxi entered with 3 bowls of rice, refusing to accommodate her, and placed them all on the table, handing one to Li Shuai. Eat if you like. Gazing at the overflowing bowl of rice, and then at the stoic handsome man, Zhou Xiaoxiao pouted. Nevertheless, she reached for the bowl. Li Shuai found the situation amusing and inquired while scooping rice. What's the matter? Lost your appetite? Zhou Xiaoxiao prodded the center of her rice with her chopsticks. Yeah. I've had my fill of smoke and grease. Well, that can't be helped. Li Shuai shrugged, then asked, by the way, have you informed Manager Zhang about your resignation? Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded. I just called him. He asked me to go in tomorrow morning to finalize the paperwork. I want to receive his salary for this month, but I will get the commission. The following morning, Li Shuai, accompanied by Zhou Xiaoxiao, who had also risen early to tidy up, ventured out to procure groceries. He sought to ascertain the prevailing market prices, and the bustling marketplace seemed the ideal locale for such an endeavor. As for Li Erxi, his mission was to acquire a vessel and enlist a crew of unwavering loyalty. The previous evening, they had deliberated on the prospect of transporting gold and other valuables from Antarctica via maritime routes. While mining vessels and aircraft could serve the purpose, they deemed them too conspicuous, potentially inciting unease among the populace of Jinghai and triggering rumors of extraterrestrial incursions. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of precious metals in Li Shuai's possession would undoubtedly invite scrutiny. Upon arriving at the old factory street market, they were met with a vibrant throng of shoppers. To the right, they espied a grain and oil emporium. Li Shuai, his curiosity piqued, approached the proprietor and inquired about the price of rice per unit weight. The proprietor, preoccupied with a customer, responded without turning, enumerating the varieties available. Thai fragrant rice, 1 yuan. Round rice, 85 fun. Hybrid rice, 75 fun. Glutinous rice, 3 yuan. Li Shuai was taken aback by the diversity of rice varieties. In the 25th century, the melting of Antarctic ice had led to a significant reduction in arable land, necessitating the cultivation of high-yield hybrid rice. Consequently, children of that era were familiar with only one type of rice. Zhou Xiaoxiao, rolling her eyes, suggested postponing the rice purchase due to its weight. Li Shuai Damurat, reiterating his intention to inquire. He then bid farewell to the proprietor, promising to return later. As they strolled through the market, the pungent aroma of fish permeated the air. Turning their gaze, they noticed a fish stall where a seemingly honest man was filleting fish, while a bespectacled youth collected payments. Li Shuai approached the stall, greeting the proprietor with a cordial Mr. Gao. Gao Qiqiang, the proprietor, paused, momentarily taken aback. However, his younger brother, Gao Qisheng, swiftly emerged from the stall, extending a greeting. Sir, good day. Li Shuai, reciprocating the greeting, inquired about Gao Qisheng's name. Gao Qisheng, animated by a mixture of nervousness and excitement, revealed his name. He had spent the previous night contemplating the missed opportunity to ingratiate himself with the enigmatic benefactor, recognizing it as a potential turning point for his family. Li Shuai savored the name Qisheng, noting its auspicious resonance with Qiqiang to mean prosperity. He then introduced himself as Li Shuai. Gao Qiqiang emerged from the stall, extending a warm invitation to Li Shuai to select any fish as a complimentary gesture. However, a disgruntled customer interjected, demanding the fish for which he had already paid. Gao Qixing, mindful of the esteemed guest's presence, exercised restraint and politely requested the customer's patience. Gao Qiqiang, offering profuse apologies, swiftly processed the customer's order. Li Shuai then inquired of Zhou Xiaoxiao about her culinary preferences. Zhou Xiaoxiao suggested a big head carp, envisioning a delectable fish head soup for lunch. Gao Qiqiang promptly retrieved a large silver carp from a glass tank, expertly filleting and packaging it. He thoughtfully separated the fish head, encasing it in a separate bag before handing it to Zhou Xiaoxiao. Li Shuai, amused, questioned the absence of a weight measurement and the corresponding payment. Gao Qiqiang insisted on offering the fish as a gift. Zhou Xiaoxiao, however, inquired about the price per unit weight of the big head carp. Gao Qiqiang responded that it was 5 yuan per unit weight. Zhou Xiaoxiao, estimating the weight of the bag at approximately 8 units, proposed a price of 5 yuan for the fish head, offering a 30% discount from the price of 10 units of the whole fish. She then retrieved the exact amount from her purse, handing it to Gao Qixing. The three men were momentarily dumbfounded by her adroit transaction. Li Shuai inquired about her ability to estimate weight with such precision. Zhou Xiaoxiao explained that her frequent trips to the market with her grandmother had honed her ability to gauge weight accurately. As they prepared to depart, Gao Qixing, summoning his courage, called out to Li Shuai. Halting, Li Shuai turned to face him, his expression conveying curiosity. Gao Qixing offered a sincere apology for his earlier impudence, explaining that his brother's fishmongering was a sacrifice made to support their education. He expressed his belief that Li Shuai had been mocking his brother's fishy odor. Li Shuai glanced at Gao Qiqiang, who offered an apologetic smile. Turning back to Gao Qixing, Li Shuai inquired about his intentions. Gao Qixing, his eyes gleaming with hope, articulated his desire for his brother to secure a position under Li Shuai's patronage, envisioning it as a means of transcending their social stratum. He extolled his brother's virtues, highlighting his selflessness in enduring the unpleasantness of the fish stall for the sake of his siblings. He implored Li Shuai to grant his brother an opportunity. Li Shuai, turning his gaze to Gao Qiqiang, noted the man's discomfort. He then redirected his attention to Gao Qixing, inquiring why he was not advocating for himself. Gao Qixing demurred, citing his status as a freshman in college. However, he quickly added that, even upon graduation, he would still prioritize his brother's career prospects. Li Shuai, scrutinizing Gao Qixing's earnest countenance, acknowledged the brother's commendable loyalty. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shuai stated that he would assess suitable positions for Gao Qiqiang within his nascent company and notify him accordingly. Gao Qixing, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed his appreciation profusely, while Gao Qiqiang appeared equally delighted. Li Shuai, patting Gao Qixing on the shoulder, encouraged him to excel in his studies and apply for a position in his company upon graduation. Gao Qixing responded with an emphatic nod. At that moment, Li Shuai caught sight of several individuals approaching briskly. Upon turning his head, he recognized the pair of brothers who had intimidated him the previous day, accompanied by a few others. As soon as they noticed Li Shuai's gaze, they hastily came to a stop. Li Shuai initially presumed they were seeking trouble, and a cold smile crept across his face. "What is it? Seeing my bodyguard absent, do you think you have the upper hand now?" he remarked, pulling Zhou Xiaoxiao behind him for protection. Chapter 21. Seize the opportunity. Observing Li Shuai's combative demeanor, Tang Xiaolong repeatedly waved his hands. No, boss. We have come to apologize." Tang Xiaohu hastily added, "Yes, we are here to express our regrets." "Boss, are you here to buy vegetables? Please take whatever you wish from the market. No need to pay. Indeed, take whatever you want." Gao Qiqiang stood at the side, intending to speak, but was restrained by Gao Qixing, who subtly shook his head at his elder brother. As the saying goes, one time has its own circumstances. Yesterday, Gao Qiqiang had spoken on behalf of Tang Xiaolong, showcasing his loyalty, which endeared him to Li Shuai and laid the groundwork for their connection today. Earlier, Gao Qixing had also praised Gao Qiqiang's indomitable will, winning Li Shuai's favor. Now that Gao Qiqiang had effectively become Li Shuai's prospective subordinate, How could he still advocate for Tang Xiaolong? That would be akin to turning his elbow outward. Moreover, one need only showcase a virtue a time or two. This time it was loyalty, and the next should be commitment, right? If one repeatedly relied on the same attribute to garner favor, it would only come off as disingenuous. And it was clear that Li Shuai was not a fool. Gao Qiqiang quickly understood his brother's implication and took a hesitant step back. Meanwhile, Li Shuai, noticing Tang Xiaolong's obsequious demeanor, relaxed his stance. He approached the Tang brothers and scrutinized them. Under Li Shuai's penetrating gaze, the expressions of the Tang brothers gradually morphed into unease, their smiles becoming increasingly forced. After Li Shuai's departure yesterday, they had spent a sleepless night fretting over Gao Qixing's analysis. What if that powerful figure, on a whim, decided to retaliate against the Tang family for their past transgressions? Seeing the sweat bead on their foreheads, Li Shuai chuckled. Gao Qiqiang has already apologized on your behalf. As for the cost of the vegetables, I can cover it. As he spoke, he walked directly towards them. To their surprise, Li Shuai exuded a commanding presence, causing Tang Xiaolong and the others to part, creating a spacious pathway for him. Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly followed. Once Li Shuai departed, the Tang brothers exhaled in relief. Suddenly, Gao Qixing, with an expression of frustration, admonished, "How can you be so oblivious? Quickly follow him and help carry the items." While advocating for them openly was not feasible, offering subtle guidance behind the scenes was permissible. After all, they had grown up together. Despite any quarrels, they would reconcile in a couple of days. If they could assist, they should. Yes. Tang Xiaolong, as if awakening from a dream, patted Gao Qixing on the shoulder and expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Xiaosheng. I'll treat you and your sister to a meal another day." Approximately half an hour later, Li Shuai emerged from the market, followed by Zhou Xiaoxiao, who carried nothing. Behind them trailed the Tang brothers, laden with bags. While Gao Qixing held 2 bags of vegetables, and a bald, portly man named Xiao bore a 50-kilogram sack of rice. Upon surveying the bicycles bustling near the market entrance, Li Shuai found himself at a loss. He turned to Zhou Xiaoxiao. "It seems we need to buy a vehicle. Do you have a driver's license?" Zhou Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Getting a license costs several thousand, and I can't afford that." Li Shuai pouted. "Tomorrow we will go together to take the test. I will reimburse your expenses." Zhou Xiaoxiao beamed with delight, and at that moment, Tang Xiaolong, displaying keen insight, stepped forward. "Mr. Li, it's difficult to hail a taxi around here, and the usual tricycle won't accommodate all these items. If you don't mind, I have a van. I could drive you home." Li Shuai turned, surprised. "You can drive?" "Yes. Both my brother and I can. We obtained our licenses 2 years ago." Tang Xiaolong looked at Li Shuai eagerly. After contemplating, Li Shuai replied, "I'm in need of a driver. Would you be interested? The salary is half of what this little maid earns, 4,000. If you perform well, it can gradually increase." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the onlookers varied. The Tang brothers were incredulous with joy. They had heard Gao Qixing mention that salary was secondary. The key was the elevation of status. Gao Qixing felt a pang of jealousy. He had toiled to secure a potential subordinate for his brother, while Tang Xiaolong, without lifting a finger, had stumbled upon this opportunity merely because Li Shuai needed a driver. What incredible luck! Noticing the Tang brothers' dazed expressions, Li Shuai inquired, "What's the matter? Are you unhappy with the salary? Who told you to mock me yesterday? It's only 4,000. Will you take the job?" Zhou Xiaoxiao stifled a laugh at this. Meanwhile, before Tang Xiaolong could collect his thoughts, Tang Xiaohu chimed in. "He'll take it. My brother will do it. Thank you, Mr. Li." Tang Xiaolong quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Li Shuai smiled again. "Where's your vehicle?" "Oh, I'll go get it." Tang Xiaolong hurriedly shoved his belongings into Tang Xiaohu's hands, fished a set of keys from his pocket, and dashed across the street. Before long, a somewhat dilapidated van pulled up. Tang Xiaolong jumped out, opened the side door, and exclaimed, "Mr. Li, please." Li Shuai approached and assessed the interior. It has a bit of an odor. Seems it's mainly used for transporting goods." Tang Xiaolong appeared embarrassed. Li Shuai said nothing but smiled as he climbed into the vehicle, followed closely by Zhou Xiaoxiao. The younger Tang brother opened the rear door and stowed the purchased vegetables, while Tang Xiaohu took the passenger seat. "Old Xiao, keep an eye on things," Tang Xiaolong instructed the burly bald man. "Rest assured, At that moment, Li Shuai noticed Gao Qixing outside, wearing an envious expression. After a moment's thought, he rolled down the window and beckoned, "Gao Qixing, would you like to join us?" Gao Qixing was taken aback. "I am not familiar with the car market. If you know something, could you advise me?" "Oh, certainly." Once Gao Qixing settled into the vehicle, Li Shuai directed, "First, let us go to the best 4S dealership here." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the municipal party compound, a throng of journalists awaited. At the forefront stood the elderly director of the orphanage, Li Huoming, clutching a rolled-up banner. When Secretary Wu and Mayor Zhang arrived at work, many assumed that the unveiling of their new policies had drawn such a crowd. However, upon inquiry, it became clear that they were actually waiting for Zhao Lidong, who was late due to a trip to the bank to transfer money to his children. In this day and age, international money transfers are notoriously complicated. But who was Zhao Lidong? In Jinghai, who would he give him a bit of face? A quick phone call to the bank manager ensured all preparations were in place for him to simply sign a document and enter a password. Thus, it was not until 9:30 that Zhao Lidong's Audi finally pulled up to the entrance of the municipal compound. Seeing the crowd, Zhao Lidong was momentarily bewildered, fearing another group of people coming to lodge complaints. Given his efforts over the years, complaints regarding the underworld in Jinghai had dwindled. Why were so many suddenly appearing? However, upon noticing the cameras and microphones, he quickly deduced that news of his charitable contributions had leaked and the reporters were here to seek him out. With this realization, Zhao Lidong instructed his driver, Xiao Tang, stop the car. Chapter 22. Purchasing a vehicle. As the vehicle came to a gradual halt, Zhao Lidong alighted with a warm and approachable smile, making his way toward the gathered reporters. Secretary Zhao has arrived. The journalists, having seen Zhao Lidong before, quickly encircled him, cameras and microphones thrusting forward. Typically, these reporters maintained their composure in the presence of government officials. However, today was different, for there was a sensational story at hand. Secretary Zhao, Director Li from the orphanage claims you donated 10 million yuan. Is this true? Secretary Zhao, we understand you are known for your integrity. Could you clarify the origins of this 10 million? Secretary Zhao, did you personally contribute this amount because you believe the government's annual social welfare budget is insufficient? Secretary Zhao, has the disciplinary committee reached out to you today? Zhao Lidong, despite his familiarity with grand occasions, found himself momentarily bewildered by the barrage of questions. He raised his hand and exclaimed, "Everyone, if you all ask at once, how am I to respond? I will call on you one by one, so please be patient." Remarkably, the reporters fell silent, captivated by his authoritative presence. Zhao Lidong then noticed a particularly attractive female reporter and gestured towards her. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she raised her microphone, asking, "Hello, Secretary Zhao. I am a reporter from Jinghai Television. Can you confirm if this 10 million was indeed donated by you personally?" "How could it possibly be my personal donation?" Zhao Lidong replied, a bemused expression crossing his face. "I only learned of this last night while abroad. A dear friend of mine, who I had assisted in the past, has long wished to repay me. To be honest, when he left a large sum of cash at my home, I would be lying if I said I wasn't tempted. Yet, I repeatedly reminded myself that I am a public servant, and I cannot accept anything beyond my salary or official rewards. So, I jokingly suggested to him that if he truly wanted to repay me, he should donate it to a charity, thereby accumulating merit for himself. To my surprise, he took my words to heart and made the donation in my name." As Zhao Lidong spoke, sincerity radiated from him, making it impossible to detect any deceit. After all, the funds were originally his, requiring no pretense. The reporters exchanged glances, unable to fathom this unexpected twist in the narrative. Zhao Lidong then chuckled. "Did you all think I was embezzling? Unfortunately for you, there will be no sensational headlines today." At this moment, one reporter eagerly inquired, "Secretary Zhao, could you share details about your friend?" "Of course, there is nothing to hide," Zhao Lidong replied candidly. "His English name is David Zhou, a renowned rubber businessman from Southeast Asia. Feel free to interview him if you wish." With that, he waved his hand dismissively. "Now, everyone, I must return to my duties at the office. Please disperse." The reporters, though initially disappointed, quickly recalled something and made way for the elderly director behind them. Unable to unearth negative stories, they could at least report on something positive. Zhao Lidong, observing Director Li, was somewhat taken aback. The director approached him with a deep bow. Zhao Lidong hurriedly assisted him, exclaiming, "Sir, what are you doing?" With tears in his eyes, Director Li expressed, "Secretary Zhao, on behalf of the orphanage and its 112 children, I thank you for your generous donation." He then unveiled a banner he had been holding, which read, "Kindness extends across the world. Great love knows no bounds." The 8 words struck Zhao Lidong like daggers, piercing his heart repeatedly. Who was Zhao Lidong? The most formidable protector of Jinghai's criminal underworld. The wrongful convictions and injustices he had orchestrated were countless, leaving many victims restless in their graves. And now, the very proceeds of those misdeeds have been donated. Kindness extends across the world. Great love knows no bounds. Zhao Lidong felt an overwhelming urge to retort, "What utter nonsense!" Yet, he managed to maintain his composure, swiftly transforming his expression into one of feigned gratitude. "You see, this money was not personally donated by me. How can I possibly deserve such accolades?" His demeanor perfectly encapsulated the notion of wearing a smile while harboring dark thoughts. The scene shifted to the entrance of a Mercedes-Benz dealership in Jinghai, where a van came to a leisurely stop. Inside, Tang Xiaolong gazed at the dealership's sign, swallowing hard, while the others exhibited similar expressions of awe. At this point, they had no doubts about Li Shuai's capabilities and refrained from asking any inappropriate questions. Li Shuai confidently opened the car door and stepped out, adjusting his attire. However, before he could take 2 steps, a voice from the dealership pierced the air. Hey, no parking here. Move along." Turning to investigate, they spotted a sharply dressed young man with slicked back hair, striding toward them with an air of arrogance. "Move it along, I'm talking to you." The young man approached the driver's side, glancing at Tang Xiaolong's attire before continuing. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me?" Tang Xiaolong was momentarily taken aback. But at that moment, Gao Qixing emerged from the opposite side and approached, stating, "We're here to buy a car." The young man scrutinized Gao Qixing. "Buying a car? Have you even been educated? Can you read the sign above? Can you afford it? Move along. Do you have any idea how much a car costs inside?" As Gao Qixing stood there, flustered, Li Shuai could no longer tolerate the situation. He stepped forward to confront the arrogant young man. Standing at 181 centimeters tall, he towered over the young man, who was at most 170 centimeters. "Are you the security?" Li Shuai inquired suddenly. The young man hesitated, taking in Li Shuai's attire and realizing it appeared quite expensive. Observing Li Shuai's demeanor, he felt uncertain. However, he was determined not to lose face, especially since he was expecting a client shortly to view a vehicle. If this van obstructed the entrance and displeased that client, it would result in a significant loss. He turned to face Li Shuai directly. "What is it to you? You're not a security guard, yet here you are acting like one. Does your security know you're trying to take his job?" Li Shuai replied, his expression a mix of surprise and incredulity. "You're a salesman, right? Didn't you receive any training before starting? Don't you understand basic etiquette?" Without waiting for a response, he turned to Tang Xiaolong. "It's our fault for blocking the way. Move the vehicle aside." "Of course, Mr. Li." The young man attempted to issue a retort, but Li Shuai disregarded him entirely. Striding toward Gao Qixing, "Follow my lead. Always be polite, but when faced with arrogance, you must be even more audacious. Do you understand?" Gao Qixing's eyes lit up as if something long dormant within him had been awakened. Li Shuai smiled, patting his shoulder before heading toward the dealership. "Hey!" the young man called out, visibly displeased. Li Shuai turned back. "What is the matter? Am I not allowed to enter to purchase a vehicle?" The young man was momentarily speechless, eager to respond, but finding himself at a loss as Li Shuai simply turned and walked toward the store. Gao Qixing, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and Tang Xiaolong closely followed suit. The man with the slicked back hair remained stationary, his expression contorting slightly, a visage of frustration etched upon his face. He was about to hurl a retort at Tang Xiaohu when, casting a disdainful glance in his direction, Tang Xiaohu accelerated away, nearly colliding with him. Inside the establishment, a middle-aged gentleman, impeccably attired in a suit and tie, approached Li Shuai with a professional smile, having witnessed the earlier scene at the entrance. Clearly, he possessed a greater degree of professionalism than the young man outside. Li Shuai chuckled, remarking, "You are far more courteous than that insolent fellow at the door." "Sir, you jest," the middle-aged man replied. "You may file a complaint against him, but I kindly ask that you respect his dignity." Upon hearing this, Li Shuai nodded in satisfaction and turned to Zhou Xiao, saying, "See, now this is what genuine salesmanship looks like." The middle-aged man revealed a hint of polite amusement. Li Shuai then faced him again, clearly pleased with the man's demeanor. "Shall you be the one to assist us?" With a smile, the middle-aged man responded, "Certainly. May I inquire about your budget for the vehicle?" Li Shuai replied, "There is no upper limit." The middle-aged man's smile faltered momentarily. In all his years, he had never encountered a client like this. Typically, he would not dare to inquire about a budget ceiling, especially as the group before him did not appear particularly affluent. A rough estimate of the vehicle category would save him considerable time. Otherwise, navigating through the higher price range only for the client to settle on a more economical option would be futile. Now, upon hearing Li Shuai's statement, he resigned himself to patiently guide Li Shuai through the selection. As they entered the showroom, Li Shuai abruptly halted before a car with an imposing front. The middle-aged salesman, taken aback, quickly donned a look of resignation. Goodness, he had set his sights on the flagship model. "Sir?" The middle-aged salesman could not contain his curiosity. Li Shuai pointed at the car before him, exclaiming, "This vehicle is impressive. How much does it cost?" At this moment, Gao Qixing, equally astonished, interjected, "Mr. Li, this is the newly launched Mercedes-Benz S600, retailing for approximately $2 million. Li Shuai was equally taken aback, responding, "Is it really that affordable? I'll take 3, one for my personal use, one for Erxi to use at the office, and one for the nanny to run errands." Chapter 23. Heroes emerge from the rustic village. Oh dear, who is this with such audacity? As Li Shuai's words lingered in the air, a sardonic voice cut through the atmosphere. The bewildered crowd turned their heads to see a heavily made-up woman leaning against a slightly disheveled young man in a suit. Her expression, one of curious intrigue. The one who had escorted them in was the young salesman with slick-back hair. Li Shuai furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that this scene was rather melodramatic. He chose not to elaborate further, instead retrieving his HSBC bank card and presenting it to the middle-aged salesman beside him. Upon seeing the card, the middle-aged salesman chuckled ruefully. "Sir, as the young man beside you just mentioned, the price of this vehicle is $1.88 million. And with additional costs such as purchase tax, consumption tax, vehicle and vessel tax, and compulsory insurance, the final price will exceed $2.4 million. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this model?" Li Shuai paused, momentarily taken aback. "Do you think there are insufficient funds in my account?" No, that is not what I meant." The middle-aged salesman was interrupted by a derisive laugh from the side. It's my first time seeing a country bumpkin trying to play the wealthy gentleman so convincingly." Li Shuai rolled his eyes, ignoring her. However, the woman continued, "Hey, if you're going to pretend, at least wear some decent clothes." She waved her hand in front of her nose and glanced towards the young salesman. What kind of establishment allows such people in here? Li Shuai chose to disregard her and looked back at the middle-aged salesman, raising his bank card. "My arm is getting tired." The middle-aged salesman offered a wry smile, but did not take the card. Instead, he gestured towards the front desk. As they passed the woman, she recoiled in disgust, inadvertently bumping into Tang Xiaohu, who had just walked in after parking. "Watch where you're going," she snapped. "My apologies," Tang Xiaohu responded repeatedly, bowing his head. Yet the woman persisted, glaring and rebuking. "Is saying sorry enough? Do you know how much this outfit cost me?" At this point, Li Shuai could no longer hold his tongue, exclaiming, "Is it the norm for the pampered to be so arrogant nowadays?" The woman was momentarily stunned, turning to glare at Li Shuai. "Pampered? You blind fool. I am the one who supports him." The young man in the suit awkwardly touched his nose. Caught in an uncomfortable silence, Li Shuai looked between the woman and the young man, raising his hand to adjust his glasses. Instantly, a plethora of information about the woman flashed before his eyes. After reading, his expression transformed to one of shock. "Oh, I had no idea. You are the new matriarch of Jiangzhou Hongtu Shipbuilding, a mistress stepping in from the shadows. How audacious! His exclamation was neither hushed nor restrained, drawing the attention of others in the store. A few patrons seated in the lobby began whispering among themselves. Is she really the wife of the Hongtu shipbuilding owner? Zhang Benkai's wife? One guest pondered. Isn't he 81? Another responded incredulously. It makes sense why she traveled all the way from Jiangzhou to pretend here in Jinghai, afraid of being discovered by old Zhang, a third guest remarked. Being found out by old Zhang would be the better outcome. If a spendthrift's sons caught wind of this, I doubt these two would escape unscathed. A fourth guest added with a smirk. No wonder she seeks the company of younger men. I suspect old Zhang's prowess has long waned. Another chimed in, chuckling. Although their voices were subdued, the gist of their conversation was clear to everyone present. Tang Xiaolong observed the woman's expression, rife with embarrassment, anxiety, and indignation, and couldn't help but chuckle as he strolled over to Li Shuai's side. The woman shot Li Shuai a fierce glare before storming towards the exit. Hey, Chen Jie! The young salesman with slicked-back hair exclaimed, rushing after her. Don't be upset. They're just a bunch of country folk. Why bother with them? The guest who had been speaking moments before bristled at this remark. Unfazed, Chen Jie glared and barked, "Get lost." She forcefully shoved the young salesman aside and marched out in her high heels, the two young men hastily trailing after her. Meanwhile, the guest who had instigated the uproar shouted towards the lobby, "Where's the manager?" Manager! At that moment, the middle-aged salesman turned to Li Shuai with an apologetic expression before heading towards the commotion. Li Shuai realized that this seasoned salesman was the manager of the establishment, explaining the level of professionalism he displayed. Then, the guest who had been vocal earlier vented loudly, "What kind of establishment is this? Your sales staff lacks manners. Do you think we won't buy this place and leave you jobless?" The manager quickly apologized, assuring them that he would address the incident involving the young salesman. After much persuasion, he managed to calm their tempers and personally brewed them the finest Longjing tea available. Just then, the young salesman with slicked-back hair stormed back into the room, his expression furious. He strode directly towards Li Shuai, prompting the older salesman to intervene swiftly, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Shuai. "Wang Bing, what do you think you're doing?" The older salesman admonished. Wang Bing, scowling, pointed at Li Shuai. "Chen Jie was about to buy a car from me, and it's all his fault." "Enough," the older salesman retorted sharply. "You've been fired. Please leave immediately." Wang Bing was momentarily stunned, staring at the older salesman in disbelief. "Would you like me to repeat that?" The older salesman's icy demeanor left no room for negotiation. Wang Bing, lips pursed, nodded reluctantly, then, seemingly resigned, spat, "Fine. I didn't want to work in this lousy place anyway." With that, he turned on his heel and yanked off his tie, tossing it to the floor. The older salesman sighed and turned to Li Shuai, forcing a smile. "I apologize for the disturbance." Li Shuai shukuladli. "It's quite all right. It's typical for the youth to be a bit arrogant." The older salesman shook his head with a rueful smile. "He's a fellow villager, and I thought it best to introduce him to a broader world." At that moment, Tang Xiaolong scoffed. "It's a good thing you intervened. Had he dared to confront me, I would have shown him a thing or two. I've heard tales of a rustic village in Jinghai where everyone is exceptionally bold. Surely you aren't from there?" The older salesman nodded, grimacing in acknowledgement. Li Shuai raised his hand again, shaking the bank card lightly. "Am I now able to purchase the vehicle?" "Of course." Chapter 24. Do you feel capable again? In the courtyard of the municipal committee, Zhao Lidong finally managed to send off the journalists and the elderly headmaster of the orphanage, returning to his office. Upon entering, he pressed his forehead with a pained expression and sank into the sofa. At that moment, Secretary Wang entered, silently closing the door behind him before preparing a cup of tea for his superior. Zhao Lidong accepted the tea, took a sip, and exhaled deeply. It was disheartening. After years of painstaking graft, he found himself back at square one. After a moment, Secretary Wang cautiously inquired, "Leader, is there anything you need me to do?" Indeed, Zhao Lidong was now utterly clean. Only Su Jiang and a few others were privy to his past misdeeds. However, they could merely serve as witnesses while the ill-gotten gains remained the tangible evidence. With the money gone, If he could eliminate Su Jiang and the others, Zhao Lidong would be entirely free of his past. Naturally, such matters required directives from the top. Subordinates could not act on their own, hence Wang's subtle inquiry. Zhao Lidong glanced at Secretary Wang and smiled faintly. His expression quickly darkened as he spoke with a steely tone. Have someone keep an eye on Li Shuai and gather evidence against him. You know what to do. A smirk formed at the corner of Wang's mouth as he assured. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction. Very well. Off you go. Zhao Lidong nodded, but just then his phone rang. In these times, spam calls were yet to be a nuisance, so most calls were from acquaintances. He pulled out his flip phone and answered directly. Hello. On the other end, a familiar voice chimed, Dad. Hearing this, Zhao Lidong's face softened with a doting smile. Ruiling, how's it going? Has the money arrived? No, I'm at the bank right now, and they just informed me that there's not a single cent in my account. Zhao Lidong maintained an air of calm. Don't worry. International transfers take time. It's normal for things to be delayed. No, death. The clerk said there was indeed a deposit just moments ago, but before I knew it, the money was transferred out. What? Zhao Lidong sat up straight. You mean it was taken out immediately after it arrived? Yes, at once. Zhao Lidong's thoughts turned to Li Shuai, and he felt a surge of rage. However, he needed to address his son's immediate financial needs first. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke into the phone. Ruiling, borrow some money from your classmates for now. I have matters to resolve. What could be more important than me? I only have around $40 left. If you don't transfer the money soon, I'll be left starving. Zhao Lidong, feeling helpless, replied. It's about fixing the problem with your account. If we don't sort it out first, any transfer will be in vain. Oh, hurry up then. Understood, for now, that's all. With that, Zhao Lidong hung up the phone. He clenched his teeth and slammed his hand against the armrest of the sofa, producing a resounding thud. Leader, did the transferred money get withdrawn again? Secretary Wang probed once more. Yes, Zhao Lidong nodded. I should have anticipated this. If they could steal from the Red Cross National Bank, they would have no trouble with funds from the United States. Speaking thus, he retrieved his phone and checked his call history. Let me have a word with Li Shuai. My son needs money for food. With only a few calls made in recent days, he quickly found the number Li Shuai had called yesterday and dialed it. After a few rings, a woman's voice answered. Hello, who is this? Zhao Lidong hesitated for a moment, confirming the number before realizing it might be Li Shuai's secretary. He stated, I am looking for Li Shuai. In the 4S dealership garage, Li Shuai and his companions were in the process of picking up their vehicles with the assistance of an elderly salesman. With only 2 cars available, and since Li Shuai was purchasing 3, he incurred no additional cost for the other 2. As Zhou Xiaoxiao walked alongside, she glanced at her phone in confusion before handing it to Li Shuai. Boss, someone is looking for you. Looking for me? Li Shuai was momentarily perplexed, as he had few acquaintances here. Upon checking the number and recognizing it, he smiled. Hello, Secretary Zhao. The others nearby turned their heads upon hearing the greeting. Li Shuai continued walking as he spoke on the phone. Li boss, impressive skills. Ah, this is nothing, just basic operations, Li Shuai humbly replied. On the other end, there was a moment of silence, as if the caller did not comprehend basic operations. Noticing the silence, Li Shuai continued. What's up, Secretary Zhao? Did you call just to praise me? By the way, have those charitable organizations sent you any banners yet? Zhao Lidong seemed agitated by this remark, his breathing becoming heavier. However, after a brief moment, he appeared to suppress his anger and spoke in a low voice. I think we need to discuss something. Discuss with me? Li Shuai Chocolat. Do you think you have the standing for that? This time, not only did the caller fall silent, but those around Li Shuai exchanged bewildered glances. Li Shuai pressed on. You think that because you've resolved the issue with the stolen funds, you have nothing to fear? Last night, the conversation between you, your brother, and Joe David is all recorded here. Would you like me to play it for you? It's quite rebellious of you at your age. Your brother tries to help, and you can't even muster a thank you. TSK, TSK, TSK. The onlookers were astonished. This was gossip far beyond their realm. Zhao Lidong on the other end seemed flustered, stammering Li boss, Li general. Yet, Li Shuai abruptly ended the call. What a joke, trying to act tough in front of me. This situation could only yield 2 outcomes. Either Zhao Lidong would admit his faults and submit, becoming compliant to Li Shuai, or Li Shuai would relentlessly pursue him until his downfall. leaving no third possibility. Given the threat of assassination, one party would inevitably collapse. Discussing matters was futile. As Li Shuai handed the phone back to Zhou Xiaoxiao, Tang Xiaohu, unable to contain his excitement, grinned and asked, "Mr. Li, which Secretary Zhao was that on the line?" "The Zhao Lidong from the Political and Legal Committee of Jinghai," Li Shuai replied nonchalantly. He continued walking, muttering, "What a farce. Once isn't enough for him, and he still dares to act tough." He trailed off, noticing that Zhou Xiaoxiao was the only one left by his side. Turning back, he found everyone else frozen in place, staring at him as if he were a ghost. "What are you staring at? Let's go." Oh. The group quickly followed. Meanwhile, the elderly salesman discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, "Who are these people? They disregard a municipal committee secretary with such ease. Thankfully, I didn't offend them like that Wang Bing." As for Gao Qixing and Tang Xiaolong, they appeared as if they had been struck by a windfall, nearly jumping for joy. Chapter 25. Stay with me, and you shall not be treated poorly. At the entrance of the Yike real estate sales office, two young ladies stood idly, one of whom was Lu Mei, the same as before, while the other was a newcomer who had joined the company around the same time as Lu Mei. It seemed that Lu Mei could no longer afford cosmetics, as she appeared to be conserving her usage. Yesterday she had been made up, yet today she presented herself barefaced. Standing at the door, the boredom was palpable. At that moment, the young lady across from her remarked, "Hey, have you heard? Zhou Xiaoxiao has resigned." Lu Mei paused. "Who told you that?" The young lady scoffed. "It's south all over the place. I heard she has been taken up by a wealthy man, the one who bought a villa yesterday. Also, she didn't return to the dorm last night. Isn't that what it means to be with a rich man? I heard she'll be back soon to finalize her resignation. How is it fair that she, who isn't even that much prettier than me, finds a wealthy admirer while I remain unnoticed?" Lu Mei cast a sidelong glance at the young lady across from her, feeling a sense of futility. She thought to herself, "You don't even compare to me. Why would I waste makeup on you?" She dismissed the conversation, urging her to focus on work. Upon hearing Lu Mei's words, the young lady immediately retorted, "Who wouldn't want to have money without having to work? Wouldn't you?" Lu Mei shook her head, choosing to ignore her. Truth be told, she felt a twinge of regret for having handed that client over to Zhou Xiaoxiao yesterday. She believed herself to be fairly attractive with makeup on. Perhaps if she had accompanied that client, she might have caught his eye as well. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a car approaching. Turning to look, her eyes widened in astonishment. An extravagant vehicle, a powerful SUV, glided into the sales office and came to a halt at the entrance. The door on the right side opened, and a girl stepped out. Lu Mei's eyes widened further upon seeing her. The young lady across from her exclaimed, "Zhou Xiaoxiao?" "Mei Jia." Zhou Xiaoxiao joyfully bounded up the stairs and clasped Lu Mei's hands. Lu Mei, equally delighted, expressed concern. "I heard you're resigning?" "Yes. I'm going to be Mr. Li's housekeeper. He loves my cooking." Zhou Xiaoxiao leaned in closer and whispered, "He is offering me 8,000 a month and is even taking me to get my driver's license tomorrow." A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Mei's eyes. The little sister who once needed her care was now thriving beyond her. However, she quickly masked her disappointment, smiling brightly at Zhou Xiaoxiao. Soon, her attention drifted back outside, where two more individuals emerged from the car. The young man who got out of the front passenger seat wore glasses, while the figure in the rear seat was the rustic fellow she had previously looked down upon. Little did she know, this rustic individual would become a benefactor to her dear friend. Outside, Li Shuai glanced at the sales office entrance, contemplating. He then walked over to the driver's side and called out to Gao Qixing, "Sheng, come here." When Gao Qixing approached, Li Shuai smiled at the both of them. "Since you're with me, I won't let you down. My house is in the Mingzhu Garden Villa area, Block 8. You two can each choose a house nearby." Tang Xiaolong and Gao Qixing exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Shuai chuckled, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just temporarily providing you with accommodation to make your work easier. After working under me for 20 years, the houses will belong to you. Mr. Li, this is too." Gao Qixing, usually eloquent, stumbled over his words. "Isn't this akin to a gift?" Tang Xiaolong was even more speechless, utterly dumbfounded. Li Shuai then gave the car door a pat. "All right, go park the car." Tang Xiaolong finally snapped back to reality. Okay. As Li Shuai and Gao Qixing stepped aside, Tang Xiaolong leisurely drove away in the luxury car, with Tang Xiaoyu following closely in a van. Once they parked and returned, Li Shuai patted Gao Qixing's back and headed toward the sales office. Winning people's hearts was key. After all, money was no object. Could one not buy loyalty with money? Perhaps the funds were simply insufficient. If one could outbid what others could not afford, loyalty would follow. After all, he was a man with aspirations to conquer the galaxy in his lifetime. Money, to Li Shuai, was the most trivial of resources. Upon entering the sales office lobby, he noticed another young lady from yesterday gazing at him intently. Another encounter? Li Shuai greeted her with a smile. Lu Mei felt momentarily entranced by his smile. While he was not as breathtakingly handsome as the other man from yesterday, he exuded a more approachable charm. Zhou Xiaoxiao introduced, "Mei Jie, this is my boss, Mr. Li." "Boss, this is my Mei Jie, Lu Mei, my fellow townsman who has been very kind to me. It was she who passed yesterday's big client to me." "Hello, Mr. Li." Lu Mei quickly bowed slightly, snapping out of her reverie. Li Shuai, somewhat disappointed, averted his gaze. Thinking the girl's bare face could not compare to his little housekeeper's. Turning back, he decided to admire the housekeeper a little longer. Ah, quite the sight. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao turned to Lu Mei, saying, "Mei Jie, please entertain my boss. I need to find Manager Zhang to finalize my resignation." Lu Mei nodded. "All right, go ahead." Once Zhou Xiaoxiao left, Li Shuai recalled the need to arrange accommodations for his subordinates and smiled at Lu Mei. "The housekeeper's words clearly indicate I should look after you as well. Shall I arrange a significant business deal for you?" Lu Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Once she straightened up, she awkwardly gestured, "This way, please." As Li Shuai walked, he remarked, "For the small villa I purchased yesterday, let us add 2 more nearby." Lu Mei, taking small steps, nearly stumbled at the mention, but fortunately, Tang Xiaohu was quick to catch her. After regaining her balance, she felt even more embarrassed and flustered. This way, please." Watching the group depart, the other young lady, who had been left behind, finally regained her composure. She had been taken aback by Li Shuai's grandiosity and had wanted to interject to make herself known, but found no opportunity and lacked the courage to force herself into the conversation. Now, she could only stand there, sighing in despair, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Meanwhile, in the human resources office of the sales office, Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly completed her resignation application and handed it to her direct supervisor, sales manager Zhang Sweeping. After a brief glance, Zhang promptly signed it. With a smile, she assured Zhou Xiaoxiao, "All right, I'll take care of the signatures from other departments. You'll forfeit this month's salary, but you can collect the commission from yesterday's sale at finance shortly." "Thank you, Manager Zhang," Zhou Xiaoxiao replied sweetly. Zhang Suaping chuckled, then suddenly remembered something, pulling Zhou Xiaoxiao out of the HR office. Upon reaching the door, Zhang led Zhou Xiaoxiao to a corner where the water dispenser was located and quietly inquired, "Xiaoxiao, are you truly just working as an employee for Mr. Li? Or?" Zhou Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes. "I'm his housekeeper." "That's good." Zhang Suaping sighed in relief, reminding her, "Just remember to protect yourself and practice self-love. Don't be fooled by the seemingly glamorous lives of those kept. They are often discarded once the novelty wears off. Don't follow in their footsteps." Zhou Xiaoxiao, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, "You may be overthinking this, Sister Zhang. Our boss is a genuinely good person. I must tell you, he can be quite naive. Just yesterday, he accidentally damaged a table while eating noodles and offered 1,000 yuan on the spot. As someone who prides herself on frugality, caring for him as a nanny allows me to save him quite a bit of money. This is indeed his good fortune." Chapter 26. The nanny's pretense of authority. After a brief conversation, Zhang Suaping sent Zhou Xiaoxiao to the finance department to collect her commission. She returned to the sales department. But just as she settled into her office, Lu Mei burst in, her face etched with urgency. "Manager Zhang, quickly, prepare 2 purchase contracts for the villas." Zhang Suaping was taken aback, puzzled. "You sold a villa too?" "2 at that." Yes, it's that boss Li. Lu Mei could hardly contain her excitement. Zhang Suiping was somewhat surprised. Was that boss Li truly so affluent? She felt no jealousy, as her base salary was quite substantial, and the commissions from the houses she sold last year could sustain her and her son for a decade. It was indeed a good thing. Although Lu Mei was a bit scheming and not as innocent as Zhou Xiaoxiao, she was not entirely bad. Zhang Suiping felt happy for her. Zhang Suiping reached for a blue folder from the document rack beside her desk, opened it for a glance, and extracted 4 contracts. She then took the red seal and some tissues from her desk and handed them to Lu Mei. After leaving the office, the two proceeded to the front desk to pick up a POS machine. In the negotiation area, Li Shuai and 3 other men were seated around a coffee table, each accompanied by a lady in a short skirt and stockings perched elegantly on the armrests of their chairs. Despite the usual boisterous demeanor of the Tang brothers in the old factory street, they had never encountered such a scenario. The market was filled with vendors, and it was rare to see ladies in such attire. Now, they sat upright, hands neatly placed on their laps, wary of leaning back, lest their arms brush against the legs of the elegantly dressed ladies beside them. Gao Qixing was even more flustered. After all, he was still a child, his face flushing with embarrassment. Li Shuai watched their reactions, stifling a chuckle as he picked up his Longjing tea. At that moment, the lady beside Tang Xiaolong said, "Boss, consider this. Since you bought a villa, why not invest in a few more high-rise apartments?" Li Shuai jested. "The Tang brothers are the real bosses. I'm merely the accountant." The lady next to Tang Xiaohu chimed in, "Exactly. Trust us, the property values in Jinghai are bound to soar. Investing now will surely yield profits." Before Gao Qixing's companion could speak, he interrupted, "I can't buy property. I'm still a minor." Li Shuai nearly choked on his drink, throwing Gao Qixing an incredulous glance. "In college and still a minor?" "Indeed," Gao Qixing replied earnestly. "I skipped grades in elementary and middle school. I won't turn 18 until after my birthday in March next year." Li Shuai regarded him with surprise. It seemed this boy was a prodigy. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed, and everyone turned to see Zhang Suiping striding confidently towards them, accompanied by Lu Mei. The ladies, sensing the shift, discreetly departed. But before leaving, one of them playfully brushed her hand against Tang Xiaolong's chest. Startled, he looked down to find a business card in his hand. "They consider you the boss now. If you fancy one, make an appointment," Li Shuai teased. Before Tang Xiaolong could react, he stood up to greet Zhang Suiping, who approached with poise. "Mr. Li." Zhang Suiping extended her hand with confidence. Li Shuai met her gesture with a gentlemanly smile, lightly grasping her fingers. Meanwhile, in the office of the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee at the Municipal Party Committee, Zhao Lidong paced anxiously, alternating between sitting and standing, his demeanor clearly agitated. He had overestimated Li Shuai's capabilities, realizing that his methods were far more profound than he had anticipated. This was no longer just his issue. His elder brother was seeking assistance to handle illicit funds, a matter that Li Shuai had already uncovered. If this were to be exposed, his brother could find himself in dire straits. The implications of this situation were significant, contingent on who would handle it. If it fell into the hands of rival factions, the consequences could be severe. Zhao Lidong understood his family's character well. Despite his brother's moralistic lectures, he was hardly a paragon of virtue. While his brother might not be greedy, his 2 daughters and younger son were utterly unruly. If they continued to offend Li Shuai, dragging his brother and the entire family into turmoil, the repercussions would be grave. After much contemplation, Zhao Lidong concluded that it was best for the matter to end with him, preventing any further escalation. With a heavy sigh, he finally picked up his phone. Back at the Yike sales department, Zhou Xiaoxiao confronted the bald finance manager, her anger palpable. "Why can't you process my commission?" The bald manager, donning glasses perched on his nose, glanced at her dismissively. "I already told you, it's not the settlement day yet. If I process yours now, everyone will come rushing in, and will be chaos." Zhou Xiaoxiao shot back, "They're still employed, whereas I have resigned." The bald manager clicked his tongue, rising with feigned patience. "It doesn't matter whether you are employed or not. The process is the process." He placed a hand on her shoulder. "Just wait a few days. There's no rush, all right?" Zhou Xiaoxiao pushed his hand away in disgust. Annoyance flickered in his eyes, but she continued, "If I wait a few days, it will be New Year's. Once you all go on holiday, who will I turn to? I'm counting on this commission to celebrate the new year." The bald manager feigned indifference, glancing at the clock. "Oh, it's 10 o'clock. I have a meeting to prepare for. How about dinner later, and we can discuss this then?" Zhou Xiao, though innocent, recognized his ulterior motives. The sales operations at Yike were outsourced to this company, and the bald manager was the owner's brother-in-law, known for his inappropriate relations with several female sales representatives. She recalled his earlier hints when she first joined, which Zhang Tsuaping had later pointed out to her. As she prepared to retort, her phone rang with an unmistakable tone. Checking the caller ID, she was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Lidong. Having saved his number for convenience after their previous call, she glanced at the bald manager, her eyes narrowing mischievously as she answered the call on speaker. "Hello, Secretary Zhao." The bald manager was momentarily stunned by her address. Even the other finance employees craned their necks to listen. Hello. Are you Mr. Li's secretary? Is Mr. Li nearby?" Zhao Lidong's voice came through, cordial yet slightly deferential. "Yes, he is," Zhou Xiao replied directly. "Oh, good. Please let him know I'll call back shortly." "Wait, Secretary Zhao. I have a question for you," Zhou Xiao said with a knowing smile. "What question?" "Go ahead," he replied, seemingly pleased. "You oversee the public security and legal affairs. Our esteemed guardian of justice in Jinghai," Zhou Xiao remarked, maintaining eye contact with the bald manager as she flattered Zhao Lidong. Then he inquired, "May I ask how cases of certain companies withholding and deducting employee wages and commissions are generally adjudicated? What? Such things exist?" On the other end of the line, there was an immediate surge of righteous indignation. Such companies should be dealt with severely. At the very least, they ought to be suspended and restructured for 6 months. Chapter 27. Finally submitting? Zhao Lidong's righteous declaration startled everyone in the finance department. The labor law had been enacted for nearly 2 years. It seemed that no one paid it any heed. The capitalists continued their ways unabated. They preferred to bribe officials with hefty sums rather than distribute their wealth to what they regarded as mere subordinates. Furthermore, greasing the palms of officials could foster connections, a high-return investment. Would they gain even a word of gratitude from the laborers? Nonsense. Upon receiving the news that the so-called Secretary Zhao was ordering a 6-month suspension, the atmosphere turned tense. Forget about fines. It felt like a slap in the face. On the call, Zhao Lidong humbly inquired, "Excuse me, Miss Secretary. May I ask your esteemed surname?" Zhou Xiao, with a sense of pride, replied, "My name is Zhou Xiao. Rest assured, Secretary Zhou, I have this under control. I will contact the Labor Bureau, and if they do not respond, I will directly file a lawsuit against that company." At this point, Zhao Lidong paused. "By the way, what is the name of that company?" Upon hearing this, the bald man's forehead glistened with sweat as he looked at Zhou Xiao with pleading eyes. However, Zhou Xiao was unmoved. "Huitong Real Estate." "All right, I understand," he responded, pausing again. What about General Manager Li?" Zhou Xiao, feeling even more triumphant, chuckled. "I'll speak to him. You can call back in 20 minutes. "Okay, thank you. I won't disturb you further." With that, the call ended. It was no wonder Zhao Lidong was so humble. Li Shuai had him under his thumb, and indeed, his family's fate hung in the balance. In these times, embezzling over 10 million could lead to a lengthy prison sentence, and at 46 years old, he would likely have to wait for parole to be released. Whether his family would collapse due to this scandal remained uncertain, but one thing was clear. If those 2 recordings were released, he would be finished. His family would hardly come to his aid, perhaps eager to distance themselves from him. Meanwhile, the bald man stuttered, "SCC, Secretary Zhou." "Which Secretary Zhao were you referring to earlier?" Zhou Xiao gave him a look of disdain. "The one overseeing the public security and judicial affairs in Jinghai. Who else could it be? Just wait for an early holiday. I have no interest in that 20,000. With a haughty snort, she turned and left, leaving the bald man stunned as if struck by lightning. The remaining 2 female accountants in the finance department began to whisper among themselves. Secretary Zhao? Could it be Secretary Zhao Lidong of the Political and Legal Committee? My goodness, how did Zhou Xiao get such connections? If she had those ties, why would she still be working here? Didn't you hear what was said in the call? That Secretary Zhao mentioned General Manager Li several times. It must be the affluent individual Zhou Xiao is currently involved with. What kind of wealthy person has such influence that a secretary of the political and legal committee would treat them with such deference? Upon overhearing the accountant's conversation, the bald man felt increasingly anxious. Nevertheless, he clung to a sliver of hope, believing Zhou Xiao's words were merely a ruse, that the person on the other end was just a prearranged accomplice. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao stormed back to the sales department, only to find Zhang Cuiping's office empty. After inquiring with former colleagues, she learned that Lu Mei had dragged Zhang Cuiping off to sign a contract. Hastily, she made her way to the signing room. Upon entering, she saw Li Shuai's finger dipped in ink, pressing it onto the contract. As he noticed her arrival, everyone inside looked up. Seeing the little maid, Li Shuai smiled. Everything resolved? Not yet, Zhou Xiao retorted, still fuming. Sister Zhang, that Lu Kuan is unbearable. Not only is he denying me my commission, but he is also coercing me to have dinner with him today. What? Zhang Cuiping immediately frowned. Li Shuai, however, smirked. Why not go? He is inviting you to dinner. Zhang Cuiping looked at Li Shuai in disbelief, wondering whether he was genuinely clueless or merely pretending. After all, how many incidents had there been of male superiors inviting female subordinates to dinner only to intoxicate them and take them to hotels? Zhou Xiao, clearly unaware of the underlying implications, huffed, seeing that greasy forehead makes me nauseous. How could I possibly eat? Huffed. Lu Mei couldn't contain her laughter, hastily covering her face with the signed contract. I'll go talk to him. Zhang Cuiping turned to leave, but Zhou Xiao stopped her. No need, Sister Zhang. Someone will take care of him. With that, Zhou Xiao pulled out her phone and quickly approached Li Shuai. Gao Qixing, ever perceptive, offered his seat. Once seated, Zhou Xiao handed her phone to Li Shuai. That Secretary Zhao called again. He was looking for you. I had him intimidate our finance department head and told him to call back in 20 minutes. Li Shuai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly deduced the situation. He merely smiled, took the phone, and set it aside before retrieving his bank card to hand to Zhang Cuiping. At that moment, Zhou Xiao noticed the housing contract on the table and gasped. You bought another property? Li Shuai chuckled, yes. It'll serve as dormitory housing for Xiao Long and Gao Qiqiang. Zhang Cuiping and Lu Mei were momentarily stunned. As Zhou Xiao had pointed out, this Li boss was exceedingly generous, buying villas for employees to live in. Snapping back to reality, they quickly swiped their cards and handed the POS machine to Li Shuai for him to input his password. Tang Xiaolong and the others instinctively turned their heads away. Yet Li Shuai showed no hesitation, entering the password in front of Zhou Xiao. After confirming, a receipt was printed from the POS machine. At that instant, the signing room door swung open, and in walked the bald man, his expression akin to that of someone who had just lost a parent. Upon seeing Zhou Xiao, he immediately knelt down, shocking her. The bald man, Lu Kuan, pleaded, Xiao Zhou, no, Sister Zhou, I beg you, please show mercy and let me off this time. As he spoke, he pulled out 4 bundles of cash from his pocket, offering them with outstretched hands. This is your commission, and I'll personally add an extra amount, 40,000. Please, help me out, and let Secretary Zhao be lenient. Meanwhile, Zhang Cuiping, pulling the receipt from the POS, stared incredulously at Liu Kun. Turning to Zhou Xiao, she was at a loss for what was happening. At that moment, Lu Kuan noticed Zhang Cuiping and Lu Mei as well, and quickly added, even if you don't forgive me, you must consider Manager Zhang and Lu Mei. If Secretary Zhao takes action, everyone in the company will be out of work. Zhang Cuiping and Lu Mei exchanged glances, bewildered. Secretary Zhao? Which Secretary Zhao? Zhou Xiao, uncertain herself, looked to Li Shuai for help. However, Li Shuai merely replied, it's fine. Let him kneel. Didn't Zhao Lidong say he would call back in 20 minutes? We'll wait for that. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Cuiping and Lu Mei were momentarily stunned. Zhao Lidong. Why did that name sound so familiar? Then, Zhang Cuiping's eyes widened in realization. Oh my, Zhao Lidong. Immediately, she cast a gleeful glance at Lu Kuan. Well, it seems you're finally facing consequences for your actions, huh? 20 minutes can feel both long and short. Everyone remained in the signing room, with Zhang Zuoping and Liu Mei eager to witness the unfolding drama. As women, they were certainly keen on savoring this juicy gossip. Earlier, Liu Kuan revealed that if this matter is not resolved properly, the entire company may face significant troubles, potentially leading to unemployment for them. Therefore, they are eager to see what the final outcome will be. Just as Li Shuai and Tang Xiaolong were engrossed in conversation, suddenly, the phone rang. Precisely 20 minutes had passed. Li Shuai turned to signal the maid to answer the call. Complying, the maid picked up the phone. "Hello, Secretary Zhao, please hold on. I will have General Manager Li take the call." She placed the phone on the table and switched to speaker mode. "Hello, Secretary Zhao." The casual tone confirmed the suspicions that Zhang Zuoping and Liu Mei had just whispered about. "General Manager Li, are you busy at the moment? If so, I can call back later." Such humility. Even the bald man on the floor was too frightened to breathe. Li Shuai then responded, "What is it?" On the other end of the line, "I am unsure if it is convenient for you, General Manager Li, but I would like to arrange a meeting to discuss having a meal together." Chapter 28. Ensuring past grievances do not recur in a bid to secure Li Shuai's agreement. Zhao Lidong hastily added after extending his invitation, "By the way, I've already instructed someone to handle the matter concerning Secretary Zhou. They should have issued a verbal notification to that company. What was it called again? Oh yes, Huitong Real Estate." Upon hearing this, Li Shuai glanced at Liu Kuan, who was kneeling on the ground, looking as if he had just received devastating news. It was clear that Zhao Lidong had already warned the owner of the real estate company. Just as he was about to speak, a notification from his watch interrupted him. Surveying the room, Li Shuai turned to Zhao Lidong and said, "Why don't you come to my house for lunch? It's at Yaik Mingzhu Residential Area, Building 8. Zhao Lidong promptly replied, "Of course. The remaining details can be discussed with my secretary." He then turned to the others as Li Shuai announced, "I need to use the restroom," before standing up and making his way toward the exit. The individuals in the room exchanged glances. And then Zhou Xiaoxiao picked up the phone. "Secretary Zhao?" "Hello, Secretary Zhou." She glanced at Zhang Zuoping and Liu Mei, then at the pleading Liu Kuan, and thoughtfully suggested, "Secretary Zhao, regarding the issue with Huitong Real Estate, I believe we should grant them another chance. We must consider the employees under this company, as a suspension would leave them in a precarious situation. Unless we can resolve their salary issues during the downtime, we ought to approach this penalty with caution. What do you think?" "Secretary Zhou, I find your suggestion quite astute," Zhao Lidong responded, appearing pleased. "Indeed, when addressing issues, we must consider multiple perspectives and not make hasty decisions based on personal biases. Therefore, concerning Huitong Real Estate, I will have the Labor Bureau deliberate further. Rest assured, we will provide a satisfactory resolution for the employees under that company." "Thank you, Secretary Zhao," Zhou Xiaoxiao replied. It's all in service to the people. I won't take up any more of your time. See you at noon." All right. After hanging up, Zhang Zuoping and the others released a collective sigh of relief, followed by incredulous looks directed at Zhou Xiaoxiao. Goodness, in just one day, she can chat so amicably with such a high-ranking official? The Tang brothers gazed at Zhou Xiaoxiao with admiration. This girl is impressive. If it were us, we wouldn't even dare to speak to someone like Zhao Lidong. We'd probably be terrified by just a glance. As for Gao Qixing, he was filled with envy. This is the elevation that comes with transcending class. However, Zhou Xiaoxiao, patting her chest, exclaimed in a mix of relief and anxiety, "Goodness, I was so nervous. My palms were sweating." Meanwhile, in the restroom, Li Shuai quickly entered a stall, closed the door, and activated his communicator, switching to headset mode. The image of Li Erxi appeared on the projection screen. "Boss," Li Shuai was taken aback. "You wrapped it up already? Considering the time, you must have just arrived in Jiangzhou, right?" Li Erxi smirked. That home-to shipyard is on the brink of bankruptcy. Not only are several of its sons squandering their inheritance, but they're also squabbling over the family assets. Zhang Benkai intends to sell off most of the fixed assets to leave money for his daughter. So, a 20,000-ton cargo ship can be acquired for 100 million, and flipping it would yield a profit of several tens of millions. Li Shuai nodded, amused. Li Erxi's explanation was straightforward. But he knew that considerable effort had gone into breaking down the other party's psychological defenses. After all, old Zhang wasn't a fool. He wouldn't sell the ship at such a low price without reason. Then, Li Shuai recalled something and inquired, "Is he selling the company as well?" Liarshi Azitata. Though they're close to bankruptcy, the company still holds significant value. It was once the largest state-owned shipyard in Lingjiang province before being restructured under Zhang Benkai. To acquire Hongtu Shipyard, one would need at least 10 billion. My suggestion is to wait until they undergo bankruptcy reorganization, or better yet, until they are entirely bankrupt. Then we shall wait. But keep an eye on the old employees. If there are any good ones, remember to recruit them. Li Shuai shrugged, then smirked. Old Zhang is nearly bankrupt, and his young wife is cheating on him, flaunting her new beau while buying luxury cars. TSK. Li Erxi was stunned. How do you know this? I ran into her while she was car shopping. She even gave me a hard time. I scanned the situation with my glasses and pieced it all together. Li Erxi chuckled at the coincidence. Just then, Li Shuai pressed the communicator again, and the images of Li Yigong and Li Sanfa appeared on the screen. Boss, they both greeted in unison. Li Shuai queried, "The ship is purchased. In a few days, I'll have someone sail it to our base. At that time, ensure that all the gold, platinum, and other valuables are transferred. How much of the equipment I requested has been prepared?" Li Sanfa glanced at the list and read aloud, 2032 nanometer lithography machines, along with various components like light sources and lenses. You should be able to assemble several dozen units with what you take. The rest can be produced there. I'm quite disinterested in such artifacts since the technology is readily available. Additionally, we have production equipment for LCD screens, light guide plates, and diffusion films. In summary, there's enough to set up a large factory. Actually, you could take some time there to produce these items. Our base is still busy constructing your cruise ship. Exactly. Li Yigong, Kaimdin. Producing these items at the base would be akin to using an intercontinental missile to swat a mosquito. What do you know? Li Shuai Raturta. Producing them here would take ages, and I've already boasted about boosting GDP fivefold. Oh, that's quite urgent. Li Yigong Nudda. Li Sanfa rolled his eyes, continuing, "As for the high-powered electron microscope and particle collider, those can wait." Li Shuai waved his hand. "Let them remain at the Research Institute for future researchers to play with. We'll transport them next time. By the way, we don't have an icebreaker here. Make sure to coordinate for one. Otherwise, we'll have to transfer at sea. Let us do it at sea. I just tested the ice with a mining ship as sonar, and I can't even fathom how many seals and fish were lost." The entire surface was stained red, Li Yigong said with a look of disgust. All right, I've made you nauseous enough. Let us leave it at that." After cutting off the two, Li Shuai turned back to Li Erxi. "You brought the official seal, right? Once everything else wrapped up, return quickly so you can still make it for dinner." "Yes. I'll go sign the contract shortly and send you the public account for Hongtu Shipyard to transfer the funds." "Excellent." After ending the call, Li Shuai clapped his hands with a mischievous smile. "I recall learning in history class that soon the semiconductor industry in the Dragon Country will be in disarray due to the Eagle's interference. Now that I, old Li, have arrived, if they don't end up bowing down and calling me father, then my surname ISNT Li. In this era, ASML and Nikon are still struggling with 90 nanometer lithography machines. We shall present them with 32 nanometer ones. Sanctions? Sanctions my foot. Not just lithography machines, but chips, LCD TVs, digital cameras, smartphones, and everything else they've profited from in the Dragon Country shall be systematically eliminated. Chapter 29. When can we buy a house here? At 10 a.m., outside Yike Mingzhu Garden, a small scooter sputtered to a stop at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, the riders were none other than the siblings Gao Qiqiang and Gao Qilan. Gao Qiqiang parked the scooter beside the security booth and picked up a plastic bag from the footboard. Peering inside, he saw it was filled with oranges. Gao Qilan gazed enviously at the towering buildings within Mingzhu Garden and asked, "Brother, when do you think we could buy a house here?" Turning to glance back, Gao Qiqiang ruffled his sister's hair and replied, "If you study diligently and secure a good job, it won't be long before we can buy one." Gao Qilan's eyes sparkled as she inquired with a smile, "Didn't you say that Big Boss was considering hiring you? Did he mention your salary?" "No." Gao Qiqiang chuckled sheepishly. But according to your second brother, I'm sure it will be fair. Before Gao Qilan could respond, they were interrupted by a voice nearby. Hello. Looking over, they found it was the community's security guard. Oh, hello. Gao Qiqiang quickly replied. The guard scrutinized the siblings and felt they did not seem like potential homeowners in Mingzhu Garden. Are you here to see someone? He asked. Gao Qiqiang replied, feigning sincerity. Yes, we're looking for Mr. Li from Building 8 in the villa area. He called and invited us for lunch. The guard's demeanor shifted upon hearing the name of the villa owner. Why don't you register and go inside? Gao Qiqiang shook his head vigorously. No, Mr. Li hasn't returned yet. We'll wait for him here. The guard, seeing their resolve, returned to the booth and brought out 2 folding stools for them. Gao Qiqiang thanked him repeatedly and offered the guard a cigarette from his pocket. As they sat, the siblings chatted, making the wait seem less tedious. Approximately half an hour later, a luxurious SUV pulled up, followed by a van. Gao Qiqiang watched enviously as the SUV parked at the entrance, thinking to himself about the day he could own such a vehicle. Brother, just as he daydreamed, a familiar voice called out to him. Turning around, he did not see Xiao Sheng, but Gao Qilan spotted Gao Qixing leaning out of the car window and excitedly nudged her brother's arm. Look, brother! It's second brother. Following her gaze, Gao Qiqiang saw Gao Qixing waving at him and hurried over. As he approached, the rear window rolled down, revealing Li Shuai and Zhou Xiaoxiao inside. Mr. Li, Gao Qiqiang bent slightly to greet Li Shuai and introduced his sister. This is my sister, Gao Qilan, whom you met at the noodle shop yesterday. Li Shuai, smiling, nodded at Gao Qilan, who peeked shyly from behind her brother. Why aren't you going inside? He asked. We're afraid we won't find a place. So we figure we'd wait for you here, Gao Qiqiang replied earnestly. You'll be an owner here too. It's good to familiarize yourself with the place. Li Shuai said cheerfully, then added without waiting for a response. Get in the van with Tang Xiaohu. We'll head in first. Oh, sure. Gao Qiqiang agreed, walking towards the van. As they settled in, Tang Xiaohu greeted Changgu. Hey, Xiaohu. Gao Qiqiang replied, still adjusting to this newfound recognition. Truth be told, in the eyes of the Tang brothers, while Li Shuai was a distinguished figure, the Gao siblings were also considered affluent. Had it not been for Gao Qiqiang's intervention yesterday, they might have faced severe repercussions. Seated comfortably, Gao Qiqiang watched as the SUV pulled away, with Tang Xiaohu following suit. Gao Qilan exclaimed, he truly is a big boss. That car must be expensive. Tang Xiaohu sighed. Xiaolan, you still underestimate Mr. Li. He is not just a big boss. He is a super boss. Today, my brother and I accompanied him to buy cars, and he bought 3 of those SUVs at over 2 million each, saying one was for his housekeeper to use for shopping. The Gao siblings were left speechless, unable to fathom such a lavish lifestyle. Then Tang Xiaohu added, by the way, you might not know, but Mr. Li has purchased houses for us. He bought 2 villas for our families to use as dormitories, each worth over $1 million. You're in Villa 10, and we're in Villa 11. After lunch, let's go take a look. Gao Qiqiang's eyes nearly bulged out of his head, stammering by villas for us, as dormitories? Yes, Mr. Li said after working with him for 20 years. The houses will belong to us. Tang Xiaohu confirmed. The keys for your house are with Xiao Sheng. You can ask him later. Gao Qiqiang was once again dumbfounded, exchanging astonished glances with his equally stunned sister. What had they just discussed? When would they have a house here? Arriving at Villa 8, the SUV came to a gentle stop, and the van followed suit. Everyone disembarked, and Zhou Xiaoxiao took the keys to unlock the door, while the Tang brothers and Gao Qixing grabbed supplies from the van. Gao Qilan gazed up at the villa, momentarily lost in thought, imagining herself living in such a beautiful house. Li Shuai discreetly glanced at the young girl, noting her innocence and charm. Slightly more appealing than the housekeeper, though still quite young. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoxiao opened the door, and Li Shuai stepped inside first. Once everyone was in, the housekeeper directed them to place their items in the kitchen before donning an apron to prepare a meal. Li Shuai plopped down on the sofa and, noticing everyone standing awkwardly, beckoned, please take a seat. They all smiled and complied, with the Tang brothers settling on the right couch, and the Gao siblings on the left. Gao Qilan nestled beside her brother, appearing timid. Li Shuai crossed his legs, resting his left arm on the sofa's armrest while his right hand casually rested on his thigh, embodying the quintessential boss demeanor. After surveying the group, he smiled and said, "You all are the first people I've met since arriving in Jinghai. If all goes well, you will become key members of my team." Joy illuminated the faces of both families. However, Li Shuai continued, "Rest assured, following me will not leave you at a loss. I have already purchased houses for you, and vehicles will be provided in due course. But you must also demonstrate your worth. As for Xiaosheng, I have no concerns. I have high hopes for him." Hearing this, Gao Qixing exchanged a proud glance with his older brother. At that moment, Li Shuai turned his attention to Gao Qiqiang. "As for Gao Qiqiang and the Tang brothers, I assume your educational backgrounds are not particularly impressive." Embarrassed, the Gao siblings and the Tang brothers lowered their heads. Gao Qiqiang awkwardly chuckled. "Mr. Li, to be honest, I never even completed middle school. I do not seek employment from you. All I desire is for Asheng." Li Shuai interjected with a smile, raising his hand to interrupt. "You have misunderstood my intention. To be candid, I am quite satisfied with all of you at present. Particularly you, Gao Qiqiang." Gao Qiqiang was taken aback. He then heard Li Shuai continue. "We often describe an exceptional individual as possessing both virtue and talent. Currently, you embody virtue without the accompanying talent. What is to be done? Read more, learn more. Your memory has not yet begun to wane with age. While you are still young, strive to enrich yourself." Gao Qiqiang stared blankly at the Tang brothers seated opposite him, then glanced at his younger brother. He noticed Gao Qixing offering him an encouraging look. It was then that Gao Qixing smiled and turned to Li Shuai. "I will certainly endeavor to study hard." The Tang brothers promptly echoed their agreement. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. "I'll go answer it." Gao Qixing quickly rose to open the door, and as soon as it swung open, a deep voice inquired, "Hello, is Mr. Li at home?" Upon hearing this voice, a smile crept across Li Shuai's lips. "Yes. Please come in." In walked Zhao Lidong, and to Li Shuai's surprise, not only did Secretary Wang follow, but Su Jiang also accompanied them. Chapter 30. Your abilities are insufficient. "I look down upon you upon entering." Zhao Lidong observed that Li Shuai remained seated, not rising to greet him. He dared not display any expression and merely smiled in acknowledgement. Su Jiang quickly bowed slightly, grinning as he greeted Mr. Li. Noticing Su Jiang and Secretary Wang both holding gifts, with Su Jiang carrying what appeared to be tea leaves and Secretary Wang bringing liquor, Zhao Lidong pondered the intricacies of gift-giving within bureaucratic circles. It is conventionally deemed inappropriate to present tea as it invites scrutiny, an implication that one might be under investigation. Naturally, those officials with a clear conscience would not concern themselves with such matters. Who dares to claim tea leaves aren't a form of bribery? A box of Longjing could cost over 1,000, and a jar de Hongpo several thousand. After exchanging greetings, Zhao Lidong and his companions surveyed the other attendees in the living room, curious about the individuals permitted to converse with Li Shuai. However, the attire of these individuals hardly suggested they belonged to the upper echelons of society. "Have you arrived?" Li Shuai still did not rise, but smiled and gestured. He then pointed to Gao Qiqiang and his associates, introducing them. "These are my employees. Today marks our company's inaugural team-building event." He continued addressing Gao Qiqiang and his group. "This is Secretary Zhao from the Municipal Political and Legal Committee, and Su, the head of Bai Jinhang." "Hello." Even if Zhao Lidong was reluctant, he dared not overstep and could only greet Gao Qiqiang and the others with a smile. Upon hearing that one was the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee and the other a notorious figure in the underworld, they felt a jolt of surprise and promptly stood to respond. Li Shuai then urged, "Please, take a seat. You've arrived a bit early, and lunch will be served shortly." Upon hearing this, the Tang brothers hurried to the side of the Gao siblings, relinquishing their previous seats on the sofa to Zhao Lidong and his companions. Li Shuai, observing this, slightly curled his lips, displeased with the Tang brothers' behavior. Logically, as long as they remained loyal to him, their status would undoubtedly surpass that of Zhao Lidong and Su Jiang in the future. After all, Li Shuai aspired to become a prominent figure in the galaxy's political sphere, and a mere petty official from Jinghai could hardly be compared to his core subordinates. Offering Zhao Lidong a seat, a couple of small chairs would suffice. Fortunately, Li Shuai's sofa was sufficiently spacious, and the 5 members of the Tang and Gao families could sit together without discomfort. After expressing their gratitude, Zhao Lidong and Su Jiang approached the now vacant sofa, placing their gifts on a coffee table. Su Jiang, with a hearty laugh, remarked, "Mr. Li, a small token of goodwill." They settled down, and it was rather amusing to note that Zhao Lidong sat on the far left, closest to Li Shuai, while Secretary Wang occupied the middle seat instead of Su Jiang. "Too polite," Li Shuai responded before continuing, "I understand the purpose of your visit. Frankly, I have just arrived in Jinghai and had no intention of clashing with anyone." He then turned to Su Jiang. "I sought to stay a night at your Beijing hang, but you attempted to chase me away. When I called you fatty, you tried to strike me, and I ended up giving you a good beating." Turning his gaze to Zhao Lidong, he added, "You were aware of my intention to visit the municipal committee, and you called to mobilize the police against me. I warned you, but you were defiant and sent people to kill me. Did I recount the events correctly? Any inaccuracies?" No, it's all our fault. We acted thoughtlessly." Zhao Lidong's expression was one of dismay, and he cast a bewildered glance at the Tang and Gao families, who were equally astonished. They had envisioned their boss as formidable, yet they were taken aback to witness such a reaction from a high-ranking official in Jinghai. Li Shuai continued now in front of my employees, "Let me clarify. If it weren't for your repeated provocations, I wouldn't bother with insignificant characters like you." Zhao Lidong's expression faltered, but he quickly plastered a smile on his face, nodding affirmatively. Yet, the muscle in his jaw twitched, revealing his inner displeasure. As for Secretary Wang, he bowed his head, his hands clasped on his lap, knuckles turning white. Su Jiang, on the other hand, felt a flicker of satisfaction, as these two often displayed a similar attitude towards him. And now they were facing the consequences of their own actions. "Do you think I'm boasting? Do you believe I dare speak so boldly because I hold something against you?" Li Shuai asked, observing Zhao Lidong's impending retort. "Honestly, neither of you even possesses the qualifications to be my subordinates. You are both firmly entrenched in your ways, lacking in ability and rife with flaws. Unlike them." Li Shuai turned his attention to Gao Qiqiang and the others. "There are still blank slates, and I can mold them into the finest talents in the world." At this point, Zhao Lidong's patience wore thin, and his face darkened. Li Shuai, noticing this, remarked, "Do you think I'm making idle threats? You think I speak so boldly due to having leverage over you?" As Zhao Lidong prepared to speak, Li Shuai continued, "Truly, neither of you possesses the capability to assist me in my ambitions. Your talents are far too limited." Zhao Lidong felt a rush of elation. He had come seeking a similar assurance. As for dining, he had no interest in such mundane fare. Would he, a municipal political and legal committee secretary, concern himself with the opinions of someone he deemed mentally unstable? Thus he stood up decisively, saying, "Indeed, I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now. Perhaps I will host you another time, Mr. Li." Chapter 31, The True Bitter Drink. Zhao Lidong and his companions exited Li Shuai's residence with cheerful expressions. Yet the moment the door closed, their demeanor shifted dramatically. In an instant, their faces morphed into grimaces. While striding toward their vehicle, Secretary Wang could not contain his disdain, exclaiming, "Is this Li boss out of his mind? His manner of speaking is anything but normal." With a darkened countenance, Zhao Lidong retorted, "I seem to be cursed encountering such a lunatic, no matter how proficient the skills. They are of little consequence in the hands of such a person." Casting a glance at Su Jiang, he continued, "This mess is your doing, costing me over 10 million. Su Jiang quickly offered a conciliatory smile, assuring, "Rest assured, I will find a way to compensate for your losses." By this time, they had reached their Audi, and Zhao Lidong let out a cold huff, disregarding Su Jiang entirely as he opened the door and entered the vehicle. Despite his simmering frustration, Su Jiang dutifully assisted Zhao Lidong by shutting the door and then earnestly reminded the driver, Xiao Tang, to proceed with caution. As the car started and gradually departed, Zhao Lidong's ire was palpable. Secretary Wang, who viewed Zhao Lidong as a life mentor, felt a surge of indignation at the humiliation Zhao had just endured. Could it truly end like this? His displeasure simmered beneath the surface. Zhao Lidong shot him a sidelong glance, momentarily catching Secretary Wang off guard, who quickly realized they were not alone in the vehicle and refrained from speaking further. However, Zhao Lidong articulated, if we were to overtly set traps for him, that would be unwise. Even my directly managed units cannot engage in any targeted actions against him. Otherwise, this lunatic would undoubtedly retaliate against us. Thus, we must leverage external forces. Secretary Wang, being astute, grasped the implication immediately. The companies I currently oversee rely entirely on Mayor Zhang's green light. We can discreetly influence him through Mayor Zhang or impose restrictions via Secretary Wu. His company must operate, his factories must be constructed, fire safety must be inspected, and there are myriad other considerations such as electricity and communications. We possess ample means to deal with him. Zhao Lidong smiled at the suggestion, neither confirming nor denying it, while his gaze drifted toward the window, seemingly captivated by the scenery of the community. After being belittled by Li Shuai, he was determined to demonstrate to Li what true power and connections entailed. An individual, emerging from nowhere, who had a modicum of communication technology knowledge, had become overly arrogant. If it did not teach Li Shuai a lesson, then what was Zhao Lidong's worth? Meanwhile, Su Jiang watched the Audi disappear from view, an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his intense anger, which he was striving to suppress. Since enlisting Zhao Lidong as his protector, his financial gains had soared, and his influence in Jinghai had grown, yet the indignities he suffered had also multiplied. He longed to shatter Zhao Lidong's skull with his golf club. However, he understood the necessity of restraint. He had a child and could not afford the impulsiveness of his youth. After taking a deep breath, he approached his BMW. Yet just as he opened the door, he hesitated, seemingly struck by a thought, and turned his gaze toward villa number 8 in the distance. Inside Li Shuai's residence, the sounds of cooking filled the kitchen, while the living room remained silent. Gao Qiqiang and others were still savoring the metaphorical chicken soup Li Shuai had served them, while Li Shuai contemplated potential roles for Gao Qiqiang and his associates. At that moment, Gao Qiqiang snapped back to reality, inquiring, by the way, Mr. Li, what shall we name our company? Li Shuai, pulled from his thoughts, replied with a smile, I have many companies, including the Centaur Heavy Industry Group, Bear Research Group, Little Bear Logistics Group, Orion Security, Gemini Entertainment, and Taurus Finance. Noticing Li Shuai counting on his fingers, Gao Qiqiang furrowed his brow. Are they all named after constellations? Li Shuai nodded with a smile. Indeed, the vast expanse of the starry sky reminds us of our insignificance. Imagine if we could conquer the heavens above. What a sight that would be. Gao Qiqiang envisioned this and smiled awkwardly, feeling it was merely a fanciful dream. Just as he was about to speak, a knock at the door interrupted. Gao Qiqiang hurried to answer, while Li Shuai curiously leaned forward, pondering who might be arriving now. Soon, Gao Qiqiang entered, accompanied by Su Jiang. Mr. Su? Li Shuai raised an eyebrow, surprised. What brings you back? Mr. Li, I was just seeing off Secretary Zhao. Su Jiang said sheepishly. It's not every day I get to visit you. One must at least partake in a meal. Upon hearing this, Li Shuai's eyes lit up. Scrutinizing Su Jiang from head to toe, you don't think I was merely boasting earlier? Su Jiang chuckled, of course not. I have witnessed your capabilities firsthand. Li Shuai regarded Su Jiang for a moment before breaking into a knowing smile. Very well, I will grant you an opportunity. Do you know anyone in the shipping industry? I require a crew for a venture. No other requirements. They simply need to be honest and discreet. In the near future, you will accompany me on a maritime venture to transport some goods. Su Jiang was momentarily taken aback, assuming Li Shuai was involved in some illicit activities. A smirk crept onto his face, as if to say, I understand your intentions. Li Shuai, noticing his expression, responded curtly, what does that look for? This is not about smuggling. By the way, if you wish to collaborate with me, you must cleanse your hands of any unsavory dealings. Trust me, if you remain steadfast, I will ensure you become the largest underworld lord on this planet. Chapter 32. Do you wish to witness my strength? At the dining table, Su Jiang absent-mindedly picked at the dishes. It wasn't tea that the food prepared by the maid was unappetizing. In fact, it was quite delectable. However, Su Jiang lacked an appetite, preoccupied with the conversation he had just had with Li Shuai. The United States Navy, renowned for its prowess, was a force capable of challenging the world. How could a small-time gang in Jinghai possibly be compared to such a military giant? He also pondered whether he should heed Li Shuai's advice to abandon his previous ventures in underground gambling, the red light district, lending, and forced evictions. After all, those enterprises were quite lucrative. Look at this. Now, this is culinary skill. Gao Qixing exclaimed as he ladled fish head soup, offering his critique to his brother Gao Qiqiang. The comment jolted Su Jiang from his thoughts, and he realized that the table was nearly bare, with even the fish soup revealing its bones. He felt momentarily stunned. He then noticed Gao Qilan slouched in her chair, rubbing her belly, while Tang Xiaolong adjusted his loose belt and Gao Qiqiang continued to sip the fish soup. Zhou Xiaoxiao graciously accepted their compliments, confident in her culinary abilities. It is worth noting that those who worked outside and were called upon to cook during the new year typically possessed respectable cooking skills. However, upon seeing that Su Jiang still had a substantial portion of food left in his bowl, Zhou Xiaoxiao inquired, "Mr. Su, is the meal not to your liking?" Su Jiang snapped back to reality and quickly shook his head. No. I was lost in thought, and before I knew it, the dishes were gone. "I'll make you another." Zhou Xiaoxiao was about to rise, but Su Jiang stopped her. "It's all right, I'll just pour some soup." With that, Su Jiang lifted the pot of fish head soup and poured it into his bowl before devouring his rice. Su Jiang widened his eyes at Zhou Xiaoxiao. "Delicious." Zhou Xiaoxiao smiled. "If I told you I didn't use any MSG, you probably wouldn't believe me." Su Jiang Zito. The umami from MSG is different from this flavor. Can't you tell? As he spoke, he glanced around. Where's Mr. Li? He just went upstairs to make a call. On the second floor in the master bedroom, Li Shuai sat in a chair before a holographic projection of the Four Prosperity Group. "Why are we having another meeting? It's only been a few hours." Li Yigong complained upon entering. Li Shuai shot him a glare. "This is a formal meeting. Be serious." Okay. Li Yigong immediately shrank back. Although Li Shuai often joked with them, he was profoundly serious during work. If he was annoyed, he would challenge someone to a duel. And if it came to a duel, he would don exoskeletal armor, making him a formidable opponent. Despite being the strongest fighter among the four brothers, Li Yigong still often ended up bruised and battered after encounters with Li Shuai. "Fourth brother, you go first." Li Shuai directed his gaze at Li Sankai. Li Sankai nodded and spoke softly. "I have registered an investment company in Jiangdao and have currently acquired around 600 million worth of goods in Southeast Asia using tenfold leverage." It should be noted that Li Sansai's soft voice and delicate demeanor stemmed from his original design to cater to male clientele. Though Li Shuai had reprogrammed him using a neural chip after purchasing him, his ingrained habits from prior training remained, and he often found himself staring dreamily at Li Yigong's muscular physique. Dear capitalists, do not go too far. While we have data support from our timeline, the uncertainties of what may occur this year in this timeline remain vast. Li Shuai expressed his concern. However, Li Sankai rolled his eyes. "Do you not trust my capabilities? I have conducted my analyses based on market trends." Li Shuai begrudgingly fell silent, and then asked, "What about the remaining 400 million? We will invest in long-term projects, and the profits will gradually flow towards the port for long-term investments. Once your other companies are operational, I won't have much time for short-term investments," Li Sankai replied. "Very well, you may handle it as you see fit." Li Shuai then turned to Li Erxi. Li Erxi reported, "The contracts have been signed. Once the payment is completed and the ships are transferred, they will arrive in Jinghai within half a month at the latest." He then shared the account details for Hongtu shipping with Li Shuai. Li Shuai nodded and shifted his attention to Li Sanfa and Li Yigong. The mining waste has been completely processed, yielding a total of 702 tons of gold, 920 tons of platinum, 700 tons of silver, and over 80,000 tons of copper, Li Sanfa stated. Li Shuai frowned. "Is that all?" Li Sanfa shrugged. "That is from just a few days of mining waste. What more do you expect? As for the local gold mines near the old nest, I find them unworthy of extraction." Li Shuai stroked his chin. "Platinum is quite valuable now, priced at 150 per gram, while gold is only 70 and silver hovers around 1.5 per gram. If we calculate gold at 119, 1 billion, platinum at 288 billion, silver at 14, $55 billion, and copper at approximately $1 billion. Li Yigong rolled his eyes and stated the total amount. Calculating? Why bother? We have supercomputers for that. Li Shuai chuckled awkwardly before his expression turned serious. Is my cruise ship ready yet? Not so soon. The shipyard's gantry crane has only just been installed. The keel hasn't even been laid. Then hurry it up. Stop wasting time. After a brief scolding, Li Shuai waved his hand, signaling the end of the meeting. The holographic projections promptly vanished. After dismissing his subordinates, Li Shuai remembered he needed to transfer funds to Hongtu Shipping. He opened a drawer filled with stamp boxes, each labeled to assist him in locating the required seals without having to rummage through every box. Li Shuai retrieved the official seals for Jinghai Polaris Shipping Company under the Little Bear Logistics Group, along with his identification, before heading downstairs. The stamp Li Erxi carried to Hongtu Shipping was a contract-specific seal, one of the official stamps. While Li Shuai could easily transfer $1 billion from his account with a mere flick of his finger, public-to-public transfers allowed for the issuance of special VAT invoices, enabling tax deductions. Li Shuai would never evade taxes, as tax evasion is disgraceful. However, legitimate, reasonable, and lawful tax avoidance is entirely acceptable. Upon reaching the lower level, he saw several new employees assisting Zhou Xiaoxiao with the cleaning and tidying up, while even Su Jiang had changed into slippers and was wiping the table with a cloth. Hearing footsteps from upstairs, they paused their tasks. Mr. Li, Gao Qisheng, who was mopping the floor, greeted him first. Li Shuai smiled and nodded before turning to Tang Xiaolong. Come with me to the bank. Okay. Tang Xiaolong set aside his work and turned to change his shoes at the door. Just then, Li Shuai turned to Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the sofa peeling oranges. While they were working hard, you're just lounging about. Zhou Xiaoxiao spat out an orange seed and defended herself. They said they ate too much and needed to digest. All right, take them to see the house and familiarize themselves with the area. I have to step out. At that moment, Su Jiang interjected, Mr. Li, what business are you conducting at the bank? Perhaps I could accompany you. I have connections there, so we wouldn't need to wait in line. Li Shuai waved his hand dismissively. I am handling corporate matters. There shouldn't be much of a wait. He then scrutinized Su Jiang and chuckled. Are you following me to witness my strength? Su Jiang felt a bit embarrassed, as though his intention had been seen through. Li Shuai chuckled softly, suddenly recalling something, and looked around. Noticing the somewhat rustic attire of the Gao siblings, the Tang brothers, and even the maid, he deemed it necessary to give them a makeover. He then said, Everyone, please go ahead. After visiting the bank, I shall take you all to shop for clothes. Chapter 33. Setting Traps? At 4 p.m., in the courtyard of the Municipal Committee, a meeting was underway, specifically the Municipal Standing Committee meeting. The discussions had progressed significantly, primarily revolving around the reassignment of a cadre. It was then that Secretary Wu Jianping addressed the assembly. Now, regarding the proposal for Comrade Meng Dihai to concurrently serve as vice mayor, let us raise our hands to vote. With that, Secretary Wu immediately lifted his hand. Subsequently, others followed suit, and the proposal passed unanimously. Those who had wished to debate had already expressed their views. To abstain from voting now would effectively declare hostility. The attendees, all astute individuals, would certainly not engage in such foolishness. Unanimously approved. Secretary Wu exclaimed with a smile. Are there any further issues that require our attention? At this moment, Mayor Zhang raised his hand. I have a proposal for everyone to consider. He then handed several copies of a document to the executive vice mayor beside him, followed by a copy to Secretary Wu, and the documents were circulated among the 11 members present. Mayor Zhang continued, As you all know, our city has recently welcomed a prominent entrepreneur specializing in high-tech investments, Mr. Li Shuai. He is the same individual involved in the previous misunderstanding with Secretary Changlin at the committee. He has assured me that his investment in Jinghai will not be less than $20 billion, which could significantly boost our local economy. Therefore, to retain Mr. Li and attract more technology investors like him, I propose the establishment of a high-tech development zone in the Xiwan district, along with policy support for such entrepreneurs. After presenting his proposal, Mayor Zhang observed the expressions of the leaders present, only to find them all frowning in disapproval. This puzzled him, after all. This was a great opportunity. Just as he was contemplating their reactions, a cadre raised his hand to speak. Mayor Pei Yin, I must respectfully voice my opposition to your proposal. Mayor Zhang turned to see it was Lin Ningyi, the secretary of the Qinghua District Committee. He glanced at Secretary Wu, who appeared unfazed. Mayor Zhang furrowed his brow. Lin Ningyi was known to be aligned with Wu Jianping, and he had only mentioned this proposal to Wu the day before, when Wu had seemed quite enthusiastic. Why was Lin Ningyi opposing it now? Surely, he would not dare to voice his dissent without Wu's approval. With a measured tone, Mayor Zhang addressed Lin Ningyi. Secretary Ningyi, please share your reasoning. Lin Ningyi flashed a sycophantic smile. Well, Mayor Pei Yin, according to the development guidelines set by the city for the next 5 years, our focus will remain on the Qinghua district. If we allocate our limited finances to this high-tech development zone, it would inevitably hinder the growth of Qinghua district. Furthermore, there are numerous individuals masquerading as high-tech developers, exploiting government policies for their gain. They deceive and defraud, often leaving behind nothing but empty promises. What if Mr. Li Shuai is one of them? Our investments could vanish without a trace. Moreover, the economic benefits touted by these so-called high-tech initiatives are often inflated. I have reviewed the annual reports of domestic semiconductor companies, and most are operating at a loss. Even those that do make a profit fall short of the earnings of a radio factory. Thus, I believe we should approach the high-tech development zone with caution. Seeing others nodding in agreement, Mayor Zhang felt his temper rising. Yet he restrained himself from reacting angrily in the meeting. Given the current atmosphere, it was clear that the proposal would not pass, and there was no need for a formal vote. After considering this, Mayor Zhang forced a smile. I share similar concerns. Since everyone believes caution is warranted, we shall temporarily set this issue aside. After the meeting adjourned, Mayor Zhang pulled Secretary Wu aside. Old Wu, what's going on? I thought you were going to support me? I only want to protect you from being taken advantage of. Secretary Wu replied, exasperated. I've heard from the tax bureau that Li Shuai is nothing but hot air. You're proposing a policy shift worth billions based on his assurances. If he turns out to be a mere facade, it could tarnish your political career. Mayor Zhang's expression softened slightly as he sighed. I know what you're saying, but I have already spent 10 years in this mayoral position. If I serve another term, it will be 15 years. At 53, if I don't take a gamble now, I may never have another chance. Secretary Wu rolled his eyes. Am I any younger than you? If we're to take risks, we must ensure that Li Shuai is genuinely capable before proceeding. He may appear sincere, and I only wish to extend some goodwill. Mayor Zhang felt conflicted. If Li truly had the capacity, they risked alienating him, potentially leading him to invest elsewhere. Wu Jianping's eyes narrowed. Unless he reveals his true capabilities, don't expect me to support you in this gamble. If things go awry, I will share the blame. Sorry, but we're not close enough for that. With that, Secretary Wu turned and exited the room. Mayor Zhang watched his retreating figure, momentarily stunned, then broke into a bitter smile. He understood all too well that Wu was deliberately trying to calm him down. Approaching the conference table, he picked up his proposal, gazing at it for a moment before he chuckled ruefully, pondering the turmoil in his mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Shuai completed a transaction with Hongtu Shipbuilding. After enjoying the flirty attention from the bank teller, he, along with Gao Qiqiang and Zhou Xiaoxiao, embarked on a shopping spree. They acquired Armani suits for formal occasions, as well as casual outfits tailored to their preferences. Even Su Jiang received a suit, as he was considered part of the team and deserved the perks. However, Li Shuai couldn't quite wrap his head around the flared pants that Gao Qiqiang had chosen, which he insisted were the latest fashion. Additionally, no one had purchased new mobile phones, so Li Shuai treated himself to one as well, in keeping with local customs. It was essential to have a visible communication tool, for while his glasses could connect directly to the telecommunications network, using them in public would seem rather outlandish. After completing their shopping and exchanging contact numbers, Su Jiang suggested they all head to his Platinum Han for some leisure time. But Zhou Xiaoxiao and Gao Qilan's presence felt particularly intrusive. Li Shuai promptly instructed Tang Xiaohu to take the two ladies home before joining the others at the Platinum Han. Chapter 34. In the company of three, there is always a teacher inside the private room. Gao Qiqiang sang boisterously. Surprisingly, he possessed a decent singing voice. though Li Shuai could not comprehend the lyrics. "What song is this?" he inquired, leaning towards a young lady beside him and asking Gao Qixing, who sat to his left. Gao Qixing responded loudly, "It's Sea Wide Sky High. It's a song by BYD, a recently popular band from Jiangdao. Oh, we don't hear this song where I come from. It's quite pleasant." Li Shuai complimenta. He then noticed Gao Qixing's hands clasped nervously in his lap. Meanwhile, the young lady beside Gao Qixing was enthusiastically rubbing her arm against him. "Xiao Sheng, your hands should be in the right position." Li Shuai remarca, seizing the young lady's hand and playfully raising his eyebrows at Gao Qixing. Instead of feeling shy, the young lady leaned in closer to Li Shuai. Gao Qixing merely chuckled awkwardly, still unable to let go. The Tang brothers were similarly hesitant, having only experienced low-end venues. They were out of their depth in this mid-range setting, merely resting their arms around the young lady's shoulders and not daring to touch their waists. At that moment, the young lady raised her glass towards Li Shuai, saying, "Mr. Li, I toast to you." Li Shuai clinked his glass with hers and drank just as Gao Qixing finished his song. "Ogre!" Li Shuai led the applause, and the others quickly joined in. "Forgive my lack of talent," Gao Qixing said, clasping his hands together in a gesture of humility before sitting down next to Li Shuai. The young lady he had chosen immediately nestled close to him, leaving the otherwise unassuming Gao Qixing feeling quite embarrassed. Li Shuai simply smiled, knowing that with a few more visits, they'd loosen up. Just then, the door to the private room opened, and Su Jiang peeked in, waving at the young ladies. They promptly stood and exited. "What's going on?" Li Shuai inquired. Su Jiang pulled up a small stool and sat opposite Li Shuai. Grinning, "Mr. Li, I've found the crew." Li Shuai's eyes brightened. "So soon?" "Well, it depends on whose business it is. Since it's your instruction, Mr. Li, I naturally hasten my pace." Su Jiang poured himself a drink and curiously asked, "I noticed you all didn't seem to be enjoying yourselves. Is it that the ladies aren't pretty enough? I can bring in a different batch." He started to stand. "Ah, no need." Li Shuai waved him off, chuckling, "We're all refined gentlemen here, just a bit shy." Su Jiang glanced at the two brothers and quickly deduced that they were merely acquaintances of Li Shuai, likely unfamiliar with such establishments. He laughed. "What is there to be shy about? They're being paid to provide a service. In essence, they're here for your pleasure. If you spend money and don't take advantage, they'll secretly think you're a fool. Is that so?" Gao Qixing felt his worldview shifting. Su Jiang touched his nose and finally turned to Li Shuai, smirking. "It's $800 per table. If it's just singing and drinking, that's an easy way to earn money. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Li?" Li Shuai shuklad non cum mital. He glanced at his watch and noted the time. "It's getting late. I should be heading back. I'll see you off," Su Jiang offered. "Great." Moments later, they reached the door. As they approached the car, Li Shuai paused, addressing Su Jiang. "My boat should return within half a month. Inform the crew that their wages will start from tomorrow, and I'll continue to pay for this month of waiting." "You're generous." Su Jiang gave a thumbs up. After a friendly pat on Su Jiang's arm, Li Shuai entered the car, adjusting the armrest in the middle of the back seat to accommodate 3 passengers. Gao Qixing and the others bid farewell to Su Jiang and got in as well. The vehicle glided out of the garden at the entrance of the Platinum Han, with Su Jiang watching them depart. He had just begun to grasp Li Shuai's capabilities, purchasing a 100 million yuan boat without a flicker of an eye. While others might boast, the substantial transaction was irrefutable. The bank clerk had nearly drooled at the sight of Li Shuai, indicating that his account balance far exceeded 100 million. Su Jiang pondered whether he himself possessed such wealth. If he considered all his assets, it might surpass 100 million, but in terms of liquid funds, having just built the Platinum Han and purchased several yachts, he found himself short on cash. Reflecting on the yachts, he felt conflicted. They were intended for drawing officials into compromising situations, but now, at Li Shuai's behest, he was advised against pursuing such plans. After some contemplation, Su Jiang realized he had to make a choice, as Li Shuai did not seem the type to tolerate indecisiveness. Yet, the thought of those yachts made him wince. Having spent so much, how long would it take to recoup his investment through rentals? In the car, the atmosphere was tranquil, with only the faint hum of the engine and the sound of tires rolling over the pavement. Li Shuai gazed out the window, taking in a night view of the ancient city. Suddenly, Gao Qiqiang asked, Mr. Li, was what Su said earlier true? Tang Xiaohu, in the front passenger seat, also turned around, eager for knowledge. Well, how should I explain this? Li Shuai pressed his lips together. The young ladies you just chose are fundamentally good-natured. But since they have opted for this line of work, they must bear the consequences. When they encounter you on the street, dressed modestly, you should respect their dignity and not look down upon them. However, when they enter the private room in their working attire, they become commodities. You need only respect their prices. If your wallet is flush, indulge. If not, then partake in moderation. It's as simple as that. Just remember, once you step out of such places, you no longer know them. You may support their business, but refrain from interfering in their personal lives. The group nodded, appearing to understand, though not entirely. Observing their expressions, Li Shuai continued. In fact, you can learn much from them, particularly social skills. Many seasoned ladies in this profession possess commendable social capabilities. While they may lack sophistication and extensive knowledge, their ability to engage anyone in conversation without faltering is something you should aspire to. They may not achieve social mobility through socializing, but you can, for you are aligned with me. Or rather, you need not strive for such mobility because the moment you chose to follow me, you became part of the elite in this world. Thus, maintain a mindset befitting a strong individual. You will inevitably face those from whom you once looked up. If you do not possess the confidence to stand on equal footing or even look down upon them, you will be exploited. The group nodded, some appearing to grasp the concept, while Gao Qixing gazed at Li Shuai with starry eyes. Li Shuai smirked and shifted the topic. Ah, Chong, is your fish stall still running? If not, perhaps it's time to close it and use this period to learn more about management and enrich yourselves. Xiao Long and Xiao Hu should do the same. My company will soon be operational, and I require your assistance at the earliest convenience. Very well, Mr. Li. Chapter 35. Encountering obstacles at Villa number 8 of Mingzhu Garden. A taxi pulled to a stop at the entrance, and soon Li Erxi alighted and made his way to the door. Upon entering, he found two young women seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. Upon hearing the door open, Zhou Xiao and Gao Qilan quickly turned their heads, only to be met with the striking visage of Li Erxi. Zhou Xiao had grown somewhat accustomed to his presence, while Gao Qilan appeared momentarily bewildered, seemingly having forgotten the earlier incident when Li Erxi had smashed the table with a single blow. After changing in his slippers, Li Erxi inquired, "Where's the boss?" "Off to sing at that Su John's place," Zhou Xiao replied, spitting out orange seeds. Li Erxi nodded and settled himself on the sofa, reaching for an orange. "Please, could you prepare a bowl of noodles for me? I am absolutely famished." Zhou Xiao turned to him with a hint of surprise. "You're not my boss." "Well, if I don't cook it, it won't taste as good," he countered. Li Erxi shot her a glance that seemed to electrify her, prompting Zhou Xiao to toss aside the cushion and dash to the kitchen. At that moment, he caught sight of Gao Qilan's gaze and turned to meet her eyes. She appeared like a startled rabbit, hastily averting her gaze back to the television. At the tender age of 16, when the heart begins to flutter, Li Erxi was momentarily perplexed, assuming that the previous day's incident at the noodle shop had frightened the young girl. Thus, he said gently, "By the way, I still don't know your name." "Gao Qilan." "Gao Qilan?" Li Erxi smiled, finding the name delightful. "Rest assured, I rarely resort to violence." Yet, the more he reassured her, the more her anxiety seemed to deepen as she clutched her cushion tightly. Having finished his orange, Li Erxi raised his hands behind his head to lean back on the sofa when he caught a glimpse of Gao Qilan trembling in the corner, shielding her head with the cushion. "What are you doing?" he asked, unable to contain his disbelief. "Am I truly that terrifying?" Just then, the sound of the door opening echoed, and Gao Qilan seized the opportunity, sprinting toward the entrance. "What's going on?" came Li Shuai's puzzled voice as he entered the living room, followed by others. Gao Qilan crouched behind him. Upon spotting Li Erxi, Li Shuai smiled warmly. "You're back." "Yes." Li Erxi Raplia. Li Shuai glanced at the timid Gao Qilan and quickly understood. "Don't worry, your brother Erxi won't harm young girls." He then took a seat beside Li Erxi, while Gao Qilan cautiously followed suit beside Li Shuai. The little girl felt that only Li Shuai could shield her from Li Erxi. The remaining individuals seemed utterly powerless against his strength. The others in the room, particularly the Tang brothers, were also visibly apprehensive, recalling how they had narrowly escaped disaster the previous day. Li Erxi raised an eyebrow at them. What is their deal? They're my newly hired employees, Li Shuai explained, glancing at Gao Qiqiang and the others. It's getting late. You should head home. Oh, okay. Gao Qiqiang nodded eagerly, pulling his sister along. Well then, Mr. Li, we'll take our leave. Make sure to move in soon and drive safely, Li Erxi instructed. Understood, Mr. Li. As they departed and the door clicked shut, Li Erxi pondered, are they also moving here? Li Shui Shukalat. I've purchased 2 villas for them to use as dormitories. Li Erxi nodded, recognizing this as typical of Li Shuai's generous nature towards those he valued. However, he still expressed concern. Are these individuals reliable? As long as their character is good, the rest can be cultivated over time. Li Shuai then remembered something. By the way, you need to visit the Land Resource Management Bureau tomorrow to secure the industrial land our company requires. Sure. After acknowledging, Li Erxi recalled something and jested. You didn't take me singing. That's rather inconsiderate, isn't it? By the way, how's the lady from the Platinum Han? Li Shuai nodded gravely. Quite well. All natural. No signs of surgery. Just curious how she looks without makeup. Ah. Li Erxi smacked his lips, thinking he might seize the chance to find out someday. It was indeed curious. The 4 from Congratulations and Prosperity had remained untouched, as they had never been able to open before Li Shuai purchased them. The next morning at 9 a.m. at the Land Resource Management Bureau in Jinghai City, Li Erxi arrived, armed with all necessary documents, and made his way directly to the director's office. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin. Upon entering, he found the director engaged in a phone conversation. Noticing Li Erxi's unmistakable face, the director frowned slightly, murmuring a few affirmations into the phone before hanging up, his demeanor shifting to one of warm welcome. Mr. Li Erxi, my sincerest apologies for the inconvenience. I've been quite busy. Not at all. It is I who intrudes, Li Erxi replied, extending a substantial stack of documents to the director. Director Shun, here are the land requirements for our factory. Could you take a look? Certainly, let me review these, Director Shun said, accepting the documents and settling onto the sofa to peruse them. However, Li Erxi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Given their prior assurances at the guest house, the director should not have needed to scrutinize these requests for industrial land. As anticipated, after a swift glance, Director Shun clicked his tongue and remarked, Mr. Li, must your factory be constructed on the specified plots? Li Erxi understood, but feigned ignorance, asking, is there an issue? Are these areas prohibited for factory construction? Not exactly, Director Shun replied with a wry smile. It's just that the area of Shaowan Huanghai has recently been designated as commercial land. Li Erxi nodded, realizing that someone was conspiring against his boss. It was too coincidental. How could the land be reclassified immediately after their application? This was not a matter of land prices. His company could afford any cost, but rather the complications that would arise from misusing commercial land for industrial purposes, leading to potential disputes. With that, Li Erxi chose not to engage further, reclaiming the application documents and taking his leave. Once outside, he pulled out the newly purchased phone to contact Li Shuai. Upon connecting, Li Shuai's voice came through immediately. Did you secure the land? Li Erxi rolled his eyes. Hit a wall. The Shaowan Huanghai area has been designated as commercial land, and we're not allowed to build factories there. Chapter 36. Almost driven mad by the times in the main bedroom on the 2nd floor of Villa number 8 in Mingzhu Garden, Li Shuai reclined in his swivel chair while conversing on the phone, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems someone is plotting against me again, he mused. On the other end of the line, Li Erxi's voice came through. When I arrived, Director Shun was on the phone. It might have been that call. Li Shuai nodded. Find out who made that call. Understood. Li Erxi responded, then inquired, should we reach out to Mayor Zhang? No need. If he is indeed the one orchestrating this, the more eager we are to find him, the more leverage he will have over us. If he is not involved, he will likely come forward to explain. Li Shuai chuckled lightly. To be fair, we have not offended many in the political arena, aside from Zhao Lidong. Should we check his call records? Li Erxi asked. Li Shuai straightened up, his fingers idly playing with his watch. He is aware of our methods. If it were him, he would certainly avoid any electronic communication. Additionally, It was remarkable how a municipal construction bureau could efficiently alter the land use designation within 2 days. This could only be orchestrated by the municipal government or his direct superior. Jinghai is not far from Jiangzhou. A round trip takes merely 2 to 3 hours. In a single evening, a great deal can be accomplished and many individuals can be met. Please visit the municipal hall to see if his secretary is still there. That will provide some clarity. Understood. I will proceed with that. Very well, goodbye. After hanging up, Li Shuai tapped his watch, which projected a holographic screen displaying an operational interface. He navigated to the storage folder of the listening device planted in Zhao Lidong's car and opened it. The stored content comprised voice prints, with ambient noises like engine sounds automatically filtered out. Li Shuai examined the recordings and selected the audio from yesterday at noon, right after Zhao Lidong returned from his villa. He listened to the conversation between Zhao Lidong and Secretary Wang. After finishing, Li Shuai raised an eyebrow. Still calling me insane? At that moment, a notification popped up on the large computer screens on his desk, indicating that a file transfer had been successfully completed. This caught Li Shuai's attention, and he momentarily set aside his thoughts about Zhao Lidong to express his frustrations. Earlier, he had purchased 100 solid-state drives. In this day and age, they were exorbitantly priced, each with a mere 2 gigabytes storage capacity. He had spent the entire morning connecting his watch to the computer network, managing to transfer only a handful of patent documents, which was excruciatingly slow. Moreover, the outdated Windows 95 system on the computer nearly drove him to madness. Although he could have his quantum computer at the base create an operating system in seconds, implementing it on these machines felt akin to forcing a gorilla to study relativity, utterly taxing. At that moment, Li Shuai realized the monumental task ahead of him. All the technological advancements in the world awaited his catalyst. The total number of patents he intended to apply for amounted to several million, all of which represented technologies that were at least 5 years ahead of the current global standard. It was no exaggeration. A single shield tunneling machine could encompass tens of thousands of patents, not to mention other innovations like photolithography machines, 3D printers, and medical equipment, each a treasure trove of patents. Naturally, some core technologies would remain unpatented, as doing so would reveal his entire arsenal. Thus, the 100 solid-state drives he had purchased were far from sufficient. He would need to prioritize lower-tech innovations to secure a competitive advantage over other nations. For instance, those so-called imported medical devices, corrupted by kickbacks. Li Shuai thought it better to reap those profits himself. With the money earned, he could build a fleet and defend his country. However, to present these patent documents, they needed to be copied onto the drives and then dispatched for printing. The patent office only accepted paper submissions. How else could one proceed? While his watch could connect directly to a printer, the sheer volume of documents would amount to several tons of paper, an endeavor he was not inclined to undertake alone. He decided to refrain from applying for the more advanced patents for now, focusing on stifling foreign competitors with similar technologies, compelling them to pay for access. Should their research approach a breakthrough, he could then unveil a technology that was 5 years ahead of theirs, a strategy akin to pursuing a long-distance relationship, eventually investing heavily for a wedding, only to encounter an unexpected surprise at a local spa. Of course, patents were a game for strong. Should his African counterparts attempt such a maneuver, they would swiftly find themselves in peril. While avoiding patent fees was preferable, should the United States suspect any developments akin to laundry detergent, they might retaliate severely. As for Li Shuai, he was still somewhat in over his head, but with the backing of his nation, he felt confident that a decade of engagement would yield fruitful results. By the time the powers that be caught on to this strategy, his fleet would likely be well on its way to formation. Frustrated with the slow transfer of patent files, which crawled at a mere 1% every 5 seconds, he found himself tugging at his hair in exasperation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He picked up his watch, swiped through the file transfer interface, activated the communication function, and called Li Yigong. In the next instant, Li Yigong's holographic image materialized before him. Boss. Li Shuai raised an eyebrow. Please assist me in creating 256 gigabyte storage drives that are compatible with contemporary computers, and store the patents I intend to apply for across these drives. Li Yigong paused momentarily, then queried, What do you need those for? They are obsolete technology from centuries ago. Precisely, Li Shuai retorted. We are currently in the ancient era. Oh, right, I keep forgetting. Li Gon Shuklata Guarli. Shall I have them delivered by drone? That will suffice. Li Shuai affirmat. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Li Shuai's villa, an Audi gradually came to a halt. Zhang Mayer and his secretary, Zhou Xiaowang, disembarked from the vehicle. Upon glancing at the villa, Zhang Mayer led Secretary Zhou to the front door and pressed the doorbell. Typically, the gate remained open, but the housekeeper had been taken by Tang Xiaolong to register for a driving test, and Li Shuai was upstairs, leading to the closure of the gate. After receiving no response, Secretary Zhou pressed the doorbell twice more. Could they possibly be out? Secretary Zhou wondered aloud. At that moment, a voice called from above. Mayor Zhang? Both individuals looked up to see Li Shuai leaning over the balcony railing on the second floor, a cheerful expression on his face. Mr. Li, lacking your contact information compelled me to pay an unexpected visit. Mayor Zhang remarked with a smile. Please hold on, Li Shuai responded, turning to re-enter the room. A short while later, the door downstairs opened, and Li Shuai emerged to unlock the gate. Do you live here alone, Mr. Li? Mayor Zhang inquired curiously. I have a housekeeper, but she is out attending to matters, Li Shuai replied, gesturing for them to enter. Please come inside. Chapter 37. You all fight first. Then come to find me upon entering the room. Li Shuai guided Mayor Zhang and his companion to the living room and personally prepared 2 cups of tea for them. Thank you. Mayor Zhang expressed his gratitude as he accepted the tea. After sitting down, Li Shuai crossed his legs, adopting a typical boss posture, with his right hand resting on his thigh, rhythmically tapping his leg. His demeanor could only be described as exceedingly impolite. Most would be content if the mayor merely managed to sit down with half a rear end on the sofa. Yet here was Li Shuai, embodying the mannerisms of a big shot. Secretary Zhou furrowed his brow slightly and glanced at Mayor Zhang. However, Mayor Zhang merely smiled and subtly shook his head in response. Noticing their silent exchange, Li Shuai chuckled and asked, Does Secretary Zhou think I am dismissive of others? Secretary Zhou paused, then quickly replied, No, I. Li Shuai interrupted him with a grin. It's not that I don't regard Mayor Zhang highly. I simply believe that since there is no possibility of collaboration, there's no need to be overly formal. Let's be a bit more relaxed. If we can set aside our roles and interests, there's a chance we could be friends. The 2 men across from him looked momentarily stunned, and then Mayor Zhang hastily inquired, Mr. Li, when you say there is no possibility of collaboration, what do you mean? Are you not planning to invest in Jinghai? Li Shuai shrugged. I wish to invest, but some do not wish for me to do so. I mentioned the approximate location for the factory to Director Shun of the Land Resources Bureau during my last visit to the guest house, and he assured me there would be no issues. However, today, when I sent someone to apply for land transfer at the Bureau, Director Shun informed us that the Shaoan coastal area has suddenly been designated as commercial land. Mayor Zhang's eyes widened, and he straightened his posture. Realizing that Mayor Zhang was unaware of this development, Li Shuai felt a sense of relief. He continued, Money is not an issue. I can purchase that area at commercial land prices without a problem, even if it means spending several billion more. However, I fear there will be subsequent issues, such as someone claiming I am misusing the land. If they come to demolish my factory, how should I respond? Mr. Li, I had no knowledge of this matter. Mayor Zhang said, growing anxious. Just yesterday, I was proposing to designate the Shaoan coastal area as a high-tech development zone and provide you with some supportive policies. You were unaware? Li Shuai feigned surprise. This is not merely a rural house construction. We are speaking of approximately 300 square kilometers. Changing the land use for such a vast area surely requires your approval, does it not? It seems unlikely this is a move aimed at me, as I do not require that much land for my factory. Perhaps there are plans for a coastal residential complex in Shaoan? That would be remarkable. A massive commercial area stretching dozens of kilometers in length and several kilometers in width. If this comes to fruition, it would undoubtedly propel Jinghai's GDP growth to new heights. At that moment, Mayor Zhang's expression darkened as he began to grasp the implications of the situation. It was utterly absurd. He abruptly stood up and declared, Mr. Li, rest assured, I will ensure this matter is addressed. Oh, thank you so much. Li Shuai also stood. extending his hand with a smile. Mayor Zhang shook his hand briefly, but then recalled the purpose of his visit. Releasing Li Shuai's hand, he looked him in the eye and said, "Mr. Li, I must return to deal with the Shaoan Development Zone, but I also have something to ask you. I want to know if you're worth my gamble." However, Li Shuai deftly redirected the conversation, smiling. "What you say is intriguing. But if there's no location to establish a factory, how can I invest? We must first confirm a place to settle. Wouldn't you agree?" Mayor Zhang pursed his lips, casting another exasperated glance at Li Shuai. The implication was clear. He needed to resolve the issue before confirming Li Shuai's capabilities. Yet, Mayor Zhang lacked the confidence to argue. For this was no longer just about him and Li Shuai. It involved others encroaching upon his territory, jeopardizing his authority. It could be said that the tables had turned, with Li Shuai now observing whether Mayor Zhang possessed the capability to safeguard his interests. After a prolonged gaze at Li Shuai, Mayor Zhang exhaled through his nostrils and turned to leave. Secretary Zhou offered a forced smile and nodded at Li Shuai before hastily following Mayor Zhang. Li Shuai returned to the sofa, now convinced that Zhao Lidong was behind this mischief. Zhao Lidong likely lacked the clout to alter land use without going through the city government, as very few could bypass such a process. Even provincial departments would have to communicate with the mayor, otherwise it could lead to a loss of face for everyone involved. However, considering the powerful family behind Zhao Lidong made it a different matter altogether. Li Shuai had previously scanned Zhao Lidong's relatives and discovered some held significant positions of power. Therefore, while others might disregard Zhao Lidong, they would not dare to offend his family. The question remained, who had Zhao Lidong approached? And what methods had he employed to elicit such an absurd decision? It was possible that the higher-ups had merely mentioned it in passing without issuing a formal directive, while Director Shun received some orders prompting him to inform Li Erxi about the land use change. In that case, all parties involved could conveniently shift the blame. Those on top could claim they were merely conveying a suggestion without taking action, while those below could argue they were merely complying with higher directives, leading to a prolonged delay of 6 months or more. Clapping his hands together, Li Shuai acknowledged Zhao Lidong's intention to showcase his connections and to vex Li Shuai, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. As for the recording, while it might seem useful, it ultimately held little weight, as Zhao Lidong's past corruption would likely be too clean, and the 1 million or so he had embezzled would only lead to charges of having unexplained wealth, resulting in a few years of imprisonment before being released. He would never admit to corruption without evidence. On Li Shuai's side, this incident had turned into a confrontation with the entire Zhao family, which would only intensify the animosity tenfold. It was likely that Zhao Lidong had anticipated this outcome or had been provoked by Li Shuai's earlier remarks. Yet, could Li Shuai's words truly be deemed erroneous? From his perspective, as someone with a vision that spanned the galaxy, would he truly regard a mere mudfish wriggling in a corner of Jinghai? Ding, ding, ding. The melodic ringtone of his phone pulled Li Shuai from his reverie. Retrieving his phone from his pocket, he flipped it open to see that it was Li Erxi calling. "Hello, Erxi?" On the other end, he heard. "I checked Director Shin's call records. It was indeed a call from the provincial office. I traced the call line, but there were no further findings from the provincial office." Li Shuai chuckled. It seemed Zhao Lidong instructed them not to communicate via phone. They certainly had to go through a lot of trouble driving around last night. Chapter 38. Precautionary measures on the other side. After leaving the villa, Mayor Zhang promptly took out his phone. After a moment's contemplation, he began to walk while dialing a number. As he approached their Audi, the call connected just in time. Upon opening the car door and settling inside, he greeted the caller, "Hello, old schoolmate." Inside the vehicle, Mayor Zhang closed the door and a deep voice resonated from the other end. "Pei Yin, what brings you to call me?" Mayor Zhang replied, "I would like to inquire about the land use change in the Jinghai Shaoan district. Whose idea was it?" There was a brief pause on the line, and after a couple of seconds, the voice responded, "If I recall correctly, the coastal line of Jinghai Shaoan spans several dozen kilometers, right? To change the usage of such a vast expanse of land all at once? Surely you jest. You do not know?" Mayor Zhang found it utterly perplexing, even over the phone. The Jinghai Land Resources Bureau has clearly stated to the investors that this entire area is designated for commercial use. If I, the mayor, am unaware, then it must be an instruction from the provincial government. How can you, the deputy secretary, be in the dark about this? Who are you mocking? The voice retorted sharply before adding, I truly have no knowledge of this matter and have not heard anyone mention it in meetings. Such a proposal could never gain approval. That's a relief. Mayor Zhang exhaled, then continued, You must assist me with this. To be frank, I have brought in a high-tech investor intending to establish a high-tech development zone in the coastal area of Shawan. Once completed, it is expected to contribute hundreds of billions to the GDP annually. However, they cannot even secure land for construction and are considering investing in other provinces. Is that true? The voice on the other end sounded skeptical. Last year, Jinghai's GDP was just over 400 billion. If it contributes hundreds of billions annually, then you, old Zhang, would be on the fast track to success. Mayor Zhang smirked. I am prepared to stake my future on this. Do you think I would exaggerate? Moreover, regarding the high-tech development zone, I need your support. Of course, I will support you in such a fortunate endeavor. You've been distant since your marriage. It's been over a year since you last called me. After last year's reshuffle, I had to tread carefully. I must consider not only my interests, but yours as well. Mayor Zhang chuckled. Besides, you come down for inspections occasionally, so we still meet, right? During the new year. You ought to visit Jiangzhou to see your daughter? Mayor Zhang scoffed. No need. She is not lacking for visits home. Ah, you old rascal. No more chit-chat. I'm hanging up. With that, Mayor Zhang disregarded any response and ended the call with a snap of his flip phone. At this moment, Secretary Zhou turned to the driver. Let us get going, Lao Zhao. Understood. The car started and slowly exited the community. Inside the vehicle, Mayor Zhang gazed at the relatively modest skyline of Jinghai compared to other regions, his expression intricate. In this day and age, GDP serves as a crucial indicator of a leader's capability. In simpler terms, the potential for advancement hinges largely on GDP. During this national economic transition, while other regions experience rapid growth, Jinghai remains stagnant, maintaining an annual growth rate of merely 8 to 10. What is the reason? Because Mayor Zhang, with his background in economics, understands that the transition from state-owned to private enterprises will inevitably trigger a wave of production surges. Previously, under a planned economy, state-owned enterprises produced according to quotas, but in a market economy, entrepreneurs will drastically increase production to reduce costs and ensure profits. One might wonder how increased production could lead to lower costs and higher profits. A simple example is a steel mill. The longer the machinery runs, the lower the cost per unit. Just ask those seasoned steelworkers about the electricity costs when igniting the furnace. Under a planned economy, profits and losses were cushioned by the state, allowing plant managers to operate without fear, even if they produced 100 tons in a month. However, for capitalists, the costs incurred when restarting a cold furnace could be devastating. Moreover, the real estate boom and massive land sales have sparked a wave of investment, promising to propel GDP growth. Yet, with a finite domestic demand, blind overproduction will inevitably lead to a new economic downturn. What Mayor Zhang desires is not merely a fade of GDP. He yearns for the citizens of Jinghai to lead fulfilling lives. While he cannot control the privatization of factories, he can regulate land sales in Jinghai. Naturally, this stance has antagonized many, as evidenced by the solitary construction group currently operating in Jinghai, highlighting the bleak development atmosphere. Without backing, he would have been relegated to a secondary position long ago. Witnessing the plight of workers who have lost their jobs and flooded the labor market, Mayor Zhang feels a genuine urgency. Allowing land sales to developers might promise employment? Nonsense. Developers are merely opportunists with privileged information. They purchase a plot of land, take 2 years to erect a boundary wall, and then wait for land prices to rise before selling it off, with countless examples to illustrate this trend. Thus, when Li Shuai, a self-proclaimed tech mogul, emerged, Mayor Zhang was willing to take a gamble. For ordinary citizens today, securing stable employment in a factory is their paramount aspiration. Yet, uncertainty lingers about the actual scale of Li Shuai's capabilities. If the proposals Li Shuai previously shared with Mayor Zhang are any indication, he could potentially provide tens of thousands of job opportunities. Contemplating this, Mayor Zhang felt a pang of frustration. If only Li Shuai would showcase some of his strengths, not necessarily in funding, but perhaps in patents, then he would possess the confidence to move forward. With a deep breath, Mayor Zhang's gaze hardened with resolve. No matter what, he must first finalize the high-tech development zone. As Li Shuai suggested, it is imperative to secure a foothold for the investments. Meanwhile, at Li Shuai's residence, after securing the courtyard gate and returning upstairs, his watch buzzed with a communication request. Upon opening it, Li Yigong's image appeared. "Boss, the hard drive is ready. Shall I deliver it to you now?" "Yes, please." Li Shuai nodded, then recalled something. "Also, send me a set of exoskeleton armor and a weapon." How about a laser cannon?" Li Yigong raised an eyebrow. "Who are we preparing to battle?" "Not anyone in particular. The ship has been purchased and will arrive in about 2 weeks. If we plan ahead to Antarctica, we will pass through Southeast Asia, which is rather chaotic these days." Li Shuai took a sip from his water cup on the desk, continuing, "Moreover, those small nations are currently aligned with Eagle Sauce, frequently seizing vessels from our country. While our ship should be fine on the way there, it will be laden with precious metals on the return journey. What would happen if they intercepted us? Taking precautionary measures in advance is undoubtedly wise." "Understood. I will arrange for the aircraft to deliver it to you." Chapter 39. Construction Group. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. It was the evening of January 28th, 1997, with only 9 days remaining until the new year. During this week, Li Shuai and his few subordinates had been diligently printing patent application materials. The hard drives crafted by Li Yigong were delivered that very night. Featuring a stealth electric unmanned aerial vehicle reminiscent of a drone from a certain aerial combat blockbuster. It was powered by a metal hydrogen alloy battery and utilized a high-power ion thruster, boasting a range of 30,000 kilometers. However, the number was limited. Li Shuai possessed only 5 of these machines. If he had 100, it would undoubtedly instill doubt in the minds of the American forces. Not that they were expensive, but in the 25th century, they held little utility. Li Shuai's primary business was interstellar mining. In outer space, these devices were less effective than a mining ship, which was considerably larger and could accommodate more weaponry. They were merely for Li Shuai and Li Yigong to use for transportation on their home planet. Furthermore, while their stealth capabilities were indeed formidable in this era, by the 25th century, everyone had adopted quantum detectors. Attempting to ambush with optical-electronic dual stealth was akin to wielding a sword from a bygone dynasty against officials of the current era. As for detection, contemporary radar systems struggled to spot even an F-22, let alone this drone. After the hard drives were delivered, they proceeded to procure a substantial number of computers and printers. Li Shuai was momentarily taken aback, wondering why Li Yigong did not print the materials and send them over. Nevertheless, it provided an opportunity for Gao Qiqiang, Tang Xiaolong, and others to learn how to use computers, benefiting their development. With over 10,000 printers and more than 8,000 computers, over 100 sets were purchased. Su Jiang summoned a large group of young men to assist with the labor, resulting in several printers being rendered inoperable. Ultimately, the printed materials filled an entire living room of the newly purchased villa for Tang Xiaolong. Rest assured, there was no risk of leaks. They discreetly modified the computer's operating system, locking down functions like copy and paste. Moreover, the young men from Su Jiang's crew generally lacked education and were unfamiliar with the concept of patents, so teaching them to use computers and printers required considerable effort. As for why it was at Tang Xiaolong's home, because Gao Qiqiang's family had already moved in and the Tang brothers still had matters to attend to at the market. Li Shuai decided to let them postpone their move. The villa would serve as a document warehouse for now, with Tang Xiaohu residing there to keep an eye on things. Although surveillance cameras and alarms were installed, having someone inside was certainly preferable. Otherwise, if Li Shuai and Li Erxi were out on business and a thief appeared, they would be unable to return in time. Any thief, with even a modicum of intelligence, would recognize the value of the word patent written above. As Li Shuai closed the villa door, he patted Tang Xiaohu on the shoulder. "Xiaohu, I appreciate your vigilance." "Rest assured, Mr. Li," Tang Xiaohu replied, his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. They had indeed been worn out over the past few days, primarily due to eye strain from staring at electronic screens for 10 hours daily. Finally, they could rest. Gao Qiqiang stretched broadly and twisted his neck. "I'm feeling quite well. The group made their way to Li Shuai's residence, during which Li Erxi remarked, "I can already envision the expressions of the patent office staff when they see us, as if they had seen a ghost. And this is merely a fraction. If we present all of them, they would take over 20 years to review 100 per day." Li Shuai rolled his eyes. "Are you only concerned about the Jinghai Patent Office? Besides, once our research institute's brand gains traction, when we submit our patent applications, they will surely just stamp them without much fuss." "That is true." Li Erxi nodded with a smile. The others, Gao Qiqiang and the others, remained impassive. They had grown numb to the overwhelming number of patents. Initially, the sheer volume had left them stunned, especially Gao Qiqiang, who was acutely aware of the patent's worth. Individually, some patents might hold little value, but when combined with others, they could be worth a fortune. "Let us go. I'll treat you all to a grand feast to celebrate." Li Shuai raised his hand in invitation. Zhou Xiao, looking utterly exhausted, replied, "I just want to close my eyes and sleep right now. My eyes hurt so much." "Then we shall eat tomorrow," Li Shuai readily agreed. At that moment, his phone rang. The group fumbled for their phones. "Mine," Li Shuai exclaimed, answering the call. "Hello." The voice of Mayor Zhang came through. "Hello, Mr. Li?" Li Shuai's lips curled into a smile. "Mayor Zhang, any good news?" "Indeed, Mr. Li. Your wisdom is exceptional." Mayor Zhang flattered him before continuing. "The high-tech development zone has been finalized, and my secretary, Zhou Xiaoguang, will contact you shortly. However, the policy subsidies are no longer available. Currently, Jinghai's development focus remains on the Qinghua district, and the resistance is considerable. I sincerely apologize." "That's quite all right. I am not concerned about the funds." Li Shuai replied with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work, Mayor Zhang. Serving the people, after all. May I wish you a happy new year in advance." This implied that there would be no further contact between the two parties until after the new year. Mayor Zhang was effectively preventing others from delivering gifts under the guise of New Year greetings. Having stated this, anyone attempting to present gifts would appear rather foolish. Li Shuai understood this and responded with a smile. "Happy New Year." After hanging up, Li Shuai turned to the others. "Which construction company holds the most power in Jinghai?" The group was momentarily taken aback, but Su Jiang answered, "The construction group, led by Chun Tai. I am quite familiar with him. However, we have had some disagreements in recent years." "What sort of disagreements?" Li Shuai inquired with curiosity. Su Jiang sighed. "During my years in Jinghai, I helped them eliminate many rivals, making them the dominant force. Yet, they insisted on supporting Bai Jiangbua to oppose me, even splitting my sand mining and casino operations. Bai Jiangbua has had me dealt with several times." "Enough," Li Shuai interrupted. "We shall meet with him tomorrow. I will offer him a chance at prosperity and see if he can grasp it. Qiang, Xiaolong, you will accompany me. It's a perfect opportunity to observe how these high and mighty individuals conduct their dealings." "Understood, Mr. Li." The next day, within a grand villa in Jinghai's Shaoan district, an elderly gentleman with prominent bags under his eyes sat leisurely at the main seat, brewing tea. On his left sat a smiling short-haired woman in formal attire, while on his right was a long-haired beauty clad in a low-cut outfit, draped in a fur coat, exuding elegance. Beside the long-haired woman sat a man in his 30s with a square face, grinning amiably. As the elderly gentleman brewed tea, he spoke in a distinctive voice. "Tea is all about timing. Let us not delve into trivialities. Let us focus on the experience. If it's hot, it burns the mouth. If it's cold, it lacks aroma." Indeed, the square-faced man eagerly agreed. The elderly man served the tea, first to the short-haired woman, then to the long-haired beauty, and lastly to the square-faced man, adhering to the tradition of serving ladies first from left to right. Some might disdain the tea ceremony and the associated social etiquette, but it has long been a means of social interaction among the upper class. If one wishes to integrate with them, one must patiently learn these traditions. Gradually, one may glean insights, such as how the tea ceremony indeed cultivates the spirit, a fact that cannot be contested. As the tea was served, the two women and the man lightly tapped their fingers on the table. Finally, they lifted their cups, inhaled the aroma, took a small sip, and then drank heartily. "Unklite." Su Zhang's voice resonated through the room, echoing like a thunderclap, startling Bai Jiangbua into a sudden outburst. The elderly gentleman at the head of the table raised his gaze, and the two men and one woman beside him turned their heads in curiosity. Su Jiang strode forward, accompanied by a young man they had never seen before. To their bewilderment, Su Jiang lagged half a step behind this young man, and beside him stood an impeccably dressed man of mature appearance. The young man, tall and well-built, though not conventionally handsome, exuded an aura that caught the attention of everyone present. Li Shuai approached the group confidently, taking in the sight of the two stunning women, his gaze momentarily pausing. Both are exquisite beauties. Once Li Shuai settled in, a man in a black suit, seemingly a bodyguard, approached, nervously glancing at the elderly gentleman. Shouldn't they? The elder smiled wryly, dismissing the concern with a wave of his hand. No worries, I won't say much more. Xiao Jiang is like family here. He then beamed at Su Jiang. With hands tucked in his pockets, Su Jiang returned the smile to Chen Tai, though his eyes conveyed a hint of hostility. Chen Tai then glanced at Li Shuai and gestured casually. The bodyguard bowed, slightly before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Li Shuai surveyed the remaining attendees, his expression naturally transitioning into a smile directed at the elder. Uncle Tai, allow me to introduce you. Su Jiang chimed in. This is Mr. Li, my current employer. He then gestured towards the elderly gentleman. Mr. Li, this is Chen Tai, the owner of the Jiangong Group. Upon hearing that the young man before them was Su Jiang's employer, everyone present, including Chen Tai, was momentarily taken aback, their gazes now scrutinizing Li Shuai with newfound respect. They had initially assumed he was Su Jiang's illegitimate son, but the genuine son, Su Lei, did not resemble him in the least. Good day, Mr. Chen. Li Shuai grata varmly. Chen Tai, regaining his composure, rose from his chair and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Li. The two men shook hands, and Chen Tai invited, please, have a seat. Li Shuai graciously complied, while Su Jiang pulled out a chair, seating himself to Li Shuai's left, next to the square-faced man. Noticing Gao Qiqiang and Tang Xiaolong standing behind him, Su Jiang smiled at Chen Tai. Could you please arrange seats for my two brothers as well? Chen Tai glanced at Tang Xiaolong, who appeared somewhat anxious, while Gao Qiqiang seemed remarkably composed. He looked at the short-haired beauty on his left, who understood the cue and rose to leave. The atmosphere fell into a hush. Li Shuai entered the scene with a commanding presence akin to a fierce dragon, and Chen Tai, sensing the need to assert control, chose not to speak first. Meanwhile, Li Shuai felt that with his two subordinates standing while Chen Tai's were seated, it created an imbalance. Thus he too refrained from initiating conversation. At this moment, the long-haired beauty's eyes sparkled playfully as she addressed Su Jiang. Su, why the sudden silence? Have you left your father's company because you're dissatisfied? Su Jiang chuckled lightly. Well, the world of violence is bound to end someday. I aspire to transition into legitimate business with Mr. Li. He then introduced Mr. Li. This is Chun Shooting, Uncle Tai's goddaughter. The one moving chairs is by Jianghua. Also Uncle Tai's goddaughter, named Cheng Cheng. Li Shuai nodded amicably at Chen Shooting, though he could not see Bai Jianghua due to Su Jiang's imposing figure. Su Jiang then turned to Bai Jianghua, advising, Old Bai, I suggest you reconsider your current path. You're too timid for this line of work. He leaned back, crossing his right leg over his left knee, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Chen Shooting, initially intending to support her husband by stirring discord between Su Jiang and Chen Tai, found herself rebuffed by Su Jiang's retort. The realization that her husband was powerless against Su Jiang darkened her expression. Bai Jianghua, in turn, averted his gaze, appearing indifferent. At that moment, the short-haired beauty, Cheng Cheng, returned, flanked by two men in black, who carried two chairs. After placing them down, Gao Qiqiang confidently took a seat beside Li Shuai, while Tang Xiaolong sat awkwardly next to Cheng Cheng. With five seated at the table, Li Shuai found himself perfectly positioned in the center. Chen Tai leisurely discarded the used tea leaves from the teapot, replacing them with fresh ones as he prepared to brew tea. He then turned to Su Jiang. Xiao Jiang, you brought Mr. Li here today for a particular purpose, I presume? Indeed, Li Shuai replied with a smile. I have a batch of factories and office buildings that require construction. The public bidding process is rather time-consuming, so I seek to commission someone directly. Hearing that the most capable construction company in Jinghai belonged to Chun Tai's Jiangong Group prompted this visit. Flattery, flattery. Chun Tai chuckled, pleased with the compliment. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted. May I ask, is your full name Mr. Li Shuai? Li Shuai raised an eyebrow. Has someone mentioned me to you? He smirked. Zhao Lidong. Chun Tai set down the kettle, chuckling wryly as he nodded. Since you've already guessed, I'll be straightforward. A week ago, Secretary Zhao instructed me to not accept any commission from a person named Li Shuai. Mr. Chun, I lack your stature and cannot afford to offend them. Li Shuai laughed lightly, glancing at Su Jiang. Quite interesting, isn't it? Su Jiang offered an awkward smile in response. Turning his attention back to Chun Tai, Li Shuai continued. If you've already communicated with them, it suggests that the construction bureau is likely aligned with your stance. If I were to go through public bidding, they wouldn't dare reject my proposal outright, but would certainly delay it, thereby dissuading other bidders from taking on my project, correct? Chun Tai could only offer a rueful smile. Truthfully, he found it difficult to believe that this young man could compel Zhao Lidong to expend such effort merely to hinder others. Yet, it also indicated that this young man was not to be underestimated. Given Zhao Lidong's nature, had he been an ordinary investor, he likely would have been dealt with far more harshly. At that moment, Li Shuai uncrossed his legs, leaning slightly forward as he fixed his gaze on Chun Tai. So, your decision is to refrain from collaborating with me? It's not that I do not wish to, but rather that I am too intimidated. Chun Tai replied with a bitter smile. Very well. Li Shuai grinned, rising from his seat to tower over Chun Tai. Congratulations on missing out on an extraordinary fortune. With that, disregarding Chun Tai's expression, he turned with a dismissive smile and exited. Su Jiang, relishing in the moment, shot a glance at Chun Tai before following suit, with Gao Qiqiang and the others trailing closely behind. Observing Li Shuai's departing figure, Chun Tai's brow furrowed slightly. The final words of Li Shuai indeed stirred something within him. Dad, who is this person with such grandiose claims? By Jianghua scoffed. Extraordinary fortune? Who does he think he is? Chun Tai shot a glance at Bai Jianghua, his expression impassive. Bai Jianghua quickly recoiled, pretending to cough and falling silent. Chun Tai glanced towards the entrance once more and remarked pensively, recently, there have indeed been some whispers about this boss Li. Perhaps the projects in his possession are substantial enough to satiate our appetites. The individuals present were momentarily taken aback, only to hear Chun Tai sigh. Alas, no matter how great the wealth, one must possess the fortune to enjoy it. Youngsters seem oblivious, unaware that the people do not contend with the authorities. Upon hearing this, Bai Jianghua remained unresponsive, while Chen Shooting and Cheng Cheng, the two women, simultaneously turned their gazes towards the door. After a brief moment, they exchanged knowing looks, though their expressions bore a hint of hostility and provocation. Once their eyes parted, they lowered their heads slightly, their gazes growing profound, each seemingly lost in thought. At the villa entrance, Li Shuai and his companion strode purposefully towards their huchoben. Gao Qiqiang, somewhat anxious, inquired as they walked, Mr. Li, the construction group, is unwilling to take on our project, and you mentioned that pursuing a bid would lead to targeting. What should we do? Li Shuai maintained his characteristic smile, saying, if no construction enterprise is willing to collaborate with us, we shall simply establish our own. Upon reaching the vehicle, Li Shuai opened the door and entered, with Su Jiang seated in the right rear and Gao Qiqiang in the front passenger seat. Once everyone was inside and the doors were securely closed, Li Shuai continued. Initially, I found construction companies overly cumbersome. Not only is the technical expertise lacking, but one must also depend on others for payments. It appears we have no choice but to start our own. Is anyone interested? You need not invest your own money. The company will fund you, holding 90% of the shares, while the remaining will belong to you. Should you excel in the future, I could transfer all shares to you. While the other two were still in a daze, Gao Qiqiang quickly turned and raised his hand, exclaiming, I am interested. However, he immediately added with an awkward smile, but I have no knowledge of the construction industry. I understand. Su Jiang exclaimed eagerly, raising his hand with wide eyes. Mr. Li, I comprehend. Leave this matter to me, and I shall ensure you are not disappointed. Li Shuai reassured Su Jiang. There must be a sense of order, and I have other plans for you. Then, addressing Gao Qiqiang, he said, "In that case, Ah Chong, you shall take the lead. Lack of knowledge is inconsequential. We can recruit a team of experienced architects, engineers, and foremen. You only need to manage the personnel." With a playful pat on Su Jiang's shoulder, he joked, "Look, there's someone knowledgeable here. You can hire old Su as your consultant." Su Jiang immediately perked up. "Then I shall demand a high salary." Laughter erupted as the Huchuoben slowly departed from Chun Tai's villa courtyard, heading towards the main road. Chapter 41. The ship has arrived. In the blink of an eye, it is now February 6th. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, the entire Jinghai is infused with the festive spirit of the new year, with firecrackers resounding everywhere. Over at Li Shuai's side, there is also an atmosphere of joy, as their shipping group is about to take possession of its first cargo ship. At the Shaoan dock in Jinghai, a crowd is gathered, primarily consisting of Su Jiang subordinates. Su Jiang has even organized a lion dance troupe, creating a lively scene filled with music and celebration. Meanwhile, Gao Qiqiang's construction company has also registered just before the holiday with the name Qiangxin Group, derived from his name and that of his brother. Qiangxin Group operates under the auspices of Li Shuai's company, the Centaur Heavy Industry Group. It is noteworthy that Li Shuai is associated with numerous companies. Initially, he registered the Jinghai Li Brothers Venture Capital Company, Limited, followed by Li Brothers Holdings, which oversees the Linjiang Galaxy Holdings Group. The Galaxy Holdings Group, in turn, controls several large enterprises, including the Centaur Heavy Industry Group, the Big Bear Research Group, the Little Bear Logistics Group, the Golden Bull Financial Group, Orion Security, and Gemini Entertainment, among others. Beneath these conglomerates lie numerous subsidiaries, such as the Proxima Centauri shipbuilding industry, the Southgate Star automotive industry, and the newly established Qiangxin Construction Group. As for the cargo ship arriving today, it belongs to the Polaris Shipping Company under the Little Bear Logistics Group. In terms of equity structure, the Li brothers consist of Li Shuai and the four brothers of Gongxi Fatsai, with Li Shuai holding 60 of the shares and each of the four brothers holding 10. The Li brothers operate somewhat in the shadows, while the more visible Galaxy Holdings is controlled by the Li brothers with a 96.9 stake, Li Shuai holding 1, and each of the Gongxi Fatsai brothers possessing 0.5, with Li Shuai serving as the chairman and legal representative. The subsequent companies are held 99 by Galaxy Holdings, with the four Gongxi Fatsai brothers each holding 1 and acting as legal representatives. Essentially, the Li brothers manage the galaxy, which in turn oversees several constellations, which govern various stars. The sudden introduction of the Qiangxin Group is a source of irritation for me. Suddenly, the sound of a ship's whistle echoed from the distant sea, prompting the crowd to turn their gaze. "It's coming." Gao Qiqiang, unable to contain his excitement, jumped up like a child. Strictly speaking, he is indeed still a child, being a minor. In the distance, a cargo ship is slowly entering the harbor, and 3 small tugboats rush out to greet it. Li Shuai, observing the ship, turned to Su Jiang with a smile and said, "Old Su, haven't you always wanted to see the extent of my capabilities? How about joining me for a sea trip after the new year?" "You're saying that as if you haven't shown me your strength already." Su Jiang chuckled awkwardly. "With those patents, my Lele says their value is immeasurable." Upon hearing this, Li Shuai glanced over at Su Lei, who was chatting with Gao Qilan not far away. The young lady was dressed in a fresh, casual outfit, exuding elegance. It must be noted that Su Lei is quite handsome, yet for Gao Qilan, having seen Li Erxi, a mere handsome face may not capture her attention. After all, Li Erxi was modeled after the distinguished Mr. Wu Guoliang, possessing an appearance so striking that it leaves many men feeling inferior. Contemplating this, Li Shuai couldn't help but wonder if this era has influenced a generation, or even caused the next generation of women to be captivated by Mr. Wu Guoliang's peak beauty. Shaking off these thoughts, Li Shuai turned back to Su Jiang, saying, "What you see is merely what I wish to show you. In reality, it is just the tip of the iceberg." Su Jiang immediately turned to gaze at Li Shuai's profile, his heart racing at the revelation. "The tip of the iceberg?" He gasped inwardly, forcing a smile on his face, clearly astonished. Meanwhile, Gao Qiqiang, standing behind him, observed the approaching cargo ship, lost in thought. Li Erxi, positioned to Li Shuai's right, wore a mask to shield his handsome face from the biting sea wind. Truth be told, it was Li Shuai who insisted he wear it. Without the mask, the dock might witness a series of accidents. At last, the cargo ship gently docked, the gangway lowered, and a line of crew members descended from the ship. Su Jiang hurriedly approached and soon returned with a middle-aged man dressed in a white uniform that resembled a military outfit. "Mr. Li, this is Captain Su Xiang, my distant cousin," Su Jiang introduced with a smile. "Cousin?" Li Shuai was taken aback. This captain appeared to be older than Su Jiang. Indeed, don't be misled by his appearance. He is only 37 this year, all due to the sea breeze. Su Jiang explained, and then introduced his cousin, Xiang. "This is my boss, Mr. Li." Li Shuai extended his hand with a smile, "Hello." But Su Xiang stood at attention, saluting before shaking hands with Li Shuai. Intrigued, Li Shuai asked, "Were you in the military?" "Yes." "Ah, come on now. No need to bring your military demeanor here." Su Jiang chided. "I asked you to dress more formally, not like this." Su Xiang straightened his chest. "This is my most formal attire." "Very good." Li Su hap by Su Xiang, then added a compliment, "Quite commendable." He then inquired, "What was your rank before retirement? Which fleet did you serve on?" Su Xiang frowned, then declared resolutely, "Mr. Li, I can only say that I serve in the People's Navy. Beyond that, I cannot disclose anything." "Hey you, be quiet." Su Jiang was about to reprimand him, but was interrupted by Li Shuai's amused interjection. Li Shuai observed Su Xiang with satisfaction, contemplating that if this captain had held a high rank before, he could very well become the commander of his fleet in the future. However, it seemed unlikely. At his age, how high could one rise through the ranks? Moreover, if he had held a significant position, he wouldn't have retired so easily unless he had made a serious error. Yet, judging by Su Xiang's demeanor, he did not appear to be someone prone to grave mistakes. Nonetheless, it would suffice to provide him with supplementary knowledge on modern information-based naval warfare. In the words of the venerable Master Chao, today, Li Shuai is not merely pleased with the cargo ship, but rather with Su Xiang's character. Other matters can be set aside for now. This man possesses commendable integrity. Su Jiang, observing Li Shuai's contentment, let out a sigh of relief, grateful that his stubborn relative had not upset the boss, especially considering his reputation for being a formidable figure in the military. At that moment, Li Shuai turned to Su Xiang and asked, "Are you satisfied with the salary they offered you?" Su Xiang hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly, before adding with uncertainty, "Could be a bit higher?" "Come on now." Su Jiang was about to explode again. "Huh." Li Shuai laughed. "That is quite all right. One should always strive for more. Regardless of your previous salary, from today onwards, we shall add a 0 to it." Chapter 42. Is my strength adequate? In the Amundsen Sea of Antarctica, off the coast of Marie Birdland, a conventional cargo ship lay anchored, quietly awaiting a purpose. After the first new year of this timeline in Jinghai, Li Shuai, along with Su Jiang and others, set sail on their cargo vessel towards the Antarctic. After more than 30 days at sea, they finally arrived at the offshore bay of their lair on March 18th. To specify the coordinates, they were roughly at latitude 75°S and longitude 105°W. A few hundred kilometers to the left on the map lay the Cyprus Research Station of the Eagle Nation. Thankfully, it was the tail end of the Antarctic warm season. Otherwise, they could not have approached so closely. In the cold season, this area would undoubtedly be frozen over, accessible only to icebreakers. On the cargo ship, Li Shuai stood at the edge, clad in a down jacket and mask, gazing silently at the distant horizon. Due to the vast distance, the lair was invisible. Not even the Antarctic coastline could be seen. It was worth mentioning that Li Shuai's lair had been completely shrouded in snow and ice, rendering it merely a colossal mountain from afar. The rest of the crew huddled within the cabin, shivering from the cold. After all, even in the warm season, temperatures in this high-latitude region hovered below 0. And most of the crew members Su Jiang recruited were from the south, quite intolerant of the chill. Only Su Jiang and Su Xiang, hailing from the north, remained somewhat resilient in these frigid conditions. At that moment, Su Jiang, bundled up in a furry hat, emerged from the cabin, looking rather rotund. He approached Li Shuai, concern evident even through his mask. "Mr. Li, it's too cold outside. Shall we wait inside?" "I'm fine." Li Shuai replied, rolling up his sleeves to check his watch. It'll be here shortly. Let the crew prepare. All right. Su Jiang turned and re-entered the cabin. Just then, several small dots appeared on the distant horizon. They're coming. At Li Shuai's exclamation, Su Jiang halted, turning back to follow his gaze. The dots gradually enlarged, moving at an impressive speed of at least 50 or 60 knots. Su Jiang hastily returned to the cabin. After a while, he re-emerged on deck, accompanied by Su Xiang and 20 other crew members. By this time, the previously distant dots were merely 2,000 or 3,000 meters away. As they discerned the shapes, astonishment filled their eyes. What kind of ship is that? Su Xiang exclaimed, never having seen vessels resembling spider crabs. These were the mining ships Li Shuai had procured, their stout, crab-like hulls equipped with mechanical arms. Each was no smaller than their current cargo ship, exceeding 100 meters in length and even broader. As the crab ships approached, the foremost vessel opened a vast cargo door, revealing a remarkably robust man standing at the entrance. Upon witnessing this, Li Shuai's initial joy at the reunion quickly turned to dismay. Li Yigong, that flamboyant fellow, was clad in a workout outfit despite the frigid weather, a testament to the resilience of biogenetic individuals against the elements. As the distance diminished to about 20 meters, Li Yigong took a running leap, vaulting from the crab ship toward Li Shuai. Startled, Li Shuai instinctively stepped back, executing a high kick to the side. Bang! A cry of distress followed by a splash echoed. Su Jiang and the others stood frozen in shock. Throw a rope down, Li Shuai commanded nonchalantly. Yes, coming. The crew quickly searched for a rope. Moments later, Li Yigong climbed aboard, looking utterly aggrieved. Boss, not only did you fail to catch me, but you also kicked me. Is there no love left? Are you out of your mind? Li Shuai raturta, exasperata. He then introduced Su Jiang and Su Xiang to Li Yigong. This big oaf is Li Yigong, one of my brothers, the elder brother of Erxi. After the introductions, Li Shuai continued. Su Jiang, Su Xiang. Talented individuals I've recruited for our cause. Hello. Li Yigong greeted, raising a hand. Hello, Brother Yigong. Su Jiang quickly corrected himself upon realizing the inaccuracy of his address. The other crew members echoed the greeting in unison, earning a broad smile from Li Yigong, who relished the camaraderie. Boss, I brought everything you requested, 500 containers in total. Among them, 85 contain gold, 96 hold platinum, each weighing 20 tons. The remaining 319 are the equipment you specified, such as lithography machines and large machine tools. I have marked the boxes for you. Li Shuai nodded appreciatively. Excellent. Su Jiang, glancing between Li Yigong and Li Shuai, blinked in disbelief. Wait, 85 containers, each with 20 tons of gold? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet. Turning around, he realized the leading crab ship had made contact with their cargo vessel. The sheer tonnage caused a gentle sway, the maneuvering remarkably delicate. Then, from the cargo door, where Li Yigong had leapt, a container smoothly emerged. At the bottom of the door, a conveyor belt was revealed. Subsequently, a massive mechanical arm extended, using a magnetic suction cup to grasp the container resting at the crab ship's entrance and gently place it aboard their cargo vessel. Su Jiang was once again awestruck. This is high-tech. Hearing his exclamation, Li Shuai turned with a smile. Old Su, are you satisfied with my capabilities now? Su Jiang stammered, then awkwardly chuckled. From now on, I, Su Jiang, shall follow Mr. Li unconditionally through fire and water at your command. Li Shuai chuckled, not minding Su Jiang's newfound loyalty. He strode over to the recently placed container and opened it. Inside lay 4 square pallets, each measuring 1.5 meters, meticulously stacked with gold bars, reaching about knee height. It was impossible to fill the container to capacity. A 40-foot container could hold over 20 tons, and if filled with gold, it would weigh nearly 1,000 tons based on the density of gold relative to the container's volume. Li Shuai stepped inside, casually lifting 2 gold bars for inspection, noting their weight of 10 kilograms each. Exiting the container, he approached Su Jiang, extending one of the bars toward him. Su Jiang stood in astonishment, glancing between the gold bar and Li Shuai, then pointed at himself in disbelief. Take it. Li Shuai smiled. One for you and your brother as a greeting gift. and the other to share with the crew, letting them forget today's events. Consider it hush money. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Suzian et Gudim et la tête. Reaching for the bar. However, as Li Shuai released it, Su Jiang fumbled, causing it to clatter onto the deck with a resounding clang. Thankfully, it narrowly missed his toes. Chapter 43. Not everyone can bother me. The transfer proceeded with remarkable efficiency. 5 mining vessels, each laden with 100 containers, were completely offloaded onto the cargo ship in less than 2 hours. After bidding farewell to Li Yigong, the cargo ship set sail once more, first heading toward the waters off New Zealand before charting a course back home via the route from New Zealand to Jiang Island. Another 20 days at sea passed, and just as Li Shuai anticipated a tranquil journey, trouble, or rather, death, came knocking as his vessel traversed the Strait of Faihe-Balantang. On this day, Li Shuai reclined in his cabin, engaging in a holographic video chat with Li Erxi. Boredom at sea was inescapable. Those who have been crew members know the kind of ennui that could make one feel as though they were carving tiles from mahjong tiles. The qualifications for the Qiangxin Group had been approved. Construction, municipal works, and telecommunications were all rated as top tier. Li Erxi's holographic image reported that recruitment was progressing smoothly on his end, likely due to a recent surge in domestic unemployment. Furthermore, the earthworks for the Research Institute's project had commenced. Once the funds arrived on Li Shuai's side, they could fully expand operations. Li Shuai munched on a carrot, chewing thoughtfully as he inquired, "What about the personnel from the other subsidiaries? Drifting at sea, one must supplement their vitamins." Li Erxi remarca. "How can we recruit when there are no workplaces?" Li Erxi shrugged. "We'll address that once the company is established. That will take ages. We need Gao Qiqiang to stride forward with confidence. Just 4 words. Act boldly and get it done. Let us expedite the construction of our factories. With my backing, what is there to fear?" As he spoke, Li Shuai pondered, regular employees are easy to find, but senior management is another story. At that moment, noticing Li Erxi's handsome face, he teased, "Why not sacrifice your good looks and charm a few female executives from around the country? Don't be ridiculous." Li Erxi rolled his eyes. Li Shuai took another bite of carrot. "What's the latest on Zhao Lidong? Has he stirred up trouble?" "Of course he has. People show up at Gao Qiqiang's construction site every few days, either checking for safety violations or complaints about the noise. No witties. I've been too busy to deal with him lately. Let him bounce around for a few days. I'll crush that pesky frog when I'm free." At that moment, Li Shuai heard footsteps approaching. "Let us pause for now," he declared, abruptly terminating the communication. Just as Li Erxi's image vanished, there was a loud knocking on the door, accompanied by Su Jiang's voice calling out, "Mr. Li, are you awake?" Li Shuai rose and opened the door to find Su Jiang standing there. A look of urgency etched across his face. "What's wrong?" "There's a Coast Guard vessel outside, ordering us to stop for inspection." "Which country?" "From the Philippines." Upon hearing this, Li Shuai's expression turned icy. He turned and dragged 2 boxes from under his bed, hoisting them as he strode out the door. On the deck, Li Shuai, carrying the boxes, and Su Jiang approached the railing. Scanning the surroundings, they spotted a small boat approximately 300 meters off the starboard side of their cargo ship. Those in the know would recognize it as a Coast Guard vessel. Those unaware might mistake it for a fishing boat. At that moment, they heard a cacophony of shouts from the small vessel. Li Shuai, uninterested in deciphering their words, seized the walkie-talkie from Su Jiang's hand and pressed the communication button. "Ignore them. Accelerate and charge ahead. If they dare to block us, we'll run them over." The next moment, Su Xiang's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Understood, boss." The ship continued its course, and another round of shouts erupted from the Coast Guard vessel, this time tinged with urgency. "Just barking like a dog." Li Shuai skufa. Suddenly, his expression hardened. He yanked Su Jiang behind him and pressed a button on his watch. Instantly, a nano-superalloy protective suit enveloped him. Meanwhile, on the Philippine Coast Guard ship, a figure was aiming an M60 machine gun at them. Another round of shouts followed, but this time, the yelling barely paused before the M60 opened fire. Several bullets struck the hull near Li Shuai, sending sparks flying and resounding with a deafening clang. Su Jiang, startled, cowered behind Li Shuai, trembling. Having only ever dealt with handguns and makeshift weapons, he had never witnessed such a display of firepower. Observing Li Shuai's resolute demeanor, he was deeply moved. A leader who was gentle, generous, and, most importantly, willing to stand before his subordinates. Li Shuai's gaze had turned steely. He pressed his watch again, selecting the voice communication feature. Moments later, Li Yigong's voice resonated. "Boss, have you arrived?" Li Shuai adjusted his glasses and replied, "I'm about to send you a visual." The next instant, an explosion of exclamations erupted from the other end. "What the hell? Who is this?" Li Shuai smirked coldly. "It's the Filipinos. Assist me in jamming their satellite communications and positioning." "Understood." 5 seconds. Upon hearing this, Li Shuai severed the communication and placed the suitcase on the deck, opening it to reveal a contraption resembling a shoulder-mounted missile launcher. He hefted it onto his shoulder and activated the switch. "Mr. Li, what is this?" Su Jiang inquired. His curiosity piqued as he stared at the weapon that resembled a recoilless rifle from the television. "Indeed, it is a cannon, but not of the conventional kind," Li Shuai said, a grin playing on his lips. "Su Jiang, while I have this opportunity, allow me to share what kind of person I am, so you have a clearer understanding. I consider myself an extreme idealist. In my eyes, only the people of our dragon nation are truly human. The rest are merely highly intelligent animals. As the ancients said, those not of my kin will have different hearts. But for me, those not of my kin can be eliminated." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang felt a surge of adrenaline, yet cold sweat trickled down his back. Li Shuai's words were invigorating, but the overwhelming aura of bloodlust made him feel goosebumps. Li Shuai continued, "The reason I don't allow you to delve into the underworld is twofold. I disdain the meager profits made from such endeavors, and I refuse to let our own people be bullied. What is the point of bullying our own? If we must intimidate, let it be those from other tribes. If they defy us, we will pin them down, stomp on their faces, and slap them with our sauls." Just then, the laser cannon on his shoulder emitted a series of beeping sounds, indicating it was fully charged. Without hesitation, Li Shuai pulled the trigger. In that instant, Su Jiang felt as though the very air around him had turned scalding. At the same time, the gunman on the decrepit Philippine fishing boat, grinning maliciously as he fired at them, was struck by a beam of light. He did not explode. He simply disintegrated, vanished into nothingness. Moments later, the entire Philippine Coast Guard vessel erupted in a violent explosion. Chapter 44. Old soldiers never die. The shockwave from the explosion was formidable, accompanied by a searing heat. Li Shuai and Su Jiang, despite their distance, were thrown several meters away. As for the temperature, Li Shuai fared better due to his protective gear, while Su Jiang felt as though he was on the verge of being scorched. Rising to his feet and observing the remnants of the wrecked ship of the fine monkey floating on the surface of the sea, Li Shuai expressionlessly opened the battery compartment of the individual laser cannon in his hand, removing the alloy battery within. He then returned to his previous position, crouched down, and placed the laser cannon back into its case, securing it. It is worth noting that the high-energy laser cannon in Li Shuai's possession was already on the verge of obsolescence by the 25th century due to its lengthy charging time, cumbersome design, and significant energy loss. However, considering it was still the late 20th century, Su Jiang's astonished expression revealed just how fantastical this device appeared. The cannon featured 2 attack modes. One concentrated all the energy of the battery into a single burst, capable of instantly heating a target to millions of degrees Celsius upon impact, vaporizing it in an exceedingly brief moment and generating an explosive effect due to the rapid expansion of the vapor. "Mr. Li," Su Jiang grinned as he approached. Curiosity overtook him as he asked, "What is this device? It possesses such immense power." "It's a laser cannon," Li Shuai replied with a faint smile, lifting 2 cases as he made his way toward the hatch. The other case contained exoskeleton armor, which had remained in use since the fine monkey had not boarded. Su Jiang hurried to keep up, closely following him as he inquired, "A laser cannon? Is it the same one the Americans are researching in the news? Do they consider there's a laser cannon?" Li Shuai entered the cabin, turning to face Su Jiang. "Without superconductors, a laser cannon is merely a useless trinket. Not only is the energy consumption excessive, but the power output is also limited. He continued descending the staircase. Su Jiang stood momentarily dumbfounded before regaining his composure and hastily following. So, does this mean our company's technology is more advanced than the Americans? We're the Americans. Li Shuai scoffed as he walked. Do you believe that one day you could grab their president by the tie and slap his face with his own shoes? Su Jiang froze again, seemingly envisioning that scene. After taking a few steps, Li Shuai noticed the inquisitive Su Jiang had fallen silent and turned to find him lost in thought at a distance. With a smirk, he approached and nudged him back to reality. Regaining his senses, Su Jiang continued to gaze at Li Shuai, then chuckled, Mr. Li. That's the President of the United States. Am I really that formidable? Li Shuai shot him a glance. You don't understand, do you? The real power in America isn't held by their president. In a capitalist nation, it's the capital that dictates everything. The president? Huh. Call him president out of courtesy. Otherwise, he's just a useless figurehead. As Li Shuai spoke, another thought crossed his mind. By the way, talk to your cousin. Ask if he knows any retired comrades who could help us out. I want them all, Navy, Army, Air Force, Naval Aviation, submarines, whatever. I'll offer them high salaries. In the cockpit, Su Xiang and the others had initially taken cover beneath the control console to avoid the bullets, as the 5-Monkey-S machine gun had shattered several panes of glass in the viewport. Following another violent explosion, the shockwave sent them sprawling in disarray, leaving the cockpit in chaos. When they cautiously stood up to survey the scene, there was no sign of the 5-Monkeys' battered vessel, only floating debris and, occasionally, fragments of human remains. Amidst their confusion, the hatch swung open, revealing Su Jiang swaggering in with a beer belly. Is everyone all right? The crew exchanged glances until Su Xiang responded, We're fine. He then inquired, What just happened? Where did the missile come from? A missile? Su Jiang snorted dismissively. Brother, don't insult Mr. Li with such primitive weaponry. Su Xiang was momentarily taken aback, then widened his eyes in realization. Mr. Li was responsible for that commotion? Who else would it be? Su Jiang retorted, rolling his eyes. He then turned to the others. Now listen closely. Everything that happened today stays confidential. Understood? The crew nodded vigorously. Su Jiang continued, From now on, you will follow Mr. Li without reservation. I can't promise you wealth, but I guarantee you 1 TB mistreated. You all saw the 2 gold bars Mr. Li gave me? One is for me and my cousin. The other is for you. I'll even give you my half. I must make it clear, Su Jiang added, if Mr. Li treats you well, you must serve him loyally. If anyone dares to betray him, I, Su Jiang, 1T let them off the hook. Understood. Yes, Mr. Su. Su Jiang grunted, then turned to Su Xiang. After a moment of contemplation, he placed a hand on Su Xiang's shoulder and led him out of the cockpit. Once outside, Su Jiang produced a cigarette and lit one for Su Xiang. Hiss. Exhaling smoke, Su Xiang queried, Is there something you wanted to discuss? Su Jiang, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, scratched his head and said, Brother, I feel like we've allied ourselves with someone extraordinary. Su Xiang, observing his cousin's mixture of excitement and anxiety, couldn't help but chuckle. What is going on with you? You seem both thrilled and conflicted. Leaning closer, Su Jiang whispered, Our Mr. Li may be planning to form an army. What? Su Xiang's eyes widened in surprise. Rest assured, it will not endanger our nation. Su Jiang quickly reassured him. He has stated that upon his return, he intends to lead our dragon nation to the pinnacle of the world. Unless the motherland betrays him, his missiles will never target the land left to us by our ancestors. Su Xiang relaxed his expression, and then he wants you to reach out to your retired comrades. If they're willing to join, they won't be disappointed. Su Jiang added, fearing Su Xiang might refuse, let them come. Even if they receive less than you, it's still better than working as security or running a repair shop, right? Su Xiang paused upon hearing this. Initially, when Su Jiang mentioned Li Shuai's intention to secretly assemble an army, he instinctively thought it might lead to trouble and considered rejecting it. However, recalling the plight of struggling veterans, he began to reconsider. As a naval major, he had found himself working as a crewman after retirement, enduring harsh conditions and appearing a decade older than his actual age. Yet, he managed to provide for his family, thanks to the job Su Jiang had introduced him to. Otherwise, he might have ended up as a security guard in a neighborhood, constantly bowing to residents who looked down on him. He had never blamed the country, understanding its limitations. With so many veterans retiring each year, it would be impossible to cater to all their needs. As a former soldier, Su Xiong believed it would be better to invest in developing new warships and constructing aircraft carriers for their nation rather than squandering resources on individuals like himself. With this in mind, Su Xiong turned to Su Jiang. I can help Mr. Li recruit personnel, but I must make it clear, if Mr. Li ever poses a threat to our nation as security, I will not assist him. Chapter 45. Headquarters Procurement. Did he truly say that? In the rest area? Li Shuai inquired with keen interest, gazing at Su Jiang. Su Jiang, seated beside Li Shuai's bed, chuckled awkwardly. He is not a bad guy, just a bit stubborn. Li Shuai, resting his head on his arms atop the comforter, responded with a smile. Stubbornness is a virtue. That's the essence of a soldier. He then turned his gaze back to Su Jiang. How would you like to be the general manager of my security company? Huh? Su Jiang was momentarily taken aback. The transition was indeed abrupt. Li Shuai continued. As I mentioned earlier, our security company under the group will possess a formidable fleet, and naturally, I shall be its commander. However, since it is a security firm, we must take on clients and earn protection fees. Remember when I told you? If we're to run a crime syndicate, let us make it the largest in the world, commanding an aircraft carrier and missile cruisers to collect protection fees from other nations. Just imagine leading the fleet to seize territory from the Americans, blockading their ports, demanding payment under threat of bombardment. Su Jiang genuinely envisioned this scenario, nearly salivating at the thought. He wiped his mouth and chuckled. I'm interested, exceedingly interested. Ha ha. All right, enough of this. I need a rest. Of course. Call me if you need anything. After Su Jiang departed, Li Shuai rolled up his sleeves and activated his wrist communicator once more. The image of Li Erxi reappeared. What happened earlier? Nothing much, just dealt with a pesky Coast Guard vessel from the Philippines. Oh, Li Erxi nodded, then pondered before asking, what were we discussing? Ah yes, crushing that foul Zhao Lidong. By the way, Zhao Lidong has recently accepted quite a few bribes. Our surveillance devices have captured over 300,000 in illicit transactions alone. However, he is wised up and is now only accepting cash. Li Shuai scoffed. That makes it even easier to gather evidence. He is only hastening his demise. After being disgusted by Zhao Lidong last time, Li Shuai and Li Erxi had installed cameras and listening devices in his home, his car, and around his frequent haunts. It was no joke. They had to take action after his brazen behavior. The recordings of phone calls and bank transfers might intimidate him, but if made public, Li Shuai himself could become a target. Just imagine how other corrupt officials would react if they knew he possessed such leverage. To ensure his own safety, they might band together to retaliate. Therefore, it was prudent to gather evidence using means permissible by contemporary regulations for the time being. Oh, my fleet, when will it be established? Li Shuai lamented. With a fleet, we will wield sufficient deterrence, preventing anyone from daring to act recklessly before me. Unlike now, when all sorts of scum feel emboldened to disturb me. Just eliminate him. Li Erxi raturta. Li Shuai paused, fixing his gaze intently on Li Erxi. Don't resort to violence at every turn. Cultivating such habits can lead to loss of control. In truth, the four individuals, although appearing as adults, had only been in existence for a little over 3 years, purchased by Li Shuai right after his college graduation. In essence, their societal age was merely 3 years. Each possessed physical attributes far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, and equipped with technology far advanced for this epoch. They were formidable indeed. If not properly managed, they risked becoming heartless killers. Having journeyed from the 25th century alongside Li Shuai, he earnestly wished for his companions to avoid becoming entities he would be forced to eliminate, for that would leave him utterly isolated. Observing Li Shuai's serious demeanor, Li Erxi, though perplexed, nodded obediently. At that moment, Li Shuai added, I'll be entering the South China Sea shortly. Please contact the central bank and inquire if they are interested in acquiring precious metals. Inform them that I have 700 tons of gold for sale and 920 tons of platinum. The gold must be sold at market price, while the platinum can be offered at a slight discount. Understood? 5 days later, at the Jinghai Shuan Wharf, The date had progressed to April 23rd, and the weather in Jinghai was beginning to warm. Li Erxi, wearing a mask, stood on the dock alongside Gao Qiqiang and Tang Xiaolong, gazing intently at the horizon. Behind them were Su Lei and his entourage of Platinum Han-S subordinates. Further back stood 4 rows of flatbed trucks, numbering over 100, all summoned by Su Lei. The warehouse had also been completed, conveniently located near the dock, spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of containers, and could later serve as a materials depot for the construction group. Gao Qiqiang and his companions patiently awaited, exchanging not a word, while Su Lei, youthful and restless, frequently checked his watch. Suddenly, Li Erxi's eyes brightened. "They're coming." "Huh?" Gao Qiqiang and the others quickly shielded their eyes and peered towards the sea, but no ship was in sight. "Nothing," Tang Xiaolong remarked, puzzled. "The smokestack." The others stared at Li Erxi in disbelief, as from such a distance, a ship appeared as a mere speck, yet he claimed to see the smokestack? What extraordinary vision he possessed. Tang Xiaolong recalled that Li Erxi was rumored to be a martial arts master, nodding in realization. "Impressive, Brother Shi." At that moment, the sound of a car horn echoed from behind. They turned to see an Audi approaching, honking as it drew near, and soon stopped beside them. 2 men, carrying briefcases and appearing to be officials, one middle-aged and the other young, exited the vehicle. The middle-aged man quickly approached Li Erxi with a smile. "Ah, Mr. Li Erxi, my sincerest apologies for being late." Li Erxi removed his mask and replied with a grin. "Not at all. We are honored by your presence." He scrutinized the middle-aged man, whose name was Shun Yun, the vice president of the central bank, originally scheduled to meet at the port to await Li Shuai's return. He had arrived only as the ship neared, indicating that Li Shuai's vessel was already under their surveillance. Yet it was understandable, as each ship was equipped with a locator, making tracking a straightforward task, hardly a cause for alarm. Chapter 46. Who knows who supports whom? Li Erxi approached with enthusiasm, extending his hand for a cordial handshake with Vice President Shun, and then inquired, "Have you made all the necessary arrangements on your end?" Vice President Shun replied with a smile, "Everything is in order. I'll make a call shortly, and they will be here." "That's wonderful." After some pleasantries, Vice President Shun escorted Li Erxi to the dock, nodding in acknowledgement to Gao Qiqiang and Tang Xiaolong, before gazing at the distant ship that was gradually coming into view. "Is it your vessel?" "Indeed," Li Erxi replied with a smile, internally critiquing Shun for asking a question he already knew the answer to. However, he then heard Shun say with a smile, "It's not that I am putting on airs, but this matter is of great significance, with many intricate details to handle. Just maintaining confidentiality has consumed a considerable amount of our energy. Furthermore, patriotic businessmen contributing such valuable metals to the country are already noted by the elder. How could I dare to be negligent?" Li Erxi was taken aback. He had previously thought Shun was merely flaunting his vice-provincial status by meticulously timing his arrival. 5 days prior, Li Shuai had instructed Li Erxi to contact the headquarters, and the following day, Li Erxi boarded a plane to Yanjing. Then, 2 days ago, he flew back to Jiangzhou with Vice President Shun, arriving in Jinghai. They had agreed to meet at the dock this afternoon to await Li Shuai's return, and Li Erxi had already been waiting for over an hour. Furthermore, he was astonished that Shun could discern his thoughts without the need for eye contact or expressions. Noticing Li Erxi's surprise, Shun turned, smiled, and patted Li Erxi's shoulder, yet he said nothing further. Li Erxi paused for a moment, then understood Shun's intention, smiling once more as he turned to observe the approaching cargo ship. After much anticipation, the cargo ship, assisted by a tugboat, finally entered the port and docked. Once the gangway was lowered, Li Shuai emerged from the ship, carrying 2 boxes, followed closely by Su Jiang. Li Erxi and the others hurried forward to greet him. Upon seeing them, Li Shuai also smiled. As they approached, Li Erxi took one of the boxes from Li Shuai and introduced, "Boss, allow me to introduce you. This is Vice President Shun from the headquarters." "Hello, Vice President Shun." Li Shuai greeted with a smile, extending his hand. Li Erxi then introduced Shun, Vice President Shun. "This is our General Manager Li from the Galaxy Group, Li Shuai." Shun also smiled as he shook hands with Li Shuai, saying, "I have often wondered what kind of person General Manager Li is. I never expected you to be so young. Truly impressive. Being young, I must learn from experienced comrades like you, Li Shuai replied, and Shun was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, patting Li Shuai's hand affectionately. He had not anticipated such eloquence from Li Shuai, as he had heard that Li Shuai was quite brash and dismissive of local officials. Yet here he was courteous. As they released their hands, Shin stepped forward, linking his arm with Li Shuai's, signaling a desire to speak privately. Once they had distanced themselves from the others by several meters, Shun strolled alongside Li Shuai and said, "General Manager Li, may I ask, will you be selling all the gold you brought back to the nation? Our motherland is in dire need of this batch of gold." Li Shuai chuckled and replied candidly, "Vice President Shun, you might be aware that I plan to take significant steps moving forward. To be honest, I intend to deposit the remaining 1,000 tons of gold into our Group S bank as a means of attracting deposits." "I understand." Shin nodded. "If your bank can attract deposits, it will provide ample loans in the future without the worry of being cornered by others." "Glad you understand." "Understanding is one thing. Envy is another." Shin chuckled ruefully. "Our country is currently experiencing deflation and is amidst the painful process of economic reform. 1,000 tons of gold could underpin the issuance of 140 billion in currency without fearing inflation. Just think of how much domestic demand that could stimulate. Wouldn't that help solve our current issue of overcapacity?" "Don't count me in on that," Li Shuai retorted, rolling his eyes. "It's not as if I'm giving it away for free. If you truly want 1,000 tons, you'd have to pay me 70 billion at market price." "Huh. 70 billion could indeed fund several highways." Shin laughed. After a moment of thought, Li Shuai suggested, "I think it would be better for you to take the gold back as collateral for a bank loan. While increasing currency supply is simple and straightforward, the repercussions can be quite severe. Alternatively, you could sell this batch of gold and platinum to exchange for U.S. dollars as foreign exchange reserves, allowing you to import strategic materials like crude oil and copper in bulk. As for the money printed for me, you needn't worry. I can multiply it 5-fold or 10-fold into GDP, substantial GDP, not just a bubble. Furthermore, I have a cunning plan. Since we have an abundance of platinum, known only to a select few, if we distribute it and then short platinum on the international futures market, we could stand to earn quite a profit." Li Shuai then recalled something. "By the way, keep an eye on Soros. You should be aware of the financial management situation in Southeast Asia. While it may appear daunting, it's riddled with flaws. Honestly, if I wanted to, I could collapse the Southeast Asian financial market right now. As for Soros, the so-called financial killer, I doubt he is oblivious to this. And regarding Jiangdao, given its imminent return, its financial market is also on edge and needs to be prepared for potential attacks." Shin looked at Li Shuai in surprise and then said with a smile, "Rest assured, we have been monitoring Soros closely. If he attempts to stir trouble in Southeast Asia, let him. Those countries have been showing their teeth to us lately, and it's time they learned their lesson. As for Jiangdao, it's better if he stays away. If he dares to come, we'll definitely peel a layer off him." As he spoke, Shun looked at Li Shuai with newfound admiration, but speaking candidly, "It's no wonder you boldly claim to elevate Jinghai's GDP to 200 billion in 4 years. You truly possess remarkable talent." Li Shuai turned to him and smiled. "Have you spoken with Mayor Zhang?" "Of course, I had to gather some background," Shun replied, halting his steps to face Li Shuai directly. "He mentioned that you were a technology investor, interested in semiconductors, nuclear energy, and aerospace. Do you require technical support?" Li Shuai's expression turned slightly peculiar. "You would provide me with technical support?" Shin paused, then chuckled. "I wasn't referring to our headquarters, but to the Academy of Sciences. If you need assistance, I can facilitate that for you." "I meant the Academy of Sciences," Li Shuai responded, now bemused. "Just wait and see. Once my research institute is established, who knows who will support whom?" Shun exaggeratedly scrutinized Li Shuai. "Secretary Wu Jianping from Jinghai mentioned you are quite the braggart. While you are indeed impressive, do you really think you can contend with our Academy of Sciences in research?" Li Shuai scoffed. "Just wait and see." Observing Li Shuai's confidence, Shin found himself somewhat uncertain. He had initially thought Li Shuai was merely a lucky charm, but he now suspected he might be a modern-day Liu Ban. If that were the case, this young man would indeed be a treasure. With this thought, Shen decided not to elaborate further, simply patting Li Shuai on the shoulder with a smile. Then, best of luck to you. With that, he turned and walked back, and Li Shuai followed suit. At that moment, Shenyan leaned closer and whispered, "Could you possibly disclose the source of your gold and platinum?" Li Shuai immediately rolled his eyes in response. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Oh, come on, just tell me. It fell from the sky. Please, do you take me for a 3-year-old? See? I knew you wouldn't believe me." Chapter 47. Zhao Lidong meets a stalemate in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. During this time, Li Shuai and his companions had been stationed at the port, including Shen Yun. Unfortunately, the containers filled with gold and platinum lay beneath. They could only hoist Li Shuai's cargo from above before accessing theirs. At this modest dock in Jinghai, each berth was equipped with only a single crane, making the process excruciatingly slow. By that morning, they had finally finished lifting Li Shuai's 369 containers, of which 50 contained 1,002 tons of gold. As Li Shuai's last truck departed, Shen Yun scowled and pointed at him, complaining, "Could we not prioritize? Why not load the gold on top? This is a tremendous waste of time." Li Shuai retorted, "At over 50, you should act less like a child with such impatience. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Shen Yun waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "Don't move. I'll fetch someone." With that, he turned and hurried towards his Audi. Li Shuai couldn't help but chuckle at Shen Yun's frantic demeanor. Their friendship was not particularly deep. Rather, Shen Yun had recognized Li Shuai's value and was eager to befriend him. Friends? One can hardly count the true friends they have. Such bonds are often formed in the innocence of youth, while adult relationships hinge on one's worth. Nevertheless, Shen Yun's playful personality amused Li Shuai, perhaps reflecting his own quirky nature. Just as Li Shuai was observing Shen Yun's plump figure sprinting away, the sound of approaching vehicles caught his attention. He turned to see several police cars driving in from the opposite end of the dock, followed closely by an Audi. Soon, 5 police cars came to a halt before Li Shuai, and over 20 officers disembarked, led by a middle-aged officer adorned with a single-leaf insignia. To his surprise, the Audi's license plate revealed it to be Zhao Lidong's vehicle. Zhao Lidong emerged with a feigned smile, locking eyes with Li Shuai from a distance. Li Shuai rolled his eyes in response. At that moment, the middle-aged officer approached Li Shuai, his face stern as he inquired, "Hello, are you the person in charge of this cargo ship?" He gestured towards the vessel behind Li Shuai. Li Shuai glanced back and replied with a smile, "Yes. What can I do for you?" The officer maintained his gaze, extending his hand to a junior officer who presented a document. The middle-aged officer unfolded the paper and handed it to Li Shuai, stating, "We are from the Jinghai Municipal Bureau. We have received reports from the public suspecting that your ship carries contraband. Here is the search warrant. Please cooperate." Li Shuai chuckled, not even glancing at the warrant. He gestured broadly toward the cargo ship, saying, "Please, feel free to search." The officer was momentarily taken aback, but soon lowered the warrant and waved his hand toward the ship. In an instant, over 20 officers dashed towards the gangway, many wielding tools. The officer cast a final glance at Li Shuai before following his team aboard the ship. Li Shuai watched them depart, only to turn back and find Zhao Lidong striding towards him, accompanied by his ever-smiling secretary, Wang. "Zhao's secretary, quite the spectacle you have here," Li Shuai remarked with a quizzical expression. Zhao Lidong sneered, stopping before Li Shuai. "Mr. Li, things must not be going well for you lately." Li Shuai met his gaze and asked with a smirk, "Aren't you afraid of repercussions?" Zhao Lidong's eyes lit up. "Are you threatening a deputy director? How grand!" Zhao Lidong's expression shifted back to a cold sneer. "Yes, maintain that expression a while longer. Just imagine if they actually found something on your ship, say narcotics." "Oh dear." The new entrepreneur of Jinghai locked away. He quickly patted Li Shuai's arm, adding, "I'm just joking." Li Shuai, trying to suppress laughter, responded, "Do you even know what S on that ship and whose cargo it is?" "I don't need to know, as long as it disrupts your business. Rest assured, every shipment from your company will be subjected to such inspections." Zhao Lidong appeared to be relishing his upper hand. "You can report me if you wish. Let us see if you can bring me down. As for your recordings, I advise you to keep them hidden. Otherwise, you won't see the light of another day. Young man, remember to be humble. Don't think that just because you have some money and dubious skills, you can act recklessly. There are many people in this world you cannot afford to provoke. Li Shuai held back his laughter, his lips pressed tightly. Unable to contain himself, he burst out laughing. Zhao Lidong joined in. Yes, laugh. Keep laughing. Let us see how long you can maintain that smile. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. Who are you? Who allowed you to board? Get down. Li Shuai turned to see Shan Yun angrily pointing at the officers on the ship, berating, Who's in charge here? I demand to see them. Zhao Lidong was momentarily stunned, wondering who this assertive individual was. He glanced at Li Shuai, who responded with a look of sympathy before striding toward Shen Yun. Shen Yun continued to shout, I ask again, who is in charge? Are you deaf? At this, the middle-aged officer leaned out to check the commotion, then approached the gangway. As he descended, Li Shuai arrived at Shen Yun's side. Shen Yun glared at Li Shuai, fuming. Is this how you keep an eye on things? Li Shuai defended himself. They have a search warrant. Obstructing their duties could land me in jail. Shen Yun was left speechless, pointing at Li Shuai in frustration. At that moment, the middle-aged officer reached Shen Yun, introducing himself. Hello. I am in charge of this search operation. Shen Yun glanced at the officer's badge, coldly demanding, Show me your identification. The officer hesitated, but eventually produced his badge and presented it to Shen Yun. Hey, what are you doing? Shen Yun snatched the badge, examined it, and then coldly addressed the officer. You are Meng Dihai, the director of the Jinghai Public Security Bureau, correct? Meng Dihai remained silent, equally cold as he stared back at Shen Yun. Shen Yun then commanded, Have your men come down from the ship. Immediately. Before Meng Dihai could respond, a voice interrupted. Comrade, you cannot obstruct official duties. Li Shuai recognized the voice without turning. It was Zhao Lidong. Shen Yun turned to face him, coldly asking, And you are? Oh, I am Zhao Lidong, secretary of the Jinghai Political and Legal Committee. He began, but was cut off as Shen Yun presented his own identification. My work permit. Zhao Lidong initially dismissed it, but suddenly noticed the bright red color and the national emblem on the document, realizing that Shen Yun was also a cadre. Meng Dihai, upon seeing the identification, was taken aback as well. Zhao Lidong scrutinized Shen Yun before accepting the work permit. As he opened it, his hands trembled. This. Director Shun. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a convoy of trucks appeared in the distance, led by two military armored vehicles, their army green paint clearly visible. Following them was a lengthy procession of flatbed trucks. After the truck came to a halt, a count revealed there were as many as 6 vehicles. Subsequently, approximately a company of well-equipped soldiers, their faces adorned with camouflage paint, leapt down, each brandishing the newly introduced Type 95 assault rifles. Once disembarked, these soldiers swiftly dispersed in all directions. Then, an officer bearing the rank insignia of 2 dimes approached Shen Yun and rendered a salute. Li Shuai gazed at these soldiers, nearly drooling, and reproached Shen Yun, exclaiming, With so many people, why not secure the perimeter? However, Shen Yun disdainfully retorted, The tighter the security, the greater the risk of leaks. Are you not aware of the saying, There is no silver here, yet 300 taels are implicated? Chapter 48. The Establishment of the Bank. Observing the Special Forces soldiers. Zhao Lidong felt a surge of panic, while Meng Dihai stood in stunned silence. The police officers still on the ship's edge were equally bewildered. One young officer, in particular, expressed his confusion. Are we here to search for contraband? Why are special forces involved? The insignia on the young officer's shoulder indicated he was a newly graduated probationary officer. His colleagues turned to him, sharing glances of disbelief. What is there to question? Clearly, there must be something of great importance and secrecy aboard. The young officer, still perplexed, asked, Why are you all looking at me? The other officers rolled their eyes, and, just as the senior officer was about to speak, they heard someone shouting from below. Hey, Meng Dihai, why aren't you letting your men down? It was none other than Shen Yun. Meng Dihai paused momentarily, only regaining his senses when Shen Yun handed him his police badge. Oh, right, he exclaimed, turning swiftly to ascend the gangway. Returning attention to the ship, Meng Dihai approached the gathered officers and firmly instructed, Remember, none of you opened a single box. The previously speaking young officer blurted, Well, we didn't open any. The crew wouldn't let us. His voice faded under Meng Dihai's intense gaze. After a moment's scrutiny, Meng Dihai turned to an older officer and commanded, "Fall in." "Yes." The officers complied, and Meng Dihai ascended the gangway, followed by his subordinates. Once the officers disembarked, a heavy silence enveloped the remaining individuals. Li Shuai stood by, observing the scene, while Shen Yun, irked, chose silence, and Zhao Lidong was too frightened to speak. Wang, the secretary, trembled noticeably. Shen Yun approached the officers, addressing an older one. "Did you find anything during the search?" The older officer instinctively glanced at Meng Dihai, who was fixedly staring at him. Understanding the unspoken tension, the older officer quickly shook his head. No, we didn't even open the containers." The other officers, though unsure of the situation, recognized the gravity of Meng Dihai's demeanor and exchanged worried looks. Only the earlier talkative probationary officer hesitated, wanting to speak. At that moment, Li Shuai laughed. "Old Shun, what is the big deal? So what if you saw something? It's not like it's top secret." Shen Yun shot him a disapproving glance, indicating his disinterest, and walked directly towards Zhao Lidong. Zhao Lidong, seeing Shen Yun approaching, awkwardly bent slightly. Shen Yun stood before him, silent and scrutinizing. Zhao Lidong, unable to suppress his anxiety, began to sweat. After a moment, Shen Yun extended his hand. "Return my work badge." "Huh?" Zhao Lidong was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was still holding Shen Yun's badge. "Oh, right." He hurriedly handed it over, apologizing profusely. "Director Shun, I'm truly sorry. This was all a misunderstanding." "How could it be a misunderstanding?" Li Shuai retorted with a smirk. "If the public reports something, it must be investigated." "Secretary Zhao, remember, you must come and check every ship from now on. You said so yourself. No backing out." "Huh?" Shen Yun's eyes narrowed. Zhao Lidong, nearly on the verge of tears, cast a pleading look at Li Shuai. Shen Yun admonished, "I don't care what grudge you have with Li. If he has truly broken the law, then let the appropriate actions be taken. However, I will not tolerate the abuse of power driven by personal vendettas." Yes. Zhao Lidong could only nod submissively. The surrounding officers watched in awe. They knew who Zhao Lidong was, and now he was being reprimanded like a child by the stout man, who seemed to share a close rapport with the tall young man. Then Shen Yun addressed Meng Dihai. "Director Meng, stop lingering here. Take your men and leave." "Understood." Meng Dihai maintained a tactful demeanor, unlike Zhao Lidong. However, just as he was about to depart, an officer piped up, "We haven't searched yet." Unseen, an old officer's features contorted in shock. The young officer, named an Xian, innocently replied, "But if their SA report, shouldn't we investigate?" Li Shuai chuckled, finding this naively earnest officer amusing. Meng Dihai, his patience worn thin, turned and grasped an Xian's arm, forcibly leading him away. Once the officers departed, Shen Yun turned to Zhao Lidong, who remained. He frowned. "What are you still doing here?" Zhao Lidong stammered. "Director Shun, given the misunderstanding, I hope you can grant me a chance to apologize. Perhaps tonight, I could treat you and Li." Shen Yun, initially merely impatient, felt his anger flare again. Interrupting, "Do you think I have time to spare? Leave at once." Zhao Lidong's expression soured. He may have had connections, but they paled in comparison to Shen Yun's influence. Although his family's patriarch held a higher rank, Shen Yun's position allowed him direct access to those at the highest echelons. The deputy governor of the bank, after all, while others sought to cling to power, Shen Yun was power itself. To suggest that such a position could be easily attained was laughable. Zhao Lidong, feeling a mix of defeat and bitterness, departed swiftly, his secretary, Wang, trembling as they left. After their exit, Shen Yun turned his gaze towards Li Shuai, who appeared bewildered. "What, must I leave as well?" Shen Yun smirked, appraising Li Shuai. "You certainly have a talent for stirring the pot. What is your grudge with Zhao Lidong?" Li Shuai glanced at the distant Audi speeding away, laughing. "He is a corrupt official. I can't stand him. So I thought I'd expose the money he has embezzled over the years from the Red Cross and donated to welfare organizations." Shen Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. "You managed to infiltrate the Swiss bank system?" Li Shuai scoffed. "That's nothing. If I wanted to, I could bypass the Swiss banks. And even the Federal Reserve would be my playground. I could stroll in whenever I pleased. Really? Xin Yun feigned disbelief. But upon seeing Li Shuai's nonchalant expression, he furrowed his brow. The internet had only recently become accessible in the Dragon Country, with many still unfamiliar with computers, yet this young man seemed to have mastered it. He appeared to be only 25 or 26 years old. If he were genuinely that capable, then anything stored on computers would be an open book to him. That was somewhat alarming. However, considering Li Shuai had sold precious metals to the state rather than distributing them domestically, which would have caused a dramatic drop in gold prices, Xin Yun's concerns eased. Smiling, he leaned closer to Li Shuai. If you're that skilled, could you assist us in fortifying our bank's firewall? Perhaps also lend a hand to our intelligence bureau? That is a bit overstepping. Isn't it? Let the intelligence bureau contact me directly, Li Shuai replied, visibly dismissive. As for the bank, there's no need. Even if the transfer succeeds, as long as the money remains within the domestic banking system, you can alter it at will. Besides, currently, no one but me can move money past UnionPay without detection. So you can rest easy. Show off, Xin Yun retorted, rolling his eyes. He waved towards the distant crane, signaling them to commence their work. As the crane began to move, Xin Yun seemed to recall something and turned to Li Shuai, saying, "By the way, your Li Bank office has been set up. It's located at Xiuan, within a branch of Agricultural Bank. The system is already integrated with UnionPay. Besides the president, the rest of the staff remains unchanged, merely under a different banner. The space is a bit limited, but with your substantial resources, you should be able to establish a grand headquarters in no time." Li Shuai, upon hearing this, was filled with delight. Wow, that was efficient. Completed in just 2 days. I must treat you to a meal. Let us skip the meal for now. Once everything is in order, I'll return with the convoy. We can do it next time. Xin Yun replied with a smile. When I next visit Yinjing, I shall treat you to Peking duck. Chapter 49. Massive capital injection following the establishment of Li Bank. All enterprises associated with Li Shuai promptly amended their fundamental deposit account information, transferring their affiliations directly to Li Bank. Naturally, this task was entrusted to Li Erxi, alleviating Li Shuai from the need to attend to every detail. Opening an account for a single company typically consumes over an hour. With more than 30 accounts to close and establish, it could have been a daunting endeavor. Fortunately, given that the bank had just commenced operations, all 5 counters were dedicated to managing these accounts, ensuring that the process would not exceed a single day. Simultaneously, Li Shuai recalled Li Sucai from Jiangdao, appointing him as the president and legal representative of Jiangli Li Bank Company, Limited notably. Li Sucai had recruited a highly competent assistant from another company in Jiangdao prior to his return, indicating the assistant's exceptional capabilities. As for Xin Yun, after transporting the gold and platinum, a staggering sum of 317.8 billion yuan was credited to the account of Jinghai Li Brothers Venture Capital Company, Limited. The gold was sold at a market price of 70 yuan per gram, while the platinum was slightly less expensive at 140 yuan per gram, all figures being post-tax. Li Shuai would certainly not assist Xin Yun with the tax obligations. In other nations, such efficiency would be utterly unattainable. The notion of a unified national agenda is not mere rhetoric. An emergency meeting suffices to resolve such matters. As for Li Venture Capital, one might marvel at the juxtaposition of a small enterprise with a registered capital of merely 1 million, yet possessing a staggering 317.8 billion in its account. Subsequently, Galaxy Holdings Group initiated its first round of financing, with Li Venture Capital investing 200 billion as an original shareholder, maintaining the existing equity structure. The Articles of Association clearly stipulated that the personal shareholdings of Li Shuai and his associates were to remain undiluted. In truth, the concept of dilution is somewhat superficial. There is little concern about external appropriation. This is merely a matter of adhering to established norms, as everyone engages in such practices. An influx of fresh perspectives would not be well received. Thereafter, Galaxy Holdings Group allocated 50 billion each to Centaurus Heavy Industries, Bear Scientific Research, and Bear Logistics. Centaurus Heavy Industries further invested 10 billion into Qiangxin Group, serving as essential working capital for future projects. Consequently, The equity structure of Qiangxing Group transformed from 100 ownership by Centaurus Heavy Industries to a distribution of 5 each for Gao Qiqiang and Gao Qixing, with Centaurus Heavy Industries retaining 90. Remarkably, Gao Qixing became a billionaire even before graduating from university. Perhaps he had not anticipated that his initial intention to support his brother's career would yield such extraordinary results. As for the delayed alteration in the equity structure of Qiangxing Group, it stemmed from the absence of anti-dilution clauses among the Gao brothers. Had the shareholding ratios been established from the outset, the infusion of 10 billion would have left them with negligible stakes. A promise of 10 equity must be honored. After all, it is not mere vanity on Li Shuai's part. A proprietor of his caliber is indeed a rare find. On this day, within the conference room of the Jinghai Municipal Committee, a meeting of the Standing Committee was underway, during which Secretary Wu was delivering a speech. In light of the errors committed by Comrade Zhao Lidong in his duties, the organization decided to issue a warning sanction within the party and to publicly reprimand him. He hoped that other comrades would take heed and refrain from abusing their authority. Listening to the decision, Zhao Lidong felt an overwhelming sense of regret. A warning sanction. At least it was not during a leadership transition, or else his prospect for advancement would be severely hampered. Although the sanction would automatically expire after a year, its impact on his future promotions remained significant. He also expressed a sense of grievance. What ill intent could he possibly harbor? He merely wished for Li Shuai to exit Jinghai, having done no wrong to anyone. Moreover, who would have thought that Li Shuai possessed such formidable influence? He had merely presented himself as a simpleton residing in a modest villa. If he were truly capable, he should have purchased a grand estate, leading Zhao Lidong to believe he was merely boasting. With these thoughts, Zhao Lidong's animosity towards Li Shuai deepened. At that moment, he vaguely heard someone calling his name. Lifting his head, he found all the committee members gazing at him. Secretary Wu, with a stern expression, inquired, "Comrade Zhao Lidong, do you have anything to say regarding the organization's decision?" "Oh, I fully accept the organization's sanction and sincerely reflect on my actions, having gained a clear understanding of my mistakes," Zhao Lidong hastily replied. Secretary Wu exhaled through his nostrils and noted in his notebook, "Let us proceed to the next agenda item." The Provincial Committee has delivered directives indicating that investment firms like Galaxy Group must be afforded certain policy support. Moreover, the Sichuan High-Tech Development Zone has been designated as a provincial key development area to be directly overseen by the Provincial Committee. They have set a minimum standard for the industrial land transfer fees in Sichuan at 20,000 yuan per mu. That's excessively low, isn't it? That averages to 30 yuan per square meter, a committee member questioned. Before Secretary Wu could respond, Mayor Zhang interjected with a smile. This is intended to attract more investors, like Li Shuai, to invest in Jinghai. His research institute's initial phase occupies over a dozen mu, and once completed, it will be substantial. We cannot solely focus on short-term profits from land sales. We must consider the future. We have already profited immensely from Li Shuai. What lies ahead? Secretary Ning also mentioned that technology investments inherently require significant capital with slow returns and a high probability of loss. It is a high-risk venture. If potential investors see exorbitant land transfer fees, who would choose to develop in Jinghai? How will GDP rise? Another member countered. Upon hearing this, someone else retorted, the land transfer fees we collect can also be utilized to enhance infrastructure, which would similarly stimulate GDP. Mayor Zhang attempted to persuade further, but Secretary Wu raised his hand to interrupt, declaring, "Enough of this debate. These are directives issued directly from the Provincial Committee. If anyone has differing opinions, they may discuss them with Secretary Liu in Jiangzhou." With this statement, the others immediately fell silent, refraining from further discussion. It is worth noting that land transfer fees in this era lack a definitive standard, being entirely contingent on market dynamics. In affluent areas, prices soar, while in underdeveloped regions, they remain low. For instance, in Haigang City, industrial land transfer fees hover around 150 yuan per square meter, equating to approximately 100,000 yuan per mu. While Jinghai is relatively prosperous, it cannot compare to Haigang, and thus the land transfer fees remain lower. However, in other regions, such as the central Qinghua district, Industrial land transfer fees approach 80 yuan per square meter. Shawan, being relatively impoverished and predominantly fishing villages, clearly finds the price of 30 yuan per square meter excessively low. Chapter 50. Gao Qiqiang's insecurities as the others fell silent. Mayor Zhang spoke again. There's another issue on the agenda regarding Li Shuai. He wishes to acquire ownership of the Shaowan port. What are your thoughts? The crowd exchanged glances, and someone remarked, if he wants it, let him have it. The Shaowan port has negligible throughput and incurs losses annually. This would be an opportunity to shed a burden. Another added, indeed. With Jiangzhou port to the north and Pengzhou and Huiyin to the east, vessels rarely bother to dock at our Shaowan. Of course, we should negotiate the price to recover the 1 billion we previously invested in Shaowan port, someone suggested. Upon hearing about the price, Mayor Zhang chuckled. There's no need to worry about the transfer price. Mr. Li is willing to acquire it for 2 billion. Meanwhile, at the Shaowan site, the first phase of the Tian Shu Star Research Institute of the Daxiong Research Group was underway, with Gao Qiqiang and Zhou Xiaowang donning white safety helmets, strolling along the external corridor accompanied by the project manager and supervisor. This first phase was intended as the future dormitory for researchers, covering 30 acres and constructed to the standards of commercial residential buildings. 3 blocks, each 24 stories high. Block A would serve as single apartments, Block B as 3-bedroom suites, and Block C as luxurious suites exclusively for senior researchers, with the remaining area designated for landscaping. The standard accommodation for ordinary administrative staff would be in Block A, while senior researchers from various project teams would reside in Block C. Assistants could stay in Block B, or married couples among the staff could apply for a couple's suite in Block B. Why should the benefits go to outsiders? We must encourage internal relationships, Gao Qiqiang thought. Naturally, if there were top-tier talents, they would need a villa area in the future. After listening to Gao Qiqiang's introduction, Zhou Xiaowang remarked, Mr. Li is indeed making a significant investment, injecting 10 billion at a wave of his hand. To be honest, I initially thought he was a fraud, perhaps even someone who had just escaped from a mental institution, as only a delusional person could act so convincingly. I never imagined he was genuine. Zhou Xiaowang's expression shifted to a bittersweet smile. Gao Qiqiang chuckled at his comment. Just then, a dump truck approached, prompting them to step aside. Observing the truck pass without raising much dust, they noted the ground was frequently watered, remaining moist yet not muddy. Zhou Xiaowang nodded and said, You Gao have managed to transform a construction company into something respectable in such a short time. That is impressive. They had grown familiar, as most of Zhou Xiaowang's time post-assignment had been spent coordinating with Gao Qiqiang, while he had only seen Li Shuai once after the new year. Zhou Xiaowang now found it challenging to maintain his former stature in front of Li Shuai. He understood that although Li was not from the establishment, he was a figure to be revered. Regarding backgrounds, Zhou Xiaowang was no less than Zhao Lidong, and unlike Zhao, he was not cut off from information. When Xinyan arrived, he quickly learned she had come for Li Shuai, which clarified why Li had the confidence to disregard Mayor Zhang. While Li Shuai's confidence did not stem from Xinyan or anyone else, Zhou Xiaowang's perception of him began to shift. As a confidant of Li Shuai, and only 5 years younger than Zhou, Gao Qiqiang naturally became friend. It's all the experience shared by old Su, Gao Qiqiang humbly acknowledged. However, his expression soon turned troubled. Zhou Xiaowang noticed and laughed. What is this expression? Are you facing any difficulties, Mr. Gao? With a wry smile, Gao Qiqiang replied, To be honest, I often feel quite insecure. Zhou Xiaowang was taken aback at first. Then his expression darkened. You, the head of a billion-dollar company, feeling insecure? How can that be? I'm not joking. Gao Qiqiang continued to smile bitterly. In the past, there were not many people around Mr. Li. While I may not match Su Jiang or Shigu, I could at least compare myself to Xiao Long and Xiao Hu. But now, look at the people I've brought into Xiangxin Group. Project managers, builders, designers. Aren't they all university graduates? Many even hold advanced degrees. And here I am, despite my outward success, having not even graduated from middle school. How can I not feel insecure in their presence? Gao Qiqiang gazed at Zhou Xiaowang, expressing his concerns about the potential emergence of a more capable individual overshadowing him in Mr. Li's eyes. Observing Gao Qiqiang's worried demeanor, Zhou Xiaowang couldn't help but burst into laughter. What you're experiencing is simply worrying unnecessarily. Zhou Xiaowang chuckled. Mr. Li is not the type to judge solely based on appearances. To be honest, I truly admire his ability to discern talent. Although you, Gao, may not excel in many areas and have a rather ordinary appearance, your heart is genuinely warm. Gao Qiqiang immediately grew displeased. Is that a compliment or an insult? Unfazed by Gao's expression, Zhou Xiaowang continued. When you face Mr. Li, you are an employee. Yet, in relation to those individuals you mentioned, you are the boss. All you need is to know how to utilize their talents. And what if you lack formal education? You can always learn. Learn. Gao Qiqiang grimaced. But I have too many responsibilities to juggle, and my ability to learn has indeed declined. I glance at self-study materials, but as soon as I finish one, I become too busy to retain anything. It's truly hard to absorb. Why are you bothering with those? You think you can self-study from middle school level to prepare for graduate school? Zhou Xiaowang rolled his eyes. After a moment's thought, he added as a boss, the only improvements you need are in communication skills and adaptability to situations. What use is it to learn addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, or geometry and functions? You want to need them for dealing with matters. Read historical texts like the Tongjin records of the Grand Historian. By understanding these, you will find that many situations you encounter in the future have historical precedents, and our ancestors have already provided solutions. As for dealing with people, whether internally or externally, there will inevitably be subtle power plays, so delve into the art of 136 stratagems. Wait a moment, Gao Qiqiang interrupted, calling out to a project manager not far behind. Old Yang, could you lend me your notebook? The construction site was quite noisy, with the hydraulic hammer of an excavator clattering in the distance. Old Yang hurried over, handing Gao Qiqiang the notebook he had tucked under his arm before discreetly stepping back a few meters. As Gao Qiqiang opened the notebook to write, Zhou Xiaowang playfully took it from him, saying, "Let me help you with that." While writing, he added, "If you wish to cultivate your character and enhance your refinement, consider studying the I Ching." Zhou Xiaowang scribbled a few lines and then handed the notebook back to Gao Qiqiang. Upon receiving it, Gao Qiqiang glanced and smiled, tearing off that page to tuck it into his pocket. Just as he was about to speak, a figure approached. It was Gao Qiqiang's newly appointed secretary, who greeted Zhou Xiaowang first, Director Zhou. Then, turning to Gao Qiqiang, he said, "Mr. Gao, Mr. Li wishes for you to come to his residence for a meeting." Chapter 51. 50 billion investment. An hour later, at Villa number 8 in Mingzhu Garden, Gao Qiqiang entered the house and found a considerable number of people already seated in the living room. Among those he recognized were Li Erxi, Su Jiang, the Su brothers, the Tang brothers, and Zhou Xiaoxiao. There was also a handsome young man with a very sunny disposition, sitting beside Li Shuai, on either side of Li Erxi. "Mr. Li," Gao Qiqiang greeted first. Come, we were just waiting for you," Li Shuai said with a smile, gesturing to introduce Li Sucai. "This is Li Sucai, the fourth son of the Erxi family." He then introduced Li Sucai. "This is Gao Qiqiang, my second employee here." "Hello, Brother Kai." Gao Qiqiang responded warmly with a smile. Li Sucai returned the gesture with a radiant smile. "Nice to meet you." Once Gao Qiqiang took a seat, Li Shuai addressed the group. "The purpose of gathering everyone here is to hold a meeting to discuss the company's upcoming development plans. Recently, everyone has been a bit relaxed, as my funds have yet to be fully allocated. However, we're about to get busy. At present, there's a substantial amount of capital lying in the accounts of the headquarters and the three groups: heavy industry, research, and logistics. The next step will be a significant leap forward." As he spoke, Li Shuai picked up a stack of documents from the coffee table and distributed them to others. "This is the plan I have drafted. Please take a look. First, we need to establish a working space. The Galaxy Building, or Galaxy Tower, will be our future headquarters." At this moment, everyone had opened the planning document and was staring at the first page, with Gao Qiqiang's eyes widening in disbelief. "A height of 666 meters? Indeed," Li Shuai chuckled. "I believe our Galaxy Tower will become a landmark in Jinghai and even the entire Linjiang area." He added, "Moreover, during the meeting, please refrain from interrupting while I speak." Li Erxi and Li Sucai burst into laughter. Gao Qiqiang, taken aback, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Li Shuai continued. The Galaxy Tower will be constructed with an investment of 9.5 billion from the headquarters. Next is our flagship department, the Tian Shuxing Research Institute under the Daxiong Research Group, which we must prioritize. The Research Institute will cover an area of 20,000 acres and will feature a large particle accelerator with a diameter of 3.7 kilometers, along with surface buildings and various research equipment. The initial investment will be 20 billion. The crowd seemed to want to express their astonishment, yet they felt there was little to be shocked about. Li Shuai continued, next, regarding the port, I have acquired Xiwan Port. Secretary Wu just informed me that it will be offered to us for 2 billion. I plan to expand it with an initial investment of 15 billion, enabling it to accommodate vessels with a displacement of 300,000 tons. The remaining investments will focus on priority projects such as semiconductor factories, steel mills, and shipyards, with an initial investment of 8 billion. He then looked at Gao Qiqiang, Aqiang. These projects will all be entrusted to your Qiangxin group. Seeing Gao Qiqiang appear somewhat flustered, Li Shuai raised his hand with a smile. No need to panic. It's not necessary for all of it to be handled by Qiangxin Group. You can subcontract some less critical tasks or even open them up for public bidding, ensuring that your group can secure some profit. Of course, do not set the bidding limit too low. Allow some profit for others, or you might end up with subpar projects. He continued, furthermore, for all subcontracted projects, you must specify 2 conditions in the bidding announcement and subcontracting agreements. First, no secondary subcontracting. Second, wages for migrant workers must be paid daily. You have a legal department in your group, right? Yes. Gao Qiqiang quickly confirmed. Have your legal team manage this well. I don't want to see a collective protest from workers seeking their wages, tarnishing our Group's reputation. If there are issues you cannot resolve, reach out to Li Erxi or Li Sutsai. Understood, Mr. Li, Gao Qiqiang said, taking notes. Li Shuai continued. Next, regarding personnel matters, Erxi will serve as the president of the research group, while the fourth will take the helm of the financial group. I will temporarily oversee the Centaur heavy industry, and once our eldest returns, he will take over. Lao Su. Li Shuai glanced at Su Jiang. Su Jiang straightened up. Mr. Li. Li Shuai smiled for the logistics group. Our third son was initially slated, but he has other commitments, so you can take the reins for now. After all, the logistics group currently consists of just one shipping company, and the security group is merely a shell, managing both 1TB2 taxing. As for your subordinates, let Xiaolong handle them to bolster the manpower in the Group S security department. Su Jiang was elated. Thank you, Mr. Li. I won't let you down. Next, we need to recruit. Li Shuai set the plan aside and leaned back on the sofa. Currently, none of the subsidiary executives are present. Erxi, please enlist the help of a television station and advertising company to post recruitment ads. By the way, Xiao Xiao, Zhou Xiao Xiao, looking adorably confused. Didn't T understand her role in this? Li Shuai stated, from now on, you will be in charge of our headhunting department. If you come across any impressive candidates, recruit them. Bring over Manager Zhang from the Mingzhu sales office and the manager from the Deben 4S store. They're both excellent candidates. Starting today, you're no longer a nanny. You will travel across the country to recruit talent. For every individual you successfully recruit who stays with us for 2 years, you will earn a bonus equivalent to 30 of their annual salary. However, she seemed troubled. Manager Zhang and the car manager are fine. But I'm not experienced in poaching talent. What is there to worry about? Just throw money at them. If you believe they are worth it, offer them double the salary. If that doesn't work, try 5 times, and if that fails, 10 times. Dazzle them, and they'll come back to you. As he spoke, Li Shuai recalled something and added seriously, and no using seduction tactics. Laughter erupted among the group, while Zhou Xiaoxiao flushed, lightly scolding Li Shuai. Li Shuai laughed too, then clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention. Looking at Su Jiang, Lao Su, find a decent hotel. I need you to accompany me for dinner with Secretary Wu and the others tonight. Su Jiang promptly smacked his thigh. Leave it to me. Li Shuai smilat. Then turned to the others. These are my arrangements. If anyone has questions, please voice them swiftly. He paused, recalling something. Oh, and I have a few more firm regulations to add. First, all meetings in the group as subordinate companies and departments must not exceed half an hour. Second, Unless under special circumstances, no meetings should be held after working hours. Third, no employee should be coerced into overtime for any reason, nor should there be any psychological manipulation to induce voluntary overtime. The room fell silent. A boss who didn't want employees to work overtime. Before they could process this, Li Shuai pressed on. Are there any other questions? Speak up quickly if you have them. The crowd exchanged glances, and no one spoke. No questions? Then the meeting is adjourned. Li Shuai clapped his hands, standing up. Everyone, cherish this time. Once we expand, things won't be resolved with just a few words. Work on improving yourselves and prepare. Chapter 52. What constitutes the parents of a place at 6 in the evening? In the VIP room on the second floor of the Manhan Tower, located in the city center, Li Shuai and Su Jiang entered first, followed closely by Gao Qiqiang and Tang Xiaolong. Li Shuai took a seat at the main position, facing the entrance, and curiously inquired, "Does the Manhan Tower serve the full Manhan banquet?" Su Jiang paused momentarily before laughing. These establishments merely bear the name. A true Manhan banquet cannot be produced by just any restaurant. However, the cuisine here is delightful, and the decor is quite upscale. Indeed, it stands as the finest in the Jinghai culinary scene. Li Shuai nodded, about to speak when the door swung open. In walked Secretary Wu and Mayor Zhang, with Mayor Zhang exclaiming jovially, "Ah, Mr. Li, I spotted you at the entrance earlier, but couldn't catch up." Li Shuai rose with a smile to greet them. "I thought you would arrive a bit later. How come you are here so early?" At that moment, another individual entered, their acquaintance Zhou Xiaowang. Secretary Wu patted Li Shuai's arm, saying, "I have some exciting news to share." They all took their seats, with Wu and the others sitting to Li Shuai's left, while Su Jiang and Gao Qiqiang occupied the right side, establishing Li Shuai as the focal point of the gathering. "What good news?" Li Shuai asked as he poured tea for Secretary Wu. Wu replied with a grin. "The land transfer fee for the Xiwan High-Tech Development Zone has been finalized at 20,000 yuan per mu." Such a bargain? Li Shuai expressed his surprise as he poured water for Mayor Zhang, who quickly insisted, "I can manage it myself." Wu took a sip from his cup and continued. "The port project has also been confirmed. 2 billion, all yours." "Impressive efficiency," Li Shuai remarked, offering a thumbs up and reaching out to Gao Qiqiang. Gao retrieved a briefcase and began rummaging through it. Just then, Mayor Zhang interjected, "With a figure like you, how could we not pay attention?" As Li Shuai received the materials from Gao Qiqiang, he handed them to Secretary Wu, stating, "Your sincerity compels me to honor my promise. Here is our preliminary investment plan for the Galaxy Group." Both Zhang and Wu understood the significance of this document, their excitement palpable, while Zhou Xiaowang saw it as a golden opportunity for his political achievements. Given that the Xiwan High-Tech Development Zone was a key provincial development area, it was overseen by a high-ranking deputy director. Zhou Xiaowang, having graduated with a master's degree 6 years ago, was just promoted to deputy director after the new year. His optimal career trajectory would have led him to a less developed county as a full-time deputy secretary. Yet Mayor Zhang believed that taking a gamble on the Xiwan Development Zone was Zhou Xiaowang's best shortcut to success. Clearly, they had made the right bet. The provincial government, unaware of the scale of Li Shuai's investments, might have considered submitting his newly prepared proposal directly to the central government, potentially elevating the Xiwan High-Tech Development Zone to a national-level development zone. This would significantly enhance its status, elevating Zhou Xiaowang's position without merit. Currently, he had secured his foothold. Once the development zone's rank increased, while it was unlikely he would be directly promoted, he would surely receive attractive offers should he be required to relocate, perhaps a smooth transfer to Qinghua District as a full-time deputy secretary, which, though nominally equivalent, would be far more comfortable than serving as a county party secretary in a remote area. Upon receiving the documents, which were conveniently divided into 3 copies, each took one. As they opened the materials, their eyes widened at the first investment proposal. Secretary Wu turned to Li Shuai, incredulously asking, "Mr. Li, are you really spending 9.5 billion on a single building?" Li Shuai was well aware of his financial stature. The previous capital injection into Qianxin Group had caused quite a stir, with local television stations interviewing Gao Qiqiang. The other groups, having no changes in their equity structure, did not need to file with the business administration, thus escaping public scrutiny. The humility with which Wu and Zhang approached Li Shuai stemmed primarily from their respect for Xinyan. They could only guess at the extent of Li Shuai's capital. But seeing him allocate 9.5 billion for a single skyscraper was indeed startling. A towering structure over 600 meters high. Li Shuai smiled and proclaimed, "In the future, our Galaxy Tower will become the landmark of Jinghai and even Linjiang." "Oh, indeed." The two leaders chuckled awkwardly before continuing to peruse the documents. With the Galaxy Tower as a precursor, the subsequent proposal for a 20,000 mu research institute seemed less shocking. What truly delighted Wu and Zhang was the final port expansion project, a fundamental infrastructure initiative that would undoubtedly stimulate Jinghai's economy, despite eventually transitioning to private ownership. The two leaders exchanged glances, unable to conceal their joy. This gamble had genuinely paid off. They continued reviewing the proposals, at which point Li Shuai turned to Su Jiang. "Let's order. By the time the leaders finish their review, the food will be ready. You manage it." "Understood," Su Jiang replied, rising to summon a waiter for the menu. As he returned and settled into his seat, Mayor Zhang inquired, "Mr. Li, are you also looking to establish a steel mill?" Li Shuai, setting down his tea, responded, "Indeed. Yet our steel mill differs from conventional large-scale factories. We specialize in special alloys, producing unique metal components. As I mentioned, I am a high-tech developer. If I were to establish a typical steel mill, that would hardly qualify as high-tech." "Of course." Mayor Zhang nodded vigorously before adding, "Mr. Li, I have an unorthodox request." At that moment, Su Jiang interjected, "Mayor, you wouldn't be suggesting that Mr. Li acquire the old steel mill in Xiwan, would you? That facility has incurred massive losses and is drowning in debt." Mayor Zhang forced a smile. It was once a commendable enterprise for Jinghai. It's quite a pity to see it in its current state, isn't it? Steel prices have been plummeting this year, and without a strong intervention, it may very well face closure, leaving so many employees without livelihoods. However, Mr. Li is not a charity organization. The old mill's outdated equipment aside, its debts are staggering. It would be nothing but a financial pit. In the past, Su Jiang would never have dared to speak so frankly to such esteemed figures. He felt like a subordinate, even in front of Zhao Lidong. It is truly paramount to align oneself with the right people. Mayor Zhang, taken aback by Su Jiang's boldness, fell silent, only able to exhale a resigned sigh. Then, Li Shuai posed a question. "What is the total debt of the old steel mill?" "Su Jiang, Zip Li." The publicly reported bank debt alone exceeds 30 million, and there may be high-interest loans on top of that. Adding in the unpaid wages for the workers over the past 6 months, it could easily reach 50 million. "That's not insurmountable," Li Shuai remarked, turning to Mayor Zhang. "Why hasn't the government taken over and restructured it?" Mayor Zhang opened his mouth to respond, but seemed at a loss for words, ultimately just letting out a sigh. Su Jiang interjected. Mayor Zhang is a principled official, hoping to provide a lifeline for those workers, but the city committee's decisions are not solely in his hands. The old mill has rotted to its core. Management is riddled with the former director's relatives. After the restructuring a few years back, they managed to retain all the shares, draining the company of its vitality. Now they are waiting for a NAVE investor to buy in and share the spoils. Even an outsider like me can see this situation. The committee's leaders surely understand it even better. Listening to Su Jiang, even Secretary Wu sighed, clutching the proposal tightly. Li Shuai pondered for a moment before addressing the two leaders. Indeed, as old Su mentioned, acquiring this old steel mill will be akin to stepping into a pitfall. I am disinclined to untangle their internal personnel structure. Furthermore, the equipment at the old steel mill may not meet my requirements, so I intend to establish a new steel mill myself. As for their employees, I welcome those who wish to join me. But I have no interest in the relatives and acquaintances. I only seek the grassroots workers. Gentlemen, how does this proposition sound? Mayor Zhang's face brightened with joy, and he expressed his gratitude repeatedly, while Secretary Wu also appeared quite pleased. Their primary concern was the thousands of workers from the old steel mill. As for the management, they had likely already profited enough and could depart if they wished. Chapter 53. Were you earlier? The following day, newspapers across Jinghai and the entire Linjiang region, along with various television stations, the Construction Bureau's announcements, and talent markets all published the public bidding information for several projects under the Galaxy Group. That evening, the Central TV channel even dedicated 2 minutes to promote job opportunities at Linjiang Galaxy Group. In an instant, the nation was abuzz with excitement. A project with a total investment of $50 billion, spearheaded by a private entrepreneur, sparked speculation about the origins of Li Shuai and the four brothers, known as Congratulations on Wealth. Those with the ability began to investigate, uncovering that he hailed from Handong, with no information about his parents, having grown up in an orphanage. He left for foreign lands shortly after finishing middle school and returned home just before last year's New Year. The orphanage he once lived in had long since closed. People could not help but wonder, how could such a person be a titan of technology? And where did his wealth originate? Was he perhaps a notorious thief abroad? Their skepticism was understandable, as Shenyun had issued a strict order against leaking any information regarding the gold matter to those in Jinghai. Anyone who dared to speak out would face severe consequences, with no hope of escape. Regardless, the prospect of a $50 billion investment was a grand feast, and many were sharpening their knives, eager to claim their share of the pie. In Handong, at the Hu Long Hotel, a somewhat disheveled man dressed in a suit, resembling a manager, waited outside with a few subordinates, glancing at his watch from time to time. Soon, an Audi approached and came to a gentle stop in front of the hotel. The disheveled manager promptly assisted in opening the door, placing his hand on the roof to prevent the occupant from hitting their head while exiting. He greeted the man inside with a sycophantic, "Mr. Zhao." From a vehicle emerged a slightly plump, amiable young man known as Lao Du, who, after a brief exchange, headed straight into the hotel. As he walked, Mr. Zhao remarked, "Find a few young and attractive ones to accompany me to Jinghai." Lao Du's eyes lit up. "Are we going to meet the people from Galaxy Group?" "Mr." Zhao turned in surprise. "You've heard about it?" "How could I not? It was all over the news." "Lao Du et Glim, Gundens, Namlibulium." That's an incredible amount of money. Mr. Zhao chuckled as they reached the staircase, continuing, "I hear the owner of Galaxy Group is a young man named Li, and the leading figure, Li Shuai, is only 26 years old. Such youthful exuberance and lack of experience make him easy to manipulate." He pondered further. "We must ensure we secure this opportunity." Upon hearing this, Lao Du was momentarily taken aback, but remained silent. The group ascended to the second floor and arrived at the entrance of a luxurious suite where Mr. Zhao and Lao Du entered, leaving the subordinates outside. Once seated, Lao Du inquired, "Isn't that young man intended to charm those in power? Are we just sending him away?" Mr. Zhao paused, then burst into laughter. "50 billion. Mi de Lao Zu. If we could secure a few major projects, like the 15 billion port project in Jinghai, we could easily pocket one. 5 billion. Which political figure could help you earn that much? Furthermore, if we can place a few whispers in Li Shuai's ear, it could go far beyond one. 5 billion. Yes, I was indeed short-sighted." Lao Du responded, then lamented, "But I must admit, I feel a twinge of regret about those Gao sisters. Their looks and figures could rival the top stars." Mr. Zhao's expression turned stern. "I warn you not to entertain such thoughts. If you act on them, their value will diminish." "No, I was merely speaking." At the same time, in Luzhu City, at the Jinshan County Party Committee, in a sparsely decorated office, a relatively young official in his 30s entered, striding to his desk and letting out a deep sigh, appearing quite fatigued. His secretary soon followed, heading straight to the tea cabinet to prepare a cup. The official leaned back in his chair, gazing blankly at the ceiling. When the secretary returned with the tea, he straightened up, lifted the lid of his cup, blew away the tea leaves, and took a sip. It was evident that this official was quite frugal, as he was drinking low-grade tea. After the secretary exited, he soon returned with a newspaper and placed it on the desk. Countyhead.com. "This is today's People's Daily." Kong spat out some tea leaves and covered his cup. He remained silent, but the secretary seemed accustomed to his demeanor and quietly withdrew. Kong then unfolded the newspaper, slowly reading. Before long, his eyes sharpened as he focused on the first headline on the second page. The second page, which featured significant economic news, was the section that Countyhead.com was most interested in. After reading for a while, he suddenly called out, "Xiao Jin." Moments later, the secretary hurried back in. "Countyhead.com? Go to the personnel department to report that I need to go on a business trip, and then buy a ticket to Jiangzhou immediately. The secretary hesitated. Jiangzhou? He regretted asking, knowing that this leader was decisive and expected compliance without question. However, County Head Kong seemed to overlook the query, simply nodding with a smile. To be precise, we are heading to Jinghai. A wealth god has arrived there. If we could just glean a little from him for Jinshan County, our economy would soar. Understood. This time, the secretary refrained from asking further questions and promptly left. Meanwhile, County Head Kong continued to peruse the newspaper, exclaiming in awe. Suddenly, he recalled something, picked up the phone, but hesitated before dialing, ultimately biting his lip and setting the phone down. The scene shifted back to Jinghai, at the first phase of the Tian Shuxing Research Institute. Within the strong group project department, in a simple yet unpretentious office, Gao Qiqiang leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. After helping Li Shuai fend off drinks the previous night, he was feeling the consequences. Mayor Zhang and Secretary Wu were clearly seasoned drinkers. Their capacity was far beyond what he and his companion could handle. Su Jiang fared better, being a northerner and accustomed to drinking, but Gao Qiqiang had become thoroughly inebriated. Tang Xiaolong has to drive, so he can't drink. Li Shuai had suggested Gao Qiqiang take the day off, but he dare not slack off at the beginning of his career. Just as he was grappling with a headache akin to a drill, someone approached. He opened his eyes to see his secretary, Zhang Xiaobing. General Gao, someone is here to see you. It's Mr. Chun Tai from the construction group. Upon hearing this, Gao Qiqiang's brow furrowed momentarily before a smile crept onto his face. Let him in. Certainly. Moments later, Zhang Xiaobing entered with an elderly gentleman and a beautiful young woman. The young woman assisted the old man, who carried a gift box, none other than Chun Tai and his goddaughter, Cheng Cheng. Gao Qiqiang stood to greet them. Mr. Chun. Chun Tai beamed. General Gao. He then introduced, this is my goddaughter, Cheng Cheng, whom you've met before. Hello, General. Cheng Cheng smiled warmly. Greetings. Gao Qiqiang smiled and nodded, inviting them to take a seat. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobing, displaying commendable foresight, poured 2 cups of water into disposable paper cups and placed them on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Initially, there had been no sofa or coffee table. It was Zhang Xiaobing who had suggested their necessity for receiving guests, lest they leave a poor impression. On the construction site, everything was minimalist, with only the disposable cups available. Gao Qiqiang chuckled apologetically. We are all the same. Chun Tai, smiling, took a sip from his paper cup. He then placed a gift box on the table, sliding it towards Gao Qiqiang. A small token of my hometown's specialties. Please do not take offense, Mr. Gao. Gao Qiqiang's expression shifted to one of mild perplexity as he glanced at Chun Tai, then opened the gift box slightly. Inside, he found it filled to the brim with cash. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Mr. Chun, what is the meaning of this? Chun Tai quickly replied with a grin. It is merely a token of our first meeting. Nothing significant. Gao Qiqiang understood the implication. This sum was a preliminary gesture, a way to gauge the waters. Should he accept it, greater benefits would undoubtedly follow. With a smile, he closed the box and patted its lid. Mr. Chun, why go to such lengths? If you had been bolder in the beginning, there would have been no need for the current strength of your corporation. He then pushed the gift box back, laughing. What use is it to come to me now? I hold no decision-making power, and besides, I am not in need of money at this moment. Chapter 54. Visitors from Yanjing. As Chun Tai observed the returned gift box, the smile on his face momentarily faltered, only to be replaced by a grin almost instantly. He cheerfully pushed the gift box back towards Gao Qiqiang and remarked, I mean no offense. I simply hope that you, Mr. Gao, can speak a few kind words for our Jiangong group in front of Mr. Li. Gao Qiqiang straightened in his seat, leaning back against the sofa and crossing his legs, mimicking the authoritative posture of Li Shuai. Mr. Chun, the project is publicly tendered. Your qualifications surely meet the requirements, and you are welcome to participate in the bidding. With Jiangong Group's strength and being a local enterprise, securing several projects should be a breeze. Chun Tai observed Gao Qiqiang's relaxed demeanor, feeling a twinge of irritation, but recognizing the necessity of the moment. He clasped his hands on his thighs and forced a smile. Although it is an open tender, the owner's preferences are the primary factor in determining the bid. I had previously declined Mr. Li's offer for fear of displeasing him, so... Gao Qiqiang suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Chun Tai. Mr. Li is not as petty as you assume. He retracted his hand, gesturing with his chin towards the gift box. If Mr. Li discovers your manipulations, then your hopes will be utterly dashed. Indeed. Chun Tai chuckled awkwardly. Truth be told, he regretted his earlier decisions. When Li Shuai had promised him immense wealth, he initially thought it would amount to a project worth merely several billion. Little did he know, another zero would need to be added and then multiplied by 3. Furthermore, just a few days prior, his contact in the provincial organization department had called him, urging him to foster a good relationship with Li Shuai while advising him to limit his interactions with Zhao Lidong. Given that Zhao Lidong and Li Shuai had past grievances, what did this imply? It indicated that Zhao Lidong was nearing his downfall. Chun Tai, realizing the gravity of the situation, broke out in a cold sweat, relieved that he had refrained from uttering anything offensive when Li Shuai approached him. I have been too hasty. Let us not dwell on this. He quietly withdrew the gift box and handed it to Cheng Cheng, taking a moment to survey the office's environment. Mr. Gao, I must say, your office could use some sprucing up, perhaps a potted plant, a tea table, or a bookshelf against the wall. Gao Qiqiang furrowed his brows, glancing around. Why bother making the office so exquisite? But you young folks do not understand. Chun Tai exclaimed, adopting the tone of an experienced mentor. As a boss, your office should exude sophistication. When visitors enter, they should perceive your profound knowledge. This way, not only will they hold you in higher regard, but they will also think twice before attempting to take advantage of you. Is that so? Gao Qiqiang responded with a bewildered expression. Chun Tai clicked his tongue. I have learned this through countless experiences. Allow me to assist you in selecting a suitable setup. For someone of your stature, your office does not adequately reflect your worth. Gao Qiqiang chuckled, amused by Chun Tai's keen observations. Just as he was about to respond, a loud voice echoed from the doorway. Achong! Before the figure appeared, the voice confirmed it was Su Jiang. Dressed in a short-sleeved floral shirt and holding a white safety helmet, he entered the office. Upon seeing the occupants, he brightened. Oh, is that Uncle Tai? Chun Tai offered an awkward smile, while Gao Qiqiang frowned in disapproval. It's only 20 degrees, and you're dressed like that? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Su Jiang plopped down in front of Gao Qiqiang's desk. What does age matter? Why fear a cold when you are young? He picked up a snack from the desk and munched on it. Gao Qiqiang turned to him and inquired, what brings you here? At that moment, Chun Tai felt it was time to leave. He took a sip from his water cup and stood up, saying, Mr. Gao, we won't disturb your work any longer. I shall visit again another day. Very well. Gao Qiqiang promptly stood. Let us continue our conversation another time. I will have my secretary escort you. He called out toward the door, Xiao Zheng. No need. Chun Tai waved his hands in refusal. At that moment, Zheng Xiaobing appeared at the entrance. Mr. Gao, please allow me to escort Mr. Chun. Certainly. Gao Qiqiang accompanied them to the door, waving from a distance. Take care, Mr. Chun. Once inside, Su Jiang asked directly, did you come to request a project? Indeed. Gao Qiqiang returned to his desk. The old fellow even slipped me some money, which I returned. Su Zian Juka Gun Li. Typical tricks. What do you want from me? Gao Qiqiang took a sip from his cup. Su Jiang raised his hand, showing his empty pack of cigarettes. I'm out of smokes. Thought I might mooch off you. Gao Qiqiang rolled his eyes, moving to a nearby cabinet, opening a drawer, and placing a pack of cigarettes on the table. Try to cut back on smoking. Meanwhile, at the Galaxy building in the city center, a newly constructed office building purchased by Li Erxi after the new year served as a temporary office for the Galaxy Group. 2 business vehicles arrived at the building's entrance, halting as 8 individuals donned in official jackets with party emblems alighted, making their way directly inside. Upon entering the first floor, a receptionist approached them politely, inquiring, hello, whom are you looking for? The receptionist was none other than Lu Mei, who had previously stood watch at the sales department alongside Zhou Xiaoxiao. After returning to Jinghai post-New Year, Lu Mei took a job here upon a phone call from Zhou Xiaoxiao and had undergone 2 months of training, becoming quite adept at her duties. A square-faced, upright official smiled and replied, I'm looking for your Mr. Liu, Mr. Li Shuai? Lu Mei asked with a smile. Do you have an appointment? At that moment, a young official chuckled. Do we really need an appointment? This Mr. Li certainly carries himself with grandeur. The square-faced official was taken aback, glancing at the young man and realizing he was not from his department, but merely part of a joint operation. He breathed a sigh of relief. Another elder official reprimanded Liang Ping. Lu Mei observed the young official, noting his attractiveness, but having encountered Li Erxi, she deemed this level of charm rather ordinary. I'm sorry, but without an appointment, I cannot allow you to proceed upstairs. We have an appointment. The square-faced official quickly interjected. I called Mr. Li before arriving. How about this? I'll call him again. He pulled out his phone, scrolled through his call history, and dialed. Moments later, he spoke into the phone with a smile. Hello, Mr. Li. This is Tian Guofu. We're downstairs at your office. After a brief pause, he continued. The receptionist insists we cannot go up without an appointment. Then he cheerfully handed his phone to Lu Mei. Lu Mei took the phone, greeted Mr. Li. The voice on the other end chuckled. You're doing well. Stopping officials at the door is commendable. Keep it up. Please bring them up. Lu Mei's heart soared with joy. Certainly, Mr. Li. She returned the phone to Tian Guofu and gestured, this way, please. Chapter 55. The frog's demise. The elevator ascended to the highest 21st floor, where Lu Mei, adorned in high heels, led Tian Guofu and other officials to the entrance of the chairman's office. After a gentle knock, she heard a voice inviting her in, prompting her to push the door open. Mr. Li. She greeted Li Shuai with a nod before stepping aside to signal Tian Guofu and the others to enter. Upon entering the office, although modest in size, approximately 60 square meters, it exuded an air of grandeur. Li Shuai, noticing their arrival, rose from his executive chair with a smile to welcome them. Tian Guofu quickly approached, extending his hand to Li Shuai. Hello, Mr. Li, I am Tian Guofu, Deputy Director of the Supervision Office of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Greetings, Director Tian, Li Shuai replied warmly. At this moment, Tian Guofu introduced an elderly official beside him, saying, This is Luo Shanhe, the Director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau at the Supreme People's Procuratorate. Hello, Mr. Li. Li Shuai smiled as he shook hands with Luo Shanhe. He then motioned for the officials to take their seats. These were the individuals he had summoned regarding Zhao Lidong. The miniature surveillance devices and listening equipment acquired prior to the new year had yielded significant results. Since the beginning of the year, Zhao Lidong had allegedly solicited over 1 million in bribes and misappropriated 200,000 from public funds, a considerable sum indeed. After returning, Shen had also shown great enthusiasm, first addressing the precious metals and subsequently reporting Zhao Lidong's situation to higher authorities. Upon confirming an investigation would be initiated, she promptly notified Li Shuai. Thus, the envoy had arrived today. Once seated, Tian Guofu cheerfully remarked, Mr. Li, we shall not squander your precious time. Regarding the evidence of Zhao Lidong's misconduct, please provide it to us directly, and we will handle the matter. Nearby, a young official named Liang Ping, who had been reprimanded downstairs, furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why these leaders were being so courteous to a private entrepreneur. This was not mere politeness. It was more akin to humility. Moreover, before coming, his wife had advised him to cultivate a good relationship with Mr. Li, yet he was bewildered by what rendered Li Shuai so special. The restriction on his inquiries left him feeling quite disgruntled. Shall we not take a glance first? Li Shuai smiled as he rose and approached his desk to retrieve a remote control. With a snap of his fingers, the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows began to draw closed. The officials were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the mechanism at play. Just a voice-activated control circuit, Li Shuai explained with a chuckle, pressing a button on the remote aimed at the ceiling. Moments later, a panel in the ceiling slid open, revealing a projector that gracefully descended, while a screen unfurled on the opposite wall. As the room dimmed, the projector whirred to life, displaying a grid of 9 squares, each showcasing various images of Zhao Lidong, his home, bedroom, car, office, hotel room, and restaurant, presenting a 360-degree surveillance without blind spots. The officials were left astounded, both by the technological marvel within Li Shuai's office and the extent of his methods. Consider the implications of having such extensive surveillance on Zhao Lidong undetected. It indicated that if Li Shuai intended to eliminate Zhao Lidong, he would be oblivious to his own demise. Even the bedroom was under surveillance, revealing the exact hiding places of his funds. Most intriguing was the image in the lower left corner, depicting a hotel room where Zhao Lidong was playing cards with a beautiful woman, captured from the bedside angle. The clarity was extraordinary. One could discern not only Zhao Lidong's face, but even count the hairs on his chest. Fortuitously, there were no female officials present. The male officials gaped in astonishment. Ahem! Tian Guofu cleared his throat, and the officials hastily diverted their gaze, although one, Liang Ping, continued to sneak glances in that direction. "That's enough, Mr. Li." Tian Guofu admonished the younger officials, then turned to Li Shuai. "Please provide us with the backup." Li Shuai grinned as he raised the remote to turn off the projector, then clapped his hands. The lights flickered back on, startling the officials once more. He then returned to his desk, bending down to attend to something. The officials soon noticed the monitor on Li Shuai's desk, eliciting another wave of surprise. Luo Shanhe could not restrain himself from standing and examining the monitor, noting its remarkable thinness, akin to the thickness of his pinky finger. Li Shuai straightened up, prompting Luo Shanhe to ask, "Mr. Li, is this a plasma display? How is it so thin?" Li Shuai shukulat, handing a computer hard drive to Luo Shanhe as he navigated around the desk. "It's not plasma, it's LCD. The projector you just saw and this 256 gigabytes high-capacity hard drive are both product from our company, soon to be launched." Seemingly versed in technology, Luo Shanhe was left speechless, stammering, How much? 256 gigabytes? Indeed, any technician can connect it to a computer and access the contents within, Li Shuai assured him. "I understand." A voice suddenly interjected from behind. "Mr. Li, while Zhao Lidong's misconduct is a fact, isn't it somewhat excessive to monitor a deputy department head in such a manner?" Luo Shanhe's hair stood on end as he swiftly turned around to see Li Shuai gazing curiously at the young official, who continued, "Moreover, as an ordinary citizen, possessing such technology is perilous. It should be surrendered to the state." "Huh!" Li Shuai laughed heartily. Luo Shanhe immediately turned to Li Shuai with an apologetic smile. "Mr. Li, please disregard him. The youth speaks without thinking, however." Li Shuai ignored him, stepping directly in front of the young official and inquired, "What is your name?" The young official furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Despite Luo Shanhe's respectful demeanor, Li Shuai, a peer in age, commanded no such respect from him. After all, he was merely a capitalist. How impressive could he truly be? The atmosphere grew tense for a moment, before Luo Shanhe stepped forward, smiling at Li Shuai. "His name is Ho Yangping." Li Shuai turned, his face alight with mirth. "I was asking him." He then looked at the young official. "Ho Yangping, was it? What you just said, was that a command?" Just as Ho Yangping opened his mouth to respond, Luo Shanhe seized him and began dragging him towards the door. Observing their departure, Tian Guofu approached Li Shuai with an apologetic smile. "My apologies, Mr. Li. The youth is new to the job and lacks understanding." Li Shuai shook his head with a smile. "It's not merely a matter of ignorance." He spoke with such conviction, suggesting he may be well connected. "I'm not certain. We are from different departments. I'll inquire with Director Luo later," Tian Guofu replied, extending his hand towards Li Shuai. "Mr. Li, the situation with Zhao Lidong must be dealt with promptly. Delays could lead to complications. I must take my leave." Li Shuai shook his hand. "I shall not see you off then?" "No need." After watching Tian Guofu and his entourage depart, Li Shuai raised his left hand to activate the communicator. Moments later, Li Erxi's visage appeared. "Boss." Li Shuai's lips curled into a smile. "The investigators concerning Zhao Lidong have arrived. Let us observe the reactions from his so-called Zhao family. If they choose to remain silent, all is well. If they seek retribution, let us arrange for some unfortunate incidents to befall Zhao Lidong's offspring abroad. After all, there are gang conflicts erupting frequently. We could stage an incident just as they leave school." Li Erxi nodded, then asked, "And if this does not deter them, and they come looking for trouble?" Li Shuai curled his lips in disdain, remarking that a family capable of achieving such prominence would not be devoid of intellect. "Furthermore, we have not engaged in any unlawful activities within the country. Thus, they cannot pose significant trouble for us. Their tactics may merely involve leveraging their power and connections to create obstacles. However, should they overstep their bounds. There's no need for leniency. We could discreetly transfer public funds into the accounts of all public officials within their family, and naturally, their adversaries would assist in dealing with them. There are countless ways to eliminate a foe. It is unnecessary to sully one's hands every time. Upon hearing this, Lierxi was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in understanding. I comprehend now. Chapter 56. He will be an opportunity for many dear travelers. Welcome aboard Han Airlines. As you enter the cabin, please pay attention to the seat number located at the edge of the overhead compartments for proper seating. Your carry-on items may be placed either in the overhead compartments or beneath the seat in front of you. Kindly keep the aisles and emergency exits clear. We are more than happy to assist any passengers in need. Han Airlines wishes you a warm and pleasant journey in the skies. Thank you. On the flight from Jingzhou to Jiangzhou, the boarding announcement echoed through the cabin. At the entrance, Zhao Dong and General Du from Elzhou made their way up the steps, accompanied by two stunningly beautiful women who bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, as well as several bodyguards. Zhao Dong and the two ladies donned sunglasses and headed straight for the business class section. Once inside, Zhao Dong and General Du settled into their respective single seats, while the two women took a double seat. The bodyguards proceeded to the rear of the cabin. Moments later, the curtain to the business class was drawn back, revealing two young officials clad in uniform jackets, briefcases tucked under their arms. They were none other than the county chief of Dakong and his assistant from Hongshan County, Elzhou City. The two officials, holding their tickets, walked forward. As they passed Zhao Dong, he glanced up and his eyes brightened. Oldly, County Chief Dakong turned around, and upon seeing Zhao Dong, his face broke into a smile. Ah, young Master Zhao? Zhao Dong appraised County Chief Dakong and inquired with a smile, what brings you to Jiangzhou? Or are you heading to Jinghai? Indeed, replied County Chief Dakong with a chuckle. I am planning to attract investment. Zhao Dong grinned and teased. Your nose is quite keen, isn't it? All for the development of Hongshan County. He continued with confidence. All right, this time, come with me. I'll take you along. Upon hearing this, County Chief Dakong's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned. I truly appreciate that. Zhao Dong added, you might not know, but my fourth uncle is the secretary of the political and legal committee in Jinghai. With his assistance, that Mr. Li will surely comply and return to Hongshan with you, unless he wishes to forfeit his standing in Jinghai. County Chief Dakong nodded politely, but just as he was about to respond, a tall flight attendant approached him, smiling. Sir, the plane is about to take off. Could you please take your seat? Certainly. County Chief Dakong replied courteously, then turned to Zhao Dong. I'll head to my seat now. Go ahead. Zhao Dong's tone was dismissive, akin to sending off a subordinate. As County Chief Dakong turned away, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor as he walked toward his seat. Suddenly, a series of beeps from a mobile phone filled the business class, prompting a flurry of passengers to check their pockets and phones. Ultimately, Zhao Dong answered the call. Hello, Dad. The moment he spoke, County Chief Dakong turned curiously. Just as he did, Zhao Dong exclaimed, What? Fourth uncle is in trouble? It seemed as if he was reprimanded from the other end of the line, prompting Zhao Dong to quickly mask his shock. The flight attendant returned to Zhao Dong, politely reminding him, Sir, the plane is about to take off. Please. Zhao Dong, holding the phone, forced a smile. Just a moment, 1 minute. Reluctantly, the flight attendant stepped away. Meanwhile, County Chief Dakong turned back, a smirk creeping onto his face, revealing a hint of schadenfreude as he fastened his seatbelt. Zhao Dong continued his conversation on the phone, where an indistinct voice mentioned, Your fourth uncle's troubles are likely connected to that Mr. Li you intend to meet. To be candid, his predicament stemmed from his own folly. His unscrupulous dealings led him to provoke others, resulting in being outmaneuvered by Mr. Li. What does grandfather say about this? Zhao Dong inquired. A scoff echoed from the other end. Of course, he wishes to intervene and exact revenge on Mr. Li, but after some inquiries, he advised me to steer clear of it. I never intended to meddle, but you should continue fostering a relationship with Mr. Li. He is a complex individual. Zhao Dong furrowed his brow, sensing a deviation from his plans. Initially, he perceived Mr. Li as merely a wealthy young entrepreneur, unaware of his deeper connections. He had intended to leverage his fourth uncle Zhao Lidong's influence in Jinghai, combined with the allure of the Gao sisters, to compel Mr. Li's compliance. But now faced unforeseen complications. Moreover, he worried whether Mr. Li might retaliate against the Zhao family due to his fourth uncle's troubles. "Hello." His father's voice resonated through the phone once more. "I understand," Zhao Dong quickly replied. Just then, the flight attendant approached again, prompting him to say, "Dad, the plane is about to take off. I must hang up." With an affirmative response from the other end, Zhao Dong ended the call. He turned to the Gao sisters, who were experiencing their first flight, their faces filled with wonder as they looked around. He could only hope that Mr. Li's inclinations were favorable. Simultaneously, in Binhai City, Jiangdong Province, a round-faced young man rushed up the stairs of a factory dormitory, clutching a newspaper with excitement. He quickly arrived at the door of an apartment on the third floor and knocked vigorously. "Banksia, Su Banksia." Inside, a beautiful girl with a round face lay in bed, appearing quite unwell. Upon hearing the commotion, she furrowed her brow and slowly pushed off the covers, laboriously making her way to the door. Opening it, she held her head and grimaced. "What is the matter, Xiao Chun?" As she turned back toward her bed, she continued, "Is someone hounding you for debts again?" Xiao Chun stepped into the room, seizing Su Banksia's arm. "Come on, stop sleeping and get ready to go to Jinghai." Su Banksia frowned in confusion at her friend. "Haven't you seen the news?" Xiao Chun replied, spreading the newspaper wide and flipping to the second page. "Look at what it says." "What is it?" Su Banksia took the newspaper, her expression shifting to surprise as she read it. "Who is this person? So wealthy?" Xiao Chun quickly interjected, "That is not the point. Look at the job listings below." Su Banksia raised the newspaper to focus on the recruitment section, her face lighting up with excitement. "Xingazamenxing Steel Gall. Look today is hiring senior management personnel, requiring at least a bachelor's degree and relevant work experience preferred." Xiao Chun encouraged her, "I believe you should give it a try. A management position in a company surely pays well. Just think of that foreign guy. If you succeed in the interview, even if not as a general manager, becoming a business director like him would be a step up from your current situation. Then, those like Wu Jianxi and Xiu Beijing wouldn't dare look down on you. They'd be begging you for favors." Su Banksia initially felt thrilled, but soon worry clouded her face. "But what if I go and don't pass the interview? That would just waste my travel expenses." Xiao Chun, feeling frustrated, replied, "Opportunities come to those who seize them. If you don't try, it's just a fleeting breeze, gone in an instant. I believe this Mr. Li is your chance. At the very least, if you meet him, you can plead your case and ask him to take our scrap steel. Wouldn't that be a great outcome?" Su Banksia's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. She may not possess many qualities, but her tenacity was undeniable. However, upon overhearing Xiao Chen's mischievous laughter, she remarked, "I heard that General Li is only in his 20s, and you're not much older yourself. What if he develops an interest in you?" Su Banxia, suddenly filled with indignation and embarrassment, raised her hand and struck Xiao Chun. "Get lost." Xiao Chun, while dashing out, yelled, "I'll go buy you a train ticket. You hurry up and get ready." Chapter 57. Unfazed Zhao Lidong, Jinghai Reception Center at the entrance. Personnel from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission awaited. 2 business vehicles came to a halt, and soon after, Tian Guofu, Luo Shanhe, and others disembarked in succession, with Zhao Lidong wearing a confident smile, being the last to step out. Among the young officials who had come this time, only 3 remained, making a total of 5 when including Luo Shanhe and Tian Guofu, while the whereabouts of the other 3 officials remained unknown. After alighting, Ho Yangping and another young official each placed a hand on Zhao Lidong's shoulder, guiding him toward the reception center, with Luo Shanhe and the other officials trailing closely behind. 2 officials from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission exchanged glances without uttering a word, gesturing for Tian Guofu and the others to proceed inside. Their gaze followed the officials as they ascended the staircase, traversed the corridor, and arrived at room 303 on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, they found the room sealed, with only a small window allowing light and air, reinforced by a steel grill. Zhao Lidong confidently entered the room, surveyed his surroundings, and promptly sat on the bed. Observing his demeanor, Ho Yangping couldn't help but chuckle. Secretary Zhao, You seem remarkably unperturbed. Zhao Lidong glanced at Ho Yangping and replied with a smile, "What is there to be anxious about?" Ho Yangping shrugged, "Because the evidence is irrefutable." "Evidence?" Zhao Lidong scoffed. "Is it what Li Shuai provided you?" "Indeed," Ho Yangping responded candidly. At that moment, Luo Shanhe, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Ho Yangping, step outside with me." Taken aback, Ho Yangping followed Luo Shanhe out, perplexed. Once outside, Luo Shanhe moved a short distance away before turning to glare at Ho Yangping. "What is the matter?" Ho Yangping still appeared bewildered. Luo Shanhe inhaled deeply in frustration, but, wary of Ho Yangping's connections, released a sigh through his nostrils and looked back at him. "The identity of the informant must remain confidential. Are you not aware of this?" Ho Yangping dismissed the concern with a wave. "People have already speculated." "Oh, they speculated. Then you helped them confirm it, correct?" Luo Shanhe's temper flared again. "With behavior like yours, how can we guarantee the safety of future informants?" Ho Yangping raised an eyebrow, about to speak, but Luo Shanhe continued, his face stern. "Every action we take will be recorded. Director Zhong will see it all. He expects you to perform well. This is how you choose to impress him?" Upon hearing this, Ho Yangping was momentarily taken aback. Seeing the dawning realization on his face, Luo Shanhe rolled his eyes. Everyone in the unit has some background. Even Luo Shanhe had someone shielding him. Yet, none were as arrogant as Ho Yangping. If not for the fact that his father-in-law was Luo Shanhe's direct superior, this individual, lacking emotional intelligence despite his intellect, would have long been expelled from their ranks. What arrogance could a mere dependent afford? "Yes, you are a graduate student from the Political Science Department of Handong University, deemed one of the 3 elites of Handong, while others in the unit hold only bachelor's degrees. Does that make you superior? Upon entering the unit, you command others as if you are above them? Do you not realize your colleagues regard you as a mere spectacle?" After mentally berating Ho Yangping, Luo Shanhe admonished him, "Be more humble in your daily conduct." Ho Yangping snapped back to reality, about to respond when he noticed Luo Shanhe had bypassed him, heading toward room 303 where Zhao Lidong was. Watching Luo Shanhe depart, Ho Yangping pursed his lips, as if coming to an understanding, inhaled deeply, and followed him into the room. Upon entering, Luo Shanhe was met with Zhao Lidong animatedly conversing with Tian Guofu. "The recordings from Li Shuai are unreliable. He could mimic anyone's voice if he wished," Zhao Lidong asserted. "He even used his forged recordings to blackmail me, demanding I turn a blind eye to his illegal dealings." Tian Guofu, intrigued, inquired, "What illegal dealings did he engage in?" "I'm not certain." Zhao Lidong shook his head, then, with a serious tone, continued, "But he expected me, the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, to greenlight his operations. Think about it. If he were innocent, would he dare ask for my approval?" As he spoke, he glanced toward the door, just as Luo Shanhe entered. Tian Guofu abandoned pretense, his smile fading into a serious expression. "Zhao Lidong, you truly are obstinate. Even now, you continue to play your part?" Zhao Lidong feigned confusion. "What role am I playing?" Tian Guofu beckoned to Luo Shanhe, who turned to a colleague carrying a black case. The official opened the case, revealing a laptop, rather, what should now be referred to as a portable computer. Luo Shanhe placed the laptop on the television cabinet, retrieving a portable hard drive from his briefcase and connecting it to the bulky laptop. After several minutes of operation, while Zhao Lidong remained perplexed, Luo Shanhe positioned the laptop beside him. As Zhao Lidong peered at the screen, his composure faltered. Unlike Li Shuai's impressive setup, which could display only one image at a time, this setup sufficed, revealing footage from Zhao Lidong's bedroom, showcasing him placing recently acquired money into a compartment of his bookshelf. Luo Shanhe pressed a key, switching the view to his car parked by the embankment, where Zhao Lidong was seen negotiating with a sharply dressed businessman on how to foster new criminal influences in Jinghai. "This isn't me," Zhao Lidong exclaimed, panic rising. "Not you? Is anyone else it could be?" Luo Shanhe scoffed, pressing another key. The next scene displayed Zhao Lidong's living room, prompting Luo Shanhe to ask, "Isn't this your living room?" Another keystroke revealed his office, with a figure beside him identified as his secretary. ISNT this your bed. Ah. Oh, darling. The sultry voice startled everyone present, including Zhao Lidong. Luo Shanhe quickly glanced at the computer, then hurriedly shut off the display. Ahem. Tian Guofu coughed, looking at Zhao Lidong with a mocking smile. If you claim that ISNT you, then your hiding place for money must also be inaccurate? The call you just made wasn't to your housekeeper, was it? Therefore, your money should still be in that compartment of your bookshelf. Our people have already gone to search. Do you think they will find it? Cold sweat dripped from Zhao Lidong's brow as he pointed at the computer, cursing. Who is this? Who has installed so many surveillance devices around me? This is an invasion of privacy. I will sue. Luo Shanhe suddenly shouted. Now you understand the law? Zhao Lidong was taken aback, staring blankly at Luo Shanhe. Suddenly, he chuckled, regaining his confidence, even crossing his legs. All right, it's not such a big deal. We'll just go through the motions, and you're taking this too seriously. Tian Guofu laughed. So, you still believe someone will come to rescue you? Zhao Lidong smirked. Let us make a wager. Within 10 minutes, a call will come for you. Then, you will board a plane back to Yanjing tomorrow, while I will voluntarily return the money and submit as self-criticism, receiving a reprimand, still as the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee in Jinghai. Tian Guofu and Luo Shanhe exchanged glances, both visibly displeased. This was precisely why they sought to gather evidence first before apprehending anyone, fearing someone might issue directives during their evidence collection. Without any special instructions, simply inform them. The matter concerning Zhao Lidong requires further investigation. Refrain from apprehending him for now. If we delay for another 2 or 3 days, various circumstances will likely arise, ultimately allowing us to gently lower this elevated charge. Therefore, it is imperative to substantiate Zhao Lidong's accusations promptly. The video provided by Li Shuai serves as insufficient evidence. Only by locating Zhao Lidong's illicit funds can we achieve a compelling case of both crime and criminal. As for whether Zhao Lidong can ultimately be convicted, to be candid, there remains some uncertainty, as they possess a modest understanding of the Zhao family's influence. Apprehending him may not prove overly challenging. At this moment, Luo Shanhe's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a young officer from their investigation department. Luo Shanhe answered the call. Hello? The voice on the other end reported, Chief, we found it. Zhao Lidong's money is indeed hidden in the compartment of his bookshelf. Excellent. Luo Shanhe promptly ended the call, turning his gaze toward Zhao Lidong. However, Zhao Lidong merely shrugged, appearing utterly unconcerned. Just then, Luo Shanhe's phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller ID, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Casting a glance at Tian Guofu, he answered the call. Hello, Director Zhong. Hearing this title, Ho Yangping, who had been leaning against the wardrobe with arms crossed, instinctively uncrossed his arms and stood upright. Then, as Luo Shanhe listened, his expression transformed into one of elation. Yes, understood. After hanging up, Luo Shanhe cast a cold smile at Zhao Lidong. Uncertain, Zhao Lidong opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, Luo Shanhe swiftly assisted him to his feet. With a chuckle, Luo Shanhe remarked, Secretary Zhao, this room is rather uncomfortable. Shall we relocate you to a more suitable place, perhaps a detention center? Chapter 58. The gathering of black and white as dusk descended upon the Jinghai International Hotel. The parking lot was already graced by several luxury vehicles. In the distance, another 4 Audis approached and came to a halt at the entrance. The doors of these vehicles swung open in succession, revealing the likes of Director Zhao, General Du, and 2 stunning women, followed by Li Dakong and Secretary Jean, who disembarked one after the other. The bodyguards promptly shielded Director Zhao and his companions as they made their way into the hotel, leaving Li Dakong and Secretary Jean somewhat neglected behind. At this moment, Secretary Jean whispered, such affluence, purchasing 4 Audis right upon arrival. Li Dakong shot her a cold glance, prompting her to instantly fall silent. Casting a dissatisfied look towards the departing Director Zhao and his entourage, Li Dakong shook his head in resignation before striding towards the hotel. In his mind, he resolved to find an opportunity to distance himself from the Zhao family, lest he be ensnared by that spoiled heir. Meanwhile, upon entering, Director Zhao noticed the lounge already bustling with numerous guests, while a crowd gathered around the front desk, engaged in room bookings. He exchanged a glance with General Du, who understood and moved towards the front desk. Director Zhao then led the two beautiful women to the lounge area, where they found an unoccupied table to settle down. The bodyguards remained stationed behind Director Zhao and the two ladies. Xiao Qin, Xiao Feng, please take a seat. Director Zhao beckoned. The sisters exchanged glances, and the one on the left expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Director Zhao. They promptly occupied the seats beside him. Just then, Director Zhao spotted Li Dakong and Secretary Jean entering, intending to wave them over, only to see them head straight for the front desk. His expression darkened as he muttered, "This Li Dakong, truly opportunistic. Knowing my uncle is in trouble, couldn't he be bothered to acknowledge me?" As he finished speaking, a voice from a nearby table caught his attention. Turning to look, he saw a rather plump man with glasses and a receding hairline, who inquired in somewhat awkward Mandarin, "Are you here to engage with the Galaxy Group as well?" Director Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, the stranger handed him a business card, saying, "I hail from Haidong Province. My name is Lin Huayao." Upon examining the card, which bore the insignia of the Haidong Lin Group, an entity he had never heard of, he decided to accept it out of politeness, especially since the individual appeared rather affluent. He retrieved his own card and presented it, smiling, "Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am Zhao Ruelong." Lin Huayao accepted the card, noting the name of the Hulong Group. Recognizing its stature, he proceeded to introduce the others at his table, pointing to the individual on his left. "Allow me to introduce, this is Zhou Chaoxian, Director Zhou, the owner of our Haidong Tianma Shinkong Group." The aforementioned Zhou Chaoxian nodded with a smile towards Zhao Ruelong, who reciprocated the gesture. Lin Huayao continued the introductions. "This is Ding Zongshu, Director Ding, and this is Qiao Wu, Director Qiao." Zhao Ruelong nodded in acknowledgement, though he remained somewhat bewildered by the unfolding situation. Lin Huayao leaned in with a grin. "We are all from Haidong, hence we are seated together. There are other bosses joining as well. We have agreed to dine together in the VIP room on the second floor tonight. Would you care to join us, Director Zhao?" Zhao Ruelong raised an eyebrow, immediately grasping their intentions, and with a hint of intrigue, he nodded, "Certainly." Later that evening at the Jinghai Hotel, which was brimming with guests, the bosses had been waiting in the lounge for over half an hour despite having reserved rooms in advance. Not only the Jinghai International Hotel, but also other inns and goose houses were fully booked. Capitalists from various regions and highly skilled individuals arriving from across the nation, eager to apply for positions at the Galaxy Group, filled the premises. Li Shuai's South capacity to drive GDP was beginning to manifest, particularly evident in the hotel service sector. With numerous projects still in the calculations at Xiangxin Group, the Galaxy Tower was the first to commence construction, projected to take at least half a month before bidding began, likely around the end of May. Subsequently, various facilities, ports, research institutes, factories, office buildings, and dormitories would require subcontracting, making the bidding process lengthy. Thus, these business leaders would find themselves in Jinghai for an extended period. Even if they were not present, they would certainly send representatives to remain stationed there. In essence, the hotel services and rental markets in Jinghai were poised for a prosperous year ahead. Had it been an invitation bid, attendance would have been sparse. However, since Xiangxin Group was publicly bidding with few restrictions beyond qualification requirements, competition was fierce. In these times, business was challenging, and it was not uncommon for a small project worth several million to attract hundreds of bids. The reason these magnates arrived early was to cultivate a rapport with Li Shuai. In the construction industry, relationships are paramount. Without them, even the most impressive proposal is futile, as the intent of the client is the decisive factor in awarding the contract. At 7 o'clock that night, Zhao Ruelong followed Lin Huayao's directions and arrived at the VIP room on the second floor. Upon entering, he found the large round table occupied by 11 bosses, and with his presence, it was perfectly full at 12. "Ah, Director Zhao, you've finally arrived." Lin Huayao welcomed him. "Please take a seat. We've been waiting for you." "Apologies for the delay," Zhao Ruelong replied with a hint of remorse as he settled into an empty seat. Just then, He caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Uncle?" Across the table, a man in his 40s, who bore a slight resemblance to a gang leader, was engaged in quiet conversation with another boss. Upon hearing Zhao Ruilong's voice, he turned in surprise. "Ruilong, you come too?" Zhao Ruilong placed a pack of cigarettes on the table. Of course, with such a grand opportunity in Jinghai, how could I resist? The sight of the special Panda brand cigarettes left the others momentarily stunned. The boss who had been conversing earlier leaned in, whispering, "Rongbiao, is this your nephew? He seems to have quite the background." Zhao Rongbiao chuckled. "Their family operates within the system, while ours navigates the business realm. We don't usually interact much." He then turned to Zhao Ruilong. "Where's your sister? Is she not joining us?" Zhao Ruilong grinned. "She mentioned she would come in a few days, asking me to scout the waters first." Nodding in understanding, Zhao Rongbiao then heard Lin Huayao instruct the waiter at the door, "Please serve the dishes." The waiter bowed slightly and exited the room. Following this, Lin Huayao returned to his seat and addressed the assembled guests. "Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of gathering everyone today is simply to discuss the bids released by the Galaxy Group." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruilong displayed an expression of knowing bemusement. He felt somewhat disdainful as he picked up his chopsticks to sample the appetizers on the table. Zhou Chaoxian mirrored his actions, wearing a similar expression of amusement. Lin Huayao continued, "Each of us possesses capability, yet the total bid stands at over 50 billion. It is impossible for any single entity to undertake it all. Therefore, I propose that we collaborate to determine which portions each of us will handle, ensuring we do not drive the prices too low during bidding, ultimately saving the Galaxy Group money. After all, even the boss has considerable funds. There is no need for us to assist him in saving costs, right?" Laughter echoed around the table, all except from Zhou Chaoxian and Zhao Ruilong, who remained unfazed. Zhou Chaoxian wore an expression of disdain, while Zhao Ruilong seemed to be withholding his amusement. As the laughter subsided, Mr. Lin continued, "The purpose of our gathering today is to foster a good relationship with Mr. Li. I believe it is unnecessary, as long as we unite." At this moment, Zhao Ruilong erupted into laughter. Uft. He quickly covered his mouth, feeling embarrassed. Uft. Ha ha ha. Aside from the proprietor from Haidong province accompanying Mr. Lin, the other business leaders exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly unoffended by Zhao Ruilong's outburst. The Haidong province businessmen, except for Zhou Chaoxian, wore puzzled expressions, unsure of why Zhao Ruilong was laughing so boisterously. "Mr. Zhao?" Mr. Lin inquired, his expression one of confusion. Zhao Ruilong finally composed himself, yet could not suppress his mirth. "You Haidong folks are truly amusing. Coming to the mainland to invest without first understanding the circumstances?" Mr. Lin appeared taken aback. At that moment, Zhou Chaoxian, seated at the far right, scoffed. "Mr. Lin, do you think that only the dozen or so construction firms participating in this Galaxy Group project bid are here? The mainland boasts numerous state-owned enterprises. For instance, Longtai Group alone has 17 branches, each surpassing your capabilities. What do you think you were to stir the pot?" Zhao Ruilong immediately cast an appreciative glance at Zhou Chaoxian, raising his glass in salute. Zhou Chaoxian smiled slightly and reciprocated the gesture. Upon hearing Zhou Chaoxian's remarks, Mr. Lin felt somewhat displeased yet awkward, finding himself at a loss for words. Just then, Zhao Rongbiao interjected with a chuckle. "Mr. Lin's intentions are good. Let us not dwell on that. The mere fact that we are gathered here today is serendipitous. Cheers!" With that, he stood and raised his glass, prompting others to do the same. Zhao Rongbiao continued, "We could form a consortium. Individually, we may not match those state-owned giants, but together, our strength could certainly compete for our share of the market." "Indeed, Mr. Zhao speaks wisely," Zhou Chaoxian remarked with a grin, then promptly downed the contents of his glass. Chapter 59. A visit the following morning at 9 o'clock in the Galaxy Building. A tiger-headed Mercedes pulled up at the entrance, and a stunning woman donned in professional attire stepped out of the vehicle. She closed the door with a soft click and walked with purpose, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor as she made her way to the lobby. At the front desk, Lu Mei was engrossed in her studies when she heard the footsteps and looked up. Upon seeing the woman, Her expression shifted to one of surprise. Xiao Xiao? Indeed, the beautiful figure was none other than the made-up Zhou Xiao Xiao. In her natural state, her face bore the remnants of youthful acne scars, and her skin was somewhat coarse. However, now that her imperfections were concealed beneath layers of makeup, her beauty rivaled that of television stars. Mei Jia, Zhou Xiao Xiao greeted with a smile. Lu Mei approached, her eyes wide with admiration as she appraised Zhou Xiao Xiao from head to toe. No wonder you are the village beauty. You look completely different with makeup. Then, with a hint of mischief, she inquired, what brings you to the office today, all dressed up, trying to win over Mr. Li? Zhou Xiao Xiao's cheeks flushed at Lu Mei's teasing gaze, but thankfully, the makeup masked her embarrassment. I was told to become a headhunter, so I'm here to inform General Manager Li before I set off, she explained. Oh, a farewell then? Lu Mei winked. Go on, go on. Zhou Xiao Xiao sidestepped her, teasingly retorting, I've noticed you become quite bold lately. As Zhou Xiao Xiao entered the elevator, Lu Mei couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, primarily for Zhou Xiao Xiao's fortune, for beauty was something she felt she could not attain. Meanwhile, in Li Shuai's office, he was engaged in a video call with Li Yigong. Your cruise ship is ready and currently being painted. Shall I send it over directly? Li Yigong's holographic image rested his chin on his hand, continuing, moreover, the other 10 shipyards are completed. We can launch 2 vessels simultaneously at a capacity of 100,000 tons, just waiting for you to send materials. Li Shuai sipped his tea. We'll have to wait a bit longer for steel. The steel mill isn't operational yet. If we purchase directly, the standard steel 1T suffice, and military-grade steel is regulated and unavailable. Li Gong Nudda. The automated shipbuilding system on the third side is ready. We can let the robots handle the rest. Should we come over together with the cruise ship? Yes, please do. We are short-handed here, Li Shuai affirmed. Suddenly, Li Yigong recalled something. By the way, what should we name our ship? Li Shuai pondered for a moment. For a cruise ship, let us name it after a beauty from our history. The first one shall be called Qishir. For military ships, we should honor emperors known for their significant achievements in warfare. For instance, we could name one after Qin Shi Huang, Liu Che of the Han Dynasty, Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty, or Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming. As for amphibious assault ships and supply ships, they could be named after emperors who were wise yet had average accomplishments. For large missile battleships, given that many national treasures have been lost, we could use unique animals from our dragon country. The first one shall be called Giant Panda, and this series shall be known as National Treasure Class battleships. Initially nodding, Li Yigong rolled his eyes at this suggestion. You're the boss. You decide. Li Shuai, sensing the playful sarcasm, cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and returned to a more standard naming convention. For the cruisers, let's use the names of historical ministers, like Baigan or Jidan, or perhaps Zhougong. Destroyers can be named after renowned generals like Han Xian and Yu Fei, while frigates should bear the names of fierce warriors, and submarines can be named after famous figures. That sounds about right. By mid-next month, we should be able to send your Qishir over. Li Shuai nodded, then suddenly remembered, if we encounter any obstacles on the road, regardless of which country, just let the laser cannons deal with them. Rest assured, Li Yigong smirked, if anyone dares to stop us, I'll blow their port to pieces. Li Shuai was about to give a thumbs up when a knock echoed at the door. Let us pause here. After ending the call, he called out, come in. A stunning woman in professional attire entered. Boss. Upon seeing the enchanting Zhou Xiao Xiao, Li Shuai was momentarily taken aback. Dressed like this, are you going on a blind date? Zhou Xiao Xiao halted in her tracks, casting Li Shuai a sideways glance filled with irritation. What blind date? I'm on a business trip. She walked to the desk and extended her hand toward Li Shuai. Funding. Li Shuai slapped her hand away. Didn't I give you that HSBC card? Are you embezzling funds? That as for my family's expenses. I can't mix them up. Zhou Xiao Xiao retorted earnestly. Li Shuai rolled his eyes. Then return that card to me. He waved dismissively. Oh, fine, just don't go out. I'm worried about you going out like this alone. Find a professional headhunter. As he turned back to his computer, typing away to look for headhunting companies, Zhou Xiao Xiao pouted, feeling wronged. I don't want to be a nanny forever. Li Shuai paused and turned to her. How about becoming my secretary? Zhou Xiaoxiao's face lit up with delight, but before she could respond, Li Shuai disdainfully remarked, "Do you have a capability for that?" Her joyful expression instantly faded as she stood up, visibly upset, and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Li Shuai fronat questioning. Without looking back, Zhou Xiaoxiao retorted home. She flung the door open and slammed it behind her. "How rude!" Li Shuai scoffed, then glanced at his watch, intending to continue his conversation with Li Yigong. However, the internal phone rang. Upon answering, Lu Mei's voice came through. "Generally, a few guests wish to visit you. One claims to be the nephew of Secretary Zhao Lidong." Li Shuai raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Show them up." "Understood." Downstairs, Lu Mei hung up the phone and led Zhao Ruolong, along with General Du and the Gao sisters, accompanied by Zhou Chaoxian, to the elevator. As one elevator ascended, another descended, prompting Lu Mei to press the button for the ladder. Soon, the elevator chimed, and Zhou Xiaoxiao stormed out, her face contorted in anger. Upon seeing the crowd, she paused momentarily. "Xiaoxiao," Lu Mei exclaimed in surprise. "You're leaving already?" "I'm heading back," Zhou Xiaoxiao replied, casting a glance at Zhao Ruelong and the others, particularly the pair of twin beauties who instinctively rubbed her the wrong way. As she departed, Zhao Ruelong couldn't help but feel a sense of longing as he watched her retreating figure. Once inside the elevator, he turned to Lu Mei. "Manager Lu, was that young lady also an employee of your company?" Lu Mei shot him a glance, thinking to herself that he was not as handsome as Li Shuai, just a bit greasy. "No, she asked the nanny for our General Li." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruelong initially displayed a flicker of disappointment, which quickly turned serious. He glanced at the Gao sisters, contemplating that if the general's nanny was that beautiful, perhaps he could win him over with charm as well. While he pondered, the elevator arrived at the 21st floor. Lu Mei stepped out first. "This way, please." She guided Zhao Ruelong and the others toward Li Shuai's office. Zhao Ruelong and his companions surveyed the layout of this level, noting the scarcity of offices, which indicated that this was likely the executive area of the Galaxy Group. As they passed one office, the door swung open, revealing Gao Qiqiang emerging while holding a white safety helmet. "Mr. Gao," Lu Mei promptly greeted him. "Hello." As they brushed past one another, Zhao Ruelong quietly inquired, "Who was that?" Lu Mei responded with a smile. "He is Mr. Gao, the head of Qiangshan Construction Company, a subsidiary of our Galaxy Group." At that moment, Zhou Zhaoxian could not help but glance back and remarked, "Is he Gao Qiqiang?" They had already heard that the Galaxy Group entrusted all its projects to Qiangshan Group, and they were planning to visit Mr. Li Shuai before heading to see Gao Qiqiang. Lost in thought, they arrived at the door of Li Shuai's office. Liu Mei knocked gently. Soon, Li Shuai's voice resonated from within. "Come in." Lu Mei entered, addressing him. "Mr. Li." She then gestured for Zhao Ruelong and the others to follow. Once Zhao Ruelong and his companions had entered, Li Shuai rose to greet them warmly, displaying a courteous demeanor, and instructed Lu Mei pour a few cups of tea. After Lu Mei departed, Zhao Ruelong stepped forward, extending his hand with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Li. I am Zhao Ruelong, the chairman of Huilong Group." In a display of politeness, Li Shuai also smiled broadly and shook his hand. "Greetings, Mr. Zhao. Our front desk mentioned that a nephew of Zhao Lidong is here. That must be you, right?" Zhao Ruelong's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly responded with a smile. "Yes. My uncle had a misunderstanding with you previously, and I am here to offer my apologies on his behalf." Upon hearing this, Li Shuai burst into laughter. "I already delivered him. Can it still be called a misunderstanding?" Chapter 60. The perfect secretary. I have gleaned a general understanding of the situation, and I must say, Mr. Li, you have handled this matter impeccably. Initially, Zhao Ruelong's demeanor had darkened, but upon recalling his father's previous advice to foster a good relationship with Li Shuai, a smile returned to his face. He added, "Moreover, my fourth uncle does not have a deep connection with our family. I hope his mistakes will not impede our cooperation." Observing the fluctuating expressions on Zhao Ruelong's face, Li Shuai could not help but chuckle softly. He then turned to the smiling Zhou Chaoxian standing nearby and inquired, "And who might this be?" Zhou Chaoxian replied in slightly accented Mandarin, "Hello, Mr. Li. I am Zhou Chaoxian, the chairman of the Tianma Shinkong Group from Haidong Province." As he spoke, he extended his right hand towards Li Shuai. Li Shuai responded with an approving smile and shook his hand, saying, "Mr. Zhou, it is a pleasure. Your mention of Haidong province suggests that your visit to Jinghai will surely yield fruitful results." Zhou Chaoxian's face brightened with delight. "Thank you. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. I had researched beforehand and learned that individuals from the mainland favor investors who acknowledge unification, which is why I identified as a native of Haidong province. I never anticipated that Mr. Li would appreciate this." Zhao Ruilong, however, felt a twinge of displeasure. He had lowered his stance significantly. Yet Zhou Chaoxian's mere reference to a province had seemingly eclipsed his efforts. At that moment, Li Shuai gestured towards the sofa, indicating for everyone to take a seat. Just then, Lu Mei entered with a tray of tea, serving each guest a cup, with the last one reserved for Li Shuai, showcasing her impeccable manners. "Thank you." Li Shuai accepted his cup, gesturing for her to proceed with her duties. Of course, after Lu Mei exited, Li Shuai lifted his cup, blowing gently across the surface before taking a sip. His gaze wandered to Zhao Ruilong and the others. Noticing two stunning twin secretaries clad in white professional attire seated on the small sofa opposite him, he briefly marveled at their long, elegant legs. Pondering Zhao Ruilong's decision to bring along two beautiful secretaries for this visit. Looking back at Zhao Ruilong, he mused to himself that dismissing Zhao Li Dong's affair with a mere word would not be so simple. Indeed, while they had not provoked him, it did not preclude him from harboring resentment due to Zhao Li Dong. With this in mind, Li Shuai turned to Zhou Chaoxian, asking, "Are you also in construction, Mr. Zhou?" "Yes," Zhou Chaoxian nodded, eager to assure him. "Rest assured, our company possesses all the necessary qualifications." Li Shuai, however, shook his head, saying, "To be honest, that's not a significant concern. Qualifications can generally be purchased. To put it bluntly, they merely reflect the company's financial capability, not its technical expertise." "Indeed," Zhou Chaoxian laughed, his eyes crinkling with delight as he felt a kinship with Li Shuai's outlook. "Mr. Li, you are absolutely correct. I too find qualifications somewhat trivial, yet unfortunately, government tenders prioritize them. Please trust that our company has ample talent and is entirely professional." At this point, Zhao Ruilong's expression darkened further. He had initially thought highly of Zhou Chaoxian, hoping he could foster a beneficial relationship, only to find himself backstabbed as Zhou Chaoxian formed a connection with Li Shuai first. Just as he prepared to speak, he overheard Li Shuai saying to Zhou Chaoxian, "In that case, I currently have no accommodation in Xiaoan and wish to construct a manor. I have already secured the land and have the design and construction plans ready, covering approximately 200 acres, with a preliminary budget of 1 billion. If Mr. Zhou is interested, I would like you to undertake this project." Zhou Chaoxian's face lit up with joy. 1 billion. A swift turnover could yield at least 300 million in profit. However, before he could respond, Li Shuai doused his excitement with a cold reality. "However, this project must be executed solely by you. I do not wish to see any subcontracting. All my other projects also include clauses prohibiting subcontracting in the contracts." Zhou Chaoxian's smile faltered, yet he was astute enough to quickly reassess the situation. First, constructing a 200-acre manor with a 1 billion investment could still yield substantial profits, even without the subcontracting margins. The initial capital pressure would indeed be significant. Second, this was the first project in collaboration with Li Shuai. If executed well, future projects would undoubtedly follow. In blunt terms, it would be preferable if this manor did not turn a profit. With this in mind, Zhou Chaoxian retracted his earlier exuberance and donned a confident smile befitting a successful businessman, as if he were certain of his ability to excel in this manor project. Just then, Zhao Ruilong interjected, "Mr. Li, to my knowledge, the projects undertaken by your Galaxy Group are substantial. If subcontracting is disallowed, few companies possess the capability to undertake them, given the enormous financial pressure involved." Li Shuai smiled lightly, saying, "That is not something you need to concern yourself with." He then turned back to Zhou Chaoxian. "So, what do you say, Mr. Zhou? Are you interested?" "Absolutely." Zhou Chaoxian raised his teacup, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Li, for this opportunity. I toast to you with my tea." As the two exchanged cheerful toasts, Zhao Ruilong's expression darkened further. Had this been in Handong, he would never permit Li Shuai to flaunt his prowess in front of him. After exhaling through his nostrils, he glanced at Director Du beside him. Directeur Du Gatchingon wore a curious expression and remarked, "Mr. Li, I must mention, the tea was served by your front desk receptionist when we arrived. Do you not have a secretary?" Li Shuai regarded Du's seemingly upright demeanor, momentarily taken aback, then turned to Zhao Ruilong. "And who might this be?" "Oh." Zhao Ruilong lifted his head, realizing he had forgotten to introduce. "This is Director Du Boisjong, the Director of Hotel Operations at our Huilong Group." Li Shuai understood. "Ah, so it is Director Du. Just call me Old Du." Du Boisjong humbly replied, then inquired curiously, "I saw in the news that your company is hiring employees, Mr. Li?" Li Shuai looked at him, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. "Are you considering a job change, Director Du?" "Oh, no. Du Boisjong waved his hands vigorously, although he indeed harbored aspirations to switch jobs. After all, Li Shuai was wealthy, and he had been working with Zhao Ruilong solely for the monetary benefits. He could not possibly admit it in front of Zhao Ruilong. Seeing his denial, Li Shuai maintained his smile, tilting his head slightly with a look of curiosity. Du Boisjong, recognizing that Li Shuai preferred to avoid superfluous conversation, gestured towards the twin sisters seated on the small sofa beside him. "They're my distant nieces, who came with me from the countryside seeking good employment. Since Mr. Zhao was visiting you, I thought it fitting to bring them along to apply. I noticed there was no secretary by your side, so I wondered if they would suffice. Their capabilities are certainly up to par. They would be more than qualified as secretaries." Li Shuai was momentarily taken aback, turning to face the twin sisters across from him. One appeared nervous, while the other met his gaze boldly and curiously. To be frank, upon closer inspection, even with makeup, these twins outshone his own maid slightly. The key factor was their twin status. If only, well, that would be double the delight. After appreciating the twins' beauty, Li Shuai returned his gaze to Zhao Ruilong. "With such beautiful secretaries, I hardly possess the fortune to enjoy such company. Mr. Zhao, perhaps it would be best to keep them for yourself." The implication of inserting spies to monitor him was all too clear. Accustomed to the nuances of political dialogue, Zhao Ruilong quickly discerned the underlying message in Li Shuai's words and hastily clarified, "Mr. Li, they genuinely wish to apply on their own accord. There is no connection with me, or even my fourth uncle." Locking eyes with Zhao Ruilong, Li Shuai understood the intent behind his words, to utilize these sisters to dissipate his prejudices against the Zhao family and facilitate their forthcoming collaboration. After a moment's contemplation, Li Shuai beckoned the twin beauties. "Come here and stand behind me." The sisters exchanged a glance, and then looked at Du Boisjong and Zhao Ruilong, who both gave a slight nod. Hand in hand, they rose from their seats, elegantly striding in their high heels towards Li Shuai. Li Shuai turned to smile at them briefly before facing Zhao Ruilong again. Major projects are primarily allocated to state-owned enterprises with names beginning with long. However, there is a batch of factory buildings available, which you, as a builder, should find quite lucrative. If you're interested, you may consider bidding. I shall not interfere with the final selection. But let me reiterate, subcontracting is strictly prohibited. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruilong's face lit up with joy. Li Shuai's assurance of non-interference in the final decision implied that he would neither lend assistance nor create obstacles, leaving it to the capabilities of the Huilong Group to distinguish itself among numerous competing enterprises. Zhao Ruilong harbored no concerns in this regard. As for the other business owners, a mere glare from him, coupled with the mention of his father's name, would send over 90% of them retreating. Regarding those from Haidong, they would only dare to defy if they were willing to sever their ties with their homeland. Chapter 61. The urgency of cultural invasion. After a brief period of casual conversation, Zhao Ruilong and his companions expressed their intention to take their leave, and Li Shuai escorted them to the office door. However, just as they were about to step outside, Zhao Ruilong seemed to recall something and turned to Li Shuai, saying, "By the way, Mr. Li, a group of private construction contractors from Haidong province has arrived. They have formed a consortium with several capable enterprises from the mainland. Judging by their demeanor, they might seek collaboration with those under the Long banner. You should be wary of their potential collusion to inflate the final contract price." Li Shuai looked at Zhao Ruilong with a hint of surprise. Zhao Ruilong smiled slightly, Originally, I was also one of the partners in their consortium, but we declined their offer. Li Shuai returned the smile. Thank you for the heads up. I will be vigilant. With a positive response, Zhao Ruilong appeared even more pleased and shook hands with Li Shuai once more. Take care. Safe travels. Li Shuai replied, glancing at Zhou Chaoxian. Safe travels, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Chaoxian also extended his hand and shook Li Shuai's. Do visit for tea when you have the time. Once they had departed, Li Shuai returned to the office with the twin sisters. As they reached the sofa, he noticed the two sisters standing at a distance. One appeared tense while the other boldly met his gaze. Li Shuai smiled and inquired, which of you is the elder sister? The somewhat anxious one replied, I'm the elder sister. My name is Gao Xiaoqin, and this is my sister, Gao Xiaofeng. Li Shuai looked at Gao Xiaofeng with interest, surprised that it was the bolder one who was the younger sister. Despite her shyness, the elder sister displayed courage by standing protectively in front of her sister when faced with challenges, which was commendable. Please have a seat. Li Shuai invited them to sit on the couch. He continued, Zhao Ruilong arranged for you to be beside me, which means he must have given you some tasks to accomplish, correct? At this, Gao Xiaofeng, who had previously been calm, became noticeably tense, lowering her head to avoid eye contact with Li Shuai. Gao Xiaoqin, too, seemed increasingly anxious, lightly biting her lip. Just as she was about to speak, Li Shuai interjected, regardless of any past relationship or favors he may have extended to you, forget them entirely. The debts you owe him have already been repaid when he used you as pawns to curry my favor. Thus, there is no need for any psychological burden. From this moment onward, you are under my employ, and no one can coerce you into performing tasks, not even if he is the governor of Handong Province. Upon hearing this, the sisters were momentarily stunned. The governor, in their eyes, was an imposing figure, and even the town mayor was a significant authority. Li Shuai continued, if you are concerned about him leveraging your family against you, you may bring your parents to Jinghai. Your only responsibility is to work diligently. If any issues arise, inform me promptly, and I shall assist you. The sisters exchanged glances and finally broke into smiles. Thank you, Mr. Li, they said in unison, their voices harmonizing perfectly. Li Shuai nodded and remarked with a smile, with the psychological barriers addressed, it now hinges upon your capabilities. What are your educational qualifications? The sisters looked at each other in confusion. Gao Xiaofeng boldly stated, our family is quite poor. We couldn't afford education. My sister and I dropped out after finishing elementary school. Indeed, no deception intended. When Mr. Du brought us out, we didn't even have shoes on our feet. Now, it was Li Shuai's turn to be taken aback. You had no shoes at all? At this moment, Gao Xiaoqin chimed in. Actually, we live on an island in the center of Zhenhu and rely on fishing for our livelihood. Since we often go into the water, we don't wear shoes. The shoes we own are those our parents wear when they go out to sell fish. Li Shuai nodded, feeling a pang of sympathy for the sisters. Gao Xiaoqin continued, rest assured, while our education may be limited, Mr. Du has trained us for 2.5 years, so we understand basic etiquette. Observing their poised demeanor, Li Shuai acknowledged their grace, but he knew that being a secretary required more than just that. After a moment of reflection, he said, you are to serve as secretaries, not mere receptionists. Knowing social etiquette alone is insufficient. You must also learn to coordinate work, read and summarize, observe and analyze. Most importantly, you should be proficient with computers and capable of driving. For now, you will handle my daily reception duties, serving tea, answering calls, and arranging schedules. As he spoke, he rose and walked toward the door. Follow me. The sisters, albeit confused, quickly followed suit. Upon exiting, Li Shuai opened the door to the adjacent office and gestured for them to enter. This will be your office. As they approached the doorway, their curiosity piqued. They peered inside to find a spacious area equipped with an impressive desk, a bookshelf behind it, and a row of filing cabinets in a corner. Gao Xiaofeng exclaimed in delight. Just as Li Shuai was about to speak, he heard someone calling from behind. Mr. Li? Turning around, he saw Su Lei standing 2 meters away, looking somewhat awkward. The Gao sisters also tilted their heads to look at him. Upon seeing them, Su Lei's expression shifted from awkwardness to astonishment. When did a pair of beautiful twin sisters appear beside Mr. Li? Do you need something? Li Shuai's voice snapped Su Lei from his daze, and he quickly chuckled nervously. He hesitated, glancing at the Gauss sisters, seemingly reluctant to speak in front of them. Li Shuai understood his reluctance, smiled, and turned to the Gauss sisters. Familiarize yourselves with the environment. I will call for you if needed. Understood, Mr. Li. The sisters entered the office, while Li Shuai beckoned Su Lei to his own office. Once inside, Su Lei noticed several cups on the coffee table and inquired, "Did you have guests earlier?" Li Shuai returned to his desk and invited Su Lei to sit across from him, tossing him a cigarette. Su Lei, quick to grasp the situation, stood up to light it for Li Shuai. After taking a puff, Li Shuai pulled the ashtray closer. "What brings you here?" Su Lei hesitated again. Li Shuai, feeling a bit impatient, urged him, "Just speak plainly. You really need to learn from your father to be direct." Su Lei bit his lip, mustering courage to look at Li Shuai. "Mr. Li, I would like to request some work from you." Li Shuai frowned in confusion. "Aren't you supposed to be learning from your father?" Su Lei's face fell. "I wish to pursue what I love." Li Shuai's expression brightened. It was uplifting to see a subordinate discovering their path. However, Su Lei abruptly fell silent, leaving Li Shuai at a loss for words. Just as he was about to speak, the intercom rang. Shooting Su Lei a glance, he answered the call. "Hello?" On the other end, Lu Mei's voice came through. "Mr. Li, County Head Li Dakong from Handong wishes to visit you." "I'm busy. Have him wait." After hanging up, Li Shuai turned to Su Lei, tapping his fingers on the desk. "I am your boss, not your father. I lack the patience to guide you patiently. Now, tell me, what do you wish to do?" Startled by the intensity of Li Shuai's gaze, Su Lei quickly replied, "I studied media in college, and I want to work in that field. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Li Shuai exclaimed in frustration. Su Lei shrank back, feeling aggrieved. Until meeting Li Shuai and others, he had always been coddled, with Su Jiang going to great lengths to fulfill his every desire. This had fostered a somewhat infantile demeanor in him, a consequence of being overly pampered by Su Jiang. Raising his gaze once more to Li Shuai, he found Li Shuai still wearing a look of utter disbelief. After a brief moment, Li Shuai spoke. "You aspire to engage in the realm of entertainment and media, correct?" "Very well. Gemini Entertainment currently has an opening. You may serve as the acting director. In due course, I shall provide you with scripts and songs, along with a list of emerging actors and singers yet to debut. Seek them out and see if any are available for recruitment. As for Gemini Entertainment, my sole principle is to counter foreign cultural influences while promoting our own heritage, fostering patriotism, and denouncing those who betray our culture. If you perform admirably, I shall not hesitate to share equity. Should the company encounter insurmountable challenges, turn to Li Erxi. And if funds are scarce, seek assistance from Li Sutsai." Su Lei's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Mr. Li. Now, go and enlist several agents to establish the foundation of the company. Indeed, I shall not disappoint you." Observing Su Lei bow and depart with a buoyant step, Li Shuai extinguished his cigarette and reclined in his chair. The supercomputer at their headquarters housed an extensive archive of classic songs and films from their timeline, encompassing a multitude of languages. He vaguely recalled having seen somewhere that the early 21st century was a period when foreign culture inflicted severe damage upon the Dragon Nation. The images of effeminate individuals from that era sent shivers down his spine. He vehemently criticized the Koreans and Americans for their inhumane tactics, which manipulated female aesthetics and values to feminize the men of the Dragon Nation. The establishment of Gemini Entertainment was initially a response to the onslaught of foreign trends, hindered by a lack of personnel. Now, with Su Lei possessing the requisite capabilities, it was time to prioritize this endeavor. Korean pop and American blockbusters, is it? We shall excavate the path you intend to tread and see how you manage cultural invasion. With this thought, Li Shuai reached for his phone, locating Xinyun's number and dialing. Chapter 62. A profound inquiry following a conversation exceeding half an hour with Xinyun. The discourse not only encompassed the encroachment of foreign cultures, but also addressed the multitude of collaborators within the literary and educational spheres. The extensive dialogue left Li Shuai's throat parched. Upon concluding the call, he traversed from his desk to the sofa, where he retrieved the remnants of his tea to soothe his throat. Returning to his desk, he utilized the internal telephone system to summon the Gauss sisters from their adjacent office, requesting them to tidy the coffee table. Moments latte, one of the resplendent beauties entered, Whether Gao Xiaoqin or Gao Xiaofeng remained indistinct, as their visages were identical. Li Shuai, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Are you the elder or younger sister?" The beauty paused, a suppressed smile playing upon her lips. "Mr. Li, I am Gao Xiaofeng." Li Shuai rolled his eyes. "Henceforth, you two are forbidden from donning similarly hued attire to the office. The elder sister shall wear black, the younger white. Understood?" "Yes, Mr. Li," Gao Xiaofeng responded, stifling a giggle before proceeding to clear the coffee table. Observing her diligent silhouette, its contours were indeed captivating, particularly as she bent over. The view was remarkably pleasing from all angles. After a moment of appreciation, Li Shuai redirected his gaze, just as his mobile phone chimed. The caller was Li Erxi. Li Erxi had been diligently traversing various patent offices and had recently journeyed to Jiangzhou upon learning of Hongtu Shipbuilding's impending bankruptcy. His proactive call suggested favorable tidings. Li Shuai answered Erxi. From the other end, Li Erxi proclaimed, "Boss, we've secured Hongtu Shipbuilding. A scoundrel attempted to outbid me during the auction, driving the price to 1.5 billion. Who is it?" Li Shuai inquired, intrigued. Li Erxi responded with a hint of vexation. "I'm unsure. I only know he's a stock speculator from Jiangdao, referred to as Mr. Ming by the auctioneer. This individual is exceedingly arrogant. What should we do? I'm tempted to make him regret it." "There's no need," Li Shuai chuckled. "Having provoked you, he will inevitably suffer. Inquire with Lao Si to ascertain if he recognizes this individual and orchestrate the downfall of Mr. Ming's investment firm in Jiangdao." At this juncture, Gao Xiaofeng approached Li Shuai, clutching a hot water kettle. Whether intentionally or not, she refrained from retrieving his cup, instead leaning forward to pour water for Li Shuai. Through the plunging neckline of her professional attire, Li Shuai was once again afforded a glimpse of her cleavage. Li Erxi's voice grew louder over the phone. "Boss, is the signal poor?" Li Shuai swiftly averted his gaze. "What were you saying?" Li Erxi reiterata. "I inquired about the disposition of Hongtu Shipbuilding. Should it be relocated to Jinghai or remain in Jiangzhou?" Li Shuai glanced at Gao Xiaofeng, their eyes meeting. Gao Xiaofeng continued to suppress a smile. Li Shuai pursed his lips, observing Gao Xiaofeng, while simultaneously responding into the phone. "Retain the factory in Jiangzhou. Streamline the personnel, retaining the grassroots employees and veteran craftsmen while recruiting a new cohort of managers." "Understood. That will be all for now." Upon concluding the call, Li Shuai regarded Gao Xiaofeng. "You possess a considerable audacity." Gao Xiaofeng playfully stuck out her tongue. "I merely sought to ascertain whether Mr. Li is a benevolent individual." Li Shuai placed his phone down, interlacing his fingers on the desk. "Have a seat." Once Gao Xiaofeng was seated, Li Shuai continued, "How do you define good versus evil? Is it solely based on one's susceptibility to lust?" Gao Xiaofeng tilted her head. "Desire is the wellspring of wickedness. For men, wealth, beauty, and power constitute the greatest desires. Therefore, in my estimation, those who are lascivious, avaricious, and enamored with power are unlikely to be virtuous." Li Shuai regarded her with surprise. "Who instilled this logic in you?" "Director, Du purchased numerous books for us to peruse, including the history of Ming." Gao Xiaofeng replied with a hint of pride. "And you gleaned this from your reading? By your logic, the indolent and parasitic would all be virtuous?" Li Shuai scoffed. "In my view, wealth, beauty, and power are the driving forces behind a man's progress. If a man does not pursue these, what does he pursue?" Gao Xiaofeng grew animated, retorting, "There's nothing wrong with pursuing these, but it depends on the methods employed in the pursuit. Some resort to unscrupulous means, devoid of moral principles. Take Iya, for example, who boiled his own child to curry favor with Duke Huan of Qi. Enough. The topic is too profound. I am rather impetuous. Let's discuss something more practical." Li Shuai interjected, raising his hand to halt her. He then inquired, "In your opinion, are Du Boizhong and Zhao Ruilong, who brought you from your hometown, virtuous individuals?" Gao Xiaofeng immediately shook her head. "They are undoubtedly wicked. Director, Du constantly leers at my sister and me, as does Director Zhao. Furthermore, Director Zhao instructed my sister and me to seduce you and then speak favorably of him to secure projects." Li Shuai curled his lip. "Then I suppose you should thank Director Du had she not brought you out you would still be living in penury on that small island, devoid of your current splendor. Moreover, you encountered an exceptional boss like myself. In time, you will realize that from a certain perspective, you truly owe gratitude to Du Boisjong and Zhao Ruilong. Gao Xiaofeng remained unconvinced, regarding Li Shuai with a disdainful expression. Li Shuai then inquired, Zhao Ruilong sent you back and forth. Did you willingly allow yourselves to be treated as gifts? I was unwilling, but what choice did I have? Gao Xiaofeng responded with a shrug, feigning helplessness. Director Zhao's father is a high-ranking official, possessing both wealth and influence. Director Du informed us that if we disobeyed, we would be forced into prostitution. Li Shuai chuckled once more. Then do you consider me a virtuous man? Gao Xiaofeng looked up at Li Shuai, a smile playing upon her lips. Tolerable, I suppose. To be frank, my sister and I were just discussing this. We were prepared for you to make unwanted advances, but you refrained. Additionally, your words were rather comforting. Of course, I must ascertain whether this is merely a facade. Should you attempt to touch me, I will inform my sister, and she will avoid you in the future. Li Shuai Shukalat. I am not a virtuous man, nor have I ever professed to be. You overheard my conversation on the phone, did you not? I casually threatened to make others wish they were dead. Gao Xiaofeng blinked. What others do is of no concern to me. I am only concerned with the safety of my sister and myself. Upon hearing this, Li Shuai scrutinized the vivacious beauty before him. He then inquired with a smile, So, you're entirely self-serving? Gao Xiaofeng retorted, Is that selfishness? I am merely adhering to my instincts. Besides, if one cannot manage oneself, why concern oneself with others? Excellent. Li Shuai nodded in approval. Adopting a stern countenance, he fixed his gaze upon Gao Xiaofeng. Henceforth, we're shirts to work. If you lack them, purchase them. I will provide the funds. Upon witnessing Li Shuai's stern demeanor, Gao Xiaofeng momentarily tensed. However, upon hearing his concluding words, she flashed another playful smile. Why? Li Shuai's eyes widened, and he tapped the table once more with his finger. When your employer instructs you to do something, there are no whys. Gao Xiaofeng immediately cowered slightly. Understood. At that moment, the internal telephone rang once more. Li Shuai glanced askance at Gao Xiaofeng before answering. Hello. It was Lu Mei on the line, inquiring, Mr. Li. Several more cadres have arrived to pay their respects. What are your instructions? Li Shuai recalled that a county magistrate was waiting downstairs. There was a county magistrate waiting, was there not? First come, first served. Bring him up first. The voice on the other end of the line seemed momentarily taken aback, before softly responding after a 2-second pause. But the newcomers hold relatively high ranks. What does rank matter? Here, one must adhere to my rules. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Turning to Gao Xiaofeng, he instructed, We have guests arriving. Please pour 2 more cups of tea. Understood. After Gao Xiaofeng departed, Li Shuai leaned back in his chair, contemplating how, at this rate, his voice would surely be rendered hoarse. He could only hope that individuals like Gao Qiqiang and Su Jiang would mature swiftly, so that when visitors came, he could delegate them to handle the meetings. His thoughts drifted back to what Zhao Ruilong had mentioned earlier about several companies forming a consortium to engage in a joint bid with those starting with the character law. This was a futile endeavor. Simply adding a clause to the bidding documents stating that consortium bids would not be accepted would suffice to eliminate their qualifications entirely. Those long companies would hardly consider them again. If the profits were directed to the long companies, it would be acceptable. After all, it would contribute to the revenue of state-owned enterprises. But to those unscrupulous merchants? Absolutely not. Moreover, the officials visiting were undoubtedly there to solicit investments. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted Li Shuai's musings. Guoming, Lu Mei entered, greeting Li Shuai with a smile, and then stepped aside to usher in 2 officials. Li Shuai rose to meet them, and the elder of the 2 extended his right hand from afar, his face creased in a friendly smile. Hello, General Li. I am Li Dakong, the county head of Hongshan County in Elju City, Handong Province. Li Shuai approached and shook his hand. Greetings, County Head Li. Please take a seat. Upon sitting down, Li Dakong immediately complimented. General Li looks even younger than I had imagined. Truly a remarkable young talent. Li Shuai replied with a smile. County Head Li, achieving such a position at your age is indeed a testament to your bright future. May your words prove auspicious. Li Dakong was pleased, sensing that Li Shuai was easy to converse with, and believed this visit would yield fruitful results. At that moment, Gao Xiaofeng entered again, balancing a tray in her hands. As she approached, she did not bend as before, but rather sidestepped and half-squatted, maintaining her poise. After her departure, Li Dakong remarked with a chuckle, "General Li, I won't take up too much of your time. There are many leaders waiting downstairs, all of whom outrank me, and we mustn't keep them waiting. Indeed, I have come to invite you to invest in our Hongshan County. You need not worry about policy. I will ensure everything goes smoothly." Li Shuai was somewhat taken aback. "Can you truly make that decision? What of your county's party secretary?" Li Dakong quickly assured him, "Rest assured, I have full authority." Observing Li Dakong's confident demeanor, Li Shuai soon realized that he must have influential backing. Recalling Zhao Lichuan, the provincial governor of Handong, who was Zhao Ruilong's father, he considered testing Li Dakong's capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shuai once again smiled. "County head Li, to be candid, I'm also from Handong and would be very willing to invest there." Li Dakong's face lit up with delight. However, Li Shuai continued, "Regrettably, Governor Zhao Lichuan has a deep-seated grudge against me, and his brother Zhao Lidong ended up in custody due to my actions." Upon hearing this, Li Dakong's smile froze in place. Thus, it was no longer a matter of whether I wished to invest in Handong, but rather whether you were willing to maintain any association with me, given that your career advancements hinge on someone else's words. Having said that, Li Shuai quietly observed Li Dakong, who appeared lost in thought. Moments later, Li Dakong lifted his head, still wearing a forced smile. "Well, General Li, regardless, I still welcome you to invest in Hongshan County." With that, he stood up. "There are still many leaders waiting downstairs, and I do not wish to impose further on your time. I must take my leave." Li Shuai nodded with a smile, internally marking Li Dakong with a large X. This individual paled in comparison to Mayor Pei Yan of Jinghai, who genuinely served the people, solely concerned with the living conditions of the citizens of Jinghai. In contrast, this county head Dakong was only focused on his own advancement, seeking GDP contributions from Li Shuai to secure his own political fortune. Upon hearing of Li Shuai's past issues with his superior, he hastily departed to avoid jeopardizing his position. Mayor Pei Yan, however, was willing to confront provincial leaders and risk his own future to assist Li Shuai in securing favorable policies for his endeavors in Jinghai. The disparity between the two was stark. Watching Li Dakong and his secretary hastily exit as if fleeing a plague, Li Shuai could not help but shake his head in amusement. What would happen if he were to chase after Li Dakong and inform him that he had settled matters with the Zhao family? Would he not be curious to see his reaction? Chapter 63. Absolutely not, because of looks 3 days later, on April 30th, at the entrance of Jinghai No. 1 middle school. With the May Day holiday approaching, students were not leisurely exiting the school. The boys rushed out like wild horses, while the girls hurried along with quick, small steps. The street outside the school was congested with cars picking up students. However, the area directly facing the entrance, down a gentle slope, was surprisingly vacant, drawing the attention of the boys who instinctively paused to take a second glance. Other vehicles dared not park nearby due to the presence of a formidable-looking car, a Havel Tiger. In those days, without compulsory insurance, any minor scrape or bump could lead to significant financial repercussions. Outside the vehicle stood a man in a suit with a buzz cut, smoking a cigarette, none other than Tang Xiaolong. Inside the car, Li Shuai was perusing a stack of resumes. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that many recent graduates had come for interviews, primarily students in their final year of university, free to return to campus to work on their theses and prepare for defenses. The allure of the Galaxy Group's promise, reimbursement for travel and accommodation during the interview process, and a daily meal stipend of 5 yuan, had drawn a significant crowd to the office building, with the first floor bustling with activity. Candidates submitted their resumes and were scheduled for interviews starting May 1st. Although the company did not close for the holiday, the triple pay during holidays made the prospect of overtime quite appealing. In contrast, the construction sites offered no such incentives. The employment dynamics there were more complex. Labor relationships were primarily managed by foremen, and even if the Qiangxing Group promised triple wages, many foremen were reluctant. However, there were bonuses, not from a foreman, but from Gao Qiqiang. The skilled foremen were often relatives of the contractors, making it difficult to entice them away. Project managers and construction workers could interpret blueprints, but asking them to lay bricks would likely lead to scorn from the foreman due to inefficiency. The workers were largely trained by these foremen, adhering strictly to their directions. In truth, the establishment of Qiangshan Group was somewhat counterintuitive. Most construction companies were built up by contractors who, after achieving success, sought qualifications to secure contracts directly, thus avoiding the loss of profits to intermediaries. For instance, Chintai's construction group had cultivated dozens of teams over 20 years, an invaluable asset. Returning to the matter of the May Day interviews, the timing was advantageous as many executives from other companies might be available to observe. Li Shuai continued to sift through resumes, primarily assessing the candidates' appearances. No filters, no retouching. The passport photos were strikingly authentic. Work experience? Most were just interns, lacking substantial qualifications. Yet, there were a few attractive candidates. One resume caught Li Shuai's eye, featuring a smiling young woman. Mengyu? From Jinghai? He noted her educational background, majoring in journalism, a fourth-year student and a first-year graduate student. Quite promising, he murmured to himself, setting her resume aside, certainly not solely due to her beauty. As he continued, another resume drew his attention, a round-faced beauty named Su Banksia, a mechanical engineering graduate. Intrigued, he read further, only to be surprised by her age, 31. Surely, this must be an outdated photo. She appeared youthful. Her marital status was listed as divorced. Well, at least she was honest about it. Li Shuai noted her work experience, a company she owned, a storage yard. He shrugged. Possessing both beauty and business acumen was indeed advantageous. He set Su Banksia's resume aside as well. At that moment, the driver's side door swung open, and Tang Xiaolong slid into the seat. Li Shuai looked up to see Gao Qilan waving goodbye to a female classmate before skipping over with a cheerful demeanor, opening the door to sit in the passenger seat. "Oh, Mr. Li?" Gao Qilan exclaimed, surprised to see him there to pick her up. Li Shuai smiled indulgently. "Call me brother, and don't forget to add my name." Gao Qilan paused, then burst into a giggle. "Handsome brother." "Hey!" Tang Xiaolong laughed heartily. Glancing at the rearview mirror, he noticed Li Shuai's amused expression, quickly suppressing his laughter and feigning a cough. "Qilan, buckle up." As she fastened her seatbelt, Gao Qilan inquired, "Brother, why do you have time to pick me up today?" "To avoid people," Li Shuai replied. "Everyone's been eager to see me. I'm almost becoming face blind." He sighed, recalling the 50 regional leaders he had met in 2 days, all seeking investments. Naturally, he had politely declined, citing that the Jinghai project was not fully established, and for now, they were not considering investments elsewhere. Today, he had opted not to visit the office, spending the afternoon at home until Tang Xiaolong suggested picking up Gao Qiqiang and Gao Qilan for the holiday. Naturally, he chose to fetch Gao Qilan. She was simply too endearing, after all. Passing by the company building, he asked Lu Mei to bring out the resumes that had arrived over the past few days. It was worth noting that all 3 Gao siblings were remarkably intelligent. Gao Qiqiang was undoubtedly a top student, and Gao Qilan, having gained admission to Jinghai No. 1 Middle School, was reported to have excellent academic standing as well. Gao Qiqiang, despite his seemingly simple demeanor, was quite shrewd. "Dodging whom?" Gao Qilan asked, curiosity evident on her face. Tang Xiaolong chimed in, "Of course. Those high-ranking officials who want to persuade Mr. Li to invest in their ventures. To be blunt, most of the money would end up in their pockets. Why share this with the kids? Just drive." Li Shuai chided him. He then turned to Gao Qilan. "You're in your senior year, right? Have you decided what major you want to pursue after the college entrance examination?" Gao Qilan pondered, biting her lip. "I used to want to be a doctor, but now I'm uncertain." As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Li Shuai. He paused, then chuckled. "Becoming a doctor is a fine choice. Once you finish your studies, I'll open a hospital for you to manage." Gao Qilan's eyes widened. "Really?" Li Shuai feigned disgust at her playful demeanor. "Look at you, still acting cute at your age." Gao Qilan blinked innocently. What does acting cute mean? Chapter 64. No comment. Ladies and gentlemen, Lu Mei stood on a stool behind the reception desk, holding a small megaphone, declaring loudly, There are signs at the elevator and stairway entrances. Please proceed to the corresponding floor for your interviews according to your job preferences. For those on the lower floors, kindly take the stairs to free up the elevators for those going to the higher floors. Thank you. Looking around the bustling lobby on the first floor, it was packed with people, with a large crowd at the elevator entrance, predominantly young individuals in their 20s. The receptionists had all stepped out, joined by several security personnel in black uniforms, diligently maintaining order and answering inquiries from job seekers. Even Gao Xiaofeng was present, standing beside Lu Mei. Upon hearing Lu Mei's announcement, some candidates congregated at the elevator entrance paused to consider before beckoning their companions toward the stairway. At that moment, a beautiful woman with a round face and a bag walked in. It was Su Bangxia. She was momentarily taken aback by the scene before confidently striding forward. Liu Mei, having jumped down from her stool, remarked to Gao Xiaofeng, "There are just too many people. My voice is almost gone." Gao Xiaofeng, feeling somewhat wistful, replied, "They're mostly university students. I envy them." Lu Mei did not engage further, but complained, "2 elevators are simply insufficient. When the crowd increases, want to be a crush during peak hours? I must mention it to Mr. Li and suggest installing 2 more." Just then, she caught sight of another figure approaching the reception desk and, upon closer inspection, noted yet another beautiful woman entering. Today, many strikingly attractive women had arrived. Su Bangxia reached the front desk and was momentarily stunned upon seeing Gao Xiaofeng's appearance. She thought to herself that Xiao Chan had suggested she charm a boss here. But with such stunning beauties around, how could he possibly be interested in a divorced woman like her? Regaining her composure, she inquired, "Hello, may I ask which floor the interview for the management position at Heavy Industry Group Steel Company is on?" Gao Xiaofeng glanced at the form in front of her and smiled, responding, "It's on the 10th floor. There are elevators to the right, and the stairway is adjacent." "All right. Thank you." Su Banxia Zipli, "You're welcome." After leaving the reception, she approached the elevator, and upon seeing the throng of people, she sighed, recalling that her destination was the 10th floor and that her health had not been great lately. Thus, she steeled herself to wait for the elevator. On the 10th floor, the conference room of Centaur Heavy Industry had temporarily been transformed into a written examination venue, including 2 adjacent large offices. It is worth noting that the 2nd floor of this building housed the cafeteria, the 3rd floor the security department, the 4th and 5th floors the Taurus Financial Group, the 6th floor Gemini Entertainment, the 7th and 10th floors Centaur Heavy Industry Group, the 13th floor Little Bear Logistics Group, the 14th and 19th floors Big Bear Research Group, and the 20th floor Orion Security Company. The 21st floor, of course, was reserved for the offices of the Group S senior management. Previously, the building had been quite deserted, with only over 200 former subordinates of Su Jiang occupying the 3rd floor, now employees of the security department. Other floors combined had only a few dozen people, creating a rather desolate atmosphere. Now, Li Sucai was overseeing the written tests and interviews for the management of Li's Bank and Tian Guanxing Venture Capital Company on the 5th floor. Su Lei was on the 6th, Li Shuai was on the 10th, Su Jiang on the 13th, and Li Erxi on the 19th. Other floors had recently recruited individuals like Zhang Cuiping and the former manager of the Mercedes 4S dealership, Li Yukai, to conduct interviews. The former manager had previously served as a business manager at the Jinghai steel plant, but due to various reasons, he was marginalized by the factory director's faction and eventually transitioned to sales, all within a few years. Su Jiang maintained a wide network in Jinghai, making it relatively straightforward to recruit qualified management personnel like HR managers from his connections, thereby alleviating much of Li Shuai's burden. Meanwhile, in the conference room, formally dressed candidates were being ushered in by security personnel, taking their seats as if they were back in school during an examination, which left them somewhat dazed. The entrance displayed 2 A4 sheets, one reading, "Written examination venue for Jinghai Yangmingxing Steel Company, Limited," and the other listing each candidate's seat number. Another candidate approached, appearing to be in his 30s, somewhat handsome, wearing glasses and sporting a slick-back hairstyle. He carried a bag and asked the suited security guard at the entrance, "Excuse me, may I bring my bag inside?" The guard smiled and replied, "Yes, please proceed." "Oh, great, thank you." The candidate mused to himself. appreciating the courteousness of the staff in such a large company. Upon entering, he searched for his seat among the already occupied ones. Soon, he found his designated spot. Noticing the label indicating his name, Guichidong. Just as he settled down, the sound of high heels echoed from the entrance. A round-faced beauty entered, capturing the attention of all present. Su Bangxia entered the examination room, also searching for a seat. Guichidong noticed her, seemingly recognizing her, and exclaimed, "Su Bangxia?" Su Bangxia turned, equally surprised. "Guichidong?" Guichidong smirked. "You're here for an interview too?" "Yes, is that a problem?" Su Bangxia confident apokik Guichidong setating. "I am free, but what about you? Does Lao Chio know about this?" "Huh, you think that can intimidate me?" Guichidong scoffed, adding, "What if he finds out? You still owe me money, don't you?" Su Bangxia shot him a disdainful glance and continued her search for her seat. Guichidong turned to retort, but at that moment, the security guard at the entrance announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the time for the written examination has begun. We will now distribute the test papers. If anyone needs a pen, please come to me." As the guard handed out the papers, Guichidong received his test and raised an eyebrow at the single question posed. "Please list the strengths and weaknesses of your previous workplaces in management, operations, and technology, and provide corresponding improvement suggestions for the weaknesses." Guichidong chuckled dismissively, recognizing the question from a foreign magazine he had once read, considering it a trap designed to test the candidate's professional ethics. Thus, he boldly wrote 4 characters, "No comment," followed by his signature. He then casually handed the test paper to the guard at the entrance and strolled away with nonchalance. The guard, taken aback, opened the test paper and couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The others present were astute enough to grasp the situation, prompting many to ponder the deeper implications of the question, leading nearly half of them to rise and submit blank papers to the guard. At noon, in the presidential office of the Heavy Industry Group on the 10th floor, Li Shuai was enjoying a lovingly prepared lunchbox brought by Zhou Xiaoxiao while reviewing the dozens of written examination papers with his aide. Perhaps fearing that Li Shuai would be displeased by the multitude of blank papers, the guard had placed the completed ones on top. Li Shuai examined each paper, sifting through them, when suddenly his brow furrowed, nearly causing him to spit out his food. No comment. Upon seeing the name, Guichidong, he wondered where this foolish individual had come from. "I wanted to know your capabilities in management, operations, and technology, and you present me with no comment?" At that moment, the aide also picked up a paper and remarked, "I have one here that says no comment too." Li Shuai craned his neck for a glance, then promptly discarded Guichidong's examination paper into the pile of failures. Yet, upon lowering his gaze once more, he encountered yet another paper marked no comment. He flipped it over, only to find a blank sheet. He turned to the next, another blank, and then yet again, no comment. Li Shuai rolled his eyes, gathered the remaining papers into a stack, and handed them to Zhou Xiaoxiao, stating, "All the blank papers are to be eliminated. Any paper that contains even a hint of writing shall be deemed acceptable." Chapter 65, Su Jiang, quite reasonable. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the management interviews for the subsidiaries of the Galaxy Group commenced. The interviews for ordinary employees on other floors were merely a formality. Li Shuai had instructed that all university graduates should be considered. In this era, university graduates are still highly sought after, especially after the recent abolition of the employment allocation policy for graduates. Although it may seem that there is a surplus of graduates, this is primarily due to the transformation of numerous state-owned enterprises. For the remaining large state-owned enterprises, accommodating over 829, 100 graduates is simply unfeasible. As for the enterprises transitioning from public to private, the situation is well understood. They are not keen on allowing graduates to compete for the grassroots management positions traditionally held by their relatives. Furthermore, they seek the most inexpensive labor, often offering salaries of merely a couple of hundred yuan a month, while graduates typically demand salaries exceeding 300 yuan, which they perceive as an unjust burden. On the other hand, Galaxy Group anticipates a total number of positions in the future that could reach several hundred thousand, and Li Shuai would prefer that these positions be filled by university graduates. Therefore, the over 1,000 graduates applying this time, regardless of whether they hold a bachelor's or an associate degree, will be welcomed. Their skills can be gradually cultivated. However, for managerial positions at the departmental level and above in the subsidiaries, actual capability will be the determining factor. Those who left their written examinations blank, in Li Shuai's opinion, must have some cognitive issues. It's not as if they were asked for their former company's core technologies. Besides, what is there to keep secret about the outdated technologies of those inferior factories? On the 10th floor, in the same conference room, after the security personnel had diligently prepared during the noon hours, the room had transformed into an interview venue. 2 adjacent offices served as a waiting area for job seekers, who were even provided lunch from the cafeteria on the 2nd floor. At this moment, everyone sat anxiously on plastic chairs, eagerly awaiting the security personnel to call their names for the interview. A security staff member approached the door with a thin stack of exam papers and called out, Wei Qingmei, Su Bangxia, Lu Hui, Zhou Kong, Zhang Shua. The 5 individuals whose names were called quickly stood up. The security member smiled and said, Please follow me. As the 5 departed, Guo Qidong felt a pang of regret for having submitted his exam paper too hastily in the morning. He should have waited until the time was up. He anticipated that as soon as he exited the examination venue, a crowd would follow him out. Now, they all shared the same answers, making the interview competitive. With that thought, he shrugged. He was confident in his abilities and eloquence, believing that he would undoubtedly stand out. Meanwhile, the security personnel escorted the 5 to the conference room door, instructing the others to wait outside while allowing the candidate named Wei Qingmei to enter first. Inside the conference room, Li Shuai sat alone at a small desk, examining the resume of the first candidate. Upon seeing the photo, he noted the striking contrast to the name. At that moment, the door swung open to reveal a woman in her 30s or 40s, slightly plump, who entered with a slight bow. Hello, please have a seat. Li Shuai smiled at her and, after she settled in, asked, Wei Qingmei, you previously worked at Haigang as the deputy director of the marketing department, correct? Could you share why you chose to leave Haigang for a position with us? Wei Qingmei appeared somewhat surprised by the question and replied with a smile. Shouldn't I introduce myself first? Li Shuai raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her confidence. Typically, candidates are quite nervous and reserved. What makes you so relaxed? I merely came to give a try. I have not made any firm commitments to work for your esteemed company. I am still employed at Haigang, so I am free of desire, which allows me to be composed, she replied with a smile. I came to Beijing Hai to assess whether there was a necessity to acquire the Beijing Hai steel plant. Coincidentally, your recruitment event is quite grand, sparking my curiosity, especially since I had the time off during the May Day holiday to attend the interview. Li Shuai nodded in appreciation. You are quite candid. He glanced at the written examination paper on his right. In your written answers, you only addressed the strengths and weaknesses in management and business, leaving the technical aspects untouched. Are you concerned about disclosing your former company's technology? Wei Qingmei widened her eyes and shook her head. Not at all. As a marketer, I am not well versed in technical matters. Li Shuai stared at her, momentarily taken aback. Logically, a marketer should understand technology, especially the strengths and weaknesses of their own products. This knowledge is crucial during business negotiations. Although the steel industry has stipulated standards, the differences among products are minimal. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shuai realized that this plump lady likely hadn't genuinely considered leaving Haigang, hence her reluctance to share anything she deemed inappropriate. I sincerely hope my company can attract someone of your caliber, so please consider it. The position and salary will undoubtedly meet your expectations. On the last day of the May Day holiday, we will arrange for someone to call you. I hope to hear good news regarding your decision to join us. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingmei looked at Li Shuai with a hint of surprise, quickly regaining her smile as she stood and said, I will consider it. Li Shuai stood to see her off, extending his hand. Enjoy your holiday. Meanwhile, on the 13th floor, in the logistics group's conference room, Su Jiang was also preparing for interviews. He picked up the first resume and exam paper, reading the candidate's name. Zhang Shengluan? A girl with such a name? She must resemble a tomboy. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall, leggy beauty, dressed in a white women's suit, with a ponytail and sunglasses, walked in. She approached Su Jiang and directly took a seat. Su Jiang stared at this oval-faced beauty in astonishment, wondering if all interviewees had such confidence. Before he could speak, the woman, identified as Zhang Shenlan, stated, "I'm not here for an interview. I want to see your Mr. Li." Su Jiang snapped back to reality, leaning back in his chair and crossing his legs, thinking that perhaps he wasn't of a high enough caliber to converse with her. Zhang Shenlan observed his posture and, slightly taken aback, nodded. "You indeed lack a certain refinement. My matters are beyond your authority." Su Jiang straightened up, glaring at Zhang Shenlan. "Young lady, have you even matured enough to speak respectfully? Many wish to meet our Mr. Li. Even those at the bureau level must queue up. Who do you think you are?" Zhang Shenlan leaned back in her chair, crossing her legs. "Indeed, there is a queue. I've been attempting to meet him every day, but to no avail. Hence, I had to submit my resume under the guise of an applicant. Just call him and say that Zhang Shenlan from Home 2 Shipbuilding wants to see him. He will meet with me. Forget it. Just tell me which floor he is on, and I will find him myself." Su Jiang found himself at a loss. This Zhang Shenlan was undeniably attractive, reminiscent of the twin secretaries Mr. Li had recently hired. Could she be a remnant of Mr. Li's past? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, how could she be so self-assured? With that thought, Su Jiang directed his gaze at Zhang Shenlan, 10th floor. "Thank you." Zhang Shenlan dropped her legs and was about to rise when she suddenly recalled something. Looking at Su Jiang with a challenging gaze, "You should speak to me with more respect for once I meet your Mr. Li. He may very well take a liking to me. What do you think?" Without regard for Su Jiang's reaction, she rose and departed. Su Jiang, with his mouth slightly agape, stared blankly at Zhang Shenlan as she exited. It was only when the sound of the door closing resonated that he pointed towards the entrance and exclaimed, "That makes perfect sense." Upon returning to the 10th floor, at the entrance of the conference room, Wei Qingmei emerged with a smile adorning her face. At that moment, the security personnel allowed Su Bansha to enter. Yet, instead of hastily returning to the lounge, Wei Qingmei waited for Su Bansha to proceed inside before leaning towards the security guard and softly inquired, "Hello, may I ask what position the interviewer inside holds within your esteemed company?" The security guard paused momentarily, then scrutinized this lady before him, pondering if she had developed a fancy for their general manager, Li. That would be unfortunate, as it was rumored that Li was particularly discerning about appearances. Subsequently, he regarded Wei Qingmei with a sympathetic gaze and leaned closer to whisper, "Ma'am, that is the chairman of our Galaxy Group, the highest authority. Perhaps you should consider a different target." Upon hearing that he was the big boss of Galaxy Group, Wei Qingmei was momentarily taken aback. But after absorbing the security guard's final words, she was utterly bewildered. With a mix of laughter and exasperation, she replied, "What are you talking about? My child is about to enter middle school." Chapter 66. Beauty Must Understand Etiquette. In the conference room on the 10th floor, Li Shuai lifted his head upon hearing the rhythmic click of high heels. His gaze brightened at the sight of Su Bansha. She truly was quite attractive. "Hello." Su Bansha appeared somewhat anxious, her expression betraying her nerves. "Hello, please take a seat." After inviting her to sit, Li Shuai directly inquired, "You mentioned in your resume that you own a company and a yard. Why, then, are you seeking employment with us?" Upon hearing this, Su Bansha's tension evaporated, and she lamented, "I came here precisely because my yard is no longer viable. I have 50,000 tons of scrap steel, but the prices began to plummet at the start of this year. I'm drowning in debt." She recounted her experiences of the past 6 months as if confiding in a friend. For a full 10 minutes, Li Shuai listened attentively, intrigued without interruption. If it had been that earlier Wei Qingmei, she would have been dismissed long before for such chatter. After finishing her tale, Su Bansha seemed to feel parched and smacked her lips. Li Shuai leaned down to retrieve a bottle of water from the cooler beside his chair and handed it to her. "Thank you." After unscrewing the cap and taking a sip, she continued, "Young comrade, I'm not asking for a guaranteed pass in the interview. Could you perhaps arrange for me to meet your boss? Your steel mill needs raw materials, correct? I have 50,000 tons of excellent scrap steel." Li Shuai paused for a moment before a knowing smile spread across his face. "So that's the real reason you came to Jinghai?" Su Bansha blushed, caught off guard, and pretended to drink water to mask her embarrassment. Suddenly, Li Shuai announced. I am a chairman of Galaxy Group, Li Shuai. Suban Sefayin Shulk. And the water she had just swallowed went down the wrong way. Coughing, she accidentally sprayed Li Shuai's face. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. In a flurry, she rummaged through her bag and pulled out a pack of tissues, offering one to Li Shuai. Enough, enough. Li Shuai took the tissue, wiping his face with a look of mild distaste. He then added, I'll take your 50,000 tons of scrap steel, and you can join my steel mill as the director of the procurement department. Su Bangxia stood there, momentarily speechless. Li Shuai waved his hand dismissively. We can discuss the price of your scrap steel later. For now, let's talk about your salary expectations. Just as Su Bangxia was about to respond, the door swung open, revealing a striking woman in a white suit with long legs who strode in confidently. It was none other than Zhang Shenglan, the one who had confronted Su Jiang earlier. Li Shuai frowned, glancing at the security guard who had followed her in. The guard looked flustered when Zhang Shenglan declared, You're Mr. Li, right? Don't make it difficult for the little ones. I wish to have a word with you. I'll leave afterward, so could you ask the others to step aside? Li Shuai's frown deepened, and he sharply commanded, Leave. The security guard bowed quickly and turned to leave. Su Bangxia also prepared to rise. But Li Shuai glared at her. What are you doing? I told her to leave. He then directed the security guard. Take her out, politely. Zhang Shenglan's eyes widened in disbelief beneath her sunglasses. Before she could protest, the security guard approached her with courtesy. Miss, please come with me. He then took hold of her arm. Hey, I have something to say. Zhang Shenglan protested as she was led away. I just want to say a few words. Hey, don't pull me. As the door closed once more, Li Shuai remarked darkly, What a lack of manners. He then turned back to Su Bangxia. Restoring his smile, let us continue our conversation. What is your salary expectation? I? Su Bangxia found herself at a loss for words. The surprise had overwhelmed her, and following Zhang Shenglan's interruption, she was still grappling with how much she should ask for. After graduating from university, she had opted for entrepreneurship in scrap steel rather than accepting a job offer, leaving her with little experience in salary negotiations. Notijin her bijilderment, Li Shuai chaklit. How about this? Let us set an annual salary of 80,000. As for the procurement department, you'll receive 50% of the difference between the purchase price and the market price for any materials you procure that meet company standards. Su Bangxia's eyes lit up immediately. So if the market price for scrap steel is 1,000 yuan per ton, and I buy it for 500, then I get half of the 500 yuan profit? Li Shuai raised a finger. That goes to your department. As a leader, you must ensure that your team members also benefit, or else morale will suffer, and the team will be hard to manage. I understand. Su Bangxia rose and bowed deeply to Li Shuai. Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you. As she bent low, Li Shuai noticed her figure, which was quite impressive. He discreetly raised a hand to interrupt her bowing. All right, if you're satisfied, can you start work on the 8th? Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Li. Another bow followed as she exited with a spring in her step. Li Shuai scratched his nose, feeling a sense of loss as he picked up the next candidate's resume and exam paper, only to see the door swing open again. The same striking woman re-entered, this time fuming as she approached Li Shuai and plopped down in front of him, deliberately turning her face away in displeasure. Li Shuai tilted his head, puzzled. What is the matter with you, young lady? Just then, the security guard reappeared, his face a mask of regret and distress. Li Shuai waved him away, not wanting to hold it against the guard. After all, this was a stunning woman. If it had been a man, the guard might have simply subdued him and dragged him out. Once the door closed again, Li Shuai turned to Zhang Shenglan. What is your name? And what position are you applying for? Zhang Shenglan shot him a glance. I'm not here for an interview. I told you I just want to talk. Li Shuai raised an eyebrow, bemused. And why should I talk to you? Zhang Shenglan huffed. I'm Zhang Shenglan. My father is Zhang Benkai from Home to Shipping. Li Shuai spread his hands in disbelief. So what? Zhang Shenglan's expression shifted to one of indignation. So what? Mr. Li, you clearly have the capability. So why wait for Home to Shipping to go bankrupt before you swoop in to buy it at a bargain? That's my father's lifelong work. I've been trying to find friends to help me bid for it back, and now. Before she could finish, Li Shuai interrupted, tapping the table. Don't complain to me. I'm busy. Just tell me what you want. Complain? Zhang Shenglan blinked, momentarily thrown off. but she quickly regained her composure. I want to buy a portion of Hongtu Shipping S shares. I currently have about 500 million at my disposal. Li Shuai nodded. All right. 500 million for a 5% stake. Zhang Shenglan stared at him, dumbfounded. Your acquisition price is only 1.5 billion. That's 40%. Li Shuai chuckled derisively. Hongtu Shipping, under your father and those 4 spendthrift brothers of yours, 1.5 billion is already a premium. Now it's under my management, renamed Neighborstar Shipbuilding. And after restructuring, its market value will not be less than 15 billion. Why should I sell you 40% of the shares for 500 million? Offering you 5% is already quite generous. Zhang Shenglan was left speechless. Then she removed her sunglasses and fixed a piercing gaze on Li Shuai. What will it take for you to return the shipyard to me? Li Shuai directly extended his hand and said, Pay up. TSK. Zhang Shenglan instantly gritted her teeth. No money? Just 500 million. Without funds. What are you even talking to me about? Li Shuai, growing impatient, had already heard from Li Erxi about the internal troubles of Hongtu Shipbuilding. He listened to the complaints. What about your father's hard work? If it were truly hard work, could he bear to watch his 4 wasteful sons deplete the shipyard? To put it plainly, his 4 useless sons lacked any capability, and, as a father, he merely turned a blind eye, indirectly ensuring they had a lifetime of spending money. And you, a daughter, even if the shipyard were left to you, it would inevitably bear another surname in the future. You might as well throw caution to the wind. Am I wrong? Hard work? I know exactly what means he used to acquire the shipyard. Zhang Shenglan was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly reacted like a cat stepped on its tail. Don't speak about my father that way. Do you know? You know nothing. Security. Li Shuai expressed his disinterest in further conversation with Zhang Shenglan and called out towards the door. Moments later, the security guard entered. Mr. Li, drag her out. Throw her out of this building. Li Shuai commanded the security guard while looking at Zhang Shenglan. You don't need to do anything else today. Just stand guard outside. If she dares to come back in, you won't need to come to work anymore. You. Zhang Shenglan glared furiously once again. But before she could say more, the security guard approached her, grabbing her hand and attempting to pull her out. Don't touch me. Zhang Shenglan forcefully shook off the guard's hand. I can leave by myself. With that, she shot a fierce glance at Li Shuai. Li Shuai, too weary to argue with this spoiled young lady, waited for Zhang Shenglan to depart, and then collected his thoughts to continue with his interview process. Just as he was about to call in the next candidate, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Su Xiang's number. Hello? Su Xiang's voice came through the line. Mr. Li, I've purchased 3 second-hand cargo ships from Haiging Shipping, and the crew is all set. Both captains are former comrades of mine. Li Shuai nodded. Perfect timing. I just secured a batch of scrap steel. Have the ships head to Jiangdong Binhai. Later, I will have someone named Su Banksia connect with you. Understood. Meanwhile, in Handong Jingzhou, a luxurious residential area, a Santana slowly drove in, following the path between the villas. The scene shifted to a large villa's courtyard, where a gentleman in his 50s sat under a pavilion reading a newspaper. A distinguished young woman emerged from the house, holding a ceramic teacup, and walked over to the pavilion. Dad, drink the ginseng tea. The gentleman set down the newspaper, removed his reading glasses, and grimaced slightly as he reached for the ginseng tea on the table. He opened the lid, blew on it, and took a sip. That sip made his face scrunch up. Xiao Hui, at least put in a piece of rock candy. However, the young woman ignored him, taking the newspaper from the table to read. The gentleman, feeling slighted, took another sip and then asked, How is Ruelong doing in Jinghai? The young woman, still reading, replied, I heard him say that the one surnamed Li is quite arrogant. He spent a considerable amount to have them drop their prejudice against our family. Huh. The gentleman chuckled. The youth are so easily deceived. The young woman lifted her gaze. Deceived? Are you saying Ruelong was fooled by that Li Shuai? Isn't it obvious? The gentleman laughed. It was originally a conflict between your 4th uncle and that young man. We didn't interfere, which was already a gesture of goodwill, and the matter should have ended there. But your brother? He went out of his way to apologize, and he couldn't even warm their seat. He thinks he can forge a good relationship just by offering gifts. My governor father, he only boasts when he feels powerful. When faced with someone not afraid of him, his true weight becomes evident. Zhao Xiaowei understood immediately, but said, "Then why didn't you remind him over the phone?" Zhao Lichuan rolled his eyes. "Why should I remind him of everything? What is he using his brain for?" Saying this, he picked up the cup and handed it to his daughter, smilingly requesting, "Add a piece of rock candy." Zhao Xiaowei immediately frowned. "Aren't you aware of your high blood sugar?" The elder had no choice but to retract his hand and place the cup back on the coaster. It must be said at 60, Zhao Lichuan looked like he was in his 50s, which only spoke to his excellent maintenance. He then remarked, "With the holiday over, you should also visit Jinghai. Such a large piece of cake, you ought to take a slice." Zhao Xiaowei nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to speak, a car pulled up outside the courtyard. A maid stepped forward to open the door, welcoming in a guest carrying gifts. Upon seeing the guest, it was none other than County Chief Li Dakong. "Oh, little Li?" Zhao Lichuan greeted with a smile, a mix of amusement and mockery. "Leader." Li Dakong bowed slightly as he entered the pavilion. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaowei beside him, he greeted her as well. "Xiaowei is here too?" Zhao Xiaowei smiled back. "Please, have a seat." There wasn't too much age difference between them. Although Zhao Xiaowei was a few years younger than Li Dakong, she was Zhao Lichuan's daughter. If she chose to enter politics, her current rank would undoubtedly be no less than that of Li Dakong, so there was no need for excessive formality. Once Li Dakong settled in, Zhao Lichuan remarked with a knowing smile, "It's been quite a while since I last saw you. Has it been busy at work recently?" Li Dakong's smile faltered as he detected the underlying tone in Zhao Lichuan's words. However, his expression quickly returned to a smile. "After all, I was brought up by you. Being a county chief means I must serve diligently and wholeheartedly to bring you pride." Zhao Lichuan finally smiled knowingly. Glancing at the gifts Li Dakong had brought, Li Dakong then commented, "I went to Jinghai a few days ago to seek investments. Since the investment didn't materialize, I thought it prudent to bring you some local specialties." "How thoughtful." Zhao Lichuan nodded in satisfaction. He then inquired, "You went to Jinghai to seek investments? Looking for that Li Shuai?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaowei also raised her gaze. Li Dakong replied, "Yes, but through our conversation, it seemed that Li Shuai is not a legitimate businessman, so I left after just a few exchanges." Zhao Lichuan immediately rolled his eyes and admonished, "What are you doing? You can't change that rigid character of yours? What do you mean by not a legitimate businessman? In business, how many are truly legitimate? Aren't they all driven by profit?" Li Dakong found himself confused. Hadn't there been a significant dispute between the two sides? Why was he suddenly defending the other party? He then heard Zhao Lichuan continue, "As a local leader, your primary concern should be to enrich the area under your jurisdiction." "How to enrich it? The government lacks funds, and isn't it still reliant on those businessmen? First, ensure there is something to work with before worrying about the quality. Bring him to Hongshan County. Once the funds are secured, you can impose restrictions on him to prevent any excess." Li Dakong felt as if his mind was spinning. He sensed he had missed out on billions. Ultimately, he remained undeterred, putting on a cheerful facade to cautiously probe. "What you say makes sense, leader. It's just that when I arrived in Jinghai, I heard that Li Shuai had a fierce conflict with the local political and legal committee shortly after arriving. I wondered, if he were a legitimate businessman, would he clash with the public security and legal system? The key is he has considerable backing, and he hasn't faced any repercussions. Yet the secretary of Jinghai's political and legal committee is under investigation. You see, in our small Hongshan County, how could we possibly support such a formidable figure?" Zhao Lichuan furrowed his brow as he listened, then suddenly enlightened, pointed at Li Dakong and chuckled, "Ah, little Li, you think you can conceal everything from me?" He gazed intently at Li Dakong and continued, "Indeed, Zhao Lidong, the secretary of the political and legal committee of Jinghai City, is my brother. On a personal level, I naturally hold a grudge against Li Shuai. However, on a public level, I genuinely hope for entrepreneurs like him to invest in our Handong and enhance our economic conditions. If he could assist the 70 million residents of Handong in achieving a moderately prosperous life, I would kneel down and thank him, even if he were to imprison my brother or myself. Do you understand my meaning?" Li Dakong could hardly feign ignorance. Despite maintaining a cheerful demeanor, he was inwardly cursing. So it turns out the two of them had already reconciled, and that Zhao Ruilong must have certainly profited in Jinghai. Li Shuai was merely toying with me. Old Li, How foolish I was to fear that Zhao Ruilong might report me and rush back to clarify. We all share the surname Li. Must it be so excessive? Chapter 68. Stealing technology from other companies? Returning to Jinghai, Su Bangxia stepped out of the interview venue, feeling as though her body had been revitalized. Her headache had dissipated and her hands and feet were no longer cold. With a buoyant stride, she made her way back to the lounge, chatting animatedly on her phone. Upon reaching the entrance, she hesitated, realizing that making a call inside would invite jealousy, so she stood at the threshold instead. However, her joy was palpable, and she could hardly contain her excitement. "Hello, Xiaochun," Su Bangxia exclaimed joyfully into the phone. "I got the job. Director of the purchasing department, and Bosley has agreed to take all the scrap steel from our yard." "Really?" came the surprised response from the other end. "What price will he pay?" Su Bangxia replied, "We haven't discussed that yet, but with a boss like him, how could he possibly shortchange us? A few million is merely a trifle for him." Inside the room, everyone heard Su Bangxia's exuberant voice, and expressions of envy were evident on their faces. Only Guo Qidong scoffed disdainfully, as if to say, "A petty person has finally succeeded." To him, it seemed Su Bangxia was deliberately broadcasting her success for his ears alone. His confidence swelled. If Su Bangxia had passed, surely his prospects were even brighter. What position should he aspire to? Vice president? He had heard that the foreigner Zhao Lei was also a vice president, always looking down from his lofty position. As he pondered, a smile crept across his face. Just then, Su Bangxia returned to her original seat. She planned to wait until the end of the workday to discuss the scrap steel pricing with Mr. Li, alleviating her lingering anxiety. Moreover, the situation in Binhai was urgent. They needed funds, and the court's enforcement deadline loomed closer by the day. Everyone was in anticipation. Shortly thereafter, 2 more candidates emerged from the interview area, beaming with delight. But they did not return to the lounge, instead engaging in lively conversation as they walked away. It appeared that their results had also been favorable. Next, a security guard approached the lounge entrance and called out names from the list. Ding Jionghui, Zhou Tao, Deng Jiahua, Wang Qian, Chen Li. Guo Qidong furrowed his brow, wondering if the order of the interviews was determined by the time of submission, with those who submitted first falling to the back of the line. At this moment, the security guard continued, "Everyone, to avoid wasting time. We have selected the candidates who passed the morning written exam. Those whose names I call may remain for the interview. Those not called are free to leave." He proceeded to list a long string of names. Guo Qidong listened intently, his expression darkening as he realized that his name had not been mentioned among the 10 or so announced. Suddenly, the security guard's roll call came to an abrupt halt. "That concludes the list of candidates who passed the interview." A wave of astonishment swept through the lounge. The security guard quickly attempted to calm the crowd. "Everyone, please be quiet and do not disturb the ongoing interviews. The reason for your disqualification is that you submitted blank papers for the written exam." Su Bangxia turned her head, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she glanced at Guo Qidong. He, already stunned, felt his composure shatter at her look. He sprang to his feet, pointing angrily at the security guard. "You are utterly despicable, using the guise of a recruitment exam to steal confidential information from other companies." The security guard raised an eyebrow, his expression turning cold. Was there a troublemaker among them? He relished the idea. It had been ages since he had engaged in a scuffle. Other candidates joined in the uproar, shouting, "Where is your boss? Bring him out for an explanation." "Yes, an explanation is imperative. What do we need to explain? Let us go find a media to expose him." Downstairs, 100 security personnel escorted around 30 individuals, treating them like prisoners as they led them out of the building. Once outside, they released them. After letting Guo Qidong and the others go, the security guards sauntered away with nonchalance. The expelled candidates were still eager to protest when they suddenly spotted several journalists approaching nearby. A female reporter, microphone in hand, thrust it toward Guo Qidong. "Sir, hello. Are you here for the interview? I saw you being escorted out just now." The Galaxy Group has recently been the focus of attention in Jinghai, especially since their last investment plan was announced, leading to frequent media inquiries. Li Shuai and Li Erxi, among others, were often sought after. prompting reporters to visit the construction site, seeking insights from Gao Qiqiang and his team. During the recent recruitment event, many reporters had attempted to gather information by photographing candidates. But with little success, they had reduced their presence. Today, having arrived late, they missed the earlier bustling scenes and were now hoping to gather the candidates' impressions of the Galaxy Group. Guo Qidong, invigorated by the microphone in front of him, turned to face the camera boldly, proclaiming, "I must inform everyone that the owner of the Galaxy Group is the most despicable businessman I have ever encountered. Under the pretense of recruitment, he seeks to steal confidential information from other companies. The exam questions today were designed to have us disclose our previous employer's core technologies. Those who refused to comply were immediately disqualified, while those who did were all granted interviews. I even suspect he may be a commercial spy sent by another country and urge relevant authorities to conduct a thorough investigation." The other candidates raised their fists in agreement, shouting, "Yes, I can corroborate that. This company is a disgrace to the industry. We call upon society to boycott the Galaxy Group." The female reporter felt as though she had struck gold, as did the other journalists surrounding her. What began as a simple interview had unexpectedly unveiled a sensational story. Overcome with excitement, she momentarily forgot to express her gratitude, retracting the microphone to deliver a fervent denunciation into the camera. "Viewers, what a shocking revelation. The Galaxy Group, once held in high esteem by the people of Jinghai, turns out to be such a company. Moreover, the chairman, Li Shuai, is revealed to be such a ruthless entrepreneur. Rest assured, we will delve deeper into this matter, and if the claims made by these candidates hold true, we will ensure the Galaxy Group is held accountable." With that, she hurriedly made her way to her company S-van, elated at the prospect of breaking a major story and securing a handsome payment for her article. As for verifying the truth, she thought, let us not worry about that now. If it turns out these claims are unfounded, it simply wouldn't be big news anymore. What? Slander? A defamation? We are merely relaying the words of these candidates. How could that be slander? What does it have to do with us? Even if it were slander, so what? We could always issue a public apology. Watching the young female reporter depart, the other journalists exchanged glances of disapproval, thinking that she was rather hasty. Youthful exuberance, they mused. Clearly, there was much more to uncover, such as the origins of Li Shuai's wealth and the sources of his impending investments in Jinghai. If they could unearth the fact that Li Shuai had once been a major criminal, that would indeed be the scoop of a lifetime. Chapter 69. Dialogue with the Crownless King. In each interview, Li Shuai endeavored to keep the duration within 5 minutes. Nevertheless, by the time all the interviews concluded, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Just as he stepped out of the conference room, he heard someone calling out to him, "Mr. Li, Mr. Li." Turning around, he saw Su Bangxia jogging toward him. Li Shuai smiled. "Not leaving yet?" Mr. Li, could we discuss the procurement price for my batch of scrap steel?" Su Bangxia said, a bit sheepishly. She quickly added, "I made some hasty decisions regarding the yard, and I owe quite a bit of money. The court's enforcement deadline is approaching, and I urgently need some funds." Li Shuai nodded. "Let's talk while we walk." "Huh?" Su Bangxia was taken aback. Shouldn't they sit down and discuss this? However, Li Shuai had already headed toward the elevator, and she had no choice but to follow suit. Once they reached the elevator, Li Shuai remarked, "You really needn't be so anxious. Our country's economy is currently stagnant, and it is precisely the moment to stimulate domestic demand. With the government's massive investment in infrastructure, steel prices will soon rebound." Su Bangxia's eyes brightened at this, but then dimmed again. "But when will that be? I'm nearly at my wit's end." Li Shuai pondered for a moment. "I have no exact information on the quality of your scrap steel, but let's say 50,000 tons at 1,000 per ton, shall we?" Just as they arrived at the elevator, Li Shuai pressed the button, and Su Bangxia suddenly chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Li, there might not actually be 50,000 tons. I have a contract with wrong site, and the 50,000 tons in my yard was purchased for one of their executives. But they are now denying the contract and want to change the price to 400 per ton." Li Shuai interrupted. "Herr, wrong site? A foreign enterprise?" "Yes, an internationally renowned steel trading company." Su Bangxia replied. Li Shuai nodded, smiling. "I see, you wish to sell me the 50," 50,000 tons of scrap steel to cover your debts, and then find a way to procure another 50,000 tons for them, correct? Hee hee. Sue Banksia laughed nervously. You are astute. At that moment, the elevator arrived, and as they entered, Li Shuai said, then let's set the price at 200 per ton, allowing you a bit more room for maneuver. I will have my secretary coordinate with you shortly. Sue Banksia's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Mr. Li. Li Shuai smiled non-committally and added, additionally, I suggest you act swiftly in your dealings with scrap steel, as prices will indeed rise soon. The profits you make from me may not suffice for another 50,000 tons. Rest assured, I have connections in the Black Sea region. 50,000 tons will be easy. Upon reaching the first floor, Li Shuai strode out of the elevator with Sue Banksia briskly following behind. The day's interviews were essentially over, and the lobby was nearly deserted. Gao Xiaofeng and Liu Mei immediately spotted Li Shuai approaching. Mr. Li, they greeted in unison. Li Shuai approached them, pointing to Gao Xiaofeng. This is my secretary, Gao Xiaofeng. He then turned to Gao Xiaofeng. Sue Banksia, our future procurement director for the steel company. I just secured a batch of scrap steel from her at a price of 200 per ton. Please take her to Li Erxi for a contract when you have a moment. Understood. I'll head back now. You both should leave work early. With that, Li Shuai walked directly toward the exit. However, upon stepping outside, he was met with a throng of reporters led by Tang Xiaolong, forming a barricade with security personnel, seemingly awaiting something. Out of curiosity, Li Shuai approached and patted Tang Xiaolong on the shoulder. Tang Xiaolong turned around, and upon recognizing Li Shuai, promptly greeted him, Mr. Li. Li Shuai gestured toward the reporters. What's going on? Before Tang Xiaolong could respond, the reporters, realizing he was a senior executive of the Galaxy Group, became animated. They surged forward, stretching out their microphones toward Li Shuai and bombarding him with questions. Hello, Mr. Li. May I ask you a few questions? Mr. Li, we have received reports that Galaxy Group is using recruitment as a pretext to steal confidential information from other companies. What are your thoughts on this? Mr. Li, is it true that the candidates who passed the written test were indeed leaking their former company's core technologies? Mr. Li, it has been said that you were abroad until the end of last year when you suddenly returned with a substantial amount of capital. Could you disclose the source of your funds? Li Shuai stood there, momentarily taken aback by these crownless kings, puzzled by the claim of stealing confidential information. After a moment's reflection, he surmised that it must have been those candidates who had failed the written test, making baseless accusations. After considering it further, he said to Tang Xiaolong, go up to the 10th floor and bring down all the written tests from today. I divided them into 2 sets, one in the conference room and the other in my office. Understood. Once Tang Xiaolong departed, Li Shuai confidently stepped forward to face the reporters. The crownless kings felt a twinge of disappointment. Had Li Shuai ignored them and walked away, they could have freely fabricated their narratives. Now, with him present, they had to engage him. Raising his hand, Li Shuai proclaimed loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, I am Li Shuai, the chairman of Galaxy Group. Feel free to ask your questions, but please limit it to 1 per person. The reporters erupted in excitement, vying for his attention. He pointed to a male reporter nearest to him. You go first. The reporter, microphone in hand, boldly asked, Mr. Li, many candidates have claimed that Galaxy Group is stealing core technologies from other companies through the written test. What do you have to say about this? He thrust the microphone toward Li Shuai. Li Shuai scoffed lightly, retorting, My dear reporter, do you have any idea how many pages are required to document the core technology of a product? Even for a ping-pong ball, 1 page would be far from sufficient. The written test we administered was merely to have candidates outline their previous company's strengths and weaknesses, along with suggestions for improvement. As a newly established company, we are in need of talent, and naturally, we must initially assess whether a candidate meets our criteria. This written test was simply a preliminary evaluation of their capabilities, not the nefarious scheme some may speculate about stealing other companies' core technologies. The reporters were met with disappointment, realizing they were fortunate not to have hastily returned to write their articles. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in a predicament. The media, unafraid of lawsuits, feared losing their authority in public opinion. Once lost, ratings, newspaper, and magazine sales would inevitably decline. Therefore, Their creed is that even if they must fabricate rumors, they should craft enduring ones that cannot be easily debunked. This way, even if they are proven wrong later, they have already profited sufficiently. And since the rumors take root in the public consciousness, even if the truth later emerges, their credibility remains intact. Of course, the targets of their rumors matter. It is best to choose those without much power, as such individuals lack the capacity to swiftly refute the claims, allowing the false news to spread rapidly for maximum profit. Moreover, it is easier to settle matters with those lacking power. A little financial incentive suffices, while the crownless kings gain substantial viewership and newspaper sales. Li Shuai and Galaxy Group, however, were clearly not among the powerless. Certainly, there were journalists who were unwilling to relent, boldly inquiring, "Mr. Li, may we have a look at your written examination questions?" Of course. Upon hearing the question, Li Shuai instinctively sought to identify the reporter. However, after scanning the crowd without success, he shrugged it off. He addressed the gathering, exclaiming, "I have already instructed my colleagues to retrieve them. You will see them shortly." At that moment, another reporter shouted, "Mr. Li, you have recently returned from abroad with over 100 billion in funds. Could you elucidate the source of your capital?" Li Shuai, with a beaming smile, responded, "Whose question is that? Jump so I can see you." A reporter indeed leapt amidst the throng, raising his right hand. "Mr. Li, over here." Li Shuai laughed as he turned to him. "Why should I explain anything to you?" The reporter retorted loudly, "It's not for me, but for the general public." Li Shuai maintained his jovial demeanor. "Then why should I explain to the general public?" "Because the public has a right to know." Upon hearing this, Li Shuai's smile widened, and he spread his hands. "Well, I too possess a right to privacy." Before the reporter could respond, he raised a finger to interrupt. "Let me correct you. The public's right to know pertains to policy, not to the past of an ordinary citizen like myself. Moreover, my refusal to answer is not due to any illicit origins of my funds, but rather because your appearance makes me disinclined to converse." Hearing this, the questioned reporter's face darkened, while others stifled laughter. At that moment, Tang Xiaolong arrived briskly, carrying 2 stacks of paper, and approached Li Shuai. Li Shuai took the papers and instructed the nearby security personnel to form 2 lines, with each taking a sheet. He then proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the left side comprises the candidates who passed the written examination. You may peruse their answers, which predominantly discuss management and business strengths and weaknesses, with hardly anyone addressing technical skills, yet still passing the exam. On the right side, however, we have blank sheets or responses of no comment. Tell me, what purpose would there be in hiring individuals who cannot even comprehend the questions posed? To be frank, our selection process for this written exam initially had standards, but they were abandoned. As long as someone scribbled something on their paper, they passed." The journalists fell silent, realizing that it had all been a misunderstanding. They had wasted an entire afternoon under the sun, all due to those who had been ejected. Li Shuai then declared, "All right, the misunderstanding is resolved. The interview is concluded. Everyone may leave early." He clapped his hands and beckoned Tang Xiaolong to depart. Back at his villa, Li Shuai returned to his room on the 2nd floor, closed the door, and activated his communicator. He had just dismissed a call from Li Yigong during dinner. Sitting at his desk, he opened the communicator, and Li Yigong's holographic image appeared. "Boss," Li Yigong greeted, then paused momentarily, observing, "You seem a bit out of sorts." Li Shuai rolled his eyes. "Try interviewing dozens of candidates in a day. It's exhausting." Li Yigong chuckled, then added, "Your Shishir paint job is complete. Moreover, Lao San has been idle and has helped you acquire numerous pieces of factory equipment." Li Shuai contemplated for a moment and replied, "You two should take the yacht over first. The equipment can wait. Those factories want to be ready for at least 3 months after the projects commence. We can send someone over to transport it then." "All right, we will set off tomorrow," Li Yigong assured. "The lair has an automatic defense system, and with so many robots guarding it, there's no need for excessive concern." At that moment, another communication request came through, and upon checking, it was from Lierxi. Li Shuai rolled his eyes and answered the communicator. When Lierxi's 3-dimensional image appeared, he immediately remarked, "Why not just come over? Why enter a group chat for something so trivial?" Lierxi shrugged nonchalantly, We made the news. Li Shuai pausa. Then recalled the earlier group of reporters, nodding. I had a group of journalists interviewing me at the entrance before I left work. It must be them. He hadn't expected their efficiency. It hadn't been long before they appeared on television. Li Erxi, however, was taken aback. You're not on the news. I only saw it downstairs with the babysitters. Here's the footage. With a wave of his hand, a face appeared before Li Shuai. The individual addressed the camera, stating loudly, I want to inform everyone that the owner of Galaxy Group is the most despicable entrepreneur I have ever encountered. He uses the guise of recruitment to steal confidential information from other companies. Li Shuai's expression darkened. Who the hell is this? It's Guoqidong, the accountant from a steel processing factory in Jiangdong Binhai. One of the candidates interviewed today, Li Erxi calmly replied. Did you dismiss those who wrote no comment? Why keep them? They would just waste time, Li Shuai retorted. The scene shifted as Guoqidong concluded a statement, followed by a group of people expressing outrage. Next, a female journalist passionately delivered a speech to the camera. Once she finished, the broadcast transitioned to the studio, where the news anchors share their opinions. Li Shuai skufa. They claimed to dig deeper, yet they spread unfounded assertions without verification. Li Erxi shrugged again. What is the plan? Although it's not a significant issue, just a local television station, it's still quite irritating. Li Shuai rolled his eyes. What is their plan? We will sue them. All those involved, including Guoqidong. The group of jumpers, as well as the local television station and that female journalist, demand compensation for defamation. He intended to bankrupt them, teaching them the consequences of their careless words. Just then his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Mayor Zhang Peiyan, Li Shuai smirked and answered, Hello, Mayor Zhang? Immediately, an urgent voice from the other end responded. Mr. Li, have you seen the news? Yes. They claim Galaxy Group is stealing core technologies from other companies through recruitment. Li Shuai replied, amused by the audacity of the claims. Seemingly detecting the anger in Li Shuai's voice, Mayor Zhang quickly apologized. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Li. I have reprimanded the television station. At this, Li Shuai's smile vanished, and he replied coldly, Is reprimanding effective? What about the law? Yes. I will ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. Please allow me to handle it without escalating matters. Mayor Fan imploró. After all, the local broadcasting station is under the municipal government's purview, and their broadcasts generally represent the official stance. What seemed like a minor issue could escalate. And if manipulated by ill-intentioned parties, the entire city government could face scrutiny. Let us not forget, the ones spreading rumors need to be careful about who they target. There are many watching Mr. Li, the financial benefactor of Jianghai. If someone stirs the pot, it could lead to serious trouble for Jianghai, Li Shuai reassured him. Rest assured, I have already prepared the ground here, and we will certainly reap some rewards. Li Shuai guaranteed. As Mayor Zhang relaxed, Li Shuai added, Tomorrow, I will file a lawsuit in the Jianghai court, seeking damages for defamation against the rumor spreaders, as well as compensation for my personal emotional distress. Jinghai Television Station. The reporter and those who have defamed me and our company on camera today are all included in the lawsuit. If this matter isn't escalated, others may think me an easy target, and I might find myself endlessly burdened with unjust accusations in the future. Let this serve as a warning, old Zhang. Whether you choose to have the court halt the litigation process is entirely up to you. Meanwhile, at Mayor Zhang's residence, he sat in his study, one hand gripping his phone while the other pressed against his forehead, listening intently to the call with a look of fatigue and distress. After hearing Li Shuai's words, he realized the other party was genuinely angered. Otherwise, given their typically amicable relationship, Li Shuai would not have spoken so harshly. After a moment's contemplation, Mayor Zhang exhaled deeply through his nostrils. It is indeed time to issue a warning to those media outlets. You can file the lawsuit tomorrow, and the court will convene the same day. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Li Shuai ended the call, and Mayor Zhang reluctantly closed his phone. The television station is, after all, an official mouthpiece. A successful lawsuit against them would certainly undermine the authority of the city government. Yet, as Li Shuai pointed out, attempting to obstruct the lawsuit process? Nonsense. If they cannot file here, they will inevitably escalate it to a higher court. Moreover, Li Shuai is quite an enigmatic character. Who knows what actions he might take if truly provoked? With Shun Yun and Yin Jing backing him, there is little that can be done to prevent this. Therefore, let Jinghai handle its own affairs. The city government can assert its righteousness, and perhaps even gain some favorable public opinion in the process. It is also a consequence of their habitual indulgence of the media. Why not simply delve into the scandals of celebrities? Such stories attract viewers with minimal repercussions, rather than recklessly confronting a formidable opponent. With these thoughts in mind, Mayor Zhang reopened his phone and searched his contacts. The newly appointed secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission in Jinghai remains vacant, currently managed by the deputy secretary. Once the call connected, Mayor Zhang stated, "Hello, Secretary Li, this is Zhang Peiyin. Let us skip the pleasantries. Tomorrow, Galaxy Group will initiate a lawsuit, and I need the court to expedite the process, allowing for the filing and hearing to occur on the same day." Chapter 71. The arrival of Shi Shi. The Galaxy Group has initiated legal proceedings against the Jinghai television station, compelling the court, which was originally on holiday, to return for overtime work. Fortunately, the matter was handled promptly, and the news only circulated within the confines of Jinghai, a small locale. By the following morning, the early newspapers had not yet been printed when a cease and desist order was issued. Otherwise, Galaxy Group would have faced severe reputational damage. The stigma of stealing another's technology can linger, leading the public to assume that any new product is merely a result of theft. Regardless of Galaxy Group's future developments, there would always be individuals ready to claim that it is a company built on plagiarism. Thus, it was not an overreaction from Li Shuai. Once this narrative took hold, a stream of troubles would surely follow. That evening, the legal team at Galaxy Group meticulously prepared all litigation materials, while Mayor Zhang operated with remarkable efficiency, dispatching the municipal police to detain Guo Qidong and his associates from various hotels. After all, they were the originators of the rumors, the primary culprits. There was no need for an extensive investigation. The television station's news footage served as direct evidence. On the day of the trial, several interviewees, including Su Bansha, testified against Guo Qidong, even adding that he had a questionable character and had embezzled public funds during his previous employment. This made it exceedingly simple for the bench to reach a verdict. Thanks to Mayor Zhang's timely intervention the previous night, the repercussions were not as severe as they could have been, resulting in a lighter sentence for the television station and the reporter involved. The station was ordered to compensate Galaxy Group for reputational damages amounting to 32,000 yuan, while the reporter received a 10-day detention. The official journalist's career was effectively over, and she might have to resort to paparazzi work, which is hardly a change in profession. Furthermore, Mayor Zhang mandated that the television station's management assume responsibility for their negligence. Otherwise, they might have attempted to shift the blame entirely onto the reporter. Guo Qidong, as the principal perpetrator of defamation, faced a 3-year prison sentence and was also required to compensate Galaxy Group for reputational damages as well as for Li Shuai's personal losses. The compensation demanded by Galaxy Group totaled 5 million yuan. Given that Jinghai television station is a local outlet with a limited audience, and its news programs typically air around 6 p.m. to avoid conflicts with central news broadcasts, viewership was minimal. Moreover, Mayor Zhang's advocacy ultimately led to Li Shuai showing leniency towards them. As for Guo Qidong, being unfamiliar with the area, who would care about him? Naturally, he was dissatisfied and filed an appeal, but the efficiency of the Jiangjiang Provincial High Court was equally remarkable. They promptly dismissed the appeal the very next day. Subsequently, the party secretary and the station's director faced disciplinary action. The head of the original review department was dismissed, and the entire senior management of the television station appeared on the evening news the following day, grim-faced, to publicly apologize to Galaxy Group. This outcome astonished society. While there have been instances of victorious defamation lawsuits in the past, they were often marked by the loudness of the rumors and the silence of the retractions. Apologies from rumor mongers were common, but a public apology from a television station was unprecedented. However, as Mayor Zhang had anticipated, their willingness to acknowledge their mistakes garnered them some praise. This farce unfolded swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Although the impact on Galaxy Group was minimal, it could not be disregarded. A significant number of candidates scheduled for interviews on the 2nd and 3rd did not show up. When contacted, their reasons were rather principled, expressing reluctance to work for a morally questionable company like Galaxy Group. Ultimately, Li Shuai could only smile and declare that anyone who submitted a resume but was swayed by rumors would no longer be considered for employment. With nearly 900,000 university graduates each year and projections of 6 million graduates in a decade, losing 100 or so principal candidates was hardly a concern. It was not until May 4th that the number of interviewees began to rise once more. By the end of the May Day holiday, Galaxy Group had successfully recruited 250 fresh graduates from across the nation, over 2,000 experienced high education talents, and more than 200 senior executives. The influx of personnel exceeded the capacity of a single office building, necessitating the purchase of 2 additional buildings. While the original one was designated as the headquarters for Big Bear Research Group, with the increase in staff came a plethora of intricate matters. Fortunately, Li Shuai and his team had prepared in advance, seizing the opportunity during the holiday to acquire several nearly bankrupt factories in Jinghai, including the once disdained old steel mill, where all the equipment was replaced. New employees were trained using the equipment from Li Shuai's facilities. The last time gold was transported, several hundred containers of equipment were also brought back, stored in a warehouse at Shiwan Dock, monitored around the clock. As for the gold, it was securely stored in the basement vault of the newly acquired headquarters of Li's Bank in the city center, as it was deemed unwise to leave it exposed. Consequently, Li Sikai purchased a branch of an agricultural bank, rebranding it as the headquarters of Li's Bank. By June 3rd, the various subsidiary factories underwent intensive renovations, and the equipment was installed and debugged by a horde of eager recent graduates. They needed to be kept occupied. Idleness could breed bad habits, and soon they would become complacent. Given that these graduates would eventually occupy both grassroots and higher management positions, they needed to acquire some familiarity with the equipment. Fortunately, Li Erxi was vigilant, ensuring that the new hires did not damage too much equipment. This month had exhausted him, having just acquired his driver's license. He spent each day shuttling between factories, as any malfunction would prompt a call for him to repair it. The very next day, June 4th, Tiangshuangsing Semiconductor Company, a subsidiary of Big Bear Research Group, announced the successful development of a 32-nanometer lithography machine. On the same day, another subsidiary, Yuhangsing Optoelectronic Technology Company, declared that they had made a breakthrough in LCD technology, successfully manufacturing the first domestically produced 31.5-inch LCD screen. The lithography machine had been brought over in working condition during the last shipment. While the LCD screen was the result of 2 weeks of research by the enthusiastic young employees, who utilized existing equipment and technical documentation to create a viable product. However, this achievement did not garner significant attention across various sectors in the country, as many dismissed Galaxy Group as claims as mere bravado. How could this be? The semiconductor industry in Europe and America is highly advanced, and in recent years, they have struggled even to achieve breakthroughs in 90-nanometer lithography technology. Japan holds half of the global semiconductor market. It has consistently relied on 120-nanometer lithography machines. How could a subsidiary of Galaxy Group, established for barely 6 months, claim to produce a lithography machine? As for the LCD screen, what resources did Japanese companies like Sharp invest to conquer this technology? Such claims were clearly fanciful. In an instant, both domestic and international observers began to mock Galaxy Group, with domestic critics being particularly harsh. Initially, they questioned the authenticity of the news, and even if it were true, they raised concerns about the quality of the products. Do not be misled into thinking that the lack of internet development in this era hampers the rapid spread of information. Stories perceived as humorous by outsiders spread like wildfire. On June 4th, Big Bear Research issued its announcement, and that very evening, a talk show featured commentary on the matter, with an expert and a host engaging in a banter reminiscent of a comedic dialogue, as everyone awaited to see the spectacle of Longue's folly. Without resorting to sensationalism, can one still be deemed an expert? By the 5th, various television programs fervently criticized the Galaxy Group, accusing them of lacking pragmatism, with some even resorting to outright insults. Speculations arose that the Galaxy Group was merely creating hype to facilitate their listing and was thus a blatant fraud. However, the Galaxy Group, or more specifically, Li Shuai, failed to provide a timely response, as he had arrived at the dock early on the 6th. Indeed, his beloved Shishir was about to arrive. Chapter 72. A soul-searching inquiry. Once more on this particular morning, at the Jinghai Xiaoan port, Li Shuai stood on the dock, gazing into the horizon where the sea met the sky. The climate in Linjiang was genuinely sweltering by June. Behind him, Gao Xiaoqin and Gao Xiaofeng, wielding parasols, were incessantly wiping the sweat from their brows. Fortunately, these two young women had the foresight not to wear makeup in such heat. Otherwise, they would surely resemble painted cats by now. The security personnel behind them were also drenched in perspiration, yet the three prominent figures, Li Shuai, Li Erxi, and Li Sicai, stood erect, unwilling to relax in their demeanor. Su Jiang and his associates were unable to attend, preoccupied with their own affairs. Li Erxi and Li Sicai were likewise busy. But this time, they had to come to welcome not just a ship, but their older brother and younger brother as well. At that moment, Gao Xiaofeng, seemingly unable to bear the heat any longer, spoke up, "Mr. Li, it's too hot. Shall we head to the resting area?" Li Shuai turned his head, noticing Gao Xiaofeng's oily complexion, and paused momentarily. He recalled that he and his two bioengineered brothers were impervious to temperature extremes, but his subordinates were mere mortals. Thus, he responded, "You all go ahead and rest. We are fine here." Gao Xiaofeng, with a hint of exasperation, pursed her lips, thinking to herself that if he wouldn't team move, neither would the others dare to. Sensing her unspoken thoughts, Li Shuai offered a resigned smile and turned to stroll towards the shade of the nearby containers. Upon reaching there, Li Shuai instructed Tang Xiaolong, "It's partly my oversight. Send the two brothers to fetch some water and also grab a couple of watermelons." Understood. After Tang Xiaolong departed, Li Shuai encouraged the younger subordinates to take a break. Just then, Gao Xiaoqin suddenly recalled something and said to Li Shuai, "Mr. Li, the public discourse surrounding our company has been rather unfavorable from the day before yesterday until now. They are claiming that we are merely creating hype for our IPO. Shouldn't we respond?" "Respond to what?" Li Shuai chuckled lightly. "Let them talk. They are inadvertently advertising for us. Initially, it was just a simple announcement, known to few, but their chatter has made it widely recognized. Our focus should remain on ensuring the quality of our products. We ought to express our gratitude to them. They have saved us a significant amount in advertising costs." Gao Xiaofeng appeared puzzled, but last time they accused us of plagiarizing other companies' technology. That is different. Li Shuai explained. This time, they are merely expressing doubts. Gao Xiaofeng pondered for a moment before quickly coming to an understanding. However, just as she was about to speak, Li Erxi suddenly exclaimed, "They have arrived." Simultaneously, Li Sicai Buddha abruat sumila. Li Shuai turned to see a small white emerging on the horizon. A smile crept across his face, though it quickly faded as he scolded. "Those two fools, do they think a cruise ship can be driven like a speedboat?" The dot on the sea rapidly expanded, and soon the younger subordinates displayed expressions of awe. From a distance, the vessel appeared exceptionally stylish. It resembled an enlarged version of a yacht rather than a cruise ship, featuring a flat deck at both ends and a sleek superstructure in between, with a graceful transition where the deck met the hull. Before long, the ship reduced its speed, gliding smoothly into the port and, without the assistance of tugboats, seamlessly docked at the quay. The subordinates were now able to perceive the ship's immense size. Its length undoubtedly exceeded 100 meters, and from the dock, the height of the bulwark appeared to be around 6 or 7 meters. The Gao sisters were utterly dumbfounded. After all, what woman could resist the allure of a yacht, especially one of this magnitude? As they marveled, the bow deck of the colossal yacht opened, and a retractable gangway descended. Then, a burly gentleman and a strikingly cool man disembarked from the ship. Li Gong immediately ran towards Li Shuai with open arms, exclaiming, "Boss!" Li Shuai, both amused and exasperated, could only embrace him momentarily. Among the four brothers, the most vivacious was the robust elder brother, while the seemingly younger Li Sanfa exuded a typical aloof coolness. Following this, Li Yigong playfully approached their second brother, but he refrained from bothering the fourth brother, fearing Li Sicai would slap him on the backside during an embrace. An unfortunate habit Li Shuai had attempted to correct numerous times without success. Li Sanfa then greeted Li Shuai with a fist bump, followed by a shoulder bump. At that precise moment, Tang Xiaolong returned from the resting area with water, prompting Li Shuai to gather the younger subordinates and introduce them. Allow me to introduce the elder brother of X's family, Li Yigong, and the third brother, Li Sanfa. Greetings, Brother Gong. Greetings, Brother Fa. The subordinates bowed in unison. Good, good, good. Li Yigong waved cheerfully at the young subordinates, while Li Sanfa maintained his trademark icy demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Yigong turned to Li Shuai and said, "Shall we take a look at the ship and see if it meets your expectations?" Li Shuai shook his head with a smile. The project of the Strong Prosperity Group is commencing its bidding today, and I must make the final decision. Let us head over. It's also a good opportunity for you two to meet the staff here. All right. Li Yigong nodded in agreement. He then turned to the yacht and called out, "Miss Shishir, retract the gangway." The young subordinates, including the Gao sisters, were momentarily taken aback. They then heard a melodious female voice from the yacht respond, "Received." Shortly thereafter, the gangway retracted automatically, and the opening on the side was sealed tightly. Tang Xiaolong stood, suspecting that there were indeed others aboard the ship, likely a woman, given the charming tone of the voice they had just heard. Li Shuai slung his arm over Li Yigong's shoulder as they approached their vehicle, casually inquiring, "So, did you encounter any roadblocks along the way?" "None at all," Li Yigong replied with a grin. Those small nations clearly gauged their odds. They dare to collide with merchant vessels, but with this ship, they certainly worry about the repercussions. As they arrived at the car, Li Yigong and Li Shuai climbed into one vehicle, with Tang Xiaolong and another subordinate in the front passenger seat. Once inside, Li Yigong continued to chatter. "Moreover, this ship can reach speeds of up to 57 knots. Even if they wish to impede us, they would only end up eating our dust." Li Shuai chuckled at this remark, but chose not to respond. In the front seat, Tang Xiaolong and the other subordinate exchanged bewildered glances, with Tang Xiaolong asking through the rearview mirror, "Brother Gong, can our yacht really reach 57 knots? Li Yigong beamed with pride. "Nuclear-powered, fully electric propulsion. If it weren't for your boss insisting on this design, I could have crafted a more stylish appearance and reached speeds of 100 knots. Currently, it's not feasible. This design would cause it to bounce on the waves like a dolphin at high speeds. While the ship can handle it, the occupants would not fare as well." Tang Xiaolong and the subordinate shared glance, then focused intently on driving, sensing that Li Yigong's words were far from ordinary. Li Shuai's convoy journeyed from Shaoan to the downtown area, stopping outside a bidding agency. Today, this agency was hosting simultaneous bidding sessions in 7 different rooms, with the most significant projects being the Galaxy Tower, Shaoan New Port, and the Research Institute. The Galaxy Tower was bundled as one complete project, while the other 2 were divided into multiple segments. This was a decision Li Shuai had made after careful consideration, with so many state-owned enterprises vying for contracts. It was strategic to secure the larger projects first, ensuring that each received a piece of the pie. The remaining smaller projects, like factory buildings, would not require competition with private enterprises. Otherwise, once the larger contracts were awarded, the unsuccessful state-owned enterprises would inevitably seek to claim the fragmented projects, leading to a fierce competition with private companies for the leftovers. This primarily serves as an opportunity for Gao Qiqiang to establish connections within the industry. Everyone will benefit to some extent, and the bosses will naturally remember his goodwill. In the future, when he seeks engineering projects elsewhere, he will not be easily marginalized by competing enterprises. A dozen luxury vehicles came to a halt as Li Shuai, with his companions, walked confidently into the building. To his surprise, they were intercepted upon entry by someone familiar. Seeing that familiar face, wrinkled with a grin, Li Shuai felt somewhat speechless. Director Li Dakong, accompanied by his secretary Jean, hurriedly approached from the lounge on the first floor, beaming at Li Shuai. "Oh, you truly are a busy person. I've been to your company several times, only to be told you were unavailable." Li Shuai sighed through his nostrils, somewhat admiring Li Dakong's tenacity. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Li.com. County Chief Li, allow me to pose 2 questions. Why did you initially choose a political career? Since becoming county chief, your fervent desire to boost your county's GDP. What is the underlying motivation? Or who are you doing it for? Li.com was momentarily taken aback. Consider these 2 questions carefully, and when you have clarity, come find me, Li Shuai stated, then proceeded to lead his group around Li.com, heading towards the elevator. Li.com stood rooted in place, momentarily dazed, before his expression darkened, turning to watch Li Shuai's departing figure. Chapter 73. A promotion for the shipyard ding. The elevator doors opened, and Li Shuai strode out with confidence, followed by the 4 brothers of congratulations and prosperity, then the stunning Gao sisters and a few younger associates, including Tang Xiaolong. The aura of a big shot swept through the space. To be honest, without the 4 brothers, Li Shuai, clad in a black shirt, tailored trousers, and polished leather shoes, paired with half-rimmed glasses, appeared quite dashing. Each of the 4 brothers had their distinct style. The eldest, Li Yigong, donned a form-fitting outfit reminiscent of a fitness instructor, his well-defined chest muscles evident. Not the exaggerated kind from protein powders, but genuine, solid muscle. Li Ershi and Li Sankai Matcha Li Shuai, Esa Atira. While Li Sanfa sported a casual tracksuit, their rankings corresponded to the order in which Li Shuai had recruited them, and if age were considered, Li Sanfa would be the youngest. It is worth noting that he was modeled after a killer coach designed to nurture natural-born assassins. As his family emerged from the elevator, they certainly turned heads. Those smoking nearby could not help but steal glances as Li Shuai and his entourage moved on. Not long after, a manager from the bidding agency approached to greet them, leading Li Shuai and his companions to one of the evaluation rooms. Upon entering, they found Gao Qiqiang, Su Jiang, and 4 bespectacled gentlemen, as well as 2 young executives from Qiangxin Group. As soon as they noticed Li Shuai's entrance, Su Jiang and Gao Qiqiang quickly rose to their feet. Mr. Li, the 2 Qiangxin employees called out, while Li Shuai approached, smiling as he patted Gao Qiqiang on the shoulder. Allow me to introduce the eldest of Erxi's family, Yigong, whom you already know, Old Su. This is the 3rd brother, Li Sanfa. Brother Gong, Brother Fa. Gao Qiqiang greeted them eagerly. Brother Fa. Su Jiang grinned, acknowledging Li Sanfa, and then turned to Li Yigong, Brother Gong. Good to see you again. Li Yigong chuckled and playfully pulled Su Jiang close, his height of nearly 2 meters, making Su Jiang appear childlike beside him. All right, enough fooling around, Li Shuai interjected, bringing their joviality to a halt. He then turned to Gao Qiqiang. How did the morning's bidding results pan out? Have all the results been released? Gao Qiqiang handed over several sheets of A4 paper held together by paperclip. The Port and Research Institute are treated as separate bidding sections, with substantial project volumes. The bidding documents are thicker than a dictionary, and the evaluators are still reviewing the first section as submission. Completing the evaluations for all projects will likely take at least 4 days. This here is a portion of the factory bids evaluated this morning. Take a look. Li Shuai accepted the documents, but first turned to the 4 elder evaluators. Offering a warm smile, "Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen." The evaluators quickly responded, "You're too kind." Li Shuai gestured for everyone to exit the evaluation room to avoid disturbing the evaluators. At the doorway, he noticed that the first page displayed the bidding results for the Nanjamin Xing Automobile Industrial Factory project, with the primary candidate for the bid surprisingly being Zhao Ruilong's Huilong Group. This project marked the first phase of the automobile industry, albeit on a smaller scale, comprising 3 large dome-shaped steel structure factories of 5,000 square meters each, alongside administrative offices, dormitory buildings, canteens, and other facilities. The total bid limit for the entire project was set at 130 million. Li Shuai had anticipated a rise in steel prices in the latter half of the year and had adjusted the bid accordingly to ensure the contractor's profit, even with price increases. Interestingly, Huilong Group had submitted a bid of 95 million, a discount of 27, while other inland companies had quoted significantly higher prices, with the lowest bids coming from a few firms from Haidong. The technical scores were comparable, suggesting that all had engaged professionals for their proposals. This is precisely why those in construction are so eager to cultivate relationships. Obtaining projects directly from the client means that any discounts during bidding translate directly to profit. It appears Zhao Ruilong has secured the inland connections, but not with those from Haidong. Li Shuai mused as he flipped through the pages. Ultimately, he discovered that Zhao Ruilong had secured 3 of the 7 factory bids opened that morning. Li Shuai smiled, returning the list to Gao Qiqiang. Let us proceed as planned. Ensure the supervisors keep a close watch to prevent any shortcuts. He then turned to Su Jiang. It seems those Haidong folks have crossed Zhao Ruilong one too many times. Check with them to see if they require security services. Given that these entrepreneurs are expanding their businesses inland, any incident would reflect poorly on Mayor Zhang. Moreover, your security company needs to make a name for itself, right? Su Jiang was momentarily taken aback, but then grinned widely, giving Li Shuai a thumbs up. As expected of the boss, where there's no opportunity, you create one. This was his forte, and he knew scaring those Haidong businessmen would undoubtedly make them eager to pay for bodyguards. I'll take this to the agents, Gao Qiqiang said, departing with the documents. Li Shuai then led his companions to the stairwell. He pulled out cigarettes, offering one to each person who was smoking, lighting them before signaling to Tang Xiaolong. Tang Xiaolong understood and moved a bit farther away with the Gao sisters and several younger associates. At this moment, Li Shuai turned to Su Jiang. How many ships have we purchased for the shipping company? A total of 14. Su Jiang counted on his fingers, 3 new ones and 11 second-hand ships, including 2 that are 100,000 tons. Li Shuai pondered for a moment. From today onward, logistics will be overseen by our third brother, and heavy industry will be managed by the eldest. He looked at Li Yigong. Eldest, once you're in position, transfer some funds from the heavy industry account to the third brother's account. Let him procure steel from Haigang and transport it to our base. Then move the equipment from our base over. The old steel mill in Jinghai will continue to operate. Although the equipment is somewhat outdated, it can still produce building materials. With so many projects at hand, it's a matter of self-sufficiency. All right, Li Sanfa simply replied coolly. Li Yigong, however, seemed puzzled. Why complicate things? We could just produce steel at our own mill and transport it directly to the base. Let them procure the building materials themselves. Li Shuai removed the cigarette from his mouth and replied, time is money. You haven't seen the state of that old mill. Relying on it, when can we possibly construct our fleet? Our new steel mill won't be operational for at least 6 months. By then, we could have built a fleet of corvettes at the base. At that moment, Li Sankai interjected, we also need to register a shell company abroad. Otherwise, we can't clear customs. Leave that to you. Li Shuai chuckled, then turned to Su Jiang. By the way, my cruise ship has arrived. After the bidding concludes, reach out to some affluent entrepreneurs, political figures, celebrities, and the construction bosses involved in this bidding, and host a soiree on my cruise ship to promote our shipyard. Chapter 74. The Cruise Ship Gala. A week later, on the evening of June 13th at 7 p.m. at the Jinghai Shaoan Pier. Under the grandeur of the Shishir cruise ship, Gao Qiqiang and Su Jiang took on the role of welcoming attendants, continuously shaking hands with every arriving tycoon. Su Lei was also present, as his father had instructed him to mingle with the wealthy from various sectors to familiarize himself, ensuring a smoother transition into the business world in the future. The 6-day bidding event for the Galaxy Group project had finally concluded, and the substantial opportunity presented by Li Shuai had been eagerly seized by all attendees. The grandest prize was undoubtedly the Galaxy Tower, which, after fierce competition among over a dozen prominent enterprises, was ultimately awarded to Longjian 4th Bureau, a local company in Linjiang, for a bid of 8.45 billion. The enterprises with the dragon prefix were known to wield considerable influence, seemingly aware that steel prices were set to rise. Thus their bidding was not as fierce as that of private enterprises like Zhao Ruilong's, as they had already factored future costs into their strategies. Having secured the Galaxy Tower project, Longjian 4th Bureau was quite satisfied, participating in other projects merely to maintain goodwill without stepping on anyone's toes. In truth, had they been more aggressive, Li Shuai would have leaned slightly in their favor, being a local enterprise that the provincial government had encouraged him to support. Nevertheless, the current harmonious atmosphere was delightful, with everyone in high spirits. The bidding concluded on the 12th, and the next day marked the commencement of the cruise ship gala hosted by Li Shuai. Su Jiang had invited renowned businessmen from various regions, and on this day, over 200 distinguished guests gathered in the small city of Jinghai. Even though these affluent individuals had seen much of the world, the sight of the Shishir ship left them in awe, exchanging murmurs of admiration among themselves. Many of them owned yachts and were members of yacht clubs. However, Li Shuai's vessel, if it were to enter those so-called yacht club service areas, would appear as a colossal dinosaur among a flock of sheep. At the pier, a plump-faced tycoon approached Su Jiang with a smile, accompanied by an assistant. "Ah, President Wang, Su Jiang et Gulim," his face lighting up as he stepped forward to shake hands with the prosperous gentleman. "Greetings. You must be General Su." Old Wang smiled, appraising Su Jiang. They were of similar age, with Old Wang being just a few years older. "I am Su Jiang." Su Jiang nodded and then gestured for Old Wang to board the ship. Once Old Wang departed, Gao Qiqiang could not contain his curiosity. "Who is that? You seem to hold him in high regard." "Old Wang from Yida. You don't know him? He has quite a figure." Having publicly criticized the chaos in the commodity housing market last year and made 3 significant commitments, Su Jiang remarked, watching Old Wang's retreating figure with a hint of respect. He then turned to Gao Qiqiang. "Make sure to engage with him more often. There are speculations that he may become a leader in the mainland real estate sector. If you can establish a deeper collaboration with him, your Qiangshan group will never lack projects." Gao Qiqiang cast another deep glance at Old Wang's departing silhouette. Just then, Su Lei seemed to notice something and leaned closer to say, "Su Jiang, Zhao Ruilong is here." Su Jiang and Gao Qiqiang immediately turned around. "Ah, General Su, General Gao." Zhao Ruilong approached briskly, his face beaming with joy. Su Jiang feigned annoyance while shaking hands. "Young Master Zhao, why are you so late?" Zhao Ruilong smiled apologetically. "I had to pick someone up. Allow me to introduce you." As he spoke, he stepped aside, revealing a remarkably graceful young woman, followed by a familiar face, Du Bourgeon. "My sister, Zhao Xiaowei, from Huilong Group. We are siblings." Zhao Xiaowei stepped forward, extending her hand with a smile. "Hello, General Su." Su Jiang gently squeezed her fingertips. "Hello, Director Zhao." After Zhao Xiaowei shook hands with Gao Qiqiang, she directly inquired, "Where's Mr. Li? Could you introduce me to him?" Su Jiang gestured for them to follow him onto the ship. "He is on board. Once you go up, just inform the staff, and they will take you to him." Zhao Ruilong and Zhao Xiaowei thanked him before heading toward the gangway. However, after taking a few steps, they paused, staring at the Shishir ship in astonishment. The wealthy second generation prioritize sophistication and grandeur. The offspring of officials, on the other hand, value understated luxury and depth. Yet, Li Shuai's vessel was nothing short of extravagant and ostentatious. After a moment of surprise, the two exchanged glances, cleared their throats to mask their embarrassment, and continued toward the gangway. At that moment, Su Jiang and Gao Qiqiang followed suit, and the group ascended the gangway to the foredeck. Upon arrival, Zhao Ruilong marveled at the ship's nearly 30-meter width and curiously asked Su Jiang, "General Su, how large is Mr. Li's cruise ship?" Su Jiang pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, "I'm not entirely sure, but I believe it's 170 meters long, 28 meters wide, with a displacement of around 18,000 tons. For specifics, you would need to consult our owners." Zhao Ruilong and Zhao Xiaowei exchanged glances, both owning sizable yachts themselves, with their own vessels displacing over 200 tons. They had even been reprimanded by their father, Zhao Lichuan, for that. Now, seeing a ship with a displacement of 18,000 tons, they couldn't help but wonder about its cost. Zhao Ruilong could not help but give a thumbs up. Impressive, truly impressive. Su Jiang had prepared his response well, leading the Zhao siblings into the ship's interior while chuckling. "Mr. Li built this ship to enhance our shipyard's reputation. This vessel was designed by us owners and constructed by an American shipbuilding company. If you ever wish to have your own cruise ship, come to us, and we guarantee you'll be satisfied with the result." "Oh, I can't afford that." Zhao Ruilong chuckled wryly. "A cruise ship is not a cargo ship. Just this one, including the interior, must cost tens of billions, right? You could opt for a smaller one." As they conversed, they reached the end of the corridor. Su Jiang lifted a curtain to reveal a large gala venue, comparable to that of a high-end hotel. A large crystal chandelier hung above, the primary illumination emanating from recessed lights, and the overall decor was extravagantly luxurious. In the distance, self-service drinks and snacks were set up, where familiar tycoons were already engaged in lively exchanges. Many attendees brought female companions, and several attractive waitresses weaved through the crowd. While Su Jiang may not excel in many areas, he certainly excelled in sourcing beautiful women, as he had ample connections to charming ladies from Baijinhan Circle. "I'll take you to a ranger room to store your things," Su Jiang said to the Zhao siblings. He then leaned into Gao Qiqiang's ear. "Go call Mr. Li and the others. Most of the guests have arrived." "All right." On the other side, at the top deck's open-air swimming pool of the Shishir ship, no mermaids graced the waters. Instead, several prominent figures sat around tables, engaged in cheerful conversation. Just how influential were these individuals? Even the mayor of Jinghai, Zhang, was relegated to a corner. Among the five seated at Li Shuai's table was a familiar face, Shen Yun, along with three leaders from various departments in Yanjing. With Shen Yun acting as the mediator, the atmosphere was relaxed, akin to a gathering of old friends, discussing topics from all corners of the globe. Shen Yun took a sip of water and smiled at Li Shuai. "I say, you're quite secretive. When did you build such a cruise ship without telling me? If I had known, I would have come to enjoy it sooner." Li Shuai rolled his eyes. "Oh, please. There are leaders from the Discipline Inspection Commission sitting right beside us." Laughter erupted, and then an elderly man from the adjacent table leaned over, inquiring, "Mr. Li, I just took a tour, but I couldn't find your ship's boiler room. Are you using diesel engines?" Li Shuai gazed at the elderly gentleman, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Academician Shun, would you believe me if I told you that this vessel is powered by nuclear energy?" "Go away." The old man spat back at Li Shuai. "You can fool us with a lithography machine or a liquid crystal display, but nuclear power? That's absurd." Li Shuai turned to Shen Yun, shrugging his shoulders in mock resignation. At that moment, Shen Yun could no longer maintain her composure. "Don't jest. Is it truly nuclear powered?" Clearing his throat in feigned seriousness, Li Shuai surveyed the assembly of esteemed figures and declared with a grin, "The reason I have summoned you all here is to showcase my achievements. This vessel boasts an array of advanced technologies. Let me introduce you to a fourth-generation gas-cooled, fast neutron breeding reactor. Now, do you wish to acquire it? If so, I expect remuneration." Chapter 75. I want a fleet. As Li Shuai's words fell, an elderly man at the adjacent table scoffed. "Gas-cooled, fast neutron breeding reactor. Is it ship-based? Young man, do you even comprehend what you're saying?" "Academician Liu, please hold your tongue," Shen Yun interjected, raising his hand to interrupt the old man, then casting a puzzled glance at Li Shuai. At this moment, a cadre sitting to Li Shuai's left chuckled. "Little Li, I've heard that your research company delves into everything, including nuclear energy. Can you truly construct a nuclear reactor?" Li Shuai rolled his eyes in response. "If I couldn't, why would I include that in my scope of operations?" Upon hearing this, several junior cadres at nearby tables gasped in astonishment, while the senior leaders at Li Shuai's table maintained their smiles, though their hands were clenched and relaxed repeatedly, indicating their internal turmoil. These individuals were indeed significant figures. To Li Shuai's left sat Secretary Yi Weizhong of the Academy, and to his right, Director Su Guoyang of the Academy's Science and Technology Committee. Further right was Deputy Secretary Zhou Qiang from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Only Shen Yun, who had a personal rapport with Li Shuai, was permitted to sit at this table. Otherwise, Liu Hui, the provincial secretary of Linjiang, should have occupied that seat according to rank. At this point, Secretary Yi tentatively asked, "Little Li, could you take us to see a reactor?" "Goodness. The country has been researching ship-based pressurized water reactors for years. How could a private enterprise possess a gas-cooled reactor that is more advanced than a pressurized one?" Secretary Yi casually glanced at the width of the ship, which was evidently not wide, yet capable of housing a nuclear reactor, underscoring the compactness of the reactor on board. Ship-based reactors are entirely different from land-based nuclear power plants. However, Li Shuai showed no deference to this high-ranking official, rolling his eyes and retorting, "What are you staring at? You can't extract anything from your gaze. You pay." and the technology is yours. It's that simple. Come on, Shen exclaimed from across the table. You're already wealthy. Why the obsession with money? Just take us to have a look. Enough of this nonsense. Li Shuai remained unyielding, casting a disdainful glance at Shen. I only invited you, yet you brought so many esteemed academicians. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You peeking is harmless, but I know that if they take a good look, it won't be long before they replicate it. Trying to exploit my technology for free? Not a chance. Ha ha ha. Shen pointed at Li Shuai, unfazed by the exposure of his intentions. You rascal. The surrounding academicians chuckled heartily, particularly pleased by Li Shuai's reference to them as national treasures. Academician Liu, who had earlier mocked Li Shuai, remarked, we have also been researching fast neutron breeding reactors, yet thus far, we've only employed sodium-cooled reactors. The gas-cooled type exists solely in ultra-high temperature reactors, which cannot achieve fuel breeding, and the core fuel quantity remains low. Otherwise, a malfunction in the cooling system could lead to core meltdown, resulting in disaster. I simply cannot fathom how one could fit a gas-cooled reactor aboard a vessel. I don't believe you possess such technology. No one in the world currently has it. Li Shuai shrugged playfully. Don't provoke me, old man. I'm not falling for that. Academician Liu, having his intentions laid bare, pouted and turned away in silence. Li Shuai then quipped, what's a gas-cooled fast reactor? In the chemistry lab next door, they've concocted a controllable fusion reactor using nothing but a bunch of iron pots and steel pipes. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, followed by a chorus of eye-rolling. Liu academician turned back to scold. Kid, do you think we are fools? A fusion reactor reaches temperatures in the millions. Even diamonds vaporize instantly at that heat. Iron pots? I do say your head resembles one. Laughter erupted once more, and after a moment, Secretary Yi looked thoughtfully at Li Shuai and said, we truly cannot offer money. You know the current economic situation in the country. How about this? You provide us with the reactor and photolithography technology, and we will ensure you receive satisfactory compensation. Li Shuai regarded him with a blink. Let us skip the pretense. I have but one request. I want a fleet. Secretary Yi was taken aback, blinking at Li Shuai in disbelief. Before he could respond, Deputy Secretary Zhou interjected. What on earth do you need a fleet for? Where do you think this is? Do you believe your few technologies are worth an entire fleet? Director Su from the Science and Technology Committee added, indeed, even our own Navy has only a handful of fleets. However, Secretary Yi contemplated, we could assign 1 or 2 naval vessels to ensure the safety of your cruise ship. That would be reasonable. Yet Li Shuai rolled his eyes again, disdainfully stating, I don't want your warships. I'll build my own. The assembly of dignitaries was once again taken aback, with Secretary Yi scrutinizing Li Shuai from head to toe. Wait a moment. You can build warships? You're sure? Just at Hongtu shipyard? Will you let me build or not? Li Shuai retorted with a blank expression. At this point, Secretary Yi was uncertain, pursing his lips and squinting as he pondered. Based on what this young man had said earlier, the warships he claimed to construct seemed far more advanced than those currently in our Navy. With this thought, Secretary Yi's eyes widened as he looked at Li Shuai. You may build, and you can indeed have a fleet. However, there are conditions. First, you must report and register before construction, with personnel dispatched from Yanjing to supervise the building process. Second, your fleet's personnel must be appointed by our Navy. Third, you cannot sell the warships you build to foreign entities without Yanjing's approval. Fourth, you must provide written assurance that the guns of your fleet will never be aimed at your own territory. Additionally, should the nation require it, your fleet. At this point, Secretary Yi paused, then continued, it will be rented by the state with compensation, but you cannot refuse the lease. Fifth, do not use the country's flag to cause trouble everywhere. If you instigate a war abroad, we will not recognize it. If this kid agrees, the technology and the fleet will ultimately belong to the state. If he refuses, well, we won't lose anything. However, Li Shuai promptly nodded, agreed. I'm actually in need of personnel, so if you're willing to lend me the naval rabbits, that would be splendid. Hearing Li Shuai's swift agreement, Shen Yun, who was relatively familiar with him, became suspicious. In his understanding, Li Shuai was not one to easily compromise. Could there be a catch? Secretary Yi caught Shen Yun's expression of doubt and exchanged a glance with him. conveying an abundance of information silently. Then, Secretary Yi blinked again and turned back to Li Shuai. All right, proceed with your construction. If you do well, our Navy might even place orders with you. Li Shuai immediately broke into a grin, raising his glass of juice. Everyone raised their glasses in mutual salute, and as they sipped their drinks, Li Shuai wore a mysterious smile. His fleet would not be an ordinary one. Once established, no one could act without his command. As for causing trouble, even if he were to drag the president of the Eagle Nation over to humiliate him, no one would dare utter a word. After sipping his juice, Li Shuai seemed to recall something, and he promptly set down his cup. Addressing Secretary Yi, he said, "Since we are here, I would like to raise another matter. I am considering constructing a colossal electromagnetic cannon at Kunlun Mountain, measuring over 1,000 kilometers in length." Chapter 76. Reporting ahead upon hearing Li Shuai's words. The prominent figures present were momentarily taken aback. Xinyan could not help but express his confusion. "What is this all about?" Li Shuai, with a cheerful grin, responded. "The concept of launching satellites via cannon has been proposed long ago, hasn't it?" At that moment, another esteemed academic at the table raised his hand, stating, "Indeed, but it is impractical. If the kinetic energy of the cannon exceeds 32 megajoules, the electronic components within the satellite will be damaged. Moreover, 32 megajoules is far from sufficient to place a satellite into orbit." Li Shuai turned to see an elderly gentleman regarding him with skepticism. Unfazed, he chuckled. "Academician Ma is correct. However, my cannon is not propelled by gunpowder or explosives, but rather by an electromagnetic cannon. My plan is to excavate a long underground tunnel at a 15-degree angle from the eastern side of Kunlun Mountain, approximately 300 kilometers in length and 20 meters in diameter, and then to install electromagnetic coils along the tunnel walls. Once this project is completed, you can imagine how drastically the cost of launching satellites will diminish. What's more, this electromagnetic cannon will not exceed an acceleration of 3G, which is bearable for the average person. We could even develop space tourism." The crowd exchanged glances and soon erupted into a cacophony of skeptical remarks. "Dreaming of marrying a wife, envisioning only good things." Someone scoffed. "Just how much electricity would such a massive electromagnetic rail consume?" Another questioned. "My preliminary estimate suggests it would require at least a month's output from a large hydropower station. And what about energy storage?" At that moment, Secretary Yi also raised a concern. While the electricity aspect may be secondary, the cost of such a grand project is paramount. A 300-kilometer highway alone would cost hundreds of billions. Hearing the mention of finances, Li Shuai quickly interrupted the academics' banter. "For this project, I welcome state investment. If not, I shall undertake it myself. Once I succeed and profits flow, don't drool." Secretary Yi turned to Shun Yun, seeking assurance about the credibility of Li Shuai's claims. Shun Yun bit his lip, then nodded, indicating trust. He then returned a knowing glance to Li Shuai, saying, "Well, Mr. Li, I must discuss this with my superiors. If you're not in a hurry to commence, may we conduct some preliminary research?" Li Shuai rolled his eyes, replying, "Even if we do not launch satellites, it could still serve as a cannon. In the future, we could easily launch projectiles that encircle the globe. An electromagnetic coil cannon with a 20-meter diameter would have projectiles at least 10 meters wide and 60 meters long. A solid concrete warhead, traveling at dozens of times the speed of sound, could create a massive crater. Isn't this more effective than nuclear deterrence? Who would dare challenge us if we could simply demonstrate our might with a single shot?" Li Shuai exclaimed. As Ai Gong said, "Dignity is built upon the edge of a sword. Truth lies within the range of artillery. Our truth could encircle the earth." Secretary Yi shot Li Shuai a disapproving glance, sipping his juice to collect himself. It was surprising to discover that this young man was a proponent of a hawkish military stance. He then forced a smile and said, "Let us continue our research." Li Shuai, feeling exasperated, added, "You must approve the project before you conduct your research. This is a tremendous opportunity for the nation and the people. You cannot hold me back. With this innovation, we would no longer need to be frugal when sending supplies into space. We could launch hundreds of tons in a single go. This capacity would allow us to establish a space city in geostationary orbit and a weapons delivery platform in low Earth orbit. Coughing to regain composure, Secretary Yi pressed. Let us keep her searching. Li Shuai rolled his eyes and took a sip of his juice. Meanwhile, Li Erxi, sensing the conversation was stagnating, rose and approached the juicer, filling glasses for the esteemed guests. Seizing the moment, Secretary Yi diverted the conversation. Speaking of which, with your surplus funds, have you considered investing in other ventures, such as real estate? Li Shuai firmly shook his head, casually toying with his glass. I advise you to keep a close watch on the real estate market and prevent some individuals from recklessly causing havoc. Secretary Yi paused, curious. What do you mean by reckless? Have you heard something? Li Shuai shifted his gaze from his glass to Secretary Yi. If I were to delve into real estate with little investment, I could amass billions, while leading many to ruin. I would purchase a parcel of land, erect a fence, and commence pre-sales, using the properties as collateral to secure bank loans, only to buy more land, pre-sell again, and take out more loans. Eventually, I would shift my assets and abscond to a country without extradition treaties. As he spoke, Li Shuai clapped his hands together and spread them outward. The implications were clear to Secretary Yi and the others, who immediately understood the ramifications of such actions. Secretary Yi's expression darkened. Your suggestion is alarming. I will propose to my superiors that any building with less than 70 completion should be prohibited from pre-sales. Would that not result in unfinished buildings? Li Shuai retorted with a roll of his eyes. The cost of a 70 completed structure is minimal. With collusion from inspectors, a project could easily be reported as 70 complete when it is only 30. And with rising property prices, do you believe a developer could not pre-sell just 10 units to recover the 70 construction cost? Secretary Yi's expression grew graver as he recollected last year's public criticism from Yida concerning the chaos in the domestic real estate market. Initially dismissive, they had thought Old Wang was merely promoting his brand. Yet, hearing Li Shuai's words now sent shivers down his spine. He envisioned countless homeowners, having worked their entire lives only to see their investments evaporate, left to mourn over abandoned projects. The collective sentiment of the populace is the foundation of the nation. This was indeed a threat to the very core of the country. Reflecting on this, Secretary Yi's jaw tightened, revealing his frustration. Before he could voice his thoughts, a voice filled with obsequiousness interrupted from afar. Turning to see a somewhat mature young man in a shirt approaching, bowing and smiling at the assembled dignitaries. It was none other than Gao Qiqiang. Shortly thereafter, Gao Qiqiang reached Li Shuai's table, clasping his hands together in apology to Secretary Yi and the other dignitaries. My apologies for the interruption, esteemed leaders. His humility was palpable, previously trembling before Zhao Lidong. These figures, especially Secretary Yi, made Zhao appear as insignificant as an ant. Naturally, the leaders greeted Gao with cordial smiles. Gao then leaned toward Li Shuai, whispering, Mr. Li, most of the guests have arrived. Shall we commence the banquet? Chapter 77. Fame is as fleeting as a cloud upon hearing this. Li Shuai nodded toward Gao Qiqiang. You all go ahead and make the arrangements. I will be down shortly. Certainly. Gao Qiqiang returned the gesture to the leaders before turning to leave. As Li Shuai watched him depart, he turned to Secretary Yi with a cheerful smile. That man is the president of a construction company I oversee. If there is any business, do take care of him. Secretary Yi rolled his eyes in response. You expect me to take care of him? My construction company also needs to earn money from outside ventures. With a grin, Li Shuai stood up and walked behind Xinyun, placing his hands on his shoulders. He then announced to everyone, well, it's time for a meal. Shall we head down for dinner together? Secretary Yi motioned toward Xinyun with a nod and said, let Xiao Shun, along with your colleagues Wu Jianping and Zhang Peiyan from Jinghai go. We shall not join you. Let us go. Xinyun promptly stood up, signaling for Li Shuai to leave. Feel free to enjoy yourselves. Just let me know what you'd like to eat. After saying this, Li Shuai accompanied Xinyun and the four brothers, wishing them prosperity as they departed. Once they were out of earshot, Secretary Yi turned to the other leaders and smiled. Beckoning to a nearby table, Lao Lu, come and join us. In response, Lu Hui, the secretary from Linjiang, approached with a smile, taking the seat previously occupied by Xinyun. Then Zhou, The deputy secretary from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection remarked with a chuckle. This young man is quite intriguing and clever. He appears to lack guile, yet he is astutely perceptive. While most would struggle to converse with you, he engages effortlessly. Such a youthful spirit is rare. Secretary Yi nodded in agreement. What is most commendable is his genuine heart. However, his hawkish mindset poses a risk. Should his abilities align with his ambitions, he may stir quite a commotion in the future. Ah, dear leaders, you worry too much. Zhou chuckled. I believe if he directs his efforts toward adversaries of our nation, that would actually be a blessing. We merely need to keep an eye on him and ensure he does not overstep. Secretary Yi readily acquiesced, smiling as he turned to Secretary Lao Lu. You heard that. It's your responsibility to keep an eye on him while he is in Linjiang. Whether he becomes the great sage equal to heaven or the fighting Buddha is up to you. Secretary Lu grimaced slightly. You've certainly given me quite a challenge. Ha ha. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Shuai and Shun Yun were entering the elevator. Once settled, Shun Yun remarked with a laugh. I don't even know what to say to you. Such a splendid opportunity is being squandered. Li Shuai looked perplexed. What do you mean? Shun Yun glanced back, noting Li Erxi and the other three standing stiffly, followed by Wu and Mayor Zhang, who had just caught up. Li Shuai understood Shun Yun's hesitation and insisted. This is my brother. Feel free to speak openly. Shun Yun continued. Old Yi has come bearing a blank decree. As long as it is confirmed that you are indeed impressive, you may inscribe whatever you wish on that decree. I've heard the minimum is a consultant at the General Hospital, with the maximum being an honorary vice position at the Political Consultative Conference. You seem to be getting carried away with your fantasies, fleet, battleships, and supercannons. Why not just shoot for the stars? Wu and Mayor Zhang exchanged glances, bewildered. What does this mean? Is Li Shuai about to enter the ministry? However, Li Shuai merely rolled his eyes. Aren't they all just nominal positions? What use are they? Shun Yun frowned. How can they be nominal? Each title possesses the power to influence policy. Besides, if you were given a substantive role, would you even have the time to work? Li Shuai shrugged dismissively. Your so-called accolades are as ephemeral as clouds to me. My eyes are fixed solely on the stars and the seas. My ultimate ambition is to ascend to the ranks of the galactic system's senior officials. Pursuing cannons is merely a stepping stone toward achieving my modest goal of seniority within the solar system. Shun Yun stared intently at Li Shuai and then reached out to check his forehead with the back of his hand. What are you doing? Li Shuai exclaimed, brushing his hand away in distaste. Shun Yun, displaying concern, remarked, this child is not feverish, yet he speaks such nonsense. Li Shuai rolled his eyes and ignored him. Meanwhile, Wu and Mayor Zhang were utterly speechless, quietly wiping their brows. As June approached, the weather in Jinghai grew increasingly warm. Just then, the elevator arrived, and the group descended to the banquet hall. Exiting the elevator, they traversed the corridor to a door, which opened to reveal a spacious area. The banquet hall measured approximately 40 meters in length and 20 meters in width, with a height of around 6 meters. And the 30 tables set within it did not feel crowded at all. A large stage graced the front of the hall, complete with the amenities of a star-rated hotel. Even Shun Yun, accustomed to grandeur, could not help but exclaim, you truly are extravagant. Li Shuai chocolat. I aim to show the attending business leaders what true luxury is. Cruise ships, aircraft carriers, cruisers, and space stations. Items like watches, bags, and diamonds are mere trinkets, designed to swindle the naive. Shun Yun laughed. Will you show me around later? Li Shuai paused, turning to Shun Yun. Noticing the older man's beaming smile, he unobtrusively adjusted his glasses. A quick glance revealed Shun Yun's credentials as a PhD in financial management, easing Li Shuai's concerns. Certainly, he then inquired, isn't your research trip supposed to last several days? Why not stay here? Those national treasures have devoted their lives and deserve a taste of comfort. Shun Yun instinctively nodded, then suddenly grew vigilant, turning to Li Shuai. Don't even think about it. You're not trying to corrupt our principles with a lavish lifestyle, are you? What a statement. Li Shuai feigned innocence. I'm merely showing concern for their welfare. Shun Yun scrutinized Li Shuai for a moment, then narrowed his eyes, leaning back slightly. Ah, so you're trying to poach talent? With his ruse exposed, Li Shuai dropped the facade, hands in pockets. Just tell me outright. My research institute is in dire need of personnel. If you refuse, I shall have to resort to monetary persuasion. Shun Yun's face broke into a wry smile as he pointed at Li Shuai. After your playful banter, I will speak to old Yi on your behalf. But I cannot guarantee the outcome. Now, that's the spirit, Li Shuai exclaimed, draping an arm around Shun Yun's shoulder. What I've developed here is not just for our country. I too am but a humble citizen of Huaxia, and I assure you, under my guidance, these gems will shine brighter than ever before, far exceeding their achievements at the Academy of Sciences. Shun Yun swatted Li Shuai's arm away. Are you implying they were mere tarnished gems at the Academy? Why twist my words? Li Shuai retorted, I didn't realize you had a penchant for being pedantic. Pedantic? Shun Yun replied, perplexed. As Li Shuai was about to respond, he noticed someone approaching from the corner of his eye and turned to see Gao Qiqiang. Meanwhile, the doors across the banquet hall swung open, and the wealthy guests began to enter. Mr. Li, Director Shun, please take your seats, Gao Qiqiang said as he approached. Chapter 78. The authoritative old Shun Li Shuai and his companions followed Gao Qiqiang to the front row of the grand stage, taking their seats at the central table. As they walked, they noticed that each table was marked with name cards, presumably arranged according to status and wealth. However, the central table and the 4 adjacent ones were left without cards, as it was uncertain whether Secretary Yi and his entourage would join. If they did, they would take their seats alongside Li Shuai. If not, the executives from the Galaxy Group would occupy the spots, ensuring that the table was not left empty. Once Shun Yun, Old Zhang, Old Wu, and the prosperous 4 brothers settled in with Li Shuai, Gao Qiqiang hurriedly departed. Shortly thereafter, Su Jiang approached, followed by Su Lei. Gao Qiqiang, Wei Qingmei, Su Bangxia, and over 40 executives from the newly joined subsidiaries of the Galaxy Group, all of whom held positions at the director level or above. As the banquet hall gradually filled, the atmosphere became increasingly lively. Naturally, others were ushered to their seats by the waitstaff, while Gao Qiqiang and Su Jiang were now the ones being courted. After everyone was seated, Gao Qiqiang dashed off again, busy with various tasks. Su Jiang plopped down across from Li Shuai, grinning as he exclaimed, Goodness, I'm exhausted. My legs feel like they've thinned out. The last time I was this tired was when I married my wife back in the village. At this moment, Li Yigong, sitting beside Su Jiang, playfully pinched his belly, exclaiming, You should lose some weight, brother. Starting tomorrow, join me at the gym. Not a chance, Su Jiang retorted. The others around them chuckled at their antics. Just as Li Shuai was enjoying the humor, he caught a whiff of perfume wafting from his left. Turning to look, he saw Su Bangxia approaching gracefully in a gown, accompanied by an exceptionally handsome man. Li Zong, Su Bangxia greeted as she neared. Oh, Li Shuai eyed the handsome man, then turned to Su Bangxia and joked, Aren't you single and divorced? Is this your ex-husband? Su Bangxia was momentarily taken aback, blushing as she glanced at the man beside her. He, too, seemed slightly embarrassed, covering his nose with a fist and clearing his throat to mask the awkwardness. Clearly, there was more to their connection. Please don't tease me. This is my friend, Su Bangxia said, gesturing to the handsome man. Allow me to introduce him. This is Zhao Lei, a master's graduate in business administration from the University of Washington, formerly the general manager for the Asia-Pacific region at Rongslong. Upon hearing this, Li Shuai's eyes brightened. With such qualifications and experience, he was eager to welcome Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei smiled and extended his hand. Hello, Li Zong. Hello, Li Shuai replied, shaking Zhao Lei's hand while appraising the man's looks, noting that he was nearly as striking as Li Erxi. After releasing the handshake, Li Shuai turned back to Su Bangxia, asking, Did you recruit him? No, I can't attract talents of this caliber. That requires your personal touch. Su Bangxia jested. No, Zhao Lei quickly interjected with a smile. I'm currently in a semi-unemployed state, so I can go anywhere. Su Zong invited me here to broaden my horizons. Li Shuai found comfort in this statement, replying, That's wonderful. Our Yangmin Xing Steel Company is in need of a general manager. Please come in tomorrow with Su Bangxia to finalize your employment. Regarding the compensation, what has Su Bangxia promised you? How is that boasting? Su Bangxia countered. I said the remuneration here won't be less than what he earned at Rongslong. Is that exaggeration? Li Shuai smiled at Zhao Lei, stating, "On top of your previous salary, we'll add 30, and we could discuss gradual increases later, even equity options. Does that sound agreeable?" "Thank you, Li Zong." Zhao Lei, seasoned and poised, merely bowed slightly in gratitude, exhibiting gentlemanly decorum. At this moment, Li Shuai turned to Su Bangxia again, inquiring, "Have the issues at Binhai been resolved?" "Resolved. I handed them 20 million as a penalty. I couldn't be bothered to haggle." Su Bangxia declared boldly. "Didn't they want to purchase 50,000 tons of steel from me at 400 per ton? They can take this 20 million and buy 50,000 tons of scrap steel at the same price. If I were to source 50,000 tons of scrap steel from the Black Sea, it would cost over 700 each. It's utterly ridiculous." I suggested a market price, and they claimed the contract Zhao Lei signed with me was invalid. When I refused, they threatened to sue me with the contract. Li Shuai shot her a disapproving glance, saying, 20 million is quite a steep lesson. Be more cautious in the future. Money from foreign enterprises is not easily earned." As he spoke, he gestured to Zhao Lei. "All right, find yourself a seat." "Sure." After the two departed, Li Shuai turned back to sit down, only to notice several more individuals approaching from his right. "Li Zong." Zhao Ruilong appeared, holding a champagne glass, accompanied by a young woman and Zhou Zhaoxian. It was noteworthy that Zhou Zhaoxian had recently secured 2 factory projects from Zhao Ruilong, suggesting their relationship should be strained. Yet here they were together. As Zhao Ruilong approached, he stepped aside to introduce, "Li Zong, this is my second sister, Zhao Xiaowei. She has admired you for quite some time and has come to Beijing to pay you a visit." "Hello, Li Zong." Zhao Xiaowei smiled, extending her hand toward Li Shuai. He returned the gesture with a smile, shaking her fingers before glancing at Zhao Ruilong and then Zhou Zhaoxian. Zhou Zhaoxian explained, "I collaborated with Zhao Zong. He said he would rather give the project to me than to a few others." "Oh." Li Shuai feigned realization, looking at Zhao Ruilong with a sardonic smile. "Collusion, is it? And you dare to speak so openly?" The smiles on their faces froze instantly. Zhao Xiaowei was the first to recover, saying, "Li Zong, our Ruilong is acting on your behalf. Director Zhou is patriotic, and he knows you appreciate that quality in him. Hence he is assisting Director Zhou. The other builders from Haidong have banded together behind the scenes. Ruilong has already mentioned this to you." Zhao Ruilong eagerly added, feigning seriousness. Li Shuai shot a glance at Zhao Xiaowei, who met his gaze with poise. He then observed Zhou Zhaoxian, who swallowed nervously, avoiding eye contact. Finally, Li Shuai addressed Zhao Ruilong. "As long as the project is completed with quality and within the timeline, I want to pursue the matter. Also, the businessmen from Haidong must not cause any issues in Jinghai. Do you understand my meaning?" Zhao Ruilong hesitated momentarily. At that moment, Shun Yun, who had been quietly listening, leaned back in his chair and turned to say, "Let me clarify. Those businessmen from Haidong must safely return to Haidong, as I have stated." Upon hearing this, Li Shuai grinned widely and gave Shun Yun a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly formidable." Zhao Xiaowei and Zhao Ruilong exchanged bewildered glances, feeling a sense of familiarity with Shun Yun, though they couldn't quite place where they had seen him before. "Who is this?" Zhao Xiaowei inquired cautiously. Shun Yun chuckled, turning to grab chopsticks and reaching for the cold jellyfish salad that had just been placed in front of him. Li Shuai chimed in with a smile. "No need for pretense. He is the father of the provincial governor, you know. Even he may not extend courtesy to you, let alone you too." Zhao Xiaowei and Zhao Ruilong's eyes widened in disbelief as they turned to stare at Shun Yun. At that moment, Shun Yun seemed slightly displeased, setting down his chopsticks and looking at Li Shuai. "Do you know how to speak? I'm only 51. How am I an old man? This is my golden age." Li Shuai rolled his eyes, dismissing him. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaowei and Zhao Ruilong stood there, seemingly lost in thought. To be honest, over the years, they had encountered numerous leaders in their business dealings, often recognizing them by name upon meeting. This individual merely appears familiar, and coupled with Li Shuai's earlier remarks, it suggests that this gentleman holds a considerable status. At 51 years of age, he may not necessarily grant favors to their patriarch, which implies he likely hails from the vicinity of Yinjing. Upon this realization, Both individuals felt a sudden jolt, and they heard Zhao Ruilong repeatedly exclaim, "Understood, understood." Zhao Xiaowei promptly rolled her eyes and nudged her foolish brother with her elbow. At this moment, coming to such an understanding equated to admitting intentions to confront those from Haidong, did it not? Zhao Xiaowei managed to maintain a forced smile and address Li Shuai, saying, "Mr. Li, allow me to propose a toast to you in gratitude for your support of our Huilong group." Li Shuai observed Zhao Xiaowei with a hint of amusement, recognizing that she possessed more intellect than Zhao Ruilong. He then raised his own glass to clink with hers. Zhao Xiaowei downed her drink in one go and cheerfully remarked, "We shall take our leave for the moment and return to toast you again shortly." Li Shuai smiled and nodded. "Very well." Chapter 79. Follow me. Leading you towards the future after a polite exchange, Zhao Xiaowei swiftly led Zhao Ruilong away, disregarding Zhou Zhaoxian, who was left behind. As they walked, Zhao Ruilong inquired, "Who exactly is that old man?" From what Li Shuai implied, his rank must be substantial. "Of course," Zhao Xiaowei retorted, casting a disapproving glance at her brother. "You let a single remark intimidate you into a confession. It's one thing to acknowledge such matters in front of Li Shuai, but to admit it in front of other leaders? Are you out of your mind?" Zhao Ruilong, chastised, dared not reply. As the siblings reached their designated seats, they casually glanced over at Li Shuai's table. They observed Li Shuai engaged in a jovial conversation with Zhou Zhaoxian, who was toasting both Li Shuai and the old man. Zhao Xiaowei remarked, "It seems we must re-evaluate Li Shuai's influence. Notice their seating arrangement. Clearly, Li Shuai occupies the primary position. Considering what he just said, this leader who can challenge our father is now accompanying Li Shuai. Their manner of communication is remarkably casual, akin to that of friends. Does that not raise any concerns?" Zhao Ruilong pondered for a moment, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. "Wait a minute. Could it be that this Li fellow isn't merely well-connected, but is the very embodiment of that connection?" Meanwhile, at Li Shuai's table, he set down his glass and playfully patted Zhou Zhaoxian's arm, saying, "No need to overthink it. Zhao Ruilong has inadvertently handed you a golden opportunity. If you don't seize it, that would indeed be foolish. As long as you maintain a unified mindset, there will always be a place for you at my table." Zhou Zhaoxian quickly bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. After straightening up, he added with a smile, "Shall I return to my seat now?" "Go ahead." Li Shuai responda. Zhou Zhaoxian then nodded to Shen Yun and Su Jiang before departing. Upon Li Shuai resuming his seat, Shen Yun's expression soured, and he stated gravely, "The current crop of official offspring truly seems to be losing their sense of propriety." Li Shuai, caught off guard by this remark, recalled Shen Yun's background from earlier scanning and managed a wry smile. "Well, you can't really compare. After all, the blood coursing through your veins is revolutionary." Initially, Shen Yun nodded, but then his eyes widened. "Have you been investigating me?" Li Shuai was left speechless by the leap in logic. "You are indeed amusing. Is there even a need for investigation? In this world, anything stored as an electronic file cannot escape my notice." Shen Yun continued to glare. "Everything I have achieved is through my own efforts. Take my degree, for instance. It certainly wasn't a product of familial connections. It was earned through my own hard work. A postdoctoral degree in financial management, is it?" Li Shuai rolled his eyes, dismissing the need for boasting. Shen Yun was momentarily silenced, begrudgingly picking up his chopsticks to select some cold dishes. Nearby, Secretary Wu and Mayor Zhang exchanged glances, wiping sweat from their foreheads as they listened to the exchange. At that moment, Su Jiang appeared to notice something, suddenly rising to nod towards the distance. He then turned to Li Shuai and asked, "Mr. Li, everyone has taken their seats. May I go on stage to greet them? Will you also take a moment to speak?" Li Shuai paused in his action of serving food, contemplated briefly, and nodded. "Sure, great." Su Jiang swiftly made his way to the stage, where Gao Qiqiang had just gestured to him. Taking the microphone from Gao Qiqiang, Su Jiang surveyed the audience, cleared his throat, and confidently strode onto the stage. Gao Qiqiang then signaled the staff to begin serving the dishes. As Su Jiang ascended the stage, many guests shifted their attention towards him. "Esteemed guests and leaders, Su Jiang here, delighted to gather with all of you this evening. On behalf of the Galaxy Group, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us in Jinghai for our inaugural business gala. Welcome. A round of enthusiastic applause ensued. Once the clapping subsided, Su Jiang humorously continued, I know many of you would rather not listen to me. As you've come to Jinghai seeking business opportunities, what prospect could I possibly offer, right? This elicited a wave of laughter from the audience, who appreciated the jest. Now, without further ado, I invite our Galaxy Group Chairman, Mr. Li, to come up and share a few words. As soon as he finished, the applause grew even more fervent than before. As Su Jiang pointed out, these attendees were primarily here to pursue lucrative ventures. After all, who would travel such a distance merely for a meal when their time was worth tens of thousands per hour? Although some informal agreements had already been made before entering the banquet hall, they were undoubtedly eager to strike a more substantial deal with Li Shuai. After all, this young man had become renowned across the nation as a prodigious benefactor. Li Shuai ascended the stage amidst the applause, taking the microphone from Su Jiang. Most in the audience were unfamiliar with Li Shuai, but upon seeing his youthfulness, they exchanged knowing smiles. Young people like him are easily swayed. Once the applause quieted, Li Shuai raised the microphone, stating, earlier, our General Su mentioned business opportunities. Believe it or not, I do have quite a few prospects to share. However, I must admit, I'm somewhat reluctant to disclose them, especially since most of the media across the country are labeling me a fraud. The audience's expressions momentarily froze. Then recognition of recent negative press about the Galaxy Group washed over them, leaving them both amused and perplexed. They were well aware of the nature of the media. Wealth often dictated their narratives, and they would malign their own lineage if it benefited their pockets. After the laughter subsided, Li Shuai continued, before I, the so-called fraud, present you with these opportunities, let me ask you all, have you ever contemplated what the world will look like 10 or even 20 years from now? An immediate silence enveloped the room, though many business owners found their interest in Li Shuai peaked. Do not misconstrue this. It is not that kind of interest. Li Shuai proceeded, in business, the pivotal aspect is foresight. If one can accurately predict the trajectory of an industry, wealth is virtually guaranteed. Some may have envisioned possibilities but feared failure, hesitating to pursue their insights. Others may have boldly ventured forth but faltered at the outset, unable to progress due to missteps or insufficient funds, ultimately abandoning their nascent endeavors. Many, however, are blinded by the present, failing to discern the future. He paused, making eye contact with the audience. As I stand here discussing opportunities, let us be honest, would you truly listen to me? The experts on television articulate their insights far more eloquently. If their opportunities held any merit, why would there still be so many impoverished individuals? A number of attendees nodded in understanding, resonating deeply with his words. Yet, what followed left them profoundly shaken. Li Shuai declared, thus, I shall not merely speak. I will take action. What you cannot see, I will undertake. What you hesitate to pursue, I will boldly embrace. Even in fields you doubt, such as semiconductors, I will forge ahead. I am here to tell you that I have discerned the future, and I possess the resources to navigate mistakes. I will be your vanguard. You simply need to follow in my footsteps, observe what is genuinely profitable, and align yourselves with my pace. Together, I shall lead you towards the future. The final, resounding statement plunged the venue into an utter silence. Amidst a tapestry of shock, admiration, mockery, and desire, Li Shuai turned and descended the stage. It was only when he returned to his seat that the applause began, initially sparse and gradually swelling into fervent appreciation. Once the clapping subsided, Shun Yun teased, you certainly spoke with vigor, but do you truly believe that you can lead them to prosperity? As he spoke, he poured champagne for Li Shuai from a nearby bottle. In recent years, numerous foreign enterprises have taken root in our country, relishing our affordable labor while simultaneously encroaching upon our market with their products. Li Shuai took a sip of his drink and continued with a smile. The advantage of foreign companies lies in their advanced processes and substantial technological reserves, which result in lower production costs. My aim is to cultivate our own national industry and private capital, sweeping those foreign enterprises out. They profit from us while constantly baring their fangs, demanding sanctions and restrictions. I'll be damned if I don't knock out their teeth. Shen Yin was taken aback by Li Shuai's ambitious spirit. After a moment of surprise, he jested, if that's the case, why don't you embark on this journey yourself? Why hand over the lucrative opportunities to others? Li Shuai rolled his eyes in response. If everything were in my hands, could you all sleep soundly? Shen Yin paused, then smiled knowingly, realizing that this young man was far from ordinary. Li Shuai continued, my actions are not solely aimed at combating the encroachment of foreign capital. They're also intended to foster domestic productivity, which is crucial and could even rise to a strategic level. Oh, you possess such insight? Shen Yin feigned astonishment. He then added, but how can you be so sure they will follow your lead? These are seasoned veterans of commerce. To think they would simply flock to you after a few bold words is wishful thinking. Li Shuai rolled his eyes once more, whether they choose to follow or not. Our nation has a population of 1.2 billion, and there are countless individuals eager for wealth. To put it bluntly, I am currently the wind beneath the wings. Even pigs could soar if they stood on my shoulders. Just wait and see how many of these people are less capable than pigs. Shen Yin chuckled, playfully tapping Li Shuai with his finger. He then raised his champagne glass, declaring, here's to you. Their glasses clinked, producing a melodic chime. Chapter 80. Perhaps we should just stick to football? Not long after the banquet commenced, guests began to approach with toasts, one after another. Li Shuai and Shen Yin, undeterred, decided to leave the table to Su Jiang and his companions, opting instead to wander around the ship. They had promised to give Shen Yin a tour. Although they did visit the reactor, it was entirely encased in a large black cube measuring 2 meters in length, width, and height, with a door that obstructed any view of its interior. After exploring various areas, they found themselves on the aft deck. As they stepped out of the cabin, Shen Yin curiously inquired, you mentioned that this ship is fully electrically propelled, yet I don't see any steam pipes or turbines. Where does the electricity come from? Also, why is your reactor so small? If I were still boiling water, could I still be called a tech mobile? Li Shuai smirked in response. Suddenly recalling something, he squinted at Shen Yin and asked, aren't you studying financial management? Do you also understand integrated power systems and reactors? Shen Yin blinked. Well, actually, I've double majored in university and took physics as an elective, but due to various reasons, I didn't complete all the credits. Failing a course is just failing. And what various reasons? Li Shuai remarca, these they infuri. You have quite the range from finance to physics. Shen Yin shrugged. It's about interest. I used to admire those pioneers, but eventually realized I lacked talent in that area. So I decided to focus on one discipline. Li Shuai scoffed. No wonder you kept insisting on the tour. He continued. Enough chatter. Let's get to the revelations. As they reached the ship's railing, Li Shuai leaned against it. That large black shell you just saw encasing the reactor is the quantum thermoelectric conversion system. Over 70% of the heat released by the reactor is converted into electrical energy by that shell. As for electricity, there is indeed an integrated power system, but generally, it isn't needed because even if the reactor were to stop, the stored electricity on this ship could last for several years. Beneath this vessel lies 1,000 tons of high-energy batteries. Now, tell me about your thermoelectric conversion. Is it similar to the Seebeck effect? Shen Yin's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Li Shuai continued to explain, it's much more profound than that. Planck and Einstein stated in the early 20th century that energy is transmitted in quantum form. The heat energy within the reactor is primarily conveyed outward as thermal radiation in the form of photons. Regardless of whether it's fission or fusion, the total mass decreases, with some of it escaping as beta radiation, which consists of high-speed electrons. More significantly, it is those escaping photons. If we could unify these errant photons, aligning them to form electromagnetic waves of a certain wavelength at a unified frequency, the subsequent transmission of microwaves would be relatively straightforward. Shen Yin blinked. I understood that. You were speaking Chinese. Li Shuai rolled his eyes, but added, to be honest, I only grasped the basics. My main study was in mining exploration. My true experts are my 4 brothers. In other words, you are not particularly useful? Shen Yin's eyes sparkled with mischief. Li Shuai paused, then chuckled. If you want to dig into their knowledge, go ahead. If you succeed, then you truly are impressive. Joking aside from the loyalty ingrained in their neural chips, The bond formed between Li Shuai and his brothers transcended mere camaraderie, as he had guided them in becoming genuine individuals. What could Xinyan possibly offer them? Money? Not to mention the several tens of thousands of tons of superconducting alloys, rare earth metals, and other valuable resources at their base. Just dismantling the outer shell of their lair would yield an immense fortune. That shell had withstood numerous assaults from interstellar pirate ships armed with laser cannons, sustaining no significant damage, save for a single quantum cannon shot from a formidable enemy vessel. It was worth noting that this cruise ship was constructed from the same shell material, and even if the Americans successfully developed their electromagnetic cannons, what could they do against the priceless materials of the annihilation furnace and fusion reactor, which remained closely guarded secrets in the 25th century? Thus, attempting to entice Li Erxi and his brothers with money would likely earn Xinyan nothing but disdain. Power and status? Li Shuai aspired to become a senior official of the galactic system, while his brothers aimed for deputy positions. As for women, with Li Erxi's handsome visage, Li Yigong's muscular physique, and Li Sanfa's cool demeanor, they would attract plenty of admirers if they were to stroll down the street. Li Sika was also handsome, but after being somewhat influenced by Li Shuai, he had become a more versatile character. Let us not speak too definitively. If I truly made a move, don't you dare turn hostile. Xinyan appeared eager to engage. There's no turning back. Li Shuai laughed nonchalantly. Xinyan, undeterred by skepticism, was about to speak when his peripheral vision caught sight of someone exiting the cabin. The newcomer had a round face, exuding an air of affluence. It was none other than Old Wang from Yida. Mr. Li, Old Wang approached, and upon seeing Shen Yun, quickly greeted him. Chairman Shen is also here. Mr. Wang. Shen Yun nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Li Shuai. You two continue your conversation. I'll wander around. Watching Shen Yun's cheerful strides, Li Shuai surmised he was off to find opportunities for profit. After shaking his head in amusement, he turned to Old Wang with a smile. So, what brings you here, Mr. Wang? Many have gone down to the gambling hall to set up games. I'm not fond of that, so I just came up to look around. Li Shuai raised an eyebrow, a teasing expression on his face. If you were looking for me, why the pretense? Old Wang narrowed his eyes playfully. Come on, don't be so straightforward. After a shared chuckle, Old Wang smiled and asked, Mr. Li, your earlier remarks were truly thought-provoking. I would like to inquire if you might be interested in collaborating with me. Li Shuai immediately shook his head with a smile. No. I've stated before, I'm focused on technology. Real estate isn't my forte. Old Wang maintained his cheerful demeanor. That is truly unfortunate. I had hoped to leverage your funding alongside Yida's brand to dominate the domestic real estate market and implement a comprehensive overhaul, establishing a set of necessary regulations for the industry. Li Shuai laughed aloud, then added, let us discuss football instead. I've heard you formed a football team? A flicker of disappointment crossed Old Wang's face, but he quickly regained his cheerful expression. You're interested in football too? Not really. I just think it would be comparatively easier to handle. Upon hearing this, Old Wang's smile faded, for he was a devoted football enthusiast. Li Shuai's insinuation suggested potential turmoil in the sport. Chapter 81. Guidance. The following morning, along the national road from Xiaoan to the city, a procession of vehicles could be seen swiftly approaching in the distance. Leading the convoy was a Jeep, followed by 4 Hummer vehicles, a BMW 740, a business minibus, and a line of Audis trailing behind. As this impressive array of cars passed, the farmers laboring in the fields paused, leaning on their hoes and puffing on cigarettes, to observe the spectacle. Inside the minibus, aside from the driver, the seats were filled with elderly gentlemen. This was indeed the business vehicle of Secretary Yi and his entourage. In the back row, Shen Yun was seated next to Secretary Yi, who was attentively listening to Shen's report. After Shen Yun had finished his lengthy discourse, Secretary Yi, wearing a look of astonishment, inquired, did he truly say that? Shen Yun quickly replied, those were his exact words. I made no embellishments. Hearing this, Secretary Yi's face broke into a smile. What a good lad. A lad? Shen Yun rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that the young man was anything but naive. If we do not offer him sufficient benefits, there's no way he will relent. Secretary Yi chuckled heartily, then teasingly asked, so what was the outcome of your attempts to woo him last night? Don't even mention it. Shen Yun grimaced, mimicking the dialogue he had had with Li Erxi and others the previous night. I asked them if they wanted money. Yes. Would they come with me? No. I asked if they desired beautiful women. Yes. Would they come with me? No. What about power and status? Yes. Would they come with me? No. The laughter erupted from Secretary Yi, particularly amused by Shen Yun's vivid impersonation, especially the look of surprise when he said yes, and the indifferent expression that followed with no. Quite amusing, Secretary Yi remarked. If you could not entice them, it stands to reason that others would fare no better. After all, they are all our compatriots. Their nature remains consistent. Shen Yun pursed his lips, contemplating how much simpler things would be if he could recruit them. Innovations developed under Li Shuai would still require funding from his side. At that moment, Secretary Yi recalled something and leaned forward, calling out, "Old he?" A man in his 60s, engrossed in a magazine, turned his head. "Huh? You called me?" Secretary Yi inquired with a smile. Li Shuai's company mentioned they're in need of a heavyweight expert to lead the team, and you are a top-notch specialist in this area. Would you be interested? Oldie pondered for a moment, then smacked his lips. That would depend on whether his company possesses genuine capabilities. If they are merely boasting, I shan't go. At this juncture, Academician Liu, seated in front of Secretary Yi, also turned around and chimed in. Let us wait and see. Didn't T. Xiao Shan say that lad boasted of wanting to develop with our research institute? If his technical resources are as robust as he claims, he could practically relocate the entire institute. Secretary Yi, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, he merely wants to recruit a few academicians, while you seem intent on usurping their domain. After more than half an hour, the convoy arrived at the Industrial Development Zone in the Qinghua district of Jinghai City. They pulled up outside a large electronics factory, the sign still reading Jinghai Electronics, though inside it had transformed into the Tianshuangsing Semiconductor Factory. Upon seeing the line of luxury vehicles, the security guard at the entrance promptly opened the factory gates, which were the type that required manual operation. As the gates swung open, several portly gentlemen in shirts hurried out to greet them. Among those disembarking from the front row of vehicles were handsome men and beautiful women. Li Shuai and his associates, the Gao sisters, and Meng Yu, who had come to photograph the event for internal promotional materials. Meanwhile, the minibus yielded a group of elderly gentlemen, with Shen Yun, at 51, being the youngest among them. From the Audis behind, a more varied age group emerged, young and old alike, comprising leaders from the Lingjiang Provincial Committee and Jinghai Municipal Committee, as well as a contingent of reporters carrying cameras and recording equipment. "Oh, Mr. Li," exclaimed the portly leader of the development zone, eagerly extending his hand towards Li Shuai. Li Shuai smiled and shook his hand in return. This man was Zheng Qingyang, the secretary of the Qinghua Industrial Development Zone. Previously, when Li Shuai indicated his intention to purchase a factory for temporary operations, Zheng had been overjoyed, nearly treating Li Shuai like a deity. "Secretary Zheng, no need to rush. You've been waiting here so early?" Li Shuai desa. Zheng Qingyang's smile faltered slightly, as he had not been aware that a high-ranking official was visiting. Coincidentally, the security guard was his uncle, who had a decent reputation for diligence and integrity, only occasionally helping relatives with minor favors. Thus, when the leadership arrived, the security guard was sure to alert him, preventing any potential embarrassment should he fail to recognize them. Mr. Li, upon hearing his name, Li Shuai turned to see a thin, bespectacled man approaching. Fan Shuai, a 32-year-old PhD in optoelectronics, formerly the deputy manager of the technology department at a private electronics company, now the general manager of Tianshuangsing Semiconductor. In truth, he was more suited for a technical director role than a managerial position due to his somewhat introverted nature, typically preferring to avoid meetings and disputes with business departments. As Li Shuai reflected on these matters, Wu Jianping, the secretary of Jinghai, hurriedly approached, pulling Zheng Qingyang aside, clearly aware of his ulterior motives to gain familiarity with the high-ranking official. Yet, amidst this scene, old Wu could only observe from a distance, knowing full well that attempting to stand too close would be seen as insubordination. At that moment, Secretary Yi, accompanied by Shen Yun, Director Su, Deputy Secretary Yu, and Liu, the Secretary of Lingjiang, approached. "Come, Xiao Li." Secretary Yi placed a hand on Li Shuai's shoulder, smiling warmly. Shall you show us around? Li Shuai grinned widely. Let us go then. Chapter 82. As long as you have hands upon entering the factory premises, one is greeted by freshly laid lawns on either side of the road, adorned with fragrant camphor, osmanthus, red maple, and ginkgo trees. The atmosphere within the factory is remarkably tranquil, devoid of the cacophony of drums and gongs, fluttering red banners, or the thunderous crackle of firecrackers typically associated with grand welcoming ceremonies. Instead, a dog tethered near the bicycle shed barks excitedly in what seems to be a peculiar welcome for the leader's arrival. Secretary Yi finds this situation quite satisfactory. Having grown accustomed to the ostentatious displays of welcome wherever he goes, he appreciates Li Shuai's casual approach, which allows for a more authentic glimpse into the factory's true condition. He inquires, "Why wasn't the factory notified of our visit today?" "We did notify them," Li Shuai replies nonchalantly. "I told them to carry on with their tasks without the need for any special welcoming ceremony." He then turns to Secretary Yi with a playful smile, asking, "Why are you so concerned about appearances? Should we step outside and let them prepare before we re-enter?" Secretary Yi chuckles. "You've got quite the audacity, teasing me." After sharing a laugh, he expresses his curiosity. The surrounding greenery looks newly planted. "Didn't you say this is merely a temporary factory? Why go to such lengths? Even a temporary factory will eventually be converted into a branch plant, contributing to the GDP of Qinghua District," Li Shuai explains. "The company headquarters will remain in Shouan, given its proximity to the sea, facilitating shipping and exports." He glances at the lawns and trees, noting that after acquiring the factory, substantial renovations took place over half a month. On the day the successful development of the lithography machine was announced, employees had only moved in a week prior. He elaborates, "The landscape design of the factory creates a pleasant environment for employees during their commutes, enhancing their overall happiness and productivity. Indeed, commendable." Secretary Yi nods in approval, finding it worthy of reference and emulation. As they approach the side entrance of the factory building, Li Shuai introduces, "This is our wafer production department, where the entire process, from silicon extraction and purification to single crystal silicon growth and subsequent wafer preparation, takes place. While the scale may seem modest, the entire chip manufacturing process is consolidated within this facility, with each step confined to a small workshop." Upon hearing this, the leaders look up in astonishment at the dimensions of the building, 40 meters wide and 80 meters long. Is this truly a small workshop? One wonders aloud. Li Shuai continues, "Producing silicon wafers on Earth is indeed labor-intensive and costly, and the resulting products can vary significantly. The largest crystal rods measure only over 40 centimeters in diameter and 2 meters in length." Secretary Yi remains unfazed, but academician he is taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Over 40 centimeters and 2 meters long?" Turning to he, Li Shuai smiles, "Are you certain your crystal rods can reach such dimensions? What is their purity? The current staff skills are somewhat lacking, but the section near the mixed gas nozzle can achieve a purity of 11 nines. Li Shuai beams. Academician, he stands frozen, then suddenly expresses a desire to rush into the workshop. Hey, oldie!" Academician Lu, attempting to restrain him, exclaims, "You can't just barge in to see." Being a semiconductor researcher, he understands the significance of a 2-meter-long crystal rod with 11 nines purity. Lu holds him firmly, leaning in to whisper, "This is company confidential information. You can't just demand to see it." Once he settles down a bit, Lu releases him, giving him a gentle nudge. Secretary Yi observes the exchange with amusement, glancing towards the workshop where, like a set of Russian nesting dolls, a large metal factory houses yet another sterile room made from composite panels, rendering the equipment and processes invisible. He turns to Li Shuai. "If we wish to enter, will we have to pay?" "Indeed," Li Shuai replies, as if it were a matter of course. "You only requested the lithography machine and reactor technology. Nothing else was mentioned." Secretary Yi chuckles helplessly. "If we only requested the lithography machine, we overlooked the many steps involved in chip production. Had I known, I would have asked for the entire process. Then your offer wouldn't suffice." Li Shuai retorts, rolling his eyes. "Come, let us see the lithography machine you are so eager to behold. Since you've already paid for it, feel free to take a look." With that, Li Shuai leads the way down the corridor. Secretary Yi and Shun Yin exchange resigned smiles before following suit. Only with Li Shuai do they experience such freedom. When they visit other locations, the staff must accommodate the pace of the older leaders, cautious not to move too swiftly. However, Li Shuai shows no concern for whether they keep up. The group following them is distinctly divided. Behind Li Shuai are the congratulatory figures and the Gao sisters, along with several newly joined executives from the Galaxy Group and Mengyu with her filming crew. Meanwhile, Secretary Ye's entourage consists solely of officials, arranged in order of rank, with Zheng Qingyang positioned at the back, akin to a secretary of the deputy department, aware of his place in the hierarchy. Conversely, the journalists dispatched by the city are far more proactive than Mengyu's crew, racing ahead with cameras in hand, capturing candid shots of the prominent figures as they walk. Before long, the group arrives at a factory adjacent to the wafer preparation workshop. Upon entering, they are met with another nested structure, a spacious factory housing a large workshop constructed from composite panels. This arrangement is not merely for confidentiality, but is essential for the precise temperature and humidity control required in chip manufacturing, rendering the large metal factory inadequate. Upon entering the processing workshop, the temperature drops significantly, providing a refreshing contrast to the outside heat. They observe the various processes: wafer preparation, cutting, polishing, and epitaxial processing, none particularly remarkable, as they all appear fairly similar. However, upon noticing numerous damaged wafers in the waste bin, academician he can't help but stomp his feet in disappointment. The main event lies in the subsequent lithography process. Initially, a photoresist is applied to the surface of the wafer using a coater, followed by soft baking before it is sent to the lithography machine. As they approach the lithography machine, academician he, peering eagerly over his mask, asks Li Shuai, "Did you design and manufacture your lithography masks in-house?" However, turning around, he realizes that everyone is donned in full bodysuits with hoods and masks, making it difficult for him to locate Li Shuai. Finally, it is Li Shuai's voice from his left that responds, "Of course, we produce them ourselves in the adjacent large workshop. Why would I waste money buying them from foreigners? Indeed, imported masks can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars each, and creating a chip typically requires dozens of photomasks." Academician he nods in understanding, then quickly inquires, "What type of lithography machine do you use for producing the masks? Is it laser direct, right?" He is a true expert, aware that the precision of a lithography machine is primarily influenced by the light source, photomask, and objective lens. If Li Shuai can master these three elements, manufacturing a high-precision lithography machine would pose little difficulty for him. Yet Secretary Yi appears somewhat bewildered, asking, "Are there different types of lithography machines?" In chip production, lithography machines are utilized for only one process. However, to manufacture lithography machines, one must also possess lithography equipment. The photomask that projects the pattern is created using lasers or electron beams. Li Shuai smiled as he explained, then gently patted Secretary Ye's arm, reassuring him, "Don't worry. The laser direct right lithography machine is also for you." As he spoke, he scanned the entire production workshop. Indeed, it seemed somewhat modest. Each process was equipped with only one or two machines, with additional equipment such as plasma etchers, ion implanters, and chemical vapor deposition machines in the back. He then turned to academician he and remarked with a grin, "So what do you think, old he? Is everything satisfactory here?" Coughing awkwardly, the elderly gentleman felt a bit embarrassed. Just moments ago, he had mentioned wanting to assess whether Li Shuai was boasting before deciding to visit. But now, upon inspection, it appeared that his presence was unnecessary. Li Shuai had already procured everything required, and the employees merely needed to follow the established protocols. The only issue seemed to be the recent graduates, whose inexperience led to a higher rate of defects. However, Li Shuai possessed an abundance of resources, particularly funds, which provided ample opportunity for the young newcomers to develop their skills over time. At that moment, Secretary Yi chuckled and said, "All right, old he, don't be so reserved. On your way back, bring a few apprentices with you. With the facilities here, we can nurture more experts like you." Academician he readily agreed, exclaiming, "Excellent. I'll come over to help literally reduce some costs." "Ha ha." The journalists instantly raised their cameras to capture the moment, including Meng Yu. Although everyone wore masks, the smiles in the eyes of the prominent figures were unmistakable. Such a scene would undoubtedly make for a splendid feature in the articles. Chapter 83. Transforming the football landscape on the morning of the 16th, at the entrance of the Jinghai City Guest House. Li Shuai accompanied Secretary Yi and his team as they slowly exited the guest house. Their inspection had concluded, and Secretary Yi and his colleagues were set to return to Yanjing. The crowd had noticeably thinned today, primarily because academician He and his peers had departed a couple of days earlier. After visiting the Tianshuangsing semiconductor factory on the first day of their inspection, they had decided to relocate their apprentices to Jinghai. Both the Institute of Engineering and the Academy of Sciences had established a strategic partnership with the Tianshuangsing Research Institute of the Galaxy Group, led by Secretary Yi. Although Li Erxi and his colleagues were formidable figures in their own right, if they were to publish any papers without any behind-the-scenes machinations, they would likely find themselves receiving congratulations year after year. However, there were only 4 individuals, and alas, there's no such thing as a duplication technique. Moreover, brilliance is finite. Among the newly recruited employees, there may be 1 or 2 prodigies who could be nurtured into academicians by the likes of Li Erxi. But such prospects were mere drops in the bucket compared to Li Shuai's grand ambitions for the cosmos. Furthermore, nurturing talent requires time and a willingness to embrace trial and error. Just consider how many pieces of equipment have been damaged by those unruly youngsters and how much material has been wasted. The young recruits now entering the Academy of Sciences or the Institute of Engineering were undoubtedly gifted, and those academicians were the CRME de la CRME of intellect. Having the opportunity to draw them in was undoubtedly a boon. With their leadership in research and production, the progress of the Galaxy Group would undoubtedly be swifter than if Li Shuai were to toil away in solitude. To speak candidly, technology is merely that, technology. If it cannot be transformed into productive power, it amounts to nothing more than stacks of paper. Conversely, if only a handful of individuals can comprehend the wealth of knowledge contained within those pages, relying on them to conjure a force that could sweep the world is nothing short of fantasy. For instance, if Li Shuai possessed the technology to construct aircraft carriers, could he merely wave his hand and have one materialize? He would still need individuals capable of interpreting blueprints and overseeing construction. The old nest could indeed assemble a fleet for Li Shuai in a short time, but to create an entire fleet, it would require dismantling the materials of the old nest. That would deplete Li Shuai's resources, which he intended to use for space vessels in the future. Dismantling them into surface fleets and aircraft for warfare, that would be absurd. Moreover, Li Shuai's aspirations extend beyond his own dominion over the world. He yearns for his homeland to emerge rapidly and robustly, thus becoming his most steadfast support. Otherwise, should he venture back into the cosmos only to find his homeland in ruins, what joy would remain? This scenario is not far-fetched. Consider the possibility that the Anxarians and the Canola folk, unwilling to be subjugated by a dragon race individual, could seize the opportunity to wage war in Li Shuai's absence, reducing the blue star to ashes. The world Li Shuai originally inhabited had witnessed such conflicts, which later evolved through several new seasons, transitioning from struggles for dominion over the blue star to battles for outer space resources. However, subsequent conflicts occurred in the vastness of space, for fear of obliterating the blue star. Therefore, from both a moral and self-serving perspective, the Dragon Nation must fortify itself. This is not an act of greatness, nor is it an expression of superiority. It is simply Li Shuai's desire to flaunt his prowess without the burden of worries. Otherwise, should he deliver a resounding slap to the West, he would not wish to see repercussions inflicted upon his kin. This is precisely why Secretary Yi and his colleagues regard Li Shuai with such favor. They recognize his genuine hope for a prosperous homeland. As Secretary Yi approached the door, he turned to Li Shuai and said, "I am about to depart. If you have any requests, please speak up. If not, hand over the materials. I must return to my duties." Li Shuai smirked, reached into his pocket, and produced a hard drive. Here are the complete technical documents for the manufacturing of lithography machines, chip processing, and gas-cooled fast reactors. Additionally, I am including a bonus, the third-generation mobile communication technology, specifically 3G technology. After handing the hard drive to Secretary Yi, Li Shuai turned to Gao Shaoqin, who presented him with a gift box. Secretary Yi did not examine the box, but blinked and inquired, "What technology?" Li Shuai responded with a smile, "3G technology, which merges mobile communication with the internet as a new generation of communication technology. However, it requires sufficient infrastructure. The government is keen on stimulating domestic demand, and this could be quite beneficial, as it differs from highways, which take years to recoup costs. This will yield returns swiftly." As he spoke, Li Shuai handed the gift box to Secretary Yi. "This is for you." Secretary Yi glanced at the box, furrowing his brow. Noticing this, Li Shuai chuckled. "Why the sour expression? Do you think I am bribing you? This is an invitation for you to experience our company's new product, the MP3. It is compact and portable." Secretary Yi blinked again. "What is it?" "Take your time to read the manual." Li Shuai rolled his eyes and directly placed the gift box into Secretary Yi's arms. He then added with a grin, "Our company has produced too many new products lately. I would love to give you one of each, but with Deputy Secretary Zhou here, I dare not." Laughter erupted among the group. Deputy Secretary Zhou from the Discipline Inspection Commission could only shake his head in bemusement. "Well, thank you." Secretary Yi waved the gift box and remarked, "You are gifting technology and presents. If there is anything you wish to discuss, do so quickly so I do not feel shorthanded." Li Shuai smacked his lips and said, "Actually, there are two matters. One is regarding my supercannon. Please pay it some attention. That thing has immense benefits. During my last visit to the semiconductor factory, I mentioned that producing silicon ingots on Earth is laborious and costly. However, in the natural zero-gravity vacuum of space, the silicon ingots produced not only exhibit higher purity, but are also larger and thicker. This is just one aspect. Many other valuable materials can be produced in space at significantly reduced costs, with performance vastly superior. In short, the advantages are beyond your imagination." Secretary Yi pondered for a moment before nodding. "Such a monumental project involves numerous facets. I cannot guarantee anything at this stage. Now, let's discuss the second matter." "Just do your best," Li Shuai acknowledged, continuing, "The second matter is minor. If anyone suggests bypassing the Football Association to establish a commercialized professional football league directly under the State Sports General Administration, I hope you can grant it the green light. It is not a significant issue. Your word would suffice." Secretary Yi frowned, clearly perplexed. "Football? That endeavor is hardly profitable. Why pursue it?" Li Shuai rolled his eyes again. "It may not be profitable now, but wait until our citizens' living standards improve. Our nation has over 1 billion people. Even if just 1 in 10 is a football fan, that amounts to over 100 million. And if merely 10% of that number attend matches, that is 10 million. If an average ticket sells for 20 yuan, that totals 2 billion. How many matches occur in a year? When a sporting event becomes so ingrained that those in power can lounge about without concern, do you think they would still exert effort to improve it? To be frank, this is also a preventative measure. I fear that one day I might be unable to contain myself and retaliate against them, as it would be all too easy for me to accomplish this." Secretary Yi's lips twitched, sensing the complexity of Li Shuai's motives. He suspected that someone within the Football Association had inadvertently crossed Li Shuai, and it must have been severe enough to elicit such animosity. Ultimately, I nodded in agreement and said, "Very well, I shall acquiesce to this matter." Chapter 84. Self-manufactured cars? As Secretary Yi and his entourage departed in their business vehicle, and after bidding farewell to Secretary Wu and his group, Li Shuai boarded his own car. Lu, the secretary from the Jiang province, accompanied Secretary Yi as they were headed to Jiangzhou to catch a flight, conveniently traveling the same route. Once settled in the vehicle, Li Shuai retrieved his mobile phone, glanced through his call log, and dialed the number of Old Wang from Yida. Before long, Old Wang's voice resonated through the line. "Hello, President Li? Wang, have you arrived in Qingqiu?" Li inquired. "Not yet. Didn't you ask me to contact friends about forming a football team?" Old Wang replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. Li chuckled, amused by Wang's eagerness. "I've sorted everything out for you. Just take the lead and submit the application when the time comes." "You truly are remarkable," Old Wang responded, flattered. "However, I've been contemplating this for a few days now. My intention in establishing a football team stems purely from my love for the sport. I've never considered it as a money-making venture. I just want to enjoy the game, even if it incurs losses. That is not a concern. The dilemma lies with my friends who may not share my passion for football. If it doesn't generate income, they will likely lose interest quickly. While I believe football can be lucrative, does it truly have a market in our Dragon Nation? There are hardly any football fields nationwide. Li Shuai listened with a smile as Old Wang voiced his concerns, then responded with a question of his own. Do you recall what I asked you aboard the ship? Have you envisioned what the world might look like in the next 10 or 20 years? Old Wang, ever the impatient one, interrupted. Oh, stop with the riddles. Just tell me. Li laughed as he explained. Football, in the future, is not merely about profit. It will be immensely profitable. A large-scale sporting event concerns national honor and pride. Currently, our citizens are primarily focused on basic needs, such as food and clothing, leaving little room for such matters. However, believe me, if our national team were to clinch the championship in next year's World Cup, a nationwide fervor for football would ignite instantly. Our people may be reserved, yet they are also passionate. Once stirred, they unite as one. Right now, we may still be in a phase of scarcity, but in just 3 to 5 years, if our national football team achieves notable success in international competitions and stirs national pride, our citizens would support it wholeheartedly, even if it means sacrificing their possessions. The crux of the issue lies in our population, over 1 billion people. Once living standards rise and the populace seeks spiritual fulfillment, just imagine, if even 1 in 10 becomes a football fan, think of the potential for profit. You are absolutely correct. I've pondered this as well, but struggled to articulate it. Old Wang acknowledged, offering a thumbs up from the other end. He then questioned, but why avoid the Football Association? If we sever ties with them, it could make our initial stages quite challenging. While we could operate independently, they still hold significant influence over many matters, as it is within their jurisdiction. Moreover, if we clash with the association, our players might not get selected for the national team, hindering our chance to shine on the international stage. Focus on managing the internal affairs of the new football alliance. I will ensure to cut off any interference from the association. Li Shuai asserta confidently. Old Wang appeared momentarily stunned by Li's bold proclamation, remaining silent for a while. Before he could respond, Li continued, the Football Association started as a non-profit public interest organization, but look at its current state. If football becomes highly lucrative, imagine how they would transform. As for the national team, there will come a day when they will be begging us to send representatives. He added, if you trust me, forget about real estate. Dedicate yourself to leading our Dragon Nation Football Alliance. The profits will rival those from real estate, and it will be far more fulfilling. Is it really that extraordinary? Old Wang's voice was laced with skepticism. Just wait and see. Li Shuai rolled his eyes. Enough chit-chat. You have work to do. Reach out if anything arises. All right. Just as he was about to end the call, Li remembered something and picked up the phone again. Hello, Old Wang. Yes. What is up? I suggest you look into the management systems of the NBA and the UEFA Champions League for inspiration. Combine their strengths to establish a fair, transparent, and equitable professional league that aligns with our national context. Old Wang, slightly exasperated, replied, I'm aware of that. I even plan to recruit talent from abroad for this. Great, then it's settled. Li affirmed, and they concluded the call. After hanging up, Li Shuai gazed out at the swiftly passing buildings, his expression contemplative. Football, in the world he once inhabited, was languishing, too lucrative for the greedy, who endlessly exploited it, akin to harvesting chives, reaping them time and again. Would they relinquish control? Imagine running a profitable business only to have someone suddenly prohibit you from continuing. One would fight tooth and nail to retain it. Thus, any future reforms seemed implausible. The only approach was to circumvent the association while the football market remained underdeveloped, allowing each entity to pursue its own growth and witness who flourishes. Of course, if Li Shuai had not paved the way with Secretary Yi, Old Wang would likely have encountered significant resistance. While football may not be highly profitable at present, the association still manages to maintain a balance of income and expenses. Should Old Wang attempt to establish some rival league to seize a portion of the association's revenue, they would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Fortunately, this endeavor is merely a competition against the association rather than an outright confrontation. With Secretary Ye's support, the obstacles become nearly negligible. As for the inability of Football Alliance members to participate in international competitions, there is no cause for concern. When a national team finds itself in turmoil, the association will inevitably seek the alliance's involvement. A suitable reference could be drawn from the success of American basketball. Prior to the Dream Team of 1992, the U.S. national basketball team consisted solely of college students, lacking any professional players. After suffering defeats to the Soviet Union, the Basketball Federation fell silent, ultimately compelled to seek out Stern's assistance, which led to the formation of the legendary Dream Team, featuring an overwhelming roster of Hall of Famers. Li Shuai envisions transforming the Dragon Nation Football Alliance into a premier league with a management system akin to the NBA, complemented by a reasonable competition framework similar to that of the UEFA Champions League. While immediate results may be elusive, the future holds immense promise. Moreover, with the national team serving as a contrasting benchmark, once the alliance's stars unite and achieve commendable standings in international tournaments, that will mark the moment of the Football Alliance's ascent. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, a smile crept upon Li Shuai's lips, a reflection of his optimism. Just as he was reveling in this joy, his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Li Yukai, the former manager of a Mercedes-Benz dealership, now the general manager of the Galaxy Group's Jinghai Southgate Star Automobile Industry Company, Limited. He answered the call. "Hello, old Li? President Li." The mutual address between the two was rather amusing. Li Shuai continued, "What brings you to call?" "I have good news," Li Yukai replied, brimming with excitement. "The prototypes of several cars we've been developing are ready. Would you like to come take a look?" Li Shuai's face lit up with a smile. "I certainly must see them." Chapter 85. The True Galactic Fleet of the Future in the Tsinghua District's Industrial Development Zone. The site of a former chain wheel factory has transformed into a temporary facility for the Southern Gate Star automotive industry under the auspices of Centaurus Heavy Industries. At the entrance, Li Yukai, accompanied by several other senior executives, awaited the arrival of Li Shuai. Previously, he served as a business manager at the Jinghai Old Steel Plant. But his unruly temperament, a byproduct of his rural upbringing, led to his ousting by the plant's director. Subsequently, he took a position at a Mercedes-Benz dealership, gradually refining his character, which has culminated in his current demeanor. Now, he has ascended to the role of general manager under Li Shuai, regaining the spirited presence he once possessed. At the age of 45, he exudes the aura of a successful man, likely irresistible to many women. However, the heat at the entrance was stifling, and the executives clad in white shirts were visibly uncomfortable, sweating profusely. Despite Li Yutsai's impressive control over his expressions, he too found the heat unbearable. One young executive broke the silence, inquiring, "When will the boss arrive? Is there any confirmation? If not, we might as well wait inside. It's scorching out here." Li Yukai shot him a stern glance. "You can't endure just 2 minutes? I timed my arrival perfectly. He should be here soon. Be patient. When the boss arrives, you must seize the opportunity to demonstrate your capabilities for promotions and raises." The reprimanded young executive fell silent, continuing to wipe the sweat from his brow. Li Yukai shook his head, thinking to himself that the youth lacked understanding. He turned his gaze back to the road, still devoid of any vehicles. He glanced at the security booth, wondering if the boss had sought refuge from the sun. Just then, another young executive's eyes lit up in excitement. "Here he comes." Li Yukai paused, then quickly looked towards the driveway, where a convoy of vehicles approached, eliciting a smile from his face. As the cars drew nearer, Li Shuai emerged from the back seat of the second vehicle. Observing Li Yukai and the others drenched in sweat, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Old Li, was it necessary to have everyone waiting at the gate on such a hot day?" Li Yukai beamed. "You're usually so busy, we seldom get to see you. When we heard you were coming, we naturally anticipated your arrival. Come inside." Li Shuai patted Li Yukai's arm and attempted to walk past him into the factory. Suddenly, he caught sight of the security booth out of the corner of his eye, stopping in his tracks with a gleam of mischief in his expression. Inquiringly, he approached the booth, and the onlookers followed suit. Li Shuai reached the window, pulled it open, and cheerfully called out, "Old man, could you fetch me some paper and a pen?" The elderly guard, clearly aware of Li Shuai's status, hurriedly rummaged through his drawer. After a fruitless search, he reluctantly produced a new registration book. Li Shuai took the pen, opened the book, adjusted his glasses, and after a moment of contemplation, began to swiftly inscribe a lengthy list of names, along with their corresponding addresses and ages. After several minutes, he turned to the crowd and called out, "Su Lei." "Yes." Su Lei hurriedly approached. Li Shuai returned the pen to the guard and handed the registration book to Su Lei, saying, "I plan to establish a football team under your Gemini Entertainment. As for the main team, you know what to do. Recruit and select players accordingly. Primarily, focus on the youth team and the promising reserve players. Use the names listed here to find them. Ensure that every single one is signed. Pay attention. Offer lifetime contracts with a value of $10 million and relax the restrictions with incentive clauses. If these players achieve significant success, they will be rewarded even more generously." While many around them congratulated him, others were taken aback by the mention of $10 million, pondering who could possibly be worth such a sum. Su Lei, equally bewildered, examined the names on the list and gasped, reading aloud, "Ronaldo de Assis Moreira, Brazil, 17 years old. Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos, 15 years old. Cristiano Ronaldo, 12 years old. Lionel Messi, only 10 years old?" He looked at Li Shuai, perplexed. "But, Mr. Li, why are we seeking out a bunch of children?" Li Shuai smiled mysteriously. "These are reserve players. Our galactic team will rely on them in the future. Don't underestimate their value. In time, their contracts could be worth billions." With that, he bypassed Su Lei and strode into the factory, prompting the others to follow suit. Su Lei, still in a daze, trailed behind, flipping through the registration book. Upon reaching the last 2 pages, his expression turned to shock as he saw even younger names. Mario Balotelli, 7 years old. Neymar da Silva Santos J. Nair, 5 years old. They've just been weaned. Su Lei raised his head, staring at the retreating figures, yearning to catch up with Li Shuai to inquire if he had experienced some sort of revelation. Inside the factory, at the entrance to a workshop, a dozen vehicles with radically different designs from contemporary models were displayed in the open space. Among them were 5 sports cars, while the remainder consisted of sedans. The appearance of these sports cars was recognizable to the readers. As a group of people turned the corner, Tang Xiaolong and others were left speechless, while the Gao sisters and Meng Yu's group gazed in awe. Li Shuai and Gong Shi Fa Kai exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding palpable. Li Shuai then addressed Li Yukai. "Old Li, could you introduce these?" Li Yukai, beaming with pride, clapped his hands and turned to the others. "Esteemed colleagues, these are the latest designs and prototypes from our automotive factory." He approached the nearest fiery red sports car, bending down to touch the engine cover, and exclaimed, "This model, designated R101, features a V8 turbocharged engine developed by our power company, delivering a maximum output of 560 horsepower and a peak torque of 460 newton meters, achieving 0 to 100 kilometers h in just 3.8 seconds. As he spoke, he climbed into the driver's seat and opened the door. In reality, this car's design was based on Li Shuai's vision and had already been patented. Its appearance was reminiscent of the Ferrari F430. At this time, all vehicles were boxy in shape, resembling flat sandals, and the supercars lacked definitive characteristics, with the rear of Ferrari models still echoing the F50 design. The iconic Ferrari rear end would not solidify until the Enzo model was released in 2002, 5 years later. Thus, the Southern Gate Star sports car design was indeed groundbreaking. Moreover, another striking red vehicle stood nearby, even more formidable. This is our 111 model, constructed from carbon fiber, a material just successfully developed by our Taizongxing Materials Company. It boasts high strength and lightweight properties. To control weight, we reinforced the chassis, resulting in a total vehicle weight of only 1.3 tons. Li Yukai proudly elaborated before continuing. This model also features a V12 twin-turbocharged engine developed by our power company, producing a staggering 790 horsepower. Indeed, the design of this vehicle mirrors that of the Ferrari Enzo. Chapter 86. The construction of a giant panda begins. Wow, that's stunning. Gao Xiaofeng exclaimed at the sight of the first two sports cars. At that moment, Tang Xiaolong voiced a contrasting opinion. I believe the third one is the most impressive. Everyone turned their gaze towards the middle sports car, the design model R201. Indeed, that is the Lamborghini Aventador S. Further in, there were two more vehicles, the McLaren MP4-12C and the Porsche 918. There's an adage that states, walk others' paths, leaving them with none to tread. Yet Li Shuai not only traversed others' paths, but obliterated them, leaving behind nothing but ruins. In the ancient world of Li Shuai's era, these supercars found their most lucrative market in Longhua. Take Ferrari for instance, a brand under Fiat that ventured into racing. After tapping into the Longhua market, its market value skyrocketed. Can you believe it? After Li Yukai introduced the 5 supercars, he turned to Li Shuai and inquired, Mr. Li, these vehicles are currently only design models without specific branding or nomenclature. Could you provide names for them? In ancient times, the epitome of luxury transportation was the horse. Therefore, let us name our cars after renowned steeds from antiquity, Li Shuai suggested, smiling as he pointed to the first car, the design model R101, which was a Ferrari 430. These two red ones can share a brand name, Chidu, after El Bu's steed. The R101 will serve as the entry-level supercar. You may decide on the model designation. The R111 will be the flagship version, emphasizing exclusivity and luxury. He proceeded to the third vehicle, the Lamborghini Gallardo S, and declared, the R201 model shall be named Yushur, after Zhao Yun's mount. He then glanced at the last two cars, stating, the fourth will be called Wuzhu and the fifth Juing. Excellent, Li Yukai exclaimed, leading the applause. The crowd erupted into applause, although many felt the names were somewhat casual. Su Lei then suggested, Mr. Li, these names sound a bit rustic. Many people prefer more fashionable names nowadays. Li Shuai chuckled. If fashion is what they desire, let us translate them directly into English. Chita becomes Red House, and Yushur becomes Whitland. Quite chic, wouldn't you agree? He then recalled something and turned to Li Yukai. Su Lei makes a valid point. Nowadays, many people have an affinity for foreign brands, often looking down upon domestic products. You might consider establishing a factory over in Jiangdao or even further afield in Southeast Asia or Europe and the United States, manufacturing abroad and then bringing them back to sell. Though not technically imports, we can present them as such, contributing more taxes to the country. After all, those who can afford these cars are often na-ve and wealthy. I feel no moral qualms about taking advantage of them. Liu Tsai's eyes lit up at this insight. Understood. Truly, you are the boss. This strategy is brilliant. We can use pinyin for sales abroad and transliterated names for domestic sales. This way, we appeal to both ends. Exactly. After praising him, Li Shuai turned his attention to the nearby sedans. The first two were economical models. The first, inspired by the Mazda 6, and the second, a Volkswagen Passat, albeit with a slightly different front design. It's worth noting that Mazda's model pioneered the dolphin-shaped car design, gaining accolades as the most beautiful model upon its release, influencing nearly all subsequent designs and considerably boosting Mazda's market value. After a brief glance, Li Shuai approached the final luxury vehicle, remarking, you may name these economical models as you see fit. As for this last one, inspired by the Mercedes S450 Maybach, given this year marks Jiangdao's return, we shall name it 1997. Excellent. So profound. Li Youkai applauded enthusiastically. At that moment, as Li Shuai chuckled, the other young executives in the car factory expressed their admiration for his insights. Li Yukai then asked, Mr. Li, are there other vehicle models we should consider as well? Forget it. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Li Shuai replied, patting Li Youtsai's shoulder. Make sure the design team absorbs the characteristics of these vehicles, striving to create exceptional models in the future. Once we finalize the branding for all vehicles, we shall host our own auto show, making a grand debut. Understood. At the factory entrance, Li Shuai opened the door to his car and immediately winced at the heat. Approaching July, the sun was relentless. After just a short while, the seat was uncomfortably hot. Along, ensure the air conditioning is running in the car after we exit. In this summer heat, we can't risk overheating upon re-entry. Tang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. recognizing that wealth afforded him the luxury of disregarding the cost of fuel. Li Shuai then inquired of the young woman beside him, Gao Xiaoqin, what does our schedule look like next? Gao Xiaoqin paused for a moment before quickly opening her notebook. This afternoon, Secretary Wu has invited you to lunch, and at 2 o'clock, there is the keel-laying ceremony for the first ship at the shipyard in Jiangzhou. Li Shuai nodded thoughtfully. Please call Secretary Wu shortly and politely decline the lunch invitation. I would prefer to dine at home. It's been days since I've had a proper meal, and I've been craving it. However, I must attend the keel-laying ceremony at the shipyard. Modern ships are constructed primarily with steel structures. To be honest, there is hardly any keel left in the traditional sense. Yet, this act symbolizes culture, a right to bless the vessel, wishing it a smooth journey ahead. The keel laying for the first ship of the newly integrated shipyard is also a blessing for its prosperous future. As the owner, I must be present for such a significant event. Got it. At that moment, the young woman in the passenger seat, Gao Xiaofeng, turned with a playful smile. Mr. Li, that Chitu is gorgeous. I want one. Li Shuai glanced at her and smirked. That car is estimated to start at $1 million. Can you afford it? Why not give me one, Mr. Li? Gao Xiaofeng teased. Just then, Gao Xiaoqin shot her a disapproving look. Observing her sister's pouty expression, Li Shuai chuckled. Focus on your work and improve yourself. Soon your salary will suffice to purchase one. Of course, if you perform well, I might gift you one. Gao Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Gao Xiaoqin shot her another glare, but her sister simply stuck out her tongue in playful defiance. Meanwhile, far away in Antarctica, at the shipyard located in the bay north of Li Shuai's stronghold, a massive dry dock measuring 500 meters lay in wait. A large steel plate was gripped by a giant clamp, which then placed it onto a nearby cutting platform. A brilliant beam of crimson light descended from above, effortlessly slicing the steel plate into 2 halves. Subsequently, the steel plate was transported to another welding station, where multiple massive plates were fused together into square blocks. Inside the dock, a rib framework measuring approximately 80 meters in length and 47 meters in width was being assembled, with cranes lifting pre-welded modules, which are then pieced together by large robotic arms. As the view widened, another dock of similar size could be seen constructing another ship's hull, while smaller docks nearby were busy building other sections. The 2 colossal vessels, the one on the right being the National Treasure-class missile battleship, the Giant Panda, and the other being the inaugural ship of the St. Monarch-class aircraft carrier, the Yingzheng. Naturally, the Yingzheng may also be referred to as the First Emperor or Ancestral Dragon, among other titles. Chapter 87. Understanding leads to creation in the afternoon at Jiangzhou B neighboring Star Shipbuilding Industry Company, Limited. The keel-laying ceremony for the first ship at the shipyard commenced with an exuberant display of drums and firecrackers, vibrant red flags fluttering in the breeze. Amidst a sea of spectators, amidst the cacophony, 4 tiger-headed vehicles entered the shipyard, making their way towards the launch platform. A crowd had gathered, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Li Shuai and his entourage, with the foremost figures being the newly appointed executives of the shipyard. The convoy halted a short distance from the throng, and Li Shuai, accompanied by the Gao sisters, disembarked. This time, he was accompanied solely by Meng Yu's filming crew, while others, including Gong, Shi Fa Kai, and Su Lei, remained in Jinghai to attend to their own affairs. Earlier in the day, he had seen off Secretary Yi, aiming to solidify relationships between his subordinates and Secretary Yi for future business considerations. Presently, the Galaxy Group was in its most hectic phase of inception, making it impractical for the heads of its subsidiaries to be wandering about aimlessly. For instance, during the morning send-off for Secretary Yi, Su Jiang and Gao Qiqiang were absent, as the groundbreaking ceremony for the Galaxy building was taking place concurrently. Other projects were also holding similar ceremonies over the past few days, with Gao Qiqiang and Su Jiang busy attending various events, cutting ribbons, and turning the first shovels of earth. However, these were merely ceremonial. It would still be several days before construction teams officially commenced work, as the project tenders had only concluded a week prior, with some contractors yet to finalize their teams. Currently, the only fully operational enterprises under the Galaxy Group were the shipyard, Li's Bank, and Su Xiang's Polaris Shipping. While even the steel mill, could only be considered in a trial operation phase, given the outdated equipment of the Jinghai Old Steel Factory, which served as a training ground for the newly recruited management team. Following the integration of a shipyard, Polaris Shipping had promptly placed an order for 510,000-ton cargo vessels, thereby enabling the shipyard to turn a profit. As Li Shuai approached, he greeted the newly appointed general manager of the shipyard, Zhou Tao, with a smile. Zhou had previously been a department manager at the Haigang shipyard and was relatively young at 36, donned in glasses and exuding an air of refinement, with considerable capability. Li Shuai had anticipated a lengthy process for Zhou to clean up the mess left by Zhang Ben Kai, but to his surprise, Zhou had managed to accomplish this within a month, presenting himself as a true smiling tiger. "Mr. Li," Zhou Tao replied with a smile, acknowledging his boss. Li Shuai gave him a light punch on the shoulder, then pulled him aside to converse privately. After a few steps, Li Shuai produced a hard drive from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Tao, who looked puzzled. "What is this?" he inquired. "Ina asht don," Li Shuai replied. "Design materials and construction blueprints for a warship." "Warship?" Zhou's eyes widened as he stammered. "Why are you giving me this?" Ambition." Li Shuai playfully nudged him to calm down. Yet, even that gentle nudge nearly caused Zhou to roll his eyes in surprise. "Stand straight." Li Shuai steadied Zhou and continued. "We are permitted to construct warships. You should proceed with confidence. Even if something goes awry, I will take the heat. What do you have to fear?" Zhou's expression finally regained its composure, though he still appeared slightly anxious. "But who do we sell these warships to?" "Essentially, we are self-sufficient. If the Navy requires one, we will assist them in construction. For external sales, we need higher approval." Li Shuai gestured skyward as he spoke. "Take some time to familiarize yourself with the design and construction blueprints, and then commence the building process. Of course, prior to that, ensure that everyone at the shipyard signs a confidentiality agreement. This is not a trivial matter. Inform them that should any leaks occur, there will be severe consequences, not just for the company, but potentially for generations to come." "Is it really that serious?" Zhou exclaimed in shock, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. Weapons and equipment, after all, are indeed highly classified. As he regarded Li Shuai, his gaze turned more reverent, realizing the extraordinary nature of being authorized to construct warships. Once he comprehended the situation, excitement surged within him. Previously, he had been at the Haigang shipyard, which also had the capability to build warships,